Chapter 470. Thank you, young Master Tang. Zhu Jingkong was extremely excited. We have already formed an alliance, so there is no need for you to be polite, Chief Zhu. Assisting Chief Zhu in his cultivation this time is also to test whether the Yunyu is effective for the Spirit Witch clan. If it is truly effective, the Spirit Witch clan will become a force that cannot be ignored in the Northern Spirit Realm, Tang Yin said in a loud voice. Good. Zhu Jingkong nodded repeatedly. Let us get started, Tang Yin beckoned. Zhu Jingkong sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Tang Yin controlled the Yunyu spirit fire to surround Zhu Jingkong, and his spiritual power flowed into Zhu Jingkong's sea of consciousness like a gushing spring. Feeling this spiritual power, which was even more abundant than that provided by the unowned Yunyu, Zhu Jingkong was overjoyed and worked hard to repair his spirit in preparation for a breakthrough. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a mysterious aura rippled through the cave. Zhu Jingkong's aura gradually became ethereal. Although he was sitting not far from Tang Yin felt as if Zhu Jingkong was very far away, as if he were not even in this space. When this mysterious aura dissipated, Zhu Jingkong slowly opened his eyes. Chief Zhu, how are you? Tang Yin asked with concern. Zhu Jingkong laughed heartily. Thanks to young Master Tang, I have reached the June level. Chapter 471. Rest assured, Chief Zhu, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I am very fast. As long as I escape, they won't be able to catch up with me. If there is a chance, Chief Zhu, remember to find a way to escape. Dan Dan Zeminde, activating the shadow step and quickly darting to the side. A king level 9th grade expert wanted to chase Tang Yin, but Zhu Jingkong did not let him succeed, withstanding an attack and blocking this person with a talisman. Uft. Zhu Jingkong took a solid hit and spat out a mouthful of blood, but seeing Tang Yin moving away, Zhu Jingkong's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Young Master Tang, I will not let you down. You must not let down the Spirit Witch clan. Wei Jianqing saw Zhu Jingkong willing to get injured to protect that young man's escape. After a moment of thought, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately summoned his life spirit. A fierce tiger phantom with a white body and red patterns appeared behind Wei Jianqing. I will stop Zhu Jingkong. You all go chase that kid. The Yunyu is very likely in his hands. Wei Jianqing shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiger phantom let out a roar and fiercely charged at Zhu Jingkong. Zhu Jingkong's eyes revealed a mad and cruel expression. Today, I will let you see the means of the Spirit Witch clan. In the horrified gazes of everyone, another Zhu Jingkong appeared beside him. Chapter 472. Feng Xian cupped his hands politely. The chosen secret realm is about to open. The Ass for the Summit wants to apply for some quotas to enter the secret realm. I wonder if Elder 7 has any solutions? I hope you can give some guidance. Huang Xian said proudly. The chosen secret realm only has 10,000 quotas each time, and after being distributed to the major families, only 500 quotas remain. There are no less than 80,000 seeking quotas from the Northern Spirit Realm. If you want a quota, you need to show your sincerity. Feng Xian smiled slightly. The Huang clan is the best in the world at external training. We have collected treasures suitable for external training techniques. 1,000 pounds of star cloud sand for 1 quota, and 100 pieces of green-tailed tiger bones for 1 quota. How about that? Huang Xian's eyes lit up. Star cloud sand is a top material for building external skills, and green-tailed tiger bones have a significant effect on strength. These 2 items are quite valuable. Do you have the items with you? Huang Xian asked. Yes, Feng Xian nodded. Take them out for inspection, Huang Xian said, patting the table. A total of 15 quotas can be exchanged. Elder 7, please take a look. Feng Xian handed over a storage bag. After Huang Xian took it and checked the items inside, confirming the quantities were correct, he put the storage bag away and said with satisfaction, put the items down. However, the quotas are precious, and I can't tell you how many quotas this can exchange for just yet. I will notify you once I have studied the results. Chapter 473. Tang Yan's spiritual power was exceptionally strong, although Zhu Jingkong displayed extraordinary combat power at this moment. Tang Yin sensed that his body had reached the brink of exhaustion. His heart shook. Tang Yin suddenly realized that Zhu Jingkong had no intention of returning alive. He aimed to perish together with these people, thereby sealing off the news and resolving the Spirit Witch clan's troubles to the greatest extent. As a leader of the Spirit Witch clan, Zhu Jingkong was competent and great. However, given his current state, He should not be able to hold out until that point of mutual destruction, concealing his aura to the lowest level. Tang Yin quietly approached the battle circle like a ghost. Wei Jianqing was extremely troubled by the spirit which clan's cloning techniques. Even if he wanted to protect the king-level warriors of the Medicine Valley to escape, he could not withstand two Zhu Jingkongs at once. Moreover, since Zhu Jingkong had killed so many from the Medicine Valley, if he were allowed to leave now and recover his state, he could kill even more from the Medicine Valley. Only by killing Zhu Jingkong could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Without hesitation, Wei Jianqing once again struck out with all his strength. Zhu Jingkong's figure was once again split in two and then dissipated in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Three more king-level warriors suddenly had blood flowing from their 7 orifices, their auras dissipating as they fell from the sky. Chapter 474. Building good relations with Ask for the Summit. I believe Chief Zhu will not be disappointed. Feeling Zhu Jingkong's sincerity, Tang Yin smiled brightly. Zhu Jingkong nodded, but suddenly frowned with concern. Having let Wei Jianqing go, the Spirit Witch clan is likely to face revenge from the Medicine Valley. And the Spirit Witch clan is in danger. Young Master Tang, do you have any good ideas? Cultivating a king-level expert requires a lot of resources. Although the Medicine Valley is powerful, losing 16 king-level experts at once will be enough for them to feel heartache for a long time. Wei Jianqing might not dare to directly cause trouble at the Spirit Witch clan, but with such deep enmity, the experts from the Medicine Valley should arrive at the Spirit Witch clan soon. Moving the entire clan is urgent and necessary. We should return to Haimu Cliff at the fastest speed, bring all the people from the Spirit Witch clan to Ask for the Summit, and bide our time. Dang dan gan li a dang. Zhu Jingkong's eyes lit up with surprise. He did not expect Tang Yin to be able to help with such a big matter. And he gratefully said, Young Master Tang, this great kindness will not be forgotten. The Spirit Witch clan will always remember this. Lei Yu is hiding. So what do several Spirit Witch clan members count for? Tang Yin sincerely said. Chief Zhu is being too polite. We share both honor and disgrace. You think about how to arrange the relocation, and once we return to Haimu Cliff, we will act immediately. Chapter 475. Young Master Tang. This kindness is beyond repayment. The Spirit Witch clan will remember it, and in the future, we will not let young Master Tang down. The gray-haired elder approached sincerely. Thank you, young Master Tang. Several others simultaneously cupped their hands, their eyes filled with gratitude. The elders need not be so polite. Tang Yin said humbly, waving his hand. After some mutual pleasantries, Zhu Jingkong then arranged. Each elder will lead a team. The elder will be responsible for the children, and will first go with me to Ask for the Summit. The 5th elder and the 12th elder will take the core elite and head southeast, taking a detour through the southern wilderness forest. The 6th elder, 7th elder, 13th elder, and 14th elder will take the second-tier elite, split into 2 teams, and secretly approach the southern wilderness from the west hillside and Deerhorn Ridge. The 2nd elder will lead the team, entering Mountain Lake City from 3 directions, and then disguise themselves as a merchant group heading to Central State to regroup, finally circling back to the southern wilderness. Chapter 476. Hearing Fong Xian's lofty ambitions, the meeting hall fell silent for a moment before Du Shu exclaimed loudly, Damn, Lao Fong. I underestimated you. You've been cautious and meticulous all along, but I didn't expect you to have such boldness. Let's do it this way. Spend the money. And if anyone can't keep up, they can apologize to me. Zi Yun nodded in support. The Zhetian Valley is like a giant tortoise, heavily fortified, making it hard to take down quickly. Fong Xian's method may seem clumsy and slow, but it's actually the most effective. Let's do it this way. Su Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered, a strange light flashing within. Over the years, the Huang clan had guarded the chosen secret realm, and the major forces in the North Spirit realm had to pay substantial tributes to the Zhetian Valley to gain entry. For some secretive factions and major sects like the Medicine Valley, being controlled by a group of weaker external cultivators must be like a thorn in their throats. Yet, so many forces were helpless against the Huang clan's extortion, and this man was able to come up with such a bold and magnificent plan. Though the question of ascension was small, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Each one was a talent. Without delay, I will leave shortly to bring back Jia, Yi, and Zhu Chun. Lao Du, give me the money, Fong Xian urged. Du Shu handed over a storage ring, saying, Inside is 500 million taels of gold for emergencies. Chapter 477. On the Luyun Peng. Tang Yan's gaze was deeply fixed on the north. What price will you pay for hanging my brother and breaking his limbs at the Huang clan's mountain gate? Do you really think that by practicing external skills, you can be invincible in the Zhejiang Valley? Let me see what you're made of. It would take some time to reach the Zhejiang Valley. So while on the road, Tang Yan took out materials and continued to cultivate the 5 elements tyrant body technique. Under the abundant resources, this body technique surged with incredible speed, and his bones were nearing perfection. Tang Yan anticipated that he could perfect his bones before reaching the Huang clan. In the Qi Pavilion, Shunshan was leisurely drinking tea. Now, Xiaohe, Dong Shui, and Wan Fei had all stepped into the innate realm, leaving him feeling relaxed and content. In this relaxed state, the martial arts shackles that had been stagnant for a long time began to loosen. If all went well, he would break through soon. Report, sir, there's new movement from the Ascension. A guard rushed in. Lin Dong Shui and the others immediately perked up their ears. Speak, Shunshan urged. At the mountain gate of the Huang clan, 2 people from the Ascension have been hung, and their limbs have been broken. According to the Huang clan, the Ascension spoke disrespectfully to them and had a bad attitude. This is punishment for the Ascension and a warning to other sections. Chapter 478 at the mountain gate. Fang Xian suddenly called to the 2 men, secretly slipping them some silver, whispering, "My brother can't hold on much longer. I need to give them some pills. They could just drink their urine." The 2 accepted the money but completely ignored Fang Xian's request, shoving him outside and even casting greedy glances at his storage ring. Fang Xian dared not argue, looking at the 2 hanging men with a bitter smile, saying, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. In a few days, I'll let you both out." Cautioning the 2 to keep quiet and not seek trouble, Fang Xian wandered out in a daze. Once outside the Zhejiang Valley, Fang Xian felt unprecedented pressure. How should this matter be handled? Would he need to spend another 400 billion taels of silver? If he could save Yang Jia, Yi, and Yu Chun, he would be willing to spend that much, but the unknown was still troubling. If the Huang clan changed their mind again, the Ascension couldn't bear such expenses. Moreover, being led around like this was extremely uncomfortable. Should he try once more or directly initiate the mountain relocation plan? If he initiated the mountain relocation plan, the Huang clan might negotiate for the release of the captives out of fear. However, they might also directly kill Yang Jia, Yi, and Yu Chun in a fit of rage. Chapter 479. Shan was taken aback. Realizing that Tang Yin was not joking and cautiously asked, "Young Master Tang, how confident are you?" "I don't know. Let us give it a try." Dan Zipli Gan Li. Sensing the determination in Tang Yan's tone, Shunshan no longer persuaded him. Young Master Tang was not just an ordinary hot-blooded youth. His talent was something many seasoned veterans could only look up to. "If you made up your mind, then I won't stop you." Dong Shui asked me for 2 sharp blades. These swords are forged from refined steel, hard and sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Without using spiritual power, there's almost nothing sharper, making them very suitable for use in the Zhejiang Valley. Shunshan took out 2 swords and handed them over. Tang Yin weighed the long sword in his hand. It was about 20 pounds. For high-grade martial artists, it was light, but in a place where only physical strength could be used, it was considered a heavy sword. He had not only diligently practiced the extreme 6 forms, but also refined his physical body, giving him incredible strength. Using this sword felt quite comfortable, and he immediately bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Elder Shun." The group flew toward the Zhejiang Valley. By the time they arrived, it was already dusk. The setting sun was like blood, with red clouds filling the sky. Looking inside from the mountain gate of the Zhejiang Valley, the wide stone steps led upward, stretching for 1,000 steps, exuding a grand atmosphere. Chapter 480. Tang Yan's body shimmered with a faint copper glow. Although the cultivation of the 5 elements tyrant body technique consumed expensive materials, its domineering nature was now evident. Without needing to activate spiritual power, his defenses were directly engaged. Braving the rain of arrows, Tang Yan strode forward. The Huang clan members exchanged glances of mockery. Did this kid come to die? But soon, everyone widened their eyes in shock. They saw the arrows landing on Tang Yan's body, not piercing him as expected, but instead producing a clanging sound. The sharp arrowheads could not penetrate his skin at all. Is this still a human? In the moment of the crowd's astonishment, Tang Yan leaped forward and arrived before the archers, his long sword sweeping through, instantly taking the lives of 3 men. Huang Tianzong, as if awakened from a dream, roared loudly, Chop him up. The archers hurriedly retreated, while warriors from behind charged toward Tang Yen. More than 20 tall and burly Huang clan members surrounded Tang Yen like heavenly soldiers, their weapons slicing down with a howling wind, an imposing momentum directed at Tang Yen. The higher-ups of the Huang clan breathed a sigh of relief. Within the Zhejiang Valley, the Huang clan was like gods, whether in speed or strength. They were not something outsiders could rival. Even gods would take a couple of punches. No one could withstand the full force of over 20 Huang clan members. Chapter 481. The entire Huang clan fell silent. The leader was the most powerful person in the Huang clan, yet he could not last 2 moves against Tang Yen. The 7th elder's mind was baffled. Why provoke the ascension for no good reason? Who could be the spokesperson? Tang Yen looked around and asked indifferently, "Who can speak?" "I am the grand elder of the Huang clan, Huang Yi." An old man stepped forward with a hard look on his face. "Tang Gangzhu." "You." Tang Yen interrupted Huang Yi's words and directly asked, "For the second option, can you agree?" Huang Yi hesitated and said, "Tang Gangzhu, this condition is somewhat harsh. Your gang has suffered no casualties, and my clan has never been subjected to anyone for thousands of years." Puffed. Before Huang Yi could finish his sentence, he could no longer speak. He tried to touch his throat, but as his arm lifted halfway, his eyes widened, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Who could be the decision-maker? Tang Yan's cold voice rang out again. "I am the old man Huang Feng, the 2nd elder of the Huang clan." Another old man stepped forward. "For the second option, can you agree?" Tang Yen reiterated the question. A flicker of struggle appeared in Huang Feng's eyes. Hesitation leads to failure. Tang Yen sneered, and his sword swept across. Huang Feng had been on guard and immediately raised his knife to block, but he was no match for Tang Yen. With just a change in the angle of Tang Yan's sword, Huang Feng was thrown into disarray and was decapitated in one move. Chapter 482. Shun Shan's eyes widened. The quota for the chosen secret realm was extremely precious. Even the Lan family of the 10 major families only received 30 quotas. Although the Chi Pavilion was powerful, it only obtained 80. Tang Yan's gift to the Chi Pavilion was undoubtedly valuable. "Young Master Tang, then I will accept it." This was an opportunity to enhance the strength of the Chi Pavilion. Shinshan did not decline and kept this favor in mind. Shinshan did not linger. Seeing that there was no problem with the challenge, he bid farewell to Tang Yen and flew to the Chi Pavilion with several younger generations. "Old Feng, this is part of the supplies obtained from the Huang clan. You can take it as gang assets. After you return, make arrangements for the personnel of the chosen secret realm." As for the Spirit Witch clan, Tang Yen explained the grievances between the 2 sides and the Medicine Valley, instructing Fang Xian to make proper arrangements for the Spirit Witch clan. Fang Xian took note one by one and said, "Brother Yin, don't worry, I will arrange it properly." "Aren't you returning to the gang?" "The elder of the Stargazing Pavilion personally came to invite me. I promised to go within a month. There's still more than half a month before the chosen secret realm opens, so I will take the opportunity to go over." After explaining, Tang Yen looked at Yu Juechen and the other 2 and asked, "How have you 2 recovered?" "I'm good." Yu Juechen moved his limbs and felt no issues, excitedly praising, "Brother Yan's elixirs are effective." Chapter 483. On the back of the Luyun Peng, Tang Yen, who was continuously investing resources into refining his body, suddenly looked up in astonishment, curiously surveying the Cliff Creek peak. Who the hell is setting up a maze formation on this peak? Tang Yen couldn't gauge the other party's intentions, so he simply pretended to be unaware and let Luyun Peng circle around the formation. "Can't see their cultivation. They can't be a June-level expert, right?" A muscular youth curiously remarked. A companion next to him retorted, "They look younger than us. Who are they kidding? A June-level expert wouldn't be circling around like that." Luo Kai, seeing Tang Yan's young age, suddenly felt playful and gave no guidance, letting Tang Yan get trapped in the formation. After going around 8 times, still no issues? They can't be a fool, right? After a while, a girl expressed her doubts. "It's possible." This deduction received unanimous agreement from everyone. "Call them over to take a look." Luo Kai waved his hand, adjusting the formation. In midair, after circling 8 times, Tang Yen had not discovered any anomalies and felt increasingly puzzled. Could it be that someone forgot to release the formation? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from the south, as if flying in that direction would allow him to exit the formation. Those who didn't understand formations would definitely head over. Is this a new scam? Chapter 484. After a quarter of an hour, Beads of sweat began to appear on Luo Kai's forehead as he couldn't figure out this kind of spirit beast. Don't you know? Tang Yin asked with a smile. What is the rush? Let me think about it. Luo Kai shot Tang Yin a glare. Another 20 breaths. Tang Yin set a limit. When the time was up, Tang Yin snatched the formation flag and smiled. It's mine. Get back. Luo Kai grabbed Tang Yin's arm. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Tang Yin asked in surprise. Luo Kai's face flushed red, unsure of what to do, and Tang Yin naturally withdrew his arm. What is the answer? Nan Yu asked from the side. If even Taoist Ji Tian doesn't know, how would I know? Tang Yin chuckled, shaking the small flag in his hand. Winning is all that matters. Thanks for the gift, Zhu Ge. After saying this, Tang Yin jumped onto Lu Yinpeng and left. You don't know either? Kai's expression twisted again, realizing he had been played by a fool. Brother Luo, what should we do? Nan Yu asked anxiously. Luo Kai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Don't panic. He can't get out of this formation. Once he realizes he can't escape, he will naturally return the formation flag. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Kai suddenly stood up, exasperated. That kid ran away. Chase him. Chapter 485. When Tang Yin set up the trap, he had just finished raiding the warehouse in Mingyu Valley, and he had plenty of materials at hand. If these materials were spread out in the pit, the ground would have to be raised several feet. Coupled with Zhu Jingkong's generous sponsorship, even the reserve talismans were brought out. It could be said that this pit was an enhanced version of a powder keg. Everyone was completely unprepared when the pit exploded, catching everyone off guard. As soon as the crowd sensed something was wrong, they immediately raised their shields. But the explosion was indeed abrupt and extraordinarily powerful, causing many shields to shatter and limbs flew everywhere. The entire pit was filled with thick smoke, and flames soared to the sky, resembling a hell on earth. Chang Chunxi and a few others, being June-level experts, although shaken by the explosion, were not fundamentally harmed. Once they recovered, Chang Chunxi waved his sleeve, brushing away the dust. And the scene before them made several people's eyes widen in shock. Out of 50 king-level experts, aside from a few lucky ones who were unscathed, 10 were lightly injured. 26 were severely injured, and 6 died on the spot. They had traveled thousands of miles, not even seeing the enemy's shadow, and 6 king-level experts had directly fallen. How could they explain this to the Valley Master upon returning? Wouldn't this make the Northern Spirit Realm laugh their heads off? Chapter 486. Luo Kai approached the stream, confirming that the person on the rot tan chair was indeed Tang Yin. His eyes instantly turned red, and his dantian rapidly circulated, locking onto Tang Yin with a king-level 3rd-tier aura. Brother Luo, don't act impulsively. Let's resolve this gently. Nan Yu advised as she walked up to Tang Yin and asked, Dark Butterfly, you little brat, is your master around? Tang Yin had long noticed this group of people. Hearing Nan Yu's question, he realized they took him for a subordinate of some prominent figure, and he smiled lightly, replying, It's just me. What a coincidence, we meet again. Nan Yu said directly, Kid, your question you don't even know the answer, can't count, give us back the flag. Tang Yin widened his eyes, pretending to be greatly shocked. There was no rule stating I had to know. You lost? And still want to go back on your word? The Stargazing Pavilion is a reputable sect. They wouldn't engage in bullying, right? Your question is taking advantage of the situation. Nan Yu argued. Tang Yan's lips curled into a mocking arc. If you weren't greedy for my soul bell, how could you lose the flag? Nan Yu was rendered speechless by the retort, her chest rising and falling with suppressed anger as she forced herself to ask, How can you return the flag to us? Chapter 487. Tang Yin knew that this group of people had suffered quite a bit. Xu Bai had already given him enough face, so there was no need to be unreasonable. He clasped his hands toward Xu Bai and said, Lord, you overestimate me. It's normal for young people to be a bit impulsive. I haven't taken it to heart, so you don't need to make it difficult for them. Then Tang Yin looked at the kneeling disciples and said, Do not neglect small acts of kindness, and do not commit small evils. Following this principle can save you countless troubles. All right, you can all leave now. Thank you, young Master Tang. Everyone hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Xu Bai's heart stirred slightly. Do not neglect small acts of kindness, and do not commit small evils. This phrase sounded simple, yet contained a profound philosophy. Young Master Tang, since the formation flag was won by you, it belongs to you. Xu Bai took out the formation flag and handed it over. Tang Yin smiled and pressed it down, refusing. The formation flag is of no use to me. It's better to put it to good use and leave it at the Stargazing Pavilion. Thank you, young Master Tang. Then I won't disturb your contemplation. Xu Bai expressed his gratitude and left with his disciples. Once the disciples were dismissed, they couldn't help but complain. There was not a hint of aura fluctuation from him, just an ordinary mortal. Why was the master so polite to him? Chapter 488. Xu Bai admonished him a bit and then gave the position to Tang Yen. The crowd below, which was quite large, did not bring any pressure to Tang Yen. His expression was calm, and his steady voice rolled out as he began to explain the formation martial arts. Tang Yen explained in great detail and in a very accessible manner. What are formation points? How to generate formation points? And the logic of how formation points evolve into formation martial arts. This was essentially an introduction to formation martial arts. Many members of the Stargazing Pavilion, seeing how young Tang Yen was, already had a dismissive attitude. Now, hearing him explain such simple concepts, they felt even less concerned. Who can't do this? What's there to talk about? I really don't know why the master invited him. Loki complained. Exactly, I could go up and talk about it. A fellow disciple who had been punished alongside him chimed in. Nanuel also felt quite bored. These basic concepts indeed sounded uninteresting. Those with such a mindset were everywhere on the path of preaching. If it weren't for the Lord still sitting upright, someone might have already left. Even the elders frowned slightly, looking at Chu Changxing with some skepticism. Is this kid really the one who broke the master's formation? Did they get the wrong person? The contemptuous attitude of the crowd did not affect Tang Yen's state of mind. He had received the heart formation inheritance from observing the game and studied the manual left by the master, thus forming a connection with the Stargazing Pavilion. Chapter 489. The King of Thunderbird, Peng, was very fast. In just 2 days, Tang Yen arrived at the outpost. Jumping down from Peng's back, Tang Yen first went to Fang Xian's courtyard. Brother Yen, you're back. Seeing Tang Yen, Fang Xian's spirit was lifted. How has the gang been doing recently? Tang Yen asked. Fang Xian reported, development has been going smoothly. The chosen quotas have been distributed, and we've given the spirit which clan 10 quotas. Dushu has launched a new business project with considerable profits. However, we're worried that going too deep might attract the attention of the Medicine Valley. So we are temporarily laying out the market on the outskirts of the Northern Spirit Realm. Fortunately, the outer market is still quite broad. It will take some time to fully expand. With the supply of resources from Mingyu Valley and the Wilderness Clan, the gang is doing well, and we are currently increasing efforts to acquire various rare materials to strengthen the gang's foundation. Good. Tang Yen nodded in approval. By the way, there's something strange. Fang Xian hesitated for a moment and then continued. The amount of elixirs that Ziyun has been receiving has suddenly increased. This morning, she took another 60 Tian Gang Dan. It's not that I care about the elixirs, but it seems too frequent, exceeding the normal cultivation needs of a martial artist. I'm worried she might be in trouble. Chapter 490. The woman in the red dress had three-dimensional features. Her face was as exquisite as jade sculpture, and her eyes were clear and calm, as if nothing in the world could shake her tranquility. Her full red lips added a touch of allure. This woman was none other than the owner of the Moon God Temple, the Dream Fairy, whom countless men in the Northern Spirit Realm dreamed of meeting. Such a high and mighty fairy had always treated men coldly, keeping them at arm's length. However, it was astonishing that she took a liking to this dandy young master of the Fengyan clan. The reason for this became a hot topic of discussion throughout the Northern Spirit Realm. Meng Yao, this is a hairpin I collected a few days ago. The gem on this hairpin is Mo Long Yu, which is very good for hair care. Let me put it on for you. Feng Chainai suddenly opened a wooden box and took out a hairpin. Meng Yao glanced at the hairpin. It was indeed beautiful. Without hesitation, she slightly bent down and calmly said, "Thank you, young Master Feng." Feng Chainai hurriedly put the hairpin on her, praising, "The hairpin looks even more beautiful on you." Meng Yao's lips curled slightly. It's because young Master Feng has good taste, but there's no need to go to such expense in the future. Meng Yao feels unworthy. These are just external things. We need not worry about them. Feng Chainai said seriously. Meng Yao looked deeply at Feng Chainai, realizing that studying was indeed useful. This guy's conduct and demeanor had improved significantly compared to before. Chapter 491. Feng Chainai jumped out of the water and left the Moon God Temple, then took Old Fan back to the clan. Just as they returned to the Fengyan clan, a servant respectfully ran over to report, "Young master." The master said to wait for your return and to find him immediately. What trouble have I caused now? Feng Xinya's heart sank. The servant's expression was strange, and his tone became even more respectful. I do not know. Understood. Feng Chanai waved his hand to dismiss the servant, muttering, I haven't caused any trouble recently. Could it be that last year, I went to Wan Feng Palace for fun under my father's name, and a girl came looking for me with a child? That shouldn't be the case. I only touched a bit, nothing more. Could it be that everyone's constitution is different? At this point, Feng Chanai turned his head to look at Old Fan. If it really is that cute rabbit girl, just say the child is yours. Old Fan's face darkened nearby. That time they went to Wan Feng Palace. He reminded the young master to use a pseudonym and not reveal his identity. Who knew the young master would be so bold as to directly turn into the master? Fortunately, in such a high-end occasion, privacy was always well kept, so there were no negative effects. However, you made her pregnant, and with so many people to slander, why would you say the child is mine? No, this dog thing has confused me. What different constitutions? You didn't do anything. Where did the child come from? Chapter 492. Dushu explained at the right moment. I call this the Hanya machine. The values on the ice mirror represent 1 point as 1 tael of silver, and you can recharge at our counter. This machine requires a consumption of 5,000 taels of silver for a single lottery draw, and each reward has a chance of being drawn. So it is not impossible to spend 5,000 taels and win a transformation pill, but the probability is low. This machine is an advanced version of a lottery, requiring a consumption of 100,000 points per draw. This is a relatively safe activity. There are no empty prizes, only elixirs. There is also a high-end lottery, which requires a consumption of 300,000 points, offering a higher chance of drawing a peerless elixir. From the market response, this project has been relatively successful. 3 machines had people playing in front of them, and amidst the sound of customers frantically pressing the start button, Tang Yin seemed to hear the sound of money continuously arriving. His previous idea was to reference the popular blind boxes from his past life and sell elixir blind boxes in the Northern Spirit Realm. He didn't expect Du Shu to come up with blind box marketing. His original plan was to wait for Du Shu to present a not-so-mature plan before he mentioned the blind boxes. Unexpectedly, Du Shu had such a monstrous talent in business. This lottery machine wasn't a blind box, yet surpassed blind boxes. The profit margin of blind boxes was only about a 20% increase based on the original price of the elixirs. Chapter 493. After catching up with Ziyun, Tang Yin jumped onto the back of her flowing cloud rock and smiled as he handed her a Chinquan bag. This is for you. Use it and let me know when it's done. Ziyun curiously accepted it, and when she saw the nearly 1,000 Xian Guangning Huadan inside, her eyes immediately widened. All of this is for me? Yep, use it freely. We have plenty of elixirs, Tang Yin said casually. Thank you. Ziyun felt warmth in her heart as she carefully accepted it. I feel like your strength has improved again. Have you noticed anything unusual? Tang Yin asked with concern. Ziyun hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. No, everything is normal. All right, remember to tell me if there are any problems, Tang Yin instructed. Ziyun slightly nodded, but felt a bit dazed. The scales on her body were growing more and more. If she really told Tang Yin, would he accept the stranger? The guy in her dreams always said she was not human. What if she was a spirit beast? If she got even worse luck? What if she became some kind of evil creature? Ziyun didn't dare to think too deeply, just quietly leaned closer to Tang Yin, greedily inhaling a breath. As long as she could still hide it, she would cherish every day she could be with him. After 3 days of travel, everyone finally saw the outline of the Jitian Valley. Chapter 494. Jumping into the light curtain, a huge suction force came. After experiencing a noticeable feeling of weightlessness, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed, revealing a new place. Surrounding them was a plain landscape, lush with grass and trees, with the sound of clear springs flowing. A scene of tranquility. The members of Wending were all present, but they didn't see other forces, likely transported to different locations. Tang Yin had learned about the situation in the chosen secret realm from various channels. Although there were new changes every year, the core remained unchanged, with a total of 5 major opportunities. Opportunities could come from the trials of the secret realm, or be direct gifts from the secret realm. The benefits were numerous. Lucky individuals could have their cultivation soar directly across a major martial arts realm. They could also comprehend their own martial path, making future cultivation smooth sailing. At the same time, countless inheritances, magical treasures, elixirs, and secret techniques emerged endlessly, which is why numerous forces were competing fiercely for spots. Although the secret realm was vast, those who entered were actually not far apart, all scattered in the peripheral areas, and to gain opportunities, they needed to move forward. Tang Yin waved his hand, and everyone rushed forward together. Upon entering the secret realm, there was no rush to split up and act separately. Chapter 495. The nine-tailed fox completed the layout of the fruit tree, and its 9 tails waved again, sending several magical treasures and some Tao rhythm energy flying outside the hall. The 4 kings' eyes lit up again. Those red fruits just now were all transformed from the inheritance power of the 9-tailed fox, unaffected by spiritual power, and could only be picked by hand, avoiding the situation where humans would use spiritual power to harvest them indiscriminately. At the same time, this inheritance power was itself an illusion, not a physical object. If picked and not eaten within 2 breaths, they would disappear without a trace. Even the spirit storage space couldn't store them, further preventing the possibility of large-scale harvesting. Only by eating them promptly could one obtain the inheritance power of the demon race. However, the inheritance power was broken down too much. Eating a single fruit only provided limited growth to spiritual power, and as for the manifestation of the inheritance power, it was even slower. With the vision of these ants, they could not see the true value of the red fruits. The trial takers picked and ate, finding that after eating for half a day, it was less substantial than consuming a single elixir, naturally leading them to give up on these inconspicuous fruits. The magical treasures and some Tao rhythm energy thrown out by the Demon King were actually worthless in high planes. But for these low-plane people, they were rare treasures that could better divert their attention from picking fruits. Chapter 496. Both individuals were quite powerful, like locusts passing through. Wherever they went, the fruit trees, which were originally laden with red fruits, were suddenly stripped bare. Although the growth of spiritual energy was slow, as they ate more and more red fruits, both felt their minds becoming clearer, their thoughts immensely agile, and their bodies pleasantly warm. Suddenly, within the mysterious grand hall, a piercing sound of chains rang out from a pillar. The 9-tailed fox's eyes turned red as it looked toward the direction outside the hall, its 9 tails flickering like flames. Seeing the angry expression of the Demon King, the 4 kings were all astonished, wondering what was going on to make the 9-tailed fox so furious. Curiously, the 4 kings used their spiritual sense to investigate the situation within the secret realm. Soon, they noticed Tang Yin and Zi Yun's actions, and their expressions became intriguing. These 2 must be gluttonous reincarnations, right? The ancestral god exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon Clan girl hasn't fully awakened, so she shouldn't be able to discover the Demon King's inheritance. How could these 2 suddenly start eating red fruits? The goo god wondered. Oh, what a big deal, just 2 people. Let them squander. At most, they'll eat down 20%, which is much less wasteful than before. The Dragon Lord said with a smile. Shut up, you bug. The 9-tailed fox snapped. Chapter 497. It's Zhu Zhao, the talented disciple of the Sword Sect. Even Zhu Zhao has been tricked into coming here. This kid is going to be in trouble. Retribution. He truly deserves it. Seeing someone stepping up to attack Tang Yin, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. Tang Yin heard the discussions around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sword Sect. Zhu Zhao. No wonder he is the #1 genius of the Sword Sect. The aura emanating from him had actually reached the 5th rank of the king level. This is our gang's signal flare. We didn't call you, so why are you here? Tang Yin widened his eyes, looking shocked. The chosen secret realm has countless opportunities. Your signal flare will create chaos here, seriously wasting everyone's time. Kneel down now and apologize to everyone, and you may be spared, Zhu Zhao said, not giving an inch. Tang Yin knew that if he replied poorly at this moment, it could lead to a backlash, with insults directed at everyone, inciting public anger. Therefore, his response could only be aimed at Zhu Zhao alone. He immediately sneered. What a huge joke, which regulation states that signal flares are not allowed in the secret realm. Do you think you can arbitrarily legislate for the secret realm just because it doesn't meet your preferences? Are you the overlord of the northern spirit realm, and everyone must act according to your will? Is this how the Sword Sect teaches you to behave? Chapter 498. After the people from the Qi left, Yu Ju Chun and others immediately gathered around, first greeting Lin Dongxue and Wan Fei, then eagerly asking, Brother Yin, now that the outsiders are gone, what did you call us here for? To eat fruits, Tang Yin explained seriously. Although the red fruits are everywhere, they are not ordinary. They should greatly help our cultivation. What specific effect it has is temporarily hard to describe. Everyone will understand once they try it. Perhaps these inconspicuous things are the true opportunities of the first round. The secret of the red fruit should not be publicized. Everyone should focus on consuming the red fruit. This way, the speed of consumption will be faster. After saying that, Tang Yin began to demonstrate his unique method of picking fruit. Seeing the spirit fruit flying into Tang Yan's mouth like a bird, everyone found it utterly absurd. Is it really okay to eat like this? But after seeing Zi Yun eating the same way, everyone simply accepted their fate and complied. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than 100 humanoid gluttons had picked all the red fruits in the nearby area. Shock was evident on everyone's faces. Some had comprehended divine abilities, while others had broken through their cultivation. At the same time, everyone felt their thinking was sharper than before. Chapter 499. Just as he was about to write, Tang Yin suddenly felt it was not secure enough, retracted his pen, and flew to a distant, secluded place. Arriving at a quiet location, Tang Yin focused his mind and used the illusion technique to transform into a young scholar. Returning to the stone wall, he took out a new brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote, "How can there be countless methods of a Tao, providing shelter for all in the world, remaining steadfast like a mountain in wind and rain?" After finishing, just as he was about to admire his work, the characters suddenly flashed and disappeared from the stone wall. With a loud rumble, the stone door of the mine suddenly opened. "The stone door is open," someone shouted, and everyone's eyes lit up as they hurried toward the mine, fearing they would miss the opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. Although the stone door had opened, when everyone rushed over, they crashed into an invisible barrier. The first few people were immediately disoriented, and before they could react, those behind them crashed into them, causing chaos. In the mysterious hall, a white light descended from the sky, and supreme literary energy fell upon the Emperor of Humanity. Crack! The mouth of the Emperor's stone statue suddenly opened, and an ancient voice echoed. "How can there be countless methods of the Tao, providing shelter for all in the world, remaining steadfast like a mountain in wind and rain?" Chapter 500. Under Zi Yun's command, everyone entered in an orderly fashion. Some took the lead, and those interested in the Tianfeng mine were immediately stirred. Soon, a few chose to pay the entrance fee. The resources in the mine appeared to be abundant. After staying inside for a while, I found 2 pieces of Tianfeng ore. However, to ensure everyone has enough gains, this time the entry was limited to 250 people. First come, first served. Tang Yin began to stir up anxiety. Sure enough, everyone immediately felt a sense of urgency. Some who wanted to collect materials to forge divine weapons hurriedly paid the entrance fee. Before long, the number reached the target. Is there anyone else? Wait another 10 breaths. If no one enters, it will close. Tang Yin continued to attract customers. Time waits for no one. Some who were hesitant finally made up their minds and paid to enter. Thus, another 50 were allowed inside. And Tang Yin did not wait any longer and turned to enter the mine himself. Inside the mine, except for Zi Yun, everyone's brows were tightly furrowed. After entering, they discovered that the ore was not something you could just pick up from the ground. It needed to be mined from the rock walls. The only tools they had were weapons, which were fine for killing but somewhat inadequate for mining. "Bro, this can't be mined. Why didn't you remind us?" A young man in a blue robe complained. Chapter 501. Luo Kai had been mining in the cave for a while when he unearthed a dark green spirit stone. Spirit stone, it can assist in cultivation, and the spiritual energy comes from heaven and earth, pure and clean, leaving no spiritual residue. I didn't expect such treasures to be in a mine. Nan Yu's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the spirit stone. "Let's call the others down to mine together," Luo Kai suggested. "Senior brother Luo, set up a formation with your array flags to conceal the mine," Nan Yu reminded. "Smart thinking, junior sister." Luo Kai's eyes lit up. This way they could focus on mining. The two went outside the mine, and Luo Kai took out the array flags. He quickly circulated his dantian, causing thousands of array points to appear in midair, rapidly combining in a mysterious pattern. "Expand," Luo Kai shouted, and the array points quickly spread out, enveloping the hill. Bang! A blade of energy suddenly came rushing from a distance, carrying overwhelming power, and collided violently with the formation, making a loud noise. The formation had not yet fully formed and was directly shattered by this blade of energy. Luo Kai's body swayed, suffering internal injuries from the backlash, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Prepare for battle," Nan Yu shouted, and everyone in the stargazing pavilion stood ready. A group of people approach from afar. Chapter 502. Rank 2 of the king level? Sensing Tang Yan's aura, Xiang Yun felt secretly annoyed. Had he really just been intimidated by such a character? In his shame and anger, Xiang Yun swung his long knife, and the domineering blade aura surged toward Tang Yan. The members of the stargazing pavilion anxiously watched Tang Yan. The young scholar was their lifeline. If he could not withstand Xiang Yun, they would only face death. Bang! The two powerful auras collided, and a fierce wind scattered, raising clouds of dust. Both of their bodies swayed slightly. The members of the stargazing pavilion were overjoyed. The young scholar could actually contend with Xiang Yun with the strength of rank 2 of the king level. Xiang Yun felt his blood surge, his heart racing. How could the power of rank 2 of the king level be so strong? Before he could think further, he saw Tang Yan rapidly approaching. Just as he prepared to swing his knife to counter, a white flame suddenly flashed before his eyes, and then his mind went blank. When Xiang Yun regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. An ancient black sword was already right in front of him. With no time to defend, he hurriedly retreated, but the sword seemed unavoidable, its edge lightly sweeping past him. Feeling an unusual sensation in his neck, Xiang Yun raised his hand to touch it, and a stream of hot blood sprayed out. Chapter 503. Even if there are millions, I will go. As soon as the pen touched the paper, the characters flashed with a glow, then disappeared from the stone wall. At the same time, a loud rumble sounded, and the tightly closed stone door opened in response. Countless people rushed into the mine, and without exception, they all crashed into the invisible barrier of the mine, falling into disarray. In the mysterious hall, white light descended once more, and the literary energy swirled in the hall, eventually merging into the Emperor of Humanity's stone statue. Crack! The mouth of the Emperor's stone statue opened and closed repeatedly, and a grand, far-reaching voice echoed. "Haha, good. With both benevolence and bravery, the spark of humanity has been ignited. My long wait of 10,000 years has not been in vain." After saying this, the Emperor's stone statue fell silent again. The five kings looked at each other, a serious expression appearing on their faces. They had been closely watching this young human. The test to open the mine was difficult, requiring high demands on temperament, comprehension, and realm. However, the humans who entered were too young, and their perspectives were mostly limited to their sex and factions. Their time, energy, and thoughts were all focused on martial competition, and few considered deeper issues. This is also why for thousands of years, no one has been able to enter the mine cave. Tang Yan's ability to awaken the Emperor of Humanity twice is certainly not due to luck. This child has already grasped the path of the saint. Chapter 504. Tang Yan entrusted Gu Xingchen to keep an eye on a mine cave, then left the Five Elements mine and headed towards the next mining point, Heavenly Soldier Mine area. Although the crowd couldn't cross the barrier of the mine cave, many people still stood at the entrance, hoping to find a way in. At this moment, a group of people approached from a distance. The leader was a young man dressed in white, elegantly waving a folding fan. The young master of the Feng Yun clan. Someone in the crowd recognized the young man in white. Feng Chenai, this prodigal can also get a trial quota? The Feng Yun clan indulges him. Why does the fairy Meng Yao favor him so much? Does she have some special preference? The crowd debated, showing no signs of anything extraordinary. After the Feng Yun clan arrived, they, like everyone else, tried to enter the mine cave, but failed. Has anyone gone in? Feng Chenai pulled the young boy over and asked. Yes, 300 people. The boy nodded. If 300 people can go in, why can't I be one more? Feng Chenai was a bit frustrated and asked again. How do they get in? After all, he was the young master of the Feng Yun clan, and he still had some face. The boy did not hesitate to share the information he knew with Feng Chenai. Chapter 505. After collecting 900 7th-tier spiritual herbs, Tang Yan dropped 300 inferior mining picks and left the area. Zhu Zhao and the others happily took the mining picks and headed towards the mine cave. Tang Yan hurried to the next mine cave, and halfway there, he caught a glimpse of a nearby open area where there was a small trading point. His heart stirred, and Tang Yan rushed toward the trading point. The stalls were not many, but the items were diverse. Weapons, pills, talismans, martial arts, magical treasures, and spiritual mines of good quality. The forces present were also quite complex. Tang Yan not only saw people from the Qi Pavilion and the Medicine Valley, but also Yi Liangchen from the Yi family. At the Yi family stall, there was an ancient battle armor displayed, somewhat worn, and its material was indiscernible. Seeing the people from the Medicine Valley not far away, Tang Yan's mind raced, and he quietly left the trading point. Finding a secluded spot, Tang Yan used the illusion technique again to transform into Zhu Zhao's appearance. Wearing a cloak to cover his face and figure, Tang Yan returned to the trading point and approached the Yi family's stall. "What is this?" Tang Yan curiously asked. "Ancient battle armor, obtained in the chosen secret realm, belongs to a rare treasure." Yi Liangchun promoted it vigorously. Chapter 506. Following Zhu Zhao for a while, Tang Yan discovered that this guy's direction was actually towards the mine cave he intended to go to, instantly guessing Zhu Zhao's intentions. "This guy must be looking for me. The nearest mine cave is indeed the most likely place to find me." Worried that Zhu Zhao might run into Yin Su first, Tang Yan quickened his pace to get ahead of Zhu Zhao. Once he spotted Yin Su, he would divert Zhu Zhao's direction. He safely arrived at the new mine cave without incident. This mine cave had a stone door, which was the place he was looking for. Tang Yan did not rush to reveal himself, but patiently waited in the shadows for Zhu Zhao to leave. Zhu Zhao in a mining area asked around, but could not find any trace of Tang Yan, feeling quite unlucky. He then tried to open the stone door, but left frustrated after failing and departed the mining area. Hiding in the shadows, Tang Yan sprinkled some heavenly light powder on his clothes, donned the invisible garment, and followed Zhu Zhao once more. Zhu Zhao flew forward for about 10 miles when suddenly he felt a chill in his heart as a faint sword aura rushed towards him. The protective shield activated instantly, and the sword aura struck the shield like a gentle breeze, leaving no ripple. Zhu Zhao paused in confusion. This sword aura did not carry any killing intent. Who could it be? After waiting a moment, a subtle sword aura swept towards him again. Chapter 507. Tang Yan looked at the transparent spiritual mine in his hand and quickly realized what it was, his face showing surprise. Soul Abyss Dew. It contains rich spiritual power and belongs to a top-grade spiritual stone. This item is extremely rare throughout the northern spiritual realm. I actually discovered a mine cave directly. Sensing the anxious state of the heavenly creation cauldron, which seemed eager to speak, Tang Yan wasted no time and released Yunyu. Yunyu joyfully jumped a few times, enveloping the Soul Abyss Dew in Tang Yan's hand, and in the blink of an eye, it absorbed the spiritual power from the Soul Abyss Dew, then returned to Tang Yan's body, obediently diving into the heavenly creation cauldron and releasing the spiritual power like a treasure. The heavenly creation cauldron shook slightly and then spat Yunyu out. Tang Yan summoned Yunyu out, relying on his keen intuition. He noticed that Yunyu's aura had slightly strengthened compared to before. After Yunyu emerged, it dashed towards the rock wall and quickly disappeared into the stone. Through his connection with Yunyu, Tang Yan could sense that Yunyu was happily traversing within the rock, and the power it contained was growing stronger. A quarter of an hour later, a sea of green flames suddenly appeared, sweeping towards Tang Yan. Chapter 508. Tang Yan saw that Feng Qianai was gradually regaining his ability to move, which put him at ease. "Are you trying to harm me?" Feng Qianai trembled and pointed at Tang Yan in accusation. Fortunately, the others from the Fengyan clan were reasonable. They pretended not to hear and did not trouble Tang Yan. Tang Yan felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. "Have you read your books to a dog?" He sighed and explained helplessly. "One must derive their insights from the content of the mural. What you wrote is a bit heretical." After saying that, he ignored Feng Qianai, took out a pen, and wrote on the stone wall, "Worry for the world before the world worries. Rejoice for the world after the world rejoices." The characters glowed with a radiant light and then disappeared from the stone wall. Rumble. The tightly sealed stone door opened. Feng Qianai stared in disbelief at Tang Yan. Although they were both looking at the mural, their different states of mind led to entirely different perceptions. The stark contrast between the two made him suddenly realize his own smallness and arrogance. After a brief shock, Feng Qianai was not discouraged, but instead found clarity in his eyes, vaguely discovering the direction he needed to strive towards. Unfortunately, it seemed that anyone he randomly encountered was more talented than him, and his path of proving the Tao through literature would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 509. Senior Brother Yin. This young master Zhang knows the whereabouts of the thief. Zheng Mao pointed at Tang Yan and said, "You really know?" Yin Su asked eagerly for confirmation. "Of course, give me 100 boldness, and I wouldn't dare joke with the Medicine Valley." Just now, this brother said that as long as we find the other party, he would give me 10 8th-tier pills. Not sure if it's immediate payment or if Tang Yin looks greedy. Everyone, take out all the 8th-tier pills you have. Yen Su immediately commanded. Those who can come to the secret realm are all core disciples of the Medicine Valley, either direct disciples or high-ranking bloodlines. Many people have 8th-tier pills on hand, and soon 10 pills were gathered. As long as it is confirmed to be the person, they will be given on the spot. Zan Su Asut Famili. Tang Yan's eyes lit up, and his greed was unmasked as he flattered. Brother Yin, you are magnanimous. Everyone, follow me. Under Tang Yan's lead, the group arrived at the cave where Zhu Zhao was located. Zhu Zhao was cursing as he came out of the cave. Although the pickaxe he bought last time was of poor quality, it was still the best choice for mining compared to everyone else's weapons. Every time the pickaxe's head bent, he was responsible for using spiritual power to flatten it, and in the process, he was almost self-taught in the basics of refining tools. When he saw that kid selling pickaxes again, he would definitely make him regret being born. Chapter 510. Zhu Zhao lay on the ground, his eyes filled with deep unwillingness. As a direct disciple of the sword sect, hailed as the sect's top genius, he had experienced praise and flattery along his journey. If it weren't for his youth, and if he had a few more years to grow, what was Yin Su? How could he suffer such shame today? The poison sect and the no-fish tower had also taught him a lesson. The friends who had been calling him brother for the past 2 days chose to stand by and watch when he was in danger. Time and fate. Heaven wants me dead. Kid, don't resist. I'll take you away. A hoarse voice suddenly rang in his ear. Zhu Zhao's eyes brightened. Senior Moon Shadow? When he felt himself locked by a mysterious force, he did not struggle, and the next moment, he disappeared from his spot. When Zhu Zhao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hidden pile of rocks. Senior Moon Shadow, are you there? Zhu Zhao shouted loudly. The surroundings were silent, and Zhu Zhao sighed. He intended to take out a healing pill, but when he saw his empty hands, his heart sank. Could he still live to get out? At the entrance of the cave, Yin Su saw Zhu Zhao and the Moon Shadow sword disappear and immediately let out an angry roar to the sky. Chapter 511. As the elegant young man finished speaking, a third-grade king-level aura emerged from him, creating a strong sense of oppression. The young man's companions also looked at Tang Yin with sharp eyes. Brother, you are too greedy to take 7 out of 10 without doing anything. Each of us gives you 100 pieces of ore, and you will still make a profit. If you are any greedier, you will be a bit unappreciative. Cherish this opportunity when everyone is being polite to you. If you force us to turn against you, you 1T get a single piece of ore. The 7th grade spiritual medicine is enough to offset the entrance and pickaxe fees. The ore was all mine through our own efforts. If it weren't for pitying you, we wouldn't give you a single piece. Under the young man's call, everyone echoed. Tang Yin remained silent, and the response to the elegant young man was a streak of sword light. This sword was understated and unremarkable, and the elegant young man showed disdain. Is that all? Just as he was about to defend, his vision suddenly blurred, and he lost sight of the long sword. Immediately, he felt a chill at his neck, and before he could understand what was happening, his consciousness dissipated into the heavens and earth. His body fell weakly, no longer having any trace of life. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly, and a chill surged from their souls straight to the top of their heads. With just one sword, a third-grade king-level expert fell on the spot. Chapter 512. Tang Yin was on his way when the heaven and earth creation cauldron suddenly shook violently. Tang Yin was startled. Could it be another heavenly treasure? A rich and mysterious aura came from above, and Tang Yin looked up to see 4 dazzling rings flying rapidly forward. The rings shimmered with colors, clearly not ordinary objects. At the moment he saw the rings, the heaven and earth creation cauldron in his dantian began to spin anxiously. There was no reason to miss out on the favor of the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Although the rings moved quickly, no speed could surpass spatial movement. Tang Yin donned the hidden sky garment, activated the star shift formation, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the rings. Without hesitation, he locked onto the 4 rings with his aura and tried to draw them into the cauldron. As soon as the lid of the heaven and earth creation cauldron opened, a vast suction force emerged, quickly shrinking the ring size until they disappeared from this world. After collecting the rings, Tang Yin used the star shift formation again to arrive at a secluded location. The heaven and earth creation cauldron shook, seemingly satisfied with Tang Yin for timely intercepting the 4 rings. Soon after, A pure Tao rhythm aura overflowed from the cauldron lid. Tang Yin did not dare to be negligent, sitting cross-legged to absorb this opportunity. On the ground, Chapter 513, Lin Dongxue walked on the blood river, and the scene before her suddenly changed. At this moment, she had just finished practicing her sword at the Weapon Pavilion's martial arena. Indeed, your swordsmanship has improved, Shun Shan said with satisfaction, thanks to Elder Shun's careful cultivation. Lin Dongxue replied respectfully. It is your high comprehension, Shun Shan praised again, then suddenly said, by the way, there's a disciple in the Medicine Valley named Xiang Yun, who is quite fond of you and plans to marry you. Would you be willing? Lin Dongxue decisively refused. Dongxue already has someone in mind. I know you like Tang Yin, but Xiang Yun is a direct disciple of the Medicine Valley and the direct grandson of the fourth elder. If you refuse him, the Medicine Valley will not only target you, but young Master Tang will also be implicated. Shun Shan laid out the stakes. Lin Dongxue looked up at Shun Shan and said seriously, young Master Tang will have a way. In the face of absolute power, a bit of cleverness cannot solve the problem. Young Master Tang is a rational person. If he knows about this, he will certainly also lean towards letting you marry Xiang Yin. Why bring this up and make it difficult for him? Shun Shan analyzed. Lin Dongxue shook her head slightly. The young Master Tang you speak of is not Tang Yin. How is he not Tang Yin? Shun Shan grew anxious. Lin Dongxue's eyes flashed with tenderness. If he were Tang Yin, he wouldn't let me marry someone I don't like. Chapter 514. Scenes of her acquaintance with Tang Yin flipped through Lin Dongxue's mind like a photo album. So clear, so profound. As Lin Dongxue smiled, tears began to slide down her cheeks. Although the ending was not perfect, meeting you in life was worth it. I'm leaving. As darkness enveloped her, Lin Dongxue thought her life was coming to an end when a faint sound of shattering rang out from an unknown source. Forget heaven, forget earth, forget myself. Dedicated entirely to emotion, hiding emotion in technique, technique can connect to the profound. A grand voice echoed in her mind. Immediately, countless mysterious auras surged from all directions, drilling in her body, feeling cool and comfortable. She felt her limbs and bones rejuvenated, regaining strength. Her understanding of martial arts also gained a brand new recognition. Wait, I'm not dead. Lin Dongxue suddenly opened her eyes, realizing she was still standing on the blood river, both shocked and delighted, discovering that she had just been in an illusion. However, right in front of her, there was indeed a huge tentacle attacking her. But for some reason, the tentacle was now suspended in midair. Worried about the tentacle's movement, Lin Dongxue didn't hesitate and immediately struck out with the sword she had just comprehended. This sword was incredibly gentle, like water or cloud, yet possessed the spirit to break through all obstacles. Chapter 515. Tang Yin was amazed. Ziyun's judgment was indeed accurate. Zhu Zhao was truly hiding in such a remote place. Moreover, Zhu Zhao's hiding methods also opened his eyes. If it weren't for his cough, no one would have discovered him, even after hiding for another 10,000 years. Walking up to Zhu Zhao, Tang Yin looked at him and calmly said, "You act arrogantly. Your brilliance too overwhelming. You have the protection of your sect on ordinary days, which allows you to be complete, but you have actually concealed hidden dangers. It's not surprising that you have fallen to this state today. If it weren't for my injury, would you have the chance to be so noisy? I don't need you to preach to me. Aren't you looking to exchange me for elixirs? Let's talk, let's fight." Zhu Zhao mocked. "Dang dang. Are you going to catch me?" Ziyan asked. Not knowing the reason for the conflict between the two sides, it would be unwise to take advantage of the situation. Stopping Ziyun, Tang Yin tossed over 2 porcelain bottles and a long sword and said steadily, "Young Master Zhu is not an ordinary person. It would be a pity for you to fall here. But others can help you once, not for a lifetime. The secret realm is dangerous. So young Master Zhu should think carefully about how to proceed." After saying that, Tang Yin led the others to leave. Zhu Zhao stared at the elixirs and weapons that fell at his feet, completely stunned. He had thought that the person least likely to spare him had become a savior. And for a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Chapter 516. In the sky above the secret realm, countless green light spots floated into the distance, like stars in the sky. With the lessons learned from the ancestors, the Gu God, and these legacies kept their distance from Tang Yin, only allowing him to see them. "Tang Yin, it seems a new opportunity has appeared." Ziyan pointed at the green light that disappeared in the distance. "Let's go take a look," Tang Yin called out, leading everyone toward the opportunity. They arrived at a huge valley. Inside the valley, mist swirled, and green light spots danced around like countless fireflies in the thin mist, creating a serene atmosphere that lifted one's spirits. Surrounding the valley were trial takers who had just arrived. Everyone marveled at the scene inside the valley, not daring to rush in. "So beautiful," Lin Dongshu exclaimed. Wan Fei stared curiously at the glowing spots and waved a strand of spiritual power to try to capture them. But the light spots easily passed through the barrier formed by the spiritual power. Wan Fei exclaimed, "The light spots ignore spiritual power." The heaven and earth creation cauldron began to tremble. Tang Yin knew these light spots were extraordinary. At that moment, someone jumped into the valley, attempting to touch the light spots. The light spots seemed to have a spirit of their own, quickly dodging, but still could not escape the grasp of the martial artist using spiritual power. Soon, someone caught a light spot, and it instantly merged into their body. Chapter 517. Tang Yin turned around and saw Feng Qianai excitedly walking towards him. "Brother Feng, how's your harvest in the secret realm?" Tang Yin asked with a smile. "Not bad, but there are ghosts in the secret realm that scare me to death," Feng Qianai said, still shaken. Tang Yin was surprised. Although this world was not lacking in supernatural occurrences, he had never actually seen a ghost, and his interest was piqued. "How did you see one?" "A few days ago, I was studying hard on a giant rock on a mountain, suddenly having an epiphany, just as I was about to take out my table and chair to record it. I turned around and saw a ghost. That ghost was terrifying, ragged clothes, covered in blood, with disheveled hair and a hideous face. Its posture was also incredibly strange, with both hands raised high, holding a large stone, as if performing a ritual. I was so scared that I directly fell off the cliff. My spiritual power dispersed, and I almost died. Even though several days have passed, recalling that experience still makes me pale and covered in goosebumps." "Were you alone at that time?" Tang Yin asked in confusion. "Well, I don't pursue martial arts realms, just wanted to read, thinking there wouldn't be any danger. So I didn't delay my clan's search for opportunities. I didn't expect this to happen," Feng Qianai said, looking regretful. Chapter 518. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the traces left by the full-force strike of the Nine Saints. The essence of martial arts contained within could lead to rapid progress, if understood. The only one feeling uncomfortable was Ziyan. At this moment, she felt her heart race. Her face pale, like a small animal in a thunderstorm, her body slightly trembling. Although she was sitting cross-legged on the ground, only she knew that she wasn't comprehending, but was simply scared to the point of her legs going weak. Those 9 attack traces, she looked at one, feeling it would fall on her. She looked at another, and it felt the same. The terrifying pressure made her tremble in fear, unable to fight back or escape. Ziyan could only grit her teeth and desperately resist this fear. Whoosh! Just 15 minutes after the entrance to the path of enlightenment opened, a figure leaped high. Tang Yin turned to see Gu Xingqian holding a heavy hammer, raising it high before smashing it forward. Clang! Although it struck midair, it produced a crisp sound as if hitting metal. Tang Yan's eyelids twitched. This hammer actually contained the power of the Tao. In such a short time, Gu Xingqian had directly opened the door to forging famous weapons, stepping into the ranks of artifact masters. Chapter 519. Tang Yin looked at the sword he had just struck, feeling exceptionally pleased. Others did not see it, but he could clearly sense the power contained in this sword. It seemed to carry the aspirations of countless human beings, showcasing the will of humanity. No matter if the path ahead was a high mountain or a vast sea, it would only move forward. On the surface, this sword appeared calm and unruffled, but it secretly contained the force of the masses, severing all remaining wills of the alien races on the battlefield. This sword was for humanity. Countless realizations appeared in his mind. Tang Yin looked ahead and murmured, "Let's call you the masses." Not far away, Nan Yu's exquisite face was filled with shock as she looked incredulously at the wuxia sword in Tang Yan's hand. The scholar in green was actually Tang Yin? At this moment, all her confusion was resolved. No wonder the scholar in green would go so far as to offend the Medicine Valley to save them. No wonder he would give senior brother Luo such good elixirs. No wonder he didn't covet their spiritual minds at all, even kindly allowing them to use formations to cover the mine. No wonder he was willing to give them mining picks, but was not in a hurry to collect payment. No wonder he didn't leave a name. So that's how it is. Tang Yin is worthy of the title of Sir. Thinking of Tang Yan's strength, Nan Yu felt a bit dazed and somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 520. Ziyun and Lin Dongxue looked at Nan Yu with dangerous gazes, sensing that this woman was not friendly. "Oh, Tang Yin, Has your romantic fortune arrived? Ziyun chuckled lightly, casually flicking her hair behind her ear, appearing before Nanyu with a breathtakingly beautiful face. Upon seeing Ziyun, Nanyu's previously confident demeanor was somewhat shaken. This girl in the purple dress was not only beautiful, but also half a head taller than her, exuding a faint sense of pressure with her cool and noble aura. Once Tang Yin finds the right one, we'll have a lady of the gang. Lin Dongxue cheerfully bounced over, her curvy figure swaying, showcasing the unique charm of a woman. Nanyu had always been quite satisfied with herself. But looking at Lin Dongxue's height, she felt another blow. These two girls, one like distant and noble starlight, the other like pure and bright moonlight, made her feel like nothing more than a supporting character. Tang Yin declined. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Nanyu, but unfortunately, I have a mission to fulfill and am not fortunate enough to enjoy a good fate. Hearing Tang Yan's rejection, Nanyu felt disappointed and forced a smile, saying, young Master Tang is talented and outstanding, a dragon among men. It seems that Our Lady has no chance to climb high. Chapter 521. Tian Qizheng took the list and saw the elixirs on it. The Yongdan sect almost had them all for sale. For a moment, he couldn't grasp Du Shu's intentions and tentatively asked, how many do you need? What price? The regular price is 20 off, no limit on quantity. Du Shu replied calmly. Tian Qizheng was shocked. Although it was still 20 lower than retail, they still had considerable profit, and there was no limit on quantity. Was winning sending money over? Having lived this long, Tian Qizheng didn't believe in good fortune falling from the sky. He asked nonchalantly, are there any other requirements? You should have heard of the rules at Wending Danpu, right? We only sell top-grade elixirs, so we only purchase top-grade elixirs, Du Shu stated his conditions. Tian Qizheng snorted coldly, displeased. Now that East City is in chaos because of you, the warriors only want top-quality elixirs, causing the entire elixir market to be filled with complaints. We can sell top-grade elixirs at 90 of the price, so why sell to you at 80, just to make you stronger? If all elixirs are packaged at 80, I might consider it. Du Shu maintained a warm expression and replied unhurriedly. The unparalleled divine elixir from Wending is incredibly attractive to warriors, as everyone can see. Our membership points system has been launched, and warriors are very keen to accumulate points to exchange for the unparalleled divine elixir. Chapter 522. 2 days quickly passed. With the support of the 5 elements mind, the 5 elements tyrant body technique advanced rapidly. Now the body technique had been refined to the internal organs. At this stage, defense was sufficient with skin, flesh, and bones. There was no need to make the internal organs as hard as steel, but rather to enhance their shock resistance. This way, after being struck by tremendous force, they wouldn't suffer internal injuries from the rebound. One noon, Tang Yin and his group returned to Wending. At this moment, the outskirts of Wending had hundreds of buildings resembling inns arranged neatly, creating a spectacular sight. Tang Yin entered the sect and arrived at the decision hall. Yan Yi, you're back. Upon seeing him, Fang Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up. What's with all those buildings outside? Are we opening an inn? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Aren't we supposed to cooperate with local elixir gangs? I discussed it with old Du. Since we're going to give them lectures, we might as well hold a big class to avoid the hassle of training them one by one. If the first session makes a big impact and the results are good, it will enhance our reputation and credibility, making it easier to talk about collaboration with new elixir gangs in the future, Fang Xian explained calmly. What if it goes wrong? Tang Yin asked. Fang Xian had already considered this and quickly replied. Then it just means these people are stubborn and unteachable, so it's better not to educate them. Chapter 523. Zhu Long Mountain, Sword Sect. A mournful long howl echoed from afar, reverberating over Zhu Long Mountain. Swish, swish, swish. Sect Master Meng Tingxiao quickly appeared on a clearing in the front mountain, standing tall like a sword pointing straight at the sky. Behind him, the elders of the sword sect appeared one after another. After a short wait, they saw hundreds of Ba, Lei Wang, Peng fly closer. Zhaoer and the others are back. Huh? Why is only Zhaoer back? The elders quickly noticed the anomaly. Meng Tingxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression stern, but his heart was already racing. Was something wrong? When Zhu Zhao entered the sect, jumped down from the Peng's back, and knelt on the ground with a thud, crying out, Master, the Medicine Valley suddenly attacked us without reason in the secret realm. Their leader, Yin Su, is already at the 8th rank of the king level. I am incompetent and unable to resist. I barely escaped, but all the other disciples perished. Please, master, take charge. Meng Tingxiao and the elders staggered. This time, the sword sect sent out 100 people, all outstanding young talents of the sword sect. The sect had invested countless efforts to cultivate them. If they were all wiped out, the sword sect's younger generation would suffer a severe discontinuity. Do not leave out a single detail of the specific process. Tell it all again. Meng Tingxiao gritted his teeth. Chapter 524. On a ballet Wang Peng, Meng Yao wore a red dress, holding a conch shell in her hands, with bright tears on her cheeks. The letter to Feng Chun Yi contained a formation. Once opened, she would know. The conch shell in her hands was also connected to the moon god palace, and Feng Chun Ye's words fell into her ears word for word. In the heavens, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On the ground, I wish to be intertwined branches. May I be like a star, and you like the moon, shining brightly every night. Chun Yi is not afraid of death. Not afraid of death, but afraid of not seeing me. Feeling Feng Chun Ye's deep affection, Meng Yao's heart trembled fiercely, and her vision was instantly blurred by tears. Young Master Feng, the road ahead is perilous. Though you fear not death, I do not wish for you to die because of me. Let this fate end here. Gently crushing the conch shell, the fragments were quickly blown away by the strong wind. Tang Yin left the decision hall and went to the alchemy area, calling Lei Yu to head towards the winding, forbidden area together. After finding Zhu Jingkong, Tang Yin said seriously, "You too, Winding Danpu is developing rapidly, and the dangers we face will only increase. I will be refining the Hongmeng dance soon. The Lingwu clan warriors stuck at the king level can use this elixir to break through to the lord level. At the same time, I will use the Yunyuling fire to help you both restore your strength quickly, striving to have the ability to fight in the coming chaotic times." Chapter 525. Sect Master Meng. The Medicine Valley suspects the Sword Sect disciples are not without basis. If the Sword Sect believes the Medicine Valley is deliberately framing and slandering them, we might as well investigate the souls of your sect's disciples. The Medicine Valley will provide a soul recovery pill to repair the soul injuries of your sect's disciples. If the Medicine Valley truly misunderstood the Sword Sect, I assure you that the Medicine Valley will give Sect Master Meng a satisfactory explanation. Arguing endlessly will only lead to mutual injury, which is not beneficial for either side. What do you think? Yao Zhonglo asked gently. Master, if they want to investigate, let them. The Sword Sect's innocence must be restored. Zhu Zhao stood up and said. Meng Tingxiao took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "It's fine to investigate Zhu Zhao's soul, but the soul of the murderer who killed my disciples must also be investigated. I want to see if he deliberately framed the Sword Sect." All right, Yao Zhonglo nodded. Sect Master Meng, please move to the valley. Qin Donghai beckoned. Right here. Meng Tingxiao worried that entering the Medicine Valley would turn him into a turtle in a jar, and flatly refused. Third Elder, go call Yin Su. Qin Donghai ordered. He then took out a pearl and a large copper mirror, gesturing for Zhu Zhao to come over. When Zhu Zhao approached the mirror, Qin Donghai held the pearl in his right hand, infused it with spiritual power, and then placed the pearl on Zhu Zhao's forehead. Chapter 526. Everyone present was sharp-witted and quickly grasped Tang Yan's meaning. Fang Xian's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, short-term learning can allow them to gain something, but they won't be fully satisfied. It's like planting a hook, making them eager to delve deeper into their studies. During this time, we need to spread the philosophy of winding, letting them understand that winding is the ideal holy place for alchemists. If we achieve this, our preaching plan will be considered a success. Exactly. Dang Jian note that. The crowd was filled with admiration. At first glance, this training seemed like charity, but in reality, it was a way to gather people's hearts. The next day, at the hour of Chun, a melodious bell rang out from the peak of the Wending stronghold. Alchemists from various factions gathered at the front square of Wending. Once Fang Xian and the alchemists from each faction were all present, he announced loudly, "The students are in position. Tang Yen Liu Dushu, O Ling, Qin Yue, Ting Wu Hin, Wu Suan, and other alchemists to the front of the square." After surveying the surroundings, Tang Yan's clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tang Yan, the leader of Wending. This person who has been serving you is our vice leader Fang Xian. This is Du Shu, known as Manager Du, who is responsible for the operations of the Wending Alchemy Shop. This is our alchemist Old Ling and Qin Yue. Chapter 527. Refining pills not only tests techniques, but also examines everyone's understanding of medicinal properties. Xintian Lingsha and illusory bone fusion require slow integration, generally. Alchemy needs to be done over a long time with low heat. However, by adding starred ras to these two materials, the medicinal effects can decompose quickly and accelerate fusion. Tang Yin meticulously explained how to match various medicinal materials and combine techniques to reach a perfect state, captivating everyone. Once 10 cauldrons of pills were refined, Tang Yin unleashed his spiritual power, and the cauldron lid flew open, revealing 100 pills hovering in midair. These are all top-grade pills. You can carefully discern their authenticity. After saying this, the pills flew towards the crowd. Everyone hurriedly caught them, passing them around to inspect. When they discovered that the pills were indeed top grade, their shock was beyond words. The quality was the best of the best. Controlling 10 cauldrons at once was truly a remarkable skill. No wonder Wending's pills were so powerful. Don't just look at how well Tang Yin refines pills. The output is also high. 10 pills per cauldron with no waste of materials at all. It turns out that alchemy has so many intricacies. This was truly an eye-opener. Wending truly has something genuine to teach. This lesson from Tang Yin is worth its weight in gold. Amazing. Tang Yin's teaching this time has become an art. Chapter 528, a week passed in the blink of an eye. The Wending Alchemy Academy also progressed in an orderly manner. Although the early stage was just to supervise students practicing fundamental techniques, there were still many skills involved. How to refine materials of different qualities and attributes, and how to combine different techniques. These fundamental techniques, often overlooked, were brought out for practice. Initially, everyone found it tedious, but gradually they began to feel a sense of awe. During the practice, they gained many insights into alchemy. Wending's teaching method was truly perfect. If they had received such guidance from a young age, perhaps their achievements in alchemy would have been even higher. During this time, some curious individuals would ask the instructors about Wending's situation. For example, could everyone refine the legendary divine pills? When asked these sensitive questions, the Wending alchemists did not hide the truth. Instead, they candidly discussed Wending's training plans for internal alchemists. According to contribution points, one could access more formulas and receive deeper guidance in alchemy. Hearing about the growth opportunities Wending provided for alchemists, everyone's eyes sparkled, and they felt a twinge of envy. In the Medicine Valley, that morning, Qin Donghai warmly received Su Bai and others. Chapter 529. A sharp light flashed in Su Bai's eyes. The Medicine Valley has become increasingly erratic in recent years. We must be cautious. The elders hesitated, unsure whether to agree or disagree. Su Bai continued. In the chosen secret realm, the Medicine Valley disciple Xiang Yun massacred our sect's disciples. If it weren't for young Master Tang arriving in time, Nan Yu and the others would have suffered the same fate as the Sword Sect disciples, nearly annihilated. Although Xiang Yun has been eliminated, if Tang Yin hadn't been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So this debt is not settled. Su Bai warned, if the Medicine Valley does not restrain its disciples, I have a premonition that our sect and the Medicine Valley will clash again. We must leave a backup plan, just in case. Hearing this secret, the elders' expressions turned cold. The Medicine Valley is so arrogant. Do they really think no one in Bailing can handle them? The Grand Elder fumed. Should we go back and set up another killing formation? Proposed the second Elder Chu Chongxing. Su Bai waved his hand. The formation we have set up currently is our highest level. Adding another killing formation would be discovered. Moreover, the current formation has many clever uses. If it comes to a major battle between the two sects, it will definitely strike the Medicine Valley a heavy blow. The leader is wise. The elders praised in unison. That afternoon, Chapter 530, I'll refine it for you, Qiu Feng said confidently. No, I want to rely on myself, Tao Yuchan replied, her movements like a water snake, making Qiu Feng feel even more euphoric. That's against the rules. You need to reach the standard for points first. Qiu Feng's awareness was becoming increasingly blurred. I just need to work hard at alchemy. Knowing the formula is only a matter of time. Besides, I am Qiu Lang's person. What's wrong with making things easier? Tao Yuchan said, tears welling in her eyes. Her gaze red-rimmed, and her charm at its peak. All right. Qiu Feng had completely fallen under her control and revealed the formula all at once. Tao Yuchan memorized the formula and asked a few clarifying questions. After receiving answers, a relieved smile appeared on her face. Once Qiu Feng entered the sage's time, regaining his intelligence, he immediately reacted and anxiously asked, Yuchan, how could you ask me for the formula for the spirit transformation pill? Sensing something was off, Qiu Feng's expression changed. Did he use charm on me? Qiu Lang, my feelings for you are sincere, Tao Yuchan said, playfully lifting Qiu Feng's chin, her voice soft. I just wanted to see if your feelings for me are genuine. Qiu Feng replied sternly. Remember, you must not do this again. If discovered, we will both be punished. From today on, I will guide you in refining pills and help you quickly earn points. Chapter 531. The culprit is Tao Yuchan. She has already escaped. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Witch clan extracted Qiu Feng's memories, and the images were sealed with Feng Xian. Yu Juechen replied. Tang Yin nodded and instructed. Summon the core members to the conference hall. Understood. Yu Juechen immediately went to do so. In the conference hall, some people were still unaware that Qiu Feng had been murdered and looked curiously at Tang Yin. Tang Yin spoke in a deep voice. Feng Xian explained the specifics. Feng Xian, with a stern expression, addressed everyone. I have some unfortunate news. Our good brother Qiu Feng, who has been with us through wind and rain for 2 years, has been murdered, and the culprit is Tao Yuchan. Unfortunately, Tao Yuchan is still at large, and her whereabouts are unknown. This is the image extracted from Qiu Feng's memories. After speaking, Feng Xian opened the sealed memory vial, and a green mist appeared, revealing Qiu Feng's memories to everyone. Although the images were somewhat garish, the crowd was focused, and their anger grew stronger. That wretched woman, she deserves 1,000 deaths. Qin Yuer slammed the table and asked loudly, Brother Yin, what should we do now? Is there a follow-up plan? Tang Yin looked at Feng Xian. Feng Xian nodded and said coldly, a bounty has been issued through Wailu. Anyone who captures Tao Yuchan alive will be rewarded with 3 billion taels of silver. This news should spread across Bailing in the next few days. Chapter 532. Tang Yin rode the tyrant Thunder King Peng and flew for about an hour before arriving at Night Mountain City. Based on the clues provided by Zhu Jingkong, Tang Yin knocked on the door in front of small courtyard. Who is it? A sweet voice came from inside. Delivery of mountain goods. Tang Yin replied softly with a code. The door was quickly opened, and a girl with a doll-like face appeared in front of Tang Yin. The moment she saw him, Zhu Baoi's mouth opened in surprise, her eyes filled with joy. Yingge, why are you here? Come in quickly. No need to go in. Just pack up and come with me. I need your help, Tang Yin urged. Okay. Zhu Baoi nodded, preparing to go back to her room to pack, but then turned back and said, there's nothing to pack. Let's just go. The two left the city, with Tang Yin taking Zhu Baoi to find Ba Lei Wang Peng, heading towards Dongzhou together. On Peng's back, Tang Yin stated his purpose. There's an undercover agent who infiltrated and killed our alchemist before escaping. Please, Great Elder, use her hair to search for her whereabouts, but there was no response. It should be too far away. I suspect she is hiding in Fenghua Ridge. Let's go to Fenghua Ridge, and you can use secret methods to try to locate her. If we can find her, we will devise our next plan. Chapter 533. The man was a young man, exuding a noble aura, already at the 4th rank of the king level. At such a young age to have this kind of strength, and with the courtyard built on the mountainside, his status must be extraordinary. Tao Yuchan clung to the young man's neck, flattering him. Gu Shao, the transformation elixir, is extraordinarily precious, and I obtained it after much hardship. You said you would marry me once I got the formula, so please don't let me down, Tao Yuchan said sweetly, looking at the lascivious woman beneath him. Gu Chanchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he casually assured her, of course. Husband, I want to be the main wife, Tao Yuchan said shyly, releasing a hint of charm, making her look even more radiant. Gu Changquan did not respond directly, but asked, when you got the formula, you must have spent a lot of time with others, right? Tao Yuchan's face showed a hint of anger as she softly punched the young man's shoulder, saying, I am the young master-s person. How could I allow others to take liberties with me? I just used a little trick, and that toad was so enchanted that he willingly handed over the formula without even touching my toes. Slap. Gu Changquan slapped Tao Yuchan's face and angrily said, alchemists have firm spirits. How could they fall for tricks without any means? To mock me like this, do you take me for a fool? Or do you think I wouldn't search your soul? Chapter 534. Gong Zhang arrived at the front peak platform with the guards, and Feng Xian immediately greeted them, saying gently, I am Feng Xian, the deputy leader of Wending. May I ask where you gentlemen are from? Elder Gong of Fenghua Ridge, Gong Zhang replied to Han. Fang Xian's heart skipped a beat. This group had arrived quickly. He still wore a bright smile and welcomed them, saying, "So it's esteemed guest from Fenghua Ridge. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. This way, please. Let us move to the conference hall." Upon arriving at the conference hall, and after everyone was seated, Fang Xian asked, "Elder Gong's esteemed presence must have some important matter? Winding has issued a bounty notice that has caused quite a stir. The entire North Spirit is discussing it passionately. To hunt down a second rank innate, they actually offered 3 billion silver. Winding is indeed wealthy." Gong Zhang said, "Dan Dan." Fang Xian seemed not to catch the sarcasm and asked eagerly, "Does Elder Gong have any leads on the thief?" Gong Zhang frowned slightly and replied, unhappily, "Not at the moment, but your bounty notice specifically states that Tao Yuchan is a former disciple of Fenghua Ridge, which puts Fenghua Ridge in the spotlight. Negative comments are proliferating in North Spirit. I ask Winding to immediately withdraw the bounty and prohibit any bounty on Tao Yuchan for 3 years to minimize the impact on our sect. Can you do that?" Chapter 535. Gong Zhang's eyes were filled with killing intent. As a dignified, king-level powerhouse, Tang Yin not only dared to ambush him, but succeeded. This was a contemptuous challenge to him in Fenghua Ridge. A single word squeezed from his throat as Gong Zhang swung his long knife at Tang Yin without reservation. Tang Yin did not dare to be reckless and also used all his strength. Bang! Although the collision was intense, the rebound force did not penetrate Tang Yin's skin. In the following attacks, Tang Yin gradually reduced his strength, searching for the best refining power. In the end, Tang Yin chose to exert only 30% of his strength with each attack. This level of force could cause significant internal shock, thereby refining his qi and blood, while also preventing Gong Zhang's strength from suddenly exploding and causing him harm. At first, Gong Zhang was quite shocked, not understanding how Tang Yin, at the 9th rank of the king level, could unleash such powerful strength. Soon, however, as Tang Yin's power gradually weakened, Gong Zhang's spirit immediately lifted. It seemed this kid had just used a secret method, and now that the effect of the secret method was gone, he would soon be able to take this kid down. With unmatched bravery, Gong Zhang firmly suppressed Tang Yin, with each strike having the potential to seriously injure him, which made Lei Yu and others watching break into a sweat. After a while, Gong Zhang began to feel something was off. Chapter 536. The murderer was indeed in Fenghua Ridge. Tao Yuchan's arrival at Winding was a trap set by Fenghua Ridge. Tang Yan's gaze was cold as he recounted the events. "Yenga didn't kill Tao Yuchan. Do you plan to keep her for our use?" Fang Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. "Tao Yuchan killed our brothers. She must die. But for now, she still has some use. Our grievances with Fenghua Ridge are not resolved. This time, we need to make enough noise to let North Spirit see Winding's determination and means to deal with enemies, which could save us a lot of trouble later. I will go to the Qi Pavilion, the Star Observation Pavilion, the Fengyan clan, the Su family, and the Lan family to gather manpower and go to Fenghua Ridge to seek an explanation." Tang Yin outlined the plan. Fang Xian's heart trembled. Indeed, it was rare for a group like Winding to stand against a major sect over a single life in North Spirit. "Is Winding sending anyone else?" Fang Xian asked again. Tang Yin shook his head. "We have too few experts. Sending them would not only fail to add to our fighting strength, but would also become a burden. We will borrow the power of our allies. As for Gong Zhang, he is also not suitable to take the stage. Let him stay at Winding to refine pills." "All right." Fang Xian nodded. "How has the gang been lately?" Tang Yin asked. "As usual, the Chasing Wind Hall is rechecking the internal situation, and no new undercover agents have been discovered so far." Chapter 537. 2 days later, Tang Yin arrived at the Qi Pavilion. In the reception hall, the pavilion master Shun Ten personally received him. "My father is currently in closed-door training for refining weapons. He is in the crucial stage of processing the batch of orders from young Master Tang, so it is inconvenient to disturb him. I hope young Master Tang will not take offense," Shun Tan explained proactively. "Pavilion Master, you are too kind." Tang Yin quickly waved his hand. Recently, Winding's 3 billion bounty on the traitor has shaken the entire North Spirit realm. Young Master Tang is as generous as ever. Are you here for the traitor? Shenten did not pretend to be oblivious, directly addressing the core issue. "I can't hide it from your eyes." Tang Yin nodded and replied honestly. "Fenghua Ridge sent an undercover agent to infiltrate Winding, not only stealing our important alchemical formula, but also killing one of our elders. If we do not avenge this, it will chill the hearts of all our brothers. However, Wending's foundation is still shallow, insufficient to compete with Fenghor Ridge. If the Qi Pavilion is able, please lend some experts to assist so I can seek justice. Although Wending has not been in North Spirit for long, it is our pavilion's most solid ally. Our roots are interconnected, and we are weathering the storm together. Now that Wending is in need, the Qi Pavilion has no reason to refuse. The Master of Fenghor Ridge and the 7 Elders are all powerful beings at the Monarch level, with no fewer than 100 King-level warriors. Chapter 538. Subai did not expect Gu Yuanqing to be so shameless. He angrily said, "To speak so grandly of deception and trickery truly opens my eyes. Does this not imply that as long as your fists are big enough, you can take your pills without paying, and you won't pursue it at all? Only admitting that you are outmatched? If someone captures your alchemists and turns them into alchemical slaves, do you think it's their fault for being weak and deserving to be captured? Since Gu Lingzhu thinks this way, from now on, I, the Star Observation Pavilion, will take over the elixirs of Fenghor Ridge. I, the Fengyan clan, will reserve 10 high-level alchemists from Fenghor Ridge." The elder Feng Yongjian immediately agreed, and then looked at the master of the Bachang sect, saying, "If Fenghor Ridge thinks this is normal, then we will repay them in their own coin." Master Zhuang, the Bachang sect has a long history of being upright and chivalrous, known for its martial virtue in the northern spirit realm. Our interactions should be based on public order and good customs. You must not interfere otherwise. If all sects in the northern spirit realm act like Fenghor Ridge, it would truly be chaotic. With a single sentence from Feng Yongjian, the Bachang sect was put in a difficult position. On one hand was righteousness, concerning the sect's reputation. On the other was an ally, concerning the sect's interests. Zhuang Zhila was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Chapter 539. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I am not worthy of being a monarch. Gu Yuanqing's gaze was contemptuous as he suddenly swung his long knife forward, unleashing a blade aura that charged like a force of nature. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided, producing a deafening sound and stirring up a violent wind. Tang Yin was shaken back 2 steps, increasingly understanding why Gu Yuanqing said that a Monarch level 1 could change the world. The strength of Gongzhang was at Monarch level 3. Even with all his energy unleashed, Gongzhang couldn't harm him at all and was instead being pressured. Yet now, even with all his strength and the 5 elements Overlord body technique, he could barely block Gu Yuanqing's attack. Especially since Gu Yuanqing's long knife was not made of ordinary iron, radiating a sharp light. Any flaw in his part could lead to a breach in his defense. If he couldn't find a way to deal with Gu Yuanqing, he might very well be defeated as the disadvantage deepened. In a flash, Tang Yin had an idea. Gu Yuanqing was equally shocked to see Tang Yin face him directly, only being pushed back 2 steps. What kind of freak is this kid? Able to unleash such powerful strength? No mountain blade. Without hesitation, Gu Yuanqing swung his long knife again, the blade aura sweeping towards Tang Yin with the force to level mountains. Chapter 540. Indeed, he is not the Subai Pavilion Master. Zhuang Zhila looked at Tang Yin with apprehension. This kid seemed unscathed from a deadly blow that should have been fatal. Moreover, the formation was extremely strange, and he couldn't fully understand it. At such a young age, being able to withstand a Monarch level 6 attack, who could stop him in a few more years? This child is a monster. If grudges can't be resolved, it will bring endless troubles. Zhuang Zhila reminded again. Can the Ridge Master come out? The elder of Fenghor Ridge asked worriedly. Zhuang Zhila stared at the formation, but couldn't see through the internal situation, saying with concern, "It seems we will have to pay a certain price." Inside the formation, Gu Yuanqing mobilized all his spiritual energy to resist the immense crushing force. But this power was too overbearing. The shield he had just summoned was quickly shattered, and he soon felt his body being torn apart by a tremendous force. If this continued, he would likely perish here. Without further hesitation, disregarding any breach of contract, after a roar like a tiger, a giant golden tiger suddenly appeared, fiercely crashing around. Bang! 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 Gu Yuanqing controlled the golden tiger, recklessly crashing into the formation's barriers, secretly deciding that as long as he could get out, he would make that kid pay. Chapter 541. After the 6 elders, 15 protectors, and 10 core stewards had all been implanted with soul thought worms, the core members of Fenghor Ridge had all become Tang Yan's servants. Gathering everyone together, Tang Yin carefully inquired about Fenghua Ridge's information and gained a clear understanding of it. Fenghua Ridge had many alchemists, and with this batch of resources, its development would soar. What is the grudge between the Bachang sect and the Medicine Valley? How is it finally resolved? Tang Yin asked curiously. The Bachang sect is quite strong. If they could be won over, it would be a great help in future conflicts with the Medicine Valley. Gu Yuanqing replied, 10 years ago, their former master, Zhuang Yingxue, fell seriously ill and asked the Medicine Valley to concoct the primordial essence pill. This pill required a main ingredient called the blood peach, costing the Bachang sect half of its assets to obtain it. After the Medicine Valley concocted it and delivered it to the Bachang sect, Zhuang Yingxue took the pill, but his condition did not improve significantly. The Medicine Valley's response was that the illness was complex and could not be treated by the primordial essence pill. Although the Bachang sect had doubts about the Medicine Valley's response, they had no evidence and had to let it go. After 3 years of covert investigation, the Bachang sect finally discovered the truth. The pill concocted by the Medicine Valley was the primordial essence pill missing the blood peach. Chapter 542. After staying at Fenghua Ridge for 3 days, the executor's efficiency was very high, and everything was implemented according to his requirements. The development trajectory met expectations. In Tang, Yin did not linger, taking Tao Yuchan and Gu Changquan to leave Fenghua Ridge. He originally planned to head straight back to the Summit of Inquiry, but decided to visit the Bachang sect since it was on the way. Baqian sect, with its continuous mountains. The main peak is 3,000 zhang high, towering into the clouds, resembling a long spear pointing towards the azure sky, looking quite imposing. This is also the iconic landscape of the Bachang sect. Tang Yin arrived at the mountain gate and announced his name. The guards went to a nearby communication platform to report, then quickly returned, respectfully saying, "Leader Tang, please, someone will receive you at the mountain gate." Tang Yin thanked him and proceeded into the mountain gate. On a platform, a middle-aged man was already waiting there. Upon seeing Tang Yin, the man immediately clasped his hands. "I am Qian Jindo, a steward of the Bachang sect. It is an honor to meet you, Leader Tang. The sect master is delayed with some matters. You will need to wait a moment. The elder has been waiting for you in the reception hall. Please follow me." "Thank you, Steward Qian." The two arrived at the reception hall, where the elder Zhuang Winda stood up and smiled, saying, "Young Master Tang, please take a seat quickly. The sect master is currently in the Dao discussion and should be out shortly. Let us have some tea in the meantime." Chapter 543. Leader Tang, how did you do it? Qian Jindo asked in shock. "Just some small tricks, nothing worth mentioning." Tang Yin waved his hand, not explaining in detail. "Later, you can ask the sect master to verify whether it has been restored to the expected standard. If it doesn't meet the standard, I will restore it to its original state." "You can restore it to its original state?" Qian Jindo's heart stirred again. It's understandable to fix something broken into good condition, but to restore it to its original broken state is truly against nature. In an instant, his gaze towards Tang Yin carried more curiosity and awe. After placing the 9-dragon spear back in its original position, Tang Yin suddenly felt a thought surge from the 9-dragon spear into his mind. Clang! A sound of a spear echoed in his mind, and in an instant, he felt a slight insight into the essence of the spear. Tang Yin's heart shook. This feeling seemed to be gratitude from the 9-dragon spear. Is it that all famous weapons express gratitude after being repaired? Or is this a unique trait of a 9-dragon spear? I should find an opportunity to try it again. The peak of the Overlord Spear Sect. Zhuangzhila stood on a flat area by the riverbank, gazing at the surging river, his posture upright, resembling a long spear. The rushing river was like an army of thousands of horses, galloping and roaring, the sound rolling. At the bend, it crashed against a side cliff, stirring up countless splashes, then suddenly surged downstream, its momentum astonishing. Chapter 544. The ignorant are not guilty. One must not act rashly in the future. Tang Yin did not argue with the few juniors, only offering some advice. At this moment, Qian Jindo was somewhat dazed, wondering how Tang Yan's casual slap had saved the second miss's life. After a while, he regained his senses and hurriedly reported, "Sect Master, Tang Gang Lord has repaired the 9-dragon spear." Everyone quickly looked towards the location of the 9-dragon spear, and upon seeing the spear glinting with a cold light, they all gasped. Zhuangzhila quickly walked over, picked up the 9-dragon spear, infused it with spiritual power, and suddenly a gunshot echoed. Feeling the smooth flow of spiritual power within the nine-dragon spear, Zhuang Zhila was shaken. It had indeed been repaired. Gang Lord Tang, how did you do it? Zhuang Zhila asked in surprise. Just a small trick, not worth mentioning. It just happened to be effective for repairing weapons. Tang Yin vaguely explained, then asked, how is the repair? Zhuang Zhila flicked the spear tip, feeling its indestructible hardness, and nodded seriously. Although I don't know how the ancestors' nine-dragon spear was back then, I believe it is the same as before. Gang Lord Tang's methods are extraordinary, fulfilling a wish of mine. The Overlord Spear sect will surely reward you. No need to worry, as long as it meets expectations, that's good. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 545. The Yin-Yang Treasure Tower is very famous in the Northern Spirit Realm, and Tang Yin had also heard of it. The tower has two sides, Yin and Yang. The Yin Tower can absorb a person's spiritual power, regardless of whether you are at the monarch level or saint level. As long as you're trapped inside, your strength will drop to the elemental stage. The Yang Tower, on the other hand, is rich in spiritual energy, with all the spiritual energy absorbed by the Yin Tower gathering here, making it an excellent place for cultivation. This is why countless people have coveted the Overlord Spear sect for millennia. However, those who have failed have all become nourishment for the Yin-Yang Tower. The temptation of the Yin-Yang Treasure Tower is certainly great, but Zhuang Yingshui is a genuine saint-level powerhouse. Even he cannot withstand the danger, making this task extremely perilous. How to choose? Soon, Tang Yin reached a conclusion, smiling. I have heard that the Yin-Yang Treasure Tower is an excellent cultivation place for warriors. I must see it for myself. However, I need to return to Wending first to handle some trivial matters, and will come back in a few days. Seeing Tang Yin agree, Zhuang Zhila was filled with gratitude. Gang Lord Tang's righteousness. By the way, where did the old sect master get poisoned? Tang Yin asked. In the western regions, in a place called the Miasma Marsh. It was rumored that a strange treasure would appear here, so my father took people there. And after entering a cave, very strange things happened. Chapter 546. After his hands became sore, Tang Yin casually tossed Tao Yuchan aside. Tao Yuchan glared at Tang Yin with hatred, secretly swearing that once she escaped, she would make Tang Yin wish he were dead. After feeling indignant for a while, Tao Yuchan began to plot how to escape. This brat had tied her up tightly, and there was no way to break free. She could only rely on her wits. However, promising benefits had no effect. Tang Yin could control his mind, and any secret could be extracted. Her greatest advantage was her body, but unfortunately, this brat was not interested. Damn eunuch, is heaven trying to destroy me? Tao Yuchan's gaze gradually dimmed. But soon she thought of a possibility. Since Tang Yin was not interested in her, could it be that men were his target? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her charm technique had already reached great mastery, and even the Lord of the Ridge could not pass her beauty test. A normal man would surely be affected. Taking a deep breath, Tao Yuchan suppressed her excitement and cautiously transmitted a message to Gu Changquan. Gu Xiao, Tang Yin may be interested in men. You are handsome. I will teach you my charm technique. You should practice quickly. If you can learn it before we reach Wending, we have a chance to escape. Gu Changquan angrily retorted. Shut up. How could I do such a ridiculous thing? Chapter 547. The members of Wending received the news and gradually gathered at the front peak. Tang Yin and the old members of Wending gathered, standing on the back of the rock, their voices booming. The Wind and Fire Ridge covets the Wending pill formula and sent Tao Yuchan as an undercover agent to Wending. Tao Yuchan used her charm technique to deceive Qiu Feng's feelings. After obtaining the Wending pill formula, she cruelly killed Qiu Feng. Brother Qiu joined Wending 2 years ago. He was one of our elders and contributed significantly to the development of Wending. He was also a pillar of the alchemy force. It was a painful blow to Wending when a partner who had promised to travel together and right glory left us. A name has thus dimmed on the pages of Wending's growth history. No matter who the enemy is, even if it is the heavenly immortals, they will pay with blood for their debts. This is the principle of Wending, and as the sect master, I will defend this rule with my life. The Wind and Fire Ridge has failed to educate its members. As punishment, they will forever submit to Wending. Anyone who dares to harbor evil intentions will be bloodily suppressed. Qiu Feng has been murdered. Gu Changquan and Tao Yuchan from the Wind and Fire Ridge are the main culprits. They have been captured and will pay with their lives to comfort Brother Qiu. After saying this, Tang Yin threw the two from the back of the rock. You scum! Dare to kill my brother. Fang Xian lashed out at Tao Yuchan with a long whip. The pain resonating from his soul made Tao Yuchan cry out in pain. Chapter 548. The sword intent seemed to express gratitude, but unfortunately, Tang Yin was still unclear about its use. Perhaps it would only become apparent after accumulating enough. After completing the repairs on the remaining 4 weapons, he successfully received the gratitude of the 4 weapons. Going out now would be too shocking. So Tang Yin simply refined a batch of pills in the secret chamber before leaving. After handing the weapons to Shun Shan, Shun Shan's eyes nearly popped out. How did you repair them? Shun Shan asked in shock. Tang Yin thought for a moment. A low-tier version of the heaven and earth creation fire appeared, and he explained, it's a secret method. This flame can better control the temperature, allowing for point-to-point repairs of broken surfaces without affecting other areas. Elder Shun, if there are any famous weapons that cannot be repaired in the weapon pavilion, you can leave them to me, and we can split the profits 50-50. Shun Shan's eyes lit up. The Northern Spirit Realm had a history of thousands of years, and countless incomplete famous weapons existed. However, famous weapons were difficult to repair, and the price for repairing a single piece was exorbitant. Moreover, those who owned famous weapons were often very willing to have them repaired. The market within was incredibly vast. The repairs are all thanks to young Master Tang. How can I take advantage of you? The weapon pavilion will take a 10 cut. Shun Shan waved his hand. Tang Yin insisted. Customer resources are equally important. Let's stick to 50-50. Chapter 549. Even if these pills came from his own hands, Tang Yin felt this skill was too against the heavens. Just by himself, he could rival an entire alchemy production line. Gathering his mind, Tang Yin intended to go downstairs. But the heaven and earth creation cauldron suddenly trembled, and a pure spiritual power overflowed from the cauldron lid. The filial son is returning. Tang Yin's heart surged with joy, and he sat back down on the mat to continue his cultivation. As long as the spiritual energy was sufficiently abundant within a large realm, the heaven and earth creation cauldron could quickly stack up strength, and this time was no exception. From the 1st rank to the 6th rank of the June level, it finally stopped. Feeling the explosive power within him, Tang Yin was filled with great ambition, feeling that there was nowhere he could not go in the world. However, thinking that he was only at the June level, he quickly calmed down. A person who is too arrogant will bring disaster. An inflated mindset is not good. After exhaling a long breath, Tang Yin walked towards the door, casually pressing the button on the door, then went to the 1st floor to wait. The main door quickly opened, and a guard respectfully greeted Tang Yin. Leader Tang, the sect master has instructed me to wait for you to come out. If you have no other arrangements, I can take you to see the sect master. Is it convenient for you? Please lead the way, Tang Yin replied politely. Chapter 550. Another day passed. The morning light filled the land. Tang Yin and his 3 companions saw a trading outpost from a distance. Pei Guang explained to Tang Yin, 30 miles ahead is the miasma swamp. Although it is fraught with danger, it is not lacking in rare treasures, attracting a large number of treasure seekers to venture in. Over time, an outpost has appeared here. You can replenish resources here, and you can also sell the treasures obtained in the miasma swamp. We will leave the flying mount here. Anzai, Danzan not dead. After the 3 of them changed their appearances, they arrived at the outpost to leave the King Peng of Ballet, and then flew towards the miasma swamp. Before long, a misty area appeared before the 3 of them. This is it. Once we go in, we must always be careful. Some of the mist contains deadly poison. The ground can turn into a swamp at any moment, and there are high-level spirit beasts hidden inside. Unless necessary, we should not land, Zhuang Zhila reminded, then took the lead to enter. The mist inside was not too thick, but it still interfered with people's vision. Even though Tang Yin was already at the June level, he could not see the entire terrain of the miasma swamp. There was a lot of vegetation around, wild grasses were lush, and trees were dense. The 3 of them flew at low altitude. It was no wonder that this place could attract countless people to venture in. After not long, Tang Yin saw many medicinal materials, mostly of the 1st and 2nd ranks, and he did not waste time picking them. Chapter 551. Next, everyone should be extra careful. The front will be even more dangerous, Pei Guang reminded solemnly. Without him having to say, Tang Yin and Zhuang Zhila had already focused intently. As they continued to delve deeper, the shell ants and poisonous miasma became more and more numerous. If it weren't for Pei Guang's timely warnings, the 2 would not know how many traps they would have stepped into. After flying nearly 100 miles forward, the three of them suddenly stopped. In the middle of swamp ahead, there was a plant with golden flowers. The shape of the flower was somewhat similar to that of a phoenix. And when the wind blew, the flowers would emit a crisp phoenix cry. 9th rank spirit medicine, phoenix cry yao grass. This medicine is a treasure all over, and the flowers contain supreme Tao rhythm, helping saints to enhance their strength. The roots and stems are filled with spiritual energy, making it the main ingredient for refining the Brahma Heaven pill, which can allow June-level warriors to advance 1 rank. Such spirit medicine is rare even in Guangshan Peak and is extremely precious in Bailing. However, the three did not make a move because there was a woman in a black dress ahead. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall. Her face was charming and exquisite, with long eyebrows resembling a crescent moon in the night sky, a high nose, and blood-red lips. Her chin was slightly raised, exuding a seductive and proud aura. At this moment, she sat quietly by the swamp, staring at the phoenix cry yao grass, her deep gaze radiating enchanting light, completely ignoring Tang Yin and the other two behind her. Chapter 552. In just a few moments, Tang Yin had taken over 1,000 punches. This woman was somewhat merciful, using only clever strength, enough to make it very painful when hitting him but not causing any fundamental harm. However, for Tang Yin, this force was not as effective as a scraping treatment. The forging effect on the 5 elements dominating body technique was not significant. Not feeling it? Did you not eat? Tang Yin suddenly said. The surrounding air suddenly quieted down. Pei Guang and Zhuang Zhila almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, seeing Tian Mei's anger rise, and wondered what he was doing with his mouth at this moment. Even Tian Mei was a bit dumbfounded, a mouthful of spiritual energy stuck in her chest, almost causing internal injury. All right, sister will give you some strength. Tian Mei coldly laughed and suddenly increased her strength. The force hitting him was 10 times greater than before, and feeling the vast power penetrating through his skin and bones, making his blood and energy constantly tremble. Tang Yin was overjoyed, feeling some effect. How does it feel? Tian Mei asked. Why don't you eat something first? Tian Mei became furious and doubled her strength. How about now? Still okay, I can hold on. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Tang Yin pretended to act weak. Tian Mei's eyebrows stood on end, not expecting Tang Yin to be so tough. She immediately decided that as long as Tang Yin did not beg for mercy, she would not stop. Chapter 553. The shell ants charged forward one after another, eroding Tian Mei's shield in conjunction with the surrounding poisonous miasma. Even though Tian Mei was already a saint-level powerhouse, she still found herself in an extremely awkward situation facing the 7th rank insect tide. Once she stepped out of the formation, the shell ants finally ceased their pursuit. Taking out a pill and swallowing it to suppress the restless spiritual energy within her, Tian Mei praised. Not bad. You know how to be sensible. You didn't deceive me. I'm an honest person. Tang Yin revealed a harmless smile. Congratulations, sister, on obtaining the phoenix cry yao grass. Your little brother also gets the benefit. You're honest? You must have seen through this formation long ago, right? You deliberately delayed time to have me help you temper your body, didn't you? Tian Mei's expression suddenly changed. Tang Yin widened his eyes in surprise and asked, You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? You're clever, otherwise. How could you break the formation? You tricked your sister, and as punishment, I want to give you the roots and stems. Goodbye, little brother. Tian Mei rubbed Tang Yin's head and suddenly dashed away. Sister, enchantress. Enchantress. Tang Yin waved his hand and chased a few steps. But how could he catch up to Tian Mei? In an instant, he felt like crying without tears. Too hateful. I've heard that the enchantress Tian Mei is not a good person, but I didn't expect her morals to be so corrupt. Zhuang Zhila scolded angrily. Chapter 554. Tian Mei was extremely astonished. This kid actually ignored her charm technique. Suppressing various complicated thoughts, Tian Mei became serious and stated her conditions. Later, I will give you a storage ring. You can choose whatever you want. This girl's attitude was still quite sincere. Tang Yin waved his hand and saved Tian Mei. Tian Mei took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it, then reluctantly handed the storage ring to Tang Yin. Choose. Tang Yin examined the storage ring and, as expected, being one of the top 10 experts in Bailing, it was exceptionally rich in goods. Weapons, spirit medicines, materials, martial skills, magical treasures. and pills were enough to equal a medium-sized sect. After collecting all the spirit medicines, materials, magical treasures, and martial skills, Tang Yin returned the storage ring. He didn't take the weapons, as these things were most likely accumulated from Tian Mei's plundering. If he took them out and was seen by their original owners, it would create unnecessary enemies. Seeing the remaining contents of the storage ring, Tian Mei felt an unbearable pain. Not only did this contain her decades of hard work, but also the accumulation of her sect over thousands of years. Fortunately, this kid still had a bit of conscience, not touching the pills. You don't want the pills? Tian Mei, unable to contain her curiosity, boldly asked. They're all inferior pills, just taking up space. Tang Yin complained disdainfully and added, the detoxification pill in your hand won't cure the poison you're under. Chapter 555. The shield takes turns. While others carve a passage, there might be a glimmer of hope. Zhuang Zhila suggested. The attacks will penetrate the shield, and each assault brings a small amount of poison gas into the shield. If it accumulates too much, it will still be dangerous. Is there no other way? Tian Mei said with great concern. Just as the three were deep in thought, Tang Yin took out a fan from his storage ring. He gently opened the fan, which was covered in intricate patterns. This fan is called the wind-chasing cloud fan, a space treasure that allows for spatial transfer. But it can only be used once and is incredibly precious. I paid a great price to obtain it. Tian Mei, do you want to find a way out on your own, or go with me? Tang Yin asked gently. Escaping from a desperate situation is indeed a joyous event. But Tian Mei felt little joy at the moment. Instead, she almost lost her breath. How could she not see that Tang Yin wanted her to bear the cost of the precious fan? This kid is really taking advantage of her. Unfortunately, she had no way to refuse and could only reluctantly compromise. Name your price. Tang Yin grinned and said, 5 times. Good. Tian Mei understood immediately. Too much debt is burdensome, so she chose to lie flat. Swear by your soul. Dang Dan Uget. Chapter 556. Countless attacks fell, and the ghost spider of the nether web slightly bent its 8 legs, then froze in place, seemingly preparing to withstand all attacks. However, when the attacks landed on it, its form instantly dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously and saw the ghost spider of the nether web moving around at the top of the cave, its speed astonishing. It's weaving a web. Dan Dan Zeminde. Just as he spoke, a large green web fell from the sky, enveloping the 4. Zhuang Zhila and the others immediately rushed to intercept. The 3 holy-level powerhouses struck with all their might, and the web was immediately damaged. Before they could catch their breath, they saw the ghost spider swiftly traversing the broken web, instantly repairing it, and then quickly falling down. It continued moving, weaving a new web at the cave ceiling. As the first web was broken again, the ghost spider repaired itself, and then turned to reinforce the new web. The second web of the ghost spider was continuously reinforced. If we let it set up, we might not be able to break through the webs. Moreover, in long-range combat, this vile creature always held the initiative, and we couldn't touch its real body, risking being worn down. Tian Mei squinted her eyes, no longer pretending to be foolish, and directly pointed out the identities of the 2 and arranged. Chapter 557. The 3 were overjoyed, not expecting Tang Yin to have trump card. The familiar pulling sensation came, and the next moment, the 4 found themselves behind the ghost spider of the nether web. Bang! Without hesitation, all 4 unleashed their strongest attacks. The ghost spider had never anticipated that the 4 could escape, and could only respond hurriedly. But in a showdown between experts, success or failure often hinges on a moment. The ghost spider, a beat too slow, was directly heavily injured. Tian Mei and the others intended to deal the finishing blow, but heard Tang Yin shout loudly, "Don't kill it." Bang! The 3 restrained their strength, and the already heavily injured ghost spider immediately became on the verge of death. Tang Yin released a soul-summoning goo, which directly drilled into the head of the ghost spider, quickly establishing a master-servant connection. Finally resolved, Tian Mei exclaimed in surprise, "What do we do next?" Zhuang Zhila, suppressing his excitement, looked at Tang Yin. Cultivating a 9th-tier spirit beast is not easy. Killing it here would be a loss of heavenly harmony. Fortunately, I understand some beast-taming techniques, and sparing its life still has great use. Tian Mei, do you need gallbladder juice and venom, or do you need the gallbladder and poison sac? Tang Yin asked. Gallbladder juice and venom, but with specific quantity requirements. Tian Mei answered truthfully. Tang Yin nodded and looked at Zhuang Zhila, saying, "The poison of the old sect master can be resolved using the essence blood of the ghost spider. I will take its essence blood to refine detoxification pills for the old sect master." Chapter 558. A month later, the Dark Realm opens. I have 2 Dark Realm flowers that can open the door to the Dark Realm. If you're interested, you can be my partner. There are many opportunities in the Dark Realm, and if luck is good, you can obtain many precious items. Tian Mei extended the invitation. If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag Tang Zhongzhu down. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Zhila said coldly from the side. Tang Yin had heard a little about the Dark Realm. It was said to be a mysterious secret realm where one would randomly participate in games, gaining points in the process. The more points you have, the more rewards you can exchange for. However, there are also dangers. Not only can running out of points lead to death in the secret realm, but there are also many scenarios in the games that could be fatal. Even so, the Dark Realm is not something that can be entered casually. Possessing Dark Realm flowers is necessary for the qualification to enter the secret realm. The Dark Realm tests not only strength but also wisdom. Just because your Bachang sect cannot do it doesn't mean that young Master Tang cannot. Let young Master Tang consider it himself. Tian Mei mocked. Zhuang Zhongzhu's concerns are not unfounded. The Dark Realm is fraught with dangers, and a single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Inviting me to be a partner, what stakes are you prepared to offer? Tang Yin asked. Seeing that Tang Yin seemed to be wavering, Tian Mei's face showed a slight joy, and she solemnly promised, "If I can obtain enough points, I will exchange for burning heartgrass, refining it into extreme passion pills, which can achieve mastery in charm techniques." Chapter 519, Danzan Smai. Having Feng Xian manage Wending is a blessing for me. Old Feng has a very clear understanding of Wending's positioning in the North Spirit Realm, and every decision he makes is very suitable for Wending's development. Your ideas are great. I support them. Seemingly afraid that the two wouldn't sense his determination, Tang Yin added. Wending is far from the time to maintain the status quo. We will inevitably have a battle with the Medicine Valley, and we need to quickly enhance our strength to avoid being crushed by the Medicine Valley in its infancy. Moreover, I need to go to the Spirit Wilderness Realm to resolve some grievances requiring a strong backing. In the future, whether it's the brothers who follow Ting Xiang or those recruited in the North Spirit Realm, as long as they have potential, I will invest extra resources to train them, striving to build our own elite force in the shortest time possible. Good. With Tang Yan's support, Feng Xian and Du Shu nodded heavily. Yin Gu, what grievances do you have in the Spirit Wilderness Realm? Feng Xian asked curiously. My parents are in the Spirit Wilderness. Although I have no memories of them, my grandfather accompanied me during my growth. His greatest wish in this life is for our family to reunite. Since there is a chance, no matter if the road ahead is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, as a descendant, I must give it a try. Tang Yan's gaze was firm, seemingly speaking to his good brothers, yet also comforting the remnant soul of his former self. Chapter 560. A dazzling light flashed, and in a daze, Ziyun felt her body continuously expand. When everything froze, countless pieces of information flooded into her mind. There were martial skills and supernatural abilities, various theoretical studies, and her own identity information dragon. Realizing that her physique had undergone a tremendous change, Ziyun wanted to look in the mirror, but as she moved, there was a loud bang, and a table was immediately knocked over. Ziyun was startled, quickly turning to check, and with another crack, her massive form shattered the bed into pieces. At this moment, from her angle, she could just see herself in the mirror on the wall. On the head of a gigantic dragon, there were a pair of dragon horns, and its 2 eyes resembled lanterns, exuding supreme majesty. Its scale shone with a radiant purple-golden hue, and its hands had transformed into claws. It had completely lost its human characteristics. For the first time, Ziyun saw shock and panic on the dragon's face, and tragically, this dragon face was her own. In an instant, Ziyun's thoughts were racing. Would the members of the questing summit accept her in this monstrous form? How would Tang Yin see her? He would probably be scared or even disgusted. According to the memories that suddenly appeared in her mind, the dragon clan and the human clan had been constantly at war since ancient times, almost in a state of irreconcilable conflict, with both sides hunting each other down. Chapter 561. The dominance of the 5 elements overlord body technique was once again demonstrated. After being struck by Ziyun for a full quarter of an hour, Tang Yin remained completely unharmed. with a fierce glare at Tang Yin. Ziyin finally said worriedly, I can clearly feel that there is another consciousness in my mind, and it wants to control my thoughts. If it takes control of me, I might become a killing machine and turn against the human race. Let me see. Tang Yin divided a strand of his divine sense to firmly monitor Ziyun's consciousness and then unleash the spirit flame. The moment the emerald flames appeared, Ziyun's spirit suddenly became active. Hold on. Tang Yin quickly captured that remnant soul, shouted softly, and the soul refining fire, like threads, flowed into Ziyun's mind. Surrounding that strange soul, Ziyun trembled in pain, and Tang Yin couldn't afford to be gentle. After forcing that strange soul into a corner, he swiftly executed the spirit binding technique, and that strange soul immediately fell into his hands. The heaven and earth creation cauldron was exceptionally active at this moment. With a thought, Tang Yin sent the strange soul into the cauldron, where it was directly refined into nutrients. All right, Tang Yin gave Ziyun a Taiko Divine Essence pill. Ziyun, panting heavily on the ground, felt a bit relieved after taking the pill, realizing that the distractions in her consciousness had dissipated, and she immediately felt relaxed. It's really gone. Chapter 562. Tian Mei eagerly took it, but did not rush to cultivate. Instead, she urged, the Dark Realm is about to open. We need to head to the Sky Shield Valley quickly. All right, let us set off soon. Tang Yin nodded. After arranging the gang's affairs, a Thunder King rock flew out from the questing summit, heading towards the Sky Shield Valley. I thought the only secret realm in the Sky Shield Valley was the chosen secret realm, but I didn't expect the Dark Realm to be there as well. Are there other secret realms in the Sky Shield Valley? Tang Yin asked curiously. I haven't heard of any others. Tian Mei shook her head. How much do you know about the Dark Realm? Tang Yin asked again. Tian Mei replied. The Dark Realm opens once every 10 years. After the flowers of the Dark Realm bloom, there will be 33 petals. One petal drops each day, and when only one petal remains, the Dark Realm opens. The Dark Realm is not only open to the North Spirit Realm. People from various planes can enter. There are no requirements for strength or age. So many people enter the Dark Realm. However, they do not appear in clusters but enter different spaces. Of course, the interiors of each space are the same. Random game rules will be set inside. For example, in the last Dark Realm, each area had 40 people divided into 3 roles. Among them, 2 were dogs, 4 were cats, and the remaining 34 were mice. Chapter 563. A flash of white light appeared before Tang Yin, and he found himself in an independent closed room. The surroundings were smooth, gray stone bricks, and there was a stone door in front. As he approached and prepared to see if he could push it open, a line of text suddenly lit up on the door. Before entering the spirit realm, please enter your title. Tang Yin guessed that he probably didn't need to use his real name, so he wrote Dragon Knight on the door with his finger. After writing his name, he stood at the door waiting for 2 breaths. He saw his name flash with a bright light and then disappear from the stone door. A neutral voice sounded. No duplicate names. Title can be used. Your appearance has been concealed. Welcome Monster Catcher Dragon Knight to enter Spirit Realm Space number 30. As soon as the prompt finished, the stone door opened automatically. Stepping out of the room, he found himself in a spacious hall. The hall had smooth gray stone walls with no doors or windows. A luminous pearl was hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the hall brightly. There were already more than 10 people here, all with expressions of confusion and curiosity on their faces. Tang Yin guessed that they had just entered as well. Above each person's head was a name. Tang Yin also witnessed the creativity of everyone's aliases. Plum Blossom at 0 degrees, Crooked Mouth Sage, We Are the Reverse Drop, 1 meter of sunshine, Carefree Prodigal. Chapter 564. Let's check out this tavern, Tang Yin suggested. Tian Mei nodded and followed him inside. The tavern's interior was wooden, with 2 columns supporting the beams, looking quite spacious. There were a total of 28 dining tables in the hall, and the business was good, with 19 tables occupied. The 2 of them carefully examined the place. Clang! Just as Tang Yin was studying the dishes on a table, he heard the sound of a sword being drawn and turned to see Tian Mei slashing at a beggar's neck. Bang! The beggar's head rolled off and quickly disappeared on the ground, only for the beggar's head to grow back again. Tian Mei's points were deducted by 1. Why is a beggar eating in a tavern? This is unreasonable. Why should I lose points? Tian Mei was furious, smoke coming out of her 7 orifices, her face full of indignation. Tang Yin smiled wryly and helped her analyze. Look at the beggar's proud expression, eating with a clear conscience. and the waiter didn't drive him away. It's highly likely someone is treating him. Moreover, the prompt when entering the spirit realm mentioned that monsters disguised as items are distributed throughout the city, so it's unlikely he's a human. Tian may open her mouth, ultimately frustrated, and tapped her head. At this moment, Tang Yin drew his long sword and stabbed at a braised fish on the dining table. Bang! The fish instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. Chapter 565. Tang Yin explained seriously. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be 2 jars of salt after all. The jars for holding salt are not small. Just now, I saw a special vat for salt in the warehouse, if the jar is low on salt. The kitchen staff can always add more. No need to occupy space with an extra jar. The tavern has been open for a while today, and this jar of salt has just been consumed. Since there haven't been any customers bothering the chef for so long, it indicates that the salt is normal. Since this jar is fine, this jar next to it is likely to have a problem. To be safe, I'll try this half jar. After saying that, Tang Yin swung his sword towards the half jar of salt. Crack! The salt jar shattered, and immediately, Tang Yin's points decreased by 1. Let's take a gamble. Knowing that whether he stretched his head or withdrew it, it would be a knife. Tian Mei no longer hesitated and drew her sword to slash at the full jar of salt. Bang! The jar instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke, and Tian Mei successfully gained a point, finally retreating a step back from the brink of death. I did it! Tian Mei exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations! Tang Yin smiled slightly and said, let's go explore elsewhere and quickly build up your points, then you can figure things out on your own. Tian Mei had no objections and nodded obediently. After leaving the tavern, the two passed through a narrow alley and arrived at a nearby shop. This was a ready-to-wear store named Embroidered Spring Garment Workshop, which was quite large, divided into 3 areas for men's, women's, and children's clothing, with women's clothing occupying a slightly larger area, accounting for 60% of the space, children's clothing taking up 30%, and men's clothing only accounting for 10%. Chapter 566. Madame Doe's identity is noble, and if she is misidentified, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you sure you want to accept this task, young master? Mr. Luo asked solemnly. I'm sure. Gongshan Wu Wang no dead. Please, young master. Mr. Luo gestured invitingly. Kongshan Wu Wang took out a golden bowl from his storage space and confidently said, this is our family's treasure, the Howren Bowl. As long as spiritual power is infused, it can emit a golden light of righteousness, revealing all evil spirits. After introducing his family's treasure, Kongshan Wu Wang raised the golden bowl, aimed it at the two, and infused his spiritual power into it. However, after a while, the golden bowl showed no reaction, and Kongshan Wu Wang suddenly felt a bit flustered. You can't use treasures in the spirit realm. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but remind him. Kongshan Wu Wang's face turned pale. The Howren Bowl was his reliance, and if this treasure couldn't be used, what could he do? Mr. Luo, try using your spiritual power to activate it. Unwilling to give up, Kongshan Wu Wang handed the golden bowl to the middle-aged man. Young master, you jest. How do I know if this is a treasure or a weapon? Mr. Luo shook his head in refusal. How could our family treasure possibly be a weapon? You use it to shine on me first. Kongshan Wu Wang hurriedly defended himself. Mr. Luo continued to shake his head and ignored him. Chapter 567. Tang Yin calmly instructed, please, both ladies, each hold on to your son's arm. After the two held on, Tang Yin continued, I will count to 3, and you will pull your son towards yourselves. Whoever can pull him into their arms will be the real mother. Mr. Luo frowned and asked, this young master's method is too crude. If there is no basis for it, I cannot agree. Tang Yin, calm and assured, said, there is a basis, of course. Mother and child share a heart, especially children who have pure, innate energy that can see through right and wrong. When young Master Do is tugged, this innate energy will automatically activate, allowing him to sense his true mother and willingly throw himself into Madame Doe's arms. This is the only method. If it doesn't work, I am willing to accept punishment. All right, then let us give it a try. Mr. Luo nodded. Both ladies ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Tang Yin said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the two ladies forcefully pulled their son towards themselves, and young Master Do cried out in pain. Tang Yin said coldly, don't let go. The young Master's innate energy will come out soon. Mommy, it hurts. Young Master Do cried out in agony. Don't pull how. Chapter 568. Tang Yin watched as the crowd hurriedly avoided, without rushing to act. The spirit realm prompted to find a suitable building to hide in for a chance to escape, indicating that buildings were the key to hiding. It was still unclear what kind of evil spirits they were dealing with, and whether they could be caught relied entirely on luck. Realizing this, Tang Yin said, "First, find a place to hide at random, and we will adjust according to the situation." After saying that, he took the lead and walked into a nearby tavern. The tavern was brightly lit, but there was not a single person inside. The two checked the kitchen, but found no suitable hiding place. "Let's go to the storage room. I remember there are a few cabinets there," Tian Mei suggested. Tang Yin nodded, and the two went to the backyard, opened the storage room door, and several shadows suddenly fell towards them. Tang Yin and Tian Mei quickly took 2 steps back, and then their hearts sank sharply. Lying on the ground were the corpses of the tavern's owner, staff, and several diners. Before their deaths, they must have been greatly frightened, even in death. Their faces were still filled with horror. "Let South check another place." Seeing the dead bodies of more than 10 people, Tang Yin closed the door. "All right." Tian Mei also felt it was unlucky and followed Tang Yin to a nearby inn. The inn's waiter and owner were also dead. The two checked the guest rooms and found corpses there as well, and the conditions of death were gruesome, with entrails no longer in their bodies. Chapter 569. A pair of blood-red eyes were now staring at the two through the gap in the water tank lid. The number of eyes was increasing. 2 pairs, 4 pairs, 8 pairs. Tang Yin and Tian Mei then noticed that the backyard of the tea house was now filled with snake-like water plants. The water plants were 2 fingers wide and several zhang long, and at the top of each water plant, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. As if they had spotted prey, countless water plants slithered through the gaps into the water tank, wrapping around the two, making them feel suffocated and as if their bones were about to be crushed. Points deducted by 1. Points deducted by 1. Points deducted by 1. The speed of point deduction for the two was increasing rapidly, and Tang Yin quickly closed the lid. But the water plants still tightly entangled the two. Points deducted by 1. Points deducted by 1. Seeing the points still decreasing rapidly, Tang Yin was shocked. Had he miscalculated? Fortunately, the water plants did not bind them for long. After consuming 5 points from each of them, they retreated from the water tank. This experiment resulted in a total loss of 8 points. "Tang Yin, what are you experimenting with?" Tian Mei asked curiously. Tang Yin finally sorted out his thoughts and, without hiding it, said seriously, "In this round of the game, everyone's initial hiding spot relies on luck." Chapter 570, Dangzhan. Along with Tian Mei and Mei Kailing Du, began slaying demons along the street. The points available for distribution also increased. As Tang Yin killed his way from the north street to the south street, a ray of morning light broke through the horizon, and the sky suddenly brightened. Congratulations! Demon Catcher Dragon Knight has eliminated all evil spirits in the spirit realm, rewarded with 100 points available for distribution. The leaderboard is announced across the entire realm. The spirit realm will end in 15 minutes, and all with 10 points or more will return to the initial Great Hall. The voice of the spirit realm echoed above the street, and then with a rumble, a new leaderboard appeared in the sky. The leaderboard of the spirit realm was unveiled. Dragon Knight, 525 points, 659 available points. Spirit realm number 30, loves to eat strawberries, 311 points, 160 available points. Spirit realm number 1, holding the winds and clouds, 312 points, 150 available points. Spirit realm number 12, people's hearts yellow, 304 points, 145 available points. Spirit realm number 17. Tang Yin looked up and found that his points far outstripped those in second place. So he began to shout, "Anyone below 10 points can come to me to exchange points for 9th grade spiritual medicine." There are still 36 people left in the spirit realm, 9 of whom have points below 10. Even though the price of points is high, in order to survive, these 9 still approach Tang Yin. Chapter 571. Congratulations, young Master Tang, on your triumphant return. Seeing Tang Yin come out alone, several members of the Wasteland tribe immediately bowed in greeting. No need for too much courtesy. Tang Yin waved his hand, asking them to bring the Ba Lei Wang Peng over. After waiting for a while, Tian Mei also returned to the altar. Congratulations, respected Tian Mei, on your triumphant return. The Wasteland tribe members congratulated again. You all have worked hard. Tian Mei nodded slightly, and then ignored the Wasteland tribe, handing a Qinquan bag to Tang Yin, saying, a total of 26 9th grade spiritual medicines were exchanged. Tang Yin smiled as he took it, calling out, "Then let us go back. First, let us go to the Wasteland Tribe's front hall. I'll go buy some things from them." Tian Mei said, "All right." Tang, Yin commanded Ba Lei Wang Peng to fly towards the front hall. Upon reaching the square in front of the hall, Tian Mei asked Tang Yin to wait there while she strolled inside. "I have seen the esteemed Tian Mei," said the guard from the Wangju at the entrance of the hall respectfully. Tian Mei nodded, increasingly satisfied with the Wangju's etiquette, and asked, "Who is in charge of the transaction today?" "Esteemed one, it is the fifth elder," the guard replied. Tian Mei nodded and walked towards the trading hall. Upon entering a lavishly decorated hall, she saw a tall old man sitting at a table drinking tea. This person was the fifth elder of the Wangju, Huang Benjiang. Chapter 572. I didn't expect it. You have hidden so deep. The master of the Wangju is you. Peng said meaningfully on Tian Mei's back. "You're making me laugh. Remember to keep it a secret," Tang Yin reminded, turning the tables. "By the way, when not familiar, our relationship is just average." Tian Mei felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't anticipated that her careless words would become a prelude to resentment and inadvertently expose Tang Yan's relationship with the Wangju. "I was protecting your privacy. Don't be ungrateful," Tian Mei argued. All right, the esteemed one is not unfair to me. I am very grateful," Tang Yin smoothly agreed and reminded, "By the way, you should go to the Medicine Valley and inform them about the best news in the Miasma Marsh." Having promised Tang Yin this earlier, Tian Mei did not refuse. "I will find them to refine the extreme passion pill and pass it on, with the old master of the Bachang sect as a cautionary tale. Are you not afraid they will skimp on your medicinal materials?" Dangdan Joka. Tian Mei hesitated. The main ingredient for the extreme passion pill was incredibly precious. And even though she had reached the saint level, she would still risk her life to obtain it from the Dark Realm. The Medicine Valley had a good reputation, but there had indeed been precedents of harming Zhuang Yingshui. Chapter 573. After Tang Yin extended an olive branch, he noticed many alchemists showing signs of interest. However, he did not delve too deeply. Being too purposeful could instead provoke others' aversion, which would be detrimental to the subsequent establishment of the academy. Tang Yin boldly encouraged everyone. In the path of alchemy, diligence can make up for lack of skill. Diligence in your work will surely yield results. But learning without thinking is a waste. And thinking without learning is perilous. While practicing hard, remember to think and ponder more, so you can integrate theory and practice. As the saying goes, favorable opportunities are not constant, and grand banquets are hard to hold again. Today's classes have ended, and we must part ways. This session of the academy has concluded successfully. See you all again. Fang Xian said loudly, respectfully thanked the teacher. "Thank you, Yin Shi." Everyone bowed and thanked, with no signs of discontent, and their gratitude echoed throughout the valley. Tang Yin returned the gesture and floated away. In the distance, Zhu Jingkong and Lei Yu watched the grand scene below, their eyes filled with admiration and shock. "I'm not as good as this." Lei Yu sighed. If the Alchemy Academy continues to be held, the scene of flourishing talent will appear in Bailing. Zhu Jingkong smiled and said, "Although I don't know how much these alchemists have improved, their expressions clearly show they are very satisfied with this academy. They will surely praise and promote the academy when they return." Chapter 574. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then can you send me the spiritual herbs you obtain in the future?" Tian Mei's expression stiffened slightly, but she was still not discouraged and said, "Be bolder. Do you have any more excessive requests?" Tang Yin pondered for a moment and looked at Tian Mei expectantly. Wen Ding's development is too rapid and may be seen as a thorn in the side by the Medicine Valley. I heard that the Medicine Valley's ancestor, Yao Zhongluo, has reached an extraordinary level. If the Medicine Valley goes to war with Wen Ding, can you kill him? Tian Mei took a few deep breaths, suppressing her inner turmoil, and almost laid her cards on the table. Think again. For example, you are not yet married, right? Don't you want a super powerful wife? Tang Yin was surprised. You want to be my wife? What? Is it a grievance for me to be your wife? Tian Mei raised her eyebrows. I don't agree. You want to renege on those 9 conditions, right? No way. Tang Yin said indignantly. Not a single one can be less. You idiot. Tian Mei stood up angrily, her attire transforming into a red dress, and shouted, I'm leaving. If you need anything, find me at Liuli Cloud Residence. With that, her long dress billowed as she flew out of Wending in the blink of an eye. Tang Yin stood outside the courtyard, watching Tian Mei's departing figure, and sighed softly. How could he not see Tian Mei's intentions? However, with countless difficulties ahead of him, how could he afford to care about romantic feelings? Chapter 575. Tang Yin was delighted to hear this. The trap he had laid earlier had finally caught its prey. The chasing Windhall was Wending's eyes, and being able to see the situation clearly would allow Wending to move more steadily. If you need anything, directly speak to Feng Xian and ensure the intelligence work is carried out smoothly. Tang Yin said seriously. Okay, Lan Qi note that. Du Shu also reported his work to Tang Yin. After the last Alchemy Academy ended, various alchemists were able to provide a large number of top-quality pills, and we have cooperated with them with good results. Although the profits have decreased, the scale has expanded, and the income has increased fivefold. After the last batch of students returned, they actively promoted Wending, and now Wending Academy has gained a stellar reputation in the alchemy world. I suggest we take advantage of this momentum and hold a second session of the academy. Tang Yin didn't rush to express his stance. He turned to ask Feng Xian, "What do you think?" Feng Xian calmly replied, "The Alchemy Academy has been very successful and has a good reputation in the industry. 12 alchemy forces have already consulted me about joining Wending. However, some are family forces. Although they are willing, they are worried about facing their ancestors after death and find it inconvenient to join us. I will formulate some deeper cooperation models to closely bind them with Wending." Chapter 576. The second elder hesitated. "Isn't this a bit too much to deal with, Ouju?" The fourth elder waved his hand. "No need to worry. Using 6 saints to deal with the Lingaju will instead demonstrate our strength and deter other rodents." Qin Donghai pondered for a moment before nodding. Although it's a large-scale operation, it is also more secure. So let's follow the fourth elder's words and find 4 more saints to go together. Fourth elder, this operation will be under your supervision. All right, I will set off within 3 days. The fourth elder immediately agreed. His grandson, Xiang Yun, was killed in the heavenly chosen secret realm, and his enemies seemed to be related to the Lingaju. He hated the murderer to the bone and wished to capture Zhu Jingkong immediately to soul search and clarify the whereabouts of the killer. 3 days later, the third elder and fourth elder of the Medicine Valley, Yishizhou, the master of the Dragon Vein sect, Bao Yueyun, the grand elder of the Fierce Blade sect, Wu Guangke, the master of the Mad War Mansion, and Cheng Wenqi, one of the top 10 experts in Bailing, along with 6 saint-level experts, set off from the Medicine Valley with 20 king-level warriors to head towards the Miasma Marsh. Based on the clues, the 26 people quickly found the Ghost Spider Cave. The fourth elder instructed the 20 king-level warriors, "You all wait here. We will be back soon." "Yes." Everyone immediately replied. "Thank you all. Be careful once inside, and do not fall into traps," the fourth elder reminded. Chapter 577. The few of them simultaneously wielded their weapons, and the dazzling, sharp blades struck the spider web. However, the spider web turned out to be exceptionally tough. The attacks from the 6 saint-level powerhouses did not cut through any openings, and the web directly enveloped the group. The once unstoppable armor-breaking ship now lay still. The giant net quickly tightened, pressing closely against the shield held up by the 6. With a powerful contracting force continuously squeezing the shield, then dragging the 6 towards the bottom of the pool. The 6 people not only had to fight against the downward trend, but also had to break through the defenses. At the same time, the spider silk contained a strong corrosive force that continuously weakened their shields. Suddenly, a torrent of toxic liquid surged from the bottom of the pool, drenching their shields and further corroding them. The 6 no longer hid their strength and activated all the available magical treasures, but in the confined space. Many of the treasures could not be used, and even if they were, they could not break through the spider silk defenses. As time passed, the 6 gradually got pulled into the toxic pool. The sizzling sound was like they had entered a frying pan, and a gigantic spider, entirely red, rushed towards them. An adult ghost web spider. The third elder exclaimed, "How could there be such a thing in the miasma swamp?" Bao Yueyun's expression changed drastically. A 9th-tier spirit beast had high intelligence, and the ghost web spider was particularly formidable and difficult to deal with. Chapter 578. The ghost web spider was quite considerate and did not flee towards the one asking for a challenge. Tang Yin had flown for a day and a half and finally found the ghost web spider in a valley in the north. At that moment, the ghost web spider was curled up among a pile of rubble. Upon seeing Tang Yin, it seemed to recognize a family member and excitedly ran towards him. As it reached Tang Yin, It opened its mouth and spat out dozens of storage rings. After checking the contents, Tang Yin was left speechless. Some of the items in the rings were already comparable to what was in the challenge. What had this creature been doing? Where did it come from? Tang Yin asked in surprise. The ghost spider chattered for a while, and Tang Yin eventually understood that these were all spoils it had recently collected. 3 groups of people had come to its cave in total. The first group had the most members, but only one exceptionally powerful expert, who should have been the 6th elder of the Medicine Valley. The second group consisted of 6 individuals. While fewer in number, their strength was remarkable. The third group had only one person, whose strength was even more unfathomable, and it had no chance of fighting back. Tang Yin was shaken. The 6 people from his second group were very likely 6 saint-level beings. A 9th-tier spirit beast with intelligence and hunting skills was indeed incredibly powerful. The person who attacked in the third instance, based on the spider's description, was very likely the ancestor of the Medicine Valley, Yao Zhongluo. Chapter 579. You help me catch some 9th-tier spirit beasts, Tang Yin said. The Linglong Tower still has 8 vacant floors. Why should I catch spirit beasts for you? Isn't that just crazy? Tian Mei scoffed, unfazed. Tang Yin had long anticipated Tian Mei's attitude and patiently explained, although the Medicine Valley wants to find clues from you, they don't want to tear their face with you. As long as they can't find you, they won't dare to target you openly. Otherwise, a hidden powerful expert could definitely keep them awake at night. You can't stay in a Lioli cloud residence. Instead of wasting time, why not find something to do? I won't make you do it for free. For every 9th-tier spirit beast you catch, I will give you a 9th-tier pill based on its value. Although you have the Linglong Tower, its capacity is limited, and once occupied, you can't swap for other spirit objects. You're not even 100 years old, yet you're already extraordinary, with potential 1,000 times greater than Yao Zhongluo. You definitely won't spend your life as a turtle hiding in the North Spirit Realm. Your stage is the Spirit Wasteland. 9th-tier spirit beasts are indeed powerful, but they are only powerful in the North Spirit Realm. They will not be effective in the Spirit Wasteland. Chapter 580. 10 days later, Tang Yin was explaining martial arts to everyone at the Enlightenment Cliff when a member of the Chasing Wind Hall rushed over, handed him a letter, and respectfully reported, Brother Yin, the Mountain Gate guards received a message and just received a letter marked for your personal attention. The guards had no idea how the letter had reached them. The sender's strength was unfathomable. Tang Yin looked down and saw a beautiful handwriting on the letter's exterior for Tang Yin's personal attention. Upon opening the letter, there was a note inside that read, West side of the 3 Peaks Cliff, 9th-tier spirit beast. Although there was no signature, Tang Yin had already guessed who the sender was, indicating that today's lecture was over. Tang Yin left the challenge and flew towards the 3 Peaks Cliff. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yin arrived at the 3 Peaks Cliff. He let out a long howl at the west side of the forest pool, and a red figure appeared before him. Respectable one, what have you found? Tang Yin asked with a smile upon seeing Tian Mei. Tian Mei waved her hand, and a spirit beast tightly bound with ropes flew from a tree in the distance and landed heavily in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin focused his gaze. The creature was not large, less than 3 feet long, but its 2 forearms were exceptionally developed, resembling 2 sharp blades, each about 4 feet long and glinting with a chilling light. Chapter 581. Du Shu did not expect Xiao Guangxiong to be so direct, and instead of feeling anger, he smiled and asked, Does Sect Master Qiu want to compare revenue with the challenge pill shop? To be honest, Du Gongzi, I do have this idea. If we don't clash head-on, I would feel quite unwilling, and I hope Du Gongzi understands. Xiao Guangxiong said truthfully. Du Shu did not take offense. 9 out of 10 sects had such thoughts. There was no need for explanations. Once the challenge pill shop had them searching for their teeth on the ground, they would naturally be obedient. However, the Challenge Academy must involve them, as they would need to cooperate with them once they realize their situation. All right. Du Shu smiled and nodded, adding, cooperating or not with the challenge does not affect the quality of teaching. The purpose of the Pill Dao Academy is to promote the development of the Pill Dao. All students learn together, completely free of charge, with no preferential treatment. Sect Master Qiu can rest assured. Hearing Du Shu's response, Xiao Guangxiong breathed a sigh of relief and cupped her hands, saying, The challenge is indeed worthy of being praised by alchemists as a holy land for pill refining. This generosity far surpasses that of the Medicine Valley. You flatter me. Sect Master Qiu, I suggest that the Qiu Dan sect arrange more members to attend the academy, even if you don't cooperate with the challenge. Improving the quality of alchemists is still very worthwhile, Du Shu reminded repeatedly. Chapter 582. The Shadow Divine Ape, as a 9th-tier spirit beast, had extremely high martial arts talent. In just one day, it wielded the long staff with great vigor, mastering the basic staff techniques. Without hesitation, Tang Yin began to teach killing techniques. There were countless killing techniques that required flexible application, and the coordination of body movements and steps was a significant test. Fortunately, Tang Yin was already proficient in the techniques and had tailored a few for it. After clearly teaching the key points, he allowed the Shadow Divine Ape to continue practicing. The Diqing Yan'ai was also summoned by Tang Yin. This creature was very suitable for assassination. Besides teaching it killing techniques, Tang Yin focused on imparting some survival experiences. Days passed. Feedback from members negotiating cooperation for the challenge pill shop continued to come in. Fangxian predicted that the number of students in this session would exceed 10,000, and preparations for logistics were in full swing. In the Medicine Valley, on a peak, Qingdonghai and several high-ranking officials arrived. The mountain wind blew, carrying the fragrance of medicine. It should have been a pleasant sight, but everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. Is there still no news from Tianmei? Qingdonghai asked gravely, without finding Tianmei. The progress of tracing the instigator would remain stagnant. Tianmei has not returned to Liuli Yunjiu, but some have seen her, and it is said that her strength has already surpassed the extraordinary level, though the authenticity is currently unverified. The second elder hurriedly reported. In Chapter 583, as the discussion turned serious, Du Shu stopped playing around and excitedly said, "The first session of the Academy has already made a name for itself, and many forces have heard of it, showing great enthusiasm to participate in the second session. As of yesterday, we have visited 176 forces, and 144 of them are willing to participate, totaling 11,635 people. Wu Xian and the others are still visiting, and by the time the classes start, we expect there to be around 12,000 students. If the second session is also successful, Wending will have absolute prestige in the alchemy world, and future academies will be able to attract a large audience." Tang Yin nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, our alchemy teaching is quite advanced. I will keep an eye on everyone's learning status and make adjustments as needed to ensure nothing goes wrong. With Brother Yin here, we don't have to worry," Du Shu said with a smile. After the three finished discussing the Academy's matters, Du Shu shifted the topic to business, mysteriously saying, "Brother Yin, on this trip, I discovered a highly profitable trade. If we can master the methods, it will definitely yield great profits." "What trade?" Tang Yin asked with interest. Fangxian also perked up his ears. Although Wending's scale is getting larger, the costs of enhancing member strength without considering expenses are also high. Finding a new highly profitable business would benefit Wending's development even more. In Chapter 584, upon hearing a voice, everyone quickly turned their heads. They saw several Ba Lei Wang Pengs flying swiftly towards them. The leading gray-robed elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the Medicine Valley, Shi Zidong. Why has the Medicine Valley come? Could it be that they are here to learn as well? It seems a bit like they are here to cause trouble. Everyone speculated, guessing at the intentions of the Medicine Valley. Tang Yin remained expressionless, standing still waiting for them to arrive. Soon, the group from the Medicine Valley approached, and Shi Zidong cupped his hands towards Tang Yin, saying, "Tang Gangzhu, I have long admired your name. Today, I come uninvited, and I hope for your understanding." The Grand Elder was polite. Tang Yin asked, "I was unaware of your sudden visit. What brings you here?" Shi Zidong smiled. "The Wending Alchemy Academy has gained a great reputation in Bailing. I heard that any alchemist can come to learn, and in the spirit of seeking knowledge, I specially brought disciples from the Medicine Valley to exchange and learn. I wonder if that would be convenient?" Tang Yin sneered inwardly at the idea of exchange and learning. They probably don't come with good intentions, still maintaining a warm and gentle demeanor. Tang Yin cupped his hands. "The Medicine Valley coming to learn at Wending is a recognition of our academy. It is a great honor." Upon hearing this, Shi Zidong quickly waved his hand. "Tang Gangzhu speaks too soon. The Medicine Valley does not recognize Wending Academy. We merely heard that the reputation is good, so we came to take a look." In Chapter 585, the alchemist listening from the stage felt that what Tang Yin said made sense, but seeing him not refining alchemy made them anxious. The process of refining an 8th-grade pill is very complex, and unless one is a top-tier alchemist, it is impossible to succeed within 2 hours. Did Tang Yin know he couldn't compete and simply give up? For a moment, everyone felt greatly disappointed and began to doubt the level of Wending's alchemists. However, half an hour later, everyone suddenly perked up. Tang Yin had ignited the alchemical fire. Tang Gangzhu was about to refine alchemy. With 1.5 hours left, struggling at this point would be useless. Tang Gangzhu was still too young, thinking that by cutting it short, he could make it look better, not realizing that it would look even worse. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. But the looks they gave Tang Yin were not optimistic. Only the members of Wending remained calm and had complete confidence in Tang Yin. As the temperature inside the cauldron rose, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Tang Yin threw all 96 required medicinal materials into the cauldron at once. Wasn't this reckless? Was he cooking porridge? Would it explode? Everyone craned their necks, unable to understand Tang Yin's actions. Inside the cauldron, different medicinal materials rotated at different speeds depending on their distance from the alchemical fire. In Chapter 586, Fangxian's expression also grew serious. Although we have resolved the crisis, the setback for the Medicine Valley was due to underestimating us. While they cannot openly defeat us, they are likely to resort to underhanded methods. The Medicine Valley is powerful. If they use unscrupulous methods, Wending may not be able to withstand it. What do you think the Medicine Valley will do next? Tang Yin asked. Fangxian pondered for a moment and said slowly, as long as they deeply understand Wending, they will see our potential and future threat. The borderlands also have a huge market. If I were from Medicine Valley, I would want to take a piece of that pie. Previously, they were limited by the lack of alchemists, so the Medicine Valley has never interfered, but here at Wending, they can learn valuable skills in controlling people. Next, they will most likely threaten to seize the market, using the improvement of alchemy levels and high-grade formulas as bait to coerce them for their own use. With the scale of the Medicine Valley, they can quickly occupy all the markets in Bailing. In the future, the pill market in Bailing will belong to the Medicine Valley, making it hard for others to rise from obscurity and pose a threat to them. This is the first step. Tang Yin and Du Shu couldn't help but nod. This move would not only make the money, but also allow the Medicine Valley to completely dominate Bailing, making it reasonable for them to do so. In Chapter 587, upon returning from Chiyun Peak to Wending, Tang Yin busily continued to weave the sect's mountain protection formation like a busy spider. Countless profound array points spread around Wending, ultimately combining into an indestructible barrier. This time, he aimed to create 2 formations, one to block extraordinary powerhouses and another spatial formation for the sect's collective escape. Besides consuming spiritual energy, maintaining the formations also required spiritual materials. Although it would consume a large amount of resources, for everyone's safety, all the effort was worth it. At the same time, Tang Yin instructed the Chasing Wind Hall to explore suitable locations for relocating the sect. In case of an emergency, it will be good to have a place to go. 3 days passed in a flash. At a peak in the Medicine Valley, the high-ranking members gathered again. Everyone, have you come up with any clever plans to deal with Wending? Qin Donghai asked straightforwardly. The 5th elder replied first. The biggest concern now is Wending's alliance. However, the declarations of life and death are just words. If the risks outweigh the benefits, I don't think anyone will truly adhere to them. As long as we have a justifiable reason, we can swiftly annihilate Wending. Even if Qi Ge has objections, they won't really seek revenge for Wending. We can soften our attitude at that time, and this matter will naturally come to nothing. In Chapter 588, hearing that Wending had beaten the Medicine Valley so badly that they barely recognized them, Tian Mei teased Tang Yin, why don't you step it up and wipe them out completely? That way, I won't have to hide anymore. You could talk to the Medicine Valley and have them cooperate. Just stand still and let me cut them down, Tang Yin suggested seriously. Get lost. If I had that ability, would I still need to hide? Tian Mei spat, then became serious. The Medicine Valley came to Wending to challenge us. They must have ulterior motives, but if they return empty-handed, they will definitely use other means to retaliate, so you should be careful lately. Well, if the relationship between both parties is tense enough, I asked the esteemed one to temporarily stay at the summit, Tang Yin said seriously. All right, Tian Mei did not refuse. And since she owed Tang Yin 9 favors, she couldn't avoid it even if she wanted to. The two chatted for a while, exchanging some information, and then Tian Mei left. Tang Yin planted a soul thought bug in the Chaos Demon Turtle and brought it back to the sect. Upon returning to the splendid peak, Tang Yin ordered the Chaos Demon Turtle to launch a mental attack on him. As soon as the command was given, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit him, making him feel like he wanted to fall asleep. Although this feeling was fleeting, it had already stirred up a huge wave in Tang Yan's heart. After being refined countless times, his soul was incredibly strong, yet he could still be affected by the chaos demon turtle. This creature was indeed a great assistant. Chapter 589. Our innocence, do we need you? Tang Yan's gaze turned cold. The aura of the ones questioning at the summit fluctuated. As soon as Tang Yan gave the command, they would rush toward the opponent. If they didn't want to be exterminated, they should cooperate honestly. Cui Tong pointed at a trusted aide. Yin Fan, you stay and keep a close watch on this group. Anyone who dares to go out will be seen as tipping off the spirit witch. The others search with me. Wait. Tang Yin stopped a few people. What instructions does the sect leader have? Cui Tong asked with a cold smile. Although the summit was not as powerful as the Medicine Valley, it was not lacking in experts. Some peaks were forbidden zones guarded by rulers, and trespassing could lead to casualties. Why not let me accompany you to prevent any conflict? Tang Yin suggested. No need. A mere summit dares to act against my Medicine Valley? Cui Tong sneered and led his men out. Tang Yin watched the backs of the departing group as invisible array points appear behind him. An illusion array was instantly formed and set at the entrance. He then created a smaller illusion array to envelop Yun Fan. Cui Tong, along with 9 subordinates, reached outside the door and pointed to a mountain peak, saying, "Start searching to the west." The 9 innate warriors immediately dashed westward, and Cui Tong followed behind. Just after flying a few steps, he vaguely felt something was off. However, before he could ponder it further, his consciousness suddenly dispersed. Chapter 590. Tang Yin stood high above the Medicine Valley, gazing at the figures of Qin Donghai and the Grand Elder, secretly thinking how dangerous it was. The Medicine Valley was much more perilous than he had imagined. After watching for a while, Tang Yin suddenly sensed a divine thought sweeping toward him. Not wanting to linger, he communicated with the Void Pearl and instantly returned to the summit. After explaining some alchemy knowledge to the visiting alchemists, Tang Yin returned to Splendid Peak, focusing on teaching several spirit beasts their techniques. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Cui Tong deliberately slowed down the pace, only bringing his men back to the Medicine Valley today. In the conference hall, Cui Tong bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Valley Master, greetings to all elders." Cui Hall Master, have you finished searching the summit? Qin Donghai asked with some confusion in his eyes. Replying to the Valley Master, "We have completed the search," Cui Tong replied. "Do you remember the purpose of this task?" Qin Donghai asked in a deep voice. "I remember. Using the search for the whereabouts of the Spirit Witch clan as an excuse to provoke conflict with the summit. However, the summit is as tough as nails. No matter how much I humiliate them, they can still manage to keep their composure. I have investigated every corner of the summit. Even in forbidden zones, I directly intruded. They didn't dare to stop me and allow me to search freely. I really couldn't do anything to them, so I had to temporarily give up." Chapter 591. Sun Jinsheng organized his thoughts and recounted the events. 2 years ago, a person came to our Qingbao pavilion, bringing 6 pine monkeys, each selling for 100 million taels of silver, and giving us a 20% commission. Initially, we thought the person was crazy, but these 6 pine monkeys were very intelligent, gentle in nature, and cute. We called the members of various families to come and appreciate them, and everyone liked the pine monkeys. Before long, they were all ordered. After that, every month, the person would send a batch of spirit beasts, all of the ape species, with prices ranging from 100 million to 300 million taels. This amount of money is insignificant to large sects, so the market remained very good. "What kind of person is he?" Tang Yin asked again. Sun Jinsheng shook his head. He only said his name was Qian Hun, and he has not disclosed any other information. "We, in this business, always value client privacy, so we didn't pry. They aren't your only shipping point, right?" "Not sure." Sun Jinsheng shook his head again. Tang Yin then asked a crucial piece of information. "Do you know that these monkeys are not spirit beasts? They are actually living people?" "I don't know." Upon hearing Sun Jinsheng's answer, Tang Yin's killing intent toward Qingbao Pavilion diminished significantly. They were just unwitting merchants. Chapter 592. Not long after, several sounds of breaking the air came, and the members of the Medicine Valley were surrounded by the people from the summit. Jushan Hai asked loudly, "What brings you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was locked onto by an aura. This aura was vast and boundless, making him involuntarily feel a sense of awe. Then, a man and a woman stepped forward from a distance. Upon seeing the two, Zhu Shanhai's pupils suddenly constricted. The young man was the leader of the summit, Tang Yin, whom he had seen in a portrait. What made him even more panicked was Tian Mei by Tang Yan's side. The aura locking onto him originated from this woman. It seemed the rumors were true. Tian Mei had indeed reached the supergrade. Now that the two came together, it was highly likely that the information about the spirit witch clan in the miasma was intentionally revealed by Tian Mei. All members of the Medicine Valley had disguised themselves. Tang Yin did not know who they were, but that did not prevent him from bluffing. He sneered, "People from the Medicine Valley, what are you doing ambushing near my summit?" Zhu Shanhai sneered, "What Medicine Valley? You have mistaken us. I have important matters to attend to here, and I mean no harm to you. I ask you to retreat temporarily to avoid unnecessary conflict between our two factions." Tian Mei smiled and said, "Let me see your true face first." Chapter 593, 9th grade of the ruler level. Feeling Tang Yan's power, Nie Fan was filled with shock. To have such cultivation at such a young age, this child's future achievements were limitless. In an instant, Nie Fan's killing intent surged. He needed to help the Medicine Valley eliminate the summit. This was a matter of life and death. If he allowed this child to grow, he could become a great disaster. He must not be left alive. Crack! A long whip surged like a galloping dragon, carrying a violent aura toward the sword light. Bang! With a loud noise, the long whip immediately dispersed that vast sword energy. Tang Yin stumbled back 3 steps, his expression increasingly grave. Both Nie Fan and Tian Mei simultaneously narrowed their pupils. This kid was only at the 9th grade of the ruler level, yet he could withstand a full-force attack from the 7th grade of the saint level. Heavenly Thunder Prison. Without hesitation, Nie Fan's long whip danced like a spiritual snake, and a huge prison cage swept toward Tang Yin. The prison cage carried an overwhelming momentum, giving Tang Yin a sense of impending collapse. At that moment, the heavenly creation fire suddenly ignited, and the massive prison cage instantly vanished into thin air. Immediately afterward, Nie Fan felt the surrounding environment change drastically. The heavens and earth began to spin, and the air currents around him became chaotic, as if they were about to tear him apart. Array Marshal? Nie Fan was inexplicably horrified. When did this Array Marshal appear? Chapter 594, Outside the Tyborn Pavilion. A woman in a red dress calculated the days with her fingers. Her clear voice echoed. The Tyborn Pavilion covets wealth and has sent a large number of experts to burn, kill, and plunder, causing heavy losses to our faction. Today, we come to seek justice. After speaking, the woman pushed out a palm towards the protective mountain formation. Bang! The formation shattered with a sound, and the Tyborn Pavilion was engulfed in a sea of blood. The news of the Tyborn Pavilion attacking our faction spread rapidly across the northern spirit realm as if it had sprouted wings. Upon hearing that 2 saint-level experts and 30 monarch-level experts were easily eliminated by our faction, our reputation soared in the northern spirit realm. 2 days later, at the Medicine Valley, on a peak, a group of high-ranking members gathered. Elder Qi asked eagerly, "Does our faction have powerful experts?" Zhu Shanhai sighed heavily and said with sorrow, "Our faction also has 2 saint-level experts, but they have changed their appearance and their movements are unfamiliar, making it hard to identify them. I have figured out Tang Yan's strength. He is at the 9th rank of monarch level. This person has extraordinary combat power, nearly invincible among monarchs, and our monarch-level experts have all fallen under his sword. Later, he teamed up with the saint-level experts from our faction and severely injured me and Nie Fan. I am now powerless to turn the tide and can only withdraw with the last bit of strength, while avoiding pursuit from our faction. Fortunately, heaven has shown mercy, leaving me with a worthless life." Chapter 595. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, after refining pills in the secret chamber, Tang Yin came out and saw a member of the decision hall waiting at the door. "Boss, Vice Boss Fong invites you to the decision hall for an important matter," the young man said respectfully. Tang Yin nodded and went to the decision hall. "Yan Ye." Fong Xian stood up to greet him. "What do you need me for?" Tang Yin asked gently. Fong Xian poured a cup of spiritual tea for Tang Yin and said, "The Medicine Valley has already taken action and started to negotiate cooperation with the border alchemy sections. I'm not sure how effective it will be, but the Wind Pursuit Hall is closely monitoring the situation. This morning we received messages from several herbal merchants, informing us that in half a month, they will no longer supply herbs to our faction. I plan to visit a few sects to persuade them." He continued, "As for the Wind Pursuit Hall, We have found 3 new suitable locations for our retreat. After speaking, Fang Xian handed over 3 maps, depicting the geographical environments of the 3 locations. Tang Yin glanced at the 3 places: Yiling Cliff, Tiandao Gully, and Donglai Island. Yiling Cliff is located in the western part of the central state of the Northern Spirit Realm, a dry and hot place. Although martial artists have strong adaptability to climate, the scenery is somewhat lacking, and very few sects are willing to settle here. Tiandao Gully is located at the northern border, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and glaciers, where it is cold and freezing. Although there are a few grasslands contrasting with the snow-capped mountains, making it breathtakingly beautiful, it is occupied by several sections. Chapter 596. Are you all my friends? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. All the spirit bodies nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Tang Yin was very satisfied with everyone's attitude, but he did not rush to remove the formation and said sternly, I am always sincere to my friends. I hope you all can be honest with me as well. From now on, whoever I ask will answer, and others should remain silent. Whatever I ask, you must answer. If anyone lies, conceals the truth, or is inconsistent, don't blame me for being ruthless, leaving no one behind. Speak freely. The spirit bodies nodded again. Tang Yin pointed at the snake-headed demon and asked, What place is this? Why are you here? The snake-headed demon's attitude softened significantly. This is Zhenhua Island. Back in the day, the human race had 9 saints and 18 venerables, and the Buddha was one of the saints, with astonishing combat power. We have suppressed the Buddha here to prevent him from escaping and harming future generations. Tang Yin pointed at the red-haired divine race member and asked, Is the Buddha still alive? He has already died, but there is still a legacy left. The red-haired divine race member replied. What is the function of this legacy? Tang Yin asked again. The red-haired divine race member hesitated, glancing warily at the grand formation in the sky, and reluctantly revealed the truth. This legacy possesses supreme Buddha power, and if obtained by someone with a connection to the Buddha, their cultivation can ascend to the heavens in one step. Chapter 597. With several spirit bodies giving the same answer, Tang Yin finally believed it 9 points out of 10. It's a pity that spirit bodies cannot implant soul thoughts. Otherwise, there would be no need for such questioning. You all go find the weapons, Tang Yin commanded. Young master, we are spirit bodies and cannot carry physical objects. But we can help you search, the spirit bodies responded. Tang Yin had no choice but to do it himself, picking up the weapons on the ground one by one. Fortunately, with the spirit bodies helping to locate them, it was much easier to collect them. Even the tiniest remnants in the cracks and dirt could be accurately identified by them. Along the way, the snake-headed demon squeezed to Tang Yan's side and advised, Young master, are you really going to break the Buddha statue? If you damage the Buddha's golden body, won't you fear retribution? It would be better to take all the weapons and treasures away. Although they are already damaged, the materials are very precious. Picking and choosing can yield quite a few divine weapons after reforging. Young master, think carefully. Other spirit bodies also urged him to reconsider. Dangdan, Gliti. The Buddha said everything is empty. How could he be angry over such a trivial matter? No wonder the Buddha cannot save you. You have no Buddha nature at all. The spirit bodies fell silent immediately. Young master, if you obtain the Buddha's heart, will you enter the Buddha's gate in the future? The snake-headed demon asked. Chapter 598. Just as the heavy sword was about to strike the Buddha statue, Tang Yin withdrew his hand. He felt that many things were unreasonable. If the Buddha left a legacy, it should be prioritized for the disciples of the Buddhist sect. But which disciple of the Buddhist sect would dare to show such disrespect to the Buddha by smashing his golden body? Secondly, are the spirit bodies on the island truly afraid of being reduced to ashes? Could their fear be feigned? Thirdly, they are opposed to the human race. Would they really kindly release the Buddha's legacy? Fourthly, if these spirit bodies do not dare to approach the Buddha statue within 100 jong, how can they claim to guard the Buddha? Is it not the Buddha who is suppressing them? Tang Yin examined the Buddha statue and released his divine sense to probe its interior again, still finding nothing. After some thought, Tang Yin deduced that there must be something inside the Buddha statue, but it is highly likely not the Buddha's legacy. With this in mind, Tang Yin sheathed his heavy sword and turned to walk outside. Fortunately, young master withdrew the sword. Desecrating the Buddha would be a grave disrespect. If punished, it would not be good. The snake-headed demon said joyfully, These bald donkeys are quite annoying, with so many rules. It's wise for young master to keep your distance from them. Other spirit bodies praised enthusiastically. Yes, that is what I think too. Anyway, I want to enter the Buddhist gate. The legacy is of no benefit to me, so I'm leaving. Tang Yin waved his hand and soared into the air, flying out of the island in the blink of an eye. Chapter 599 at the Medicine Valley. A group of 5 quickly rushed into the sect and directly arrived at the mission hall, loudly declaring, reporting to Elder 5. We have captured the remnants of the Spirit Witch clan. As soon as the words fell, Elder 5 instantly appeared in the hall. Glancing at the tightly bound Lung Yi on the ground, Elder 5 asked, Tian Shuiyun, is this the remnant of the Spirit Witch clan? The elegantly dressed man replied respectfully, yes, we were on a mission in the moonlit marsh when this person audaciously stole the spiritual herbs we discovered. During our confrontation, he used the secret techniques of the Spirit Witch clan. Elder Wu nodded in satisfaction. I will verify it. If it really is the Spirit Witch clan, there will definitely be a generous reward. Thank you, Elder Wu, Tian Shuiyun said excitedly, bowing. Elder Wu waved his hand, grabbing Lung Yi and rushing out. On a mountain peak, the core members of the Medicine Valley were all present. After hearing Elder Wu's report, Qin Donghai immediately commanded, search the soul. Elder Wu did not delay, taking out a soul-searching pearl and a large copper mirror, beginning to extract Lung Ye's memories. Start searching from the 7 days before Chang Chunxi went to Haimu Cliff. Let's see where they actually went. The Grand Elder said coldly. Elder Wu complied. With Lung Ye's painful screams, a segment of memory was extracted. On the copper mirror, a scene appeared. Chapter 600. After some contemplation, everyone felt this proposal was feasible. Given the massive scale of the Medicine Valley, if the sales process were disrupted, the blow to them would be even greater. When do we start to withdraw? Fang Xian asked. We will start arranging it shortly, and by tomorrow night, we will be completely withdrawn. What about the Wudao Cliff? Fang Xian asked again. I will try to see if I can move it. If not, then it will stay. Okay, Fang Xian nodded. Tang Yin waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare early. That night, under Fang Xian's command, everyone entered the teleportation array that Tang Yin had set up in advance in batches, quietly leaving the gang and quickly heading east. Tang Yin took Ziyun and Xiao Budian separately, using the star shift array several times, finally arriving at the seaside. Upon seeing the ocean, Ziyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dove into the water to swim. Seeing Ziyun swimming happily, Xiao Budian excitedly waved his claws, kicked off from Tang Yan's head, and jumped into the sea with a splash. Once in the water, Xiao Budian realized he couldn't swim. He cried, bubbling and choking on seawater, rolling his eyes. His little paws flailed rapidly, finally surfacing, calling out to Tang Yin incessantly. Chapter 601. The requirements for the summit were simple. It was just an invitation for allies to attend, with no demand for combat. After receiving the news, the Fengyun clan, Star Observation Pavilion, Bajiang sect, Lan family, and Su family did not hesitate and sent people over. The major sects did not hide their actions, and the news quickly reached the Medicine Valley. At the top of Yinshao Peak in the Medicine Valley, not only were several elders present, but Yao Zhongluo also made a rare appearance. Second elder, has there been any movement from the summit camp? Qin Donghai asked with a frown. The second elder quickly replied, we received intelligence that the allies of the summit sent a total of 7 saint level and 67 monarch level experts. With that, including the 2 saint level from the summit and Tang Yin, there are 10 saint level on the summit side. The plan was to head to the summit tomorrow. But at this moment, why are the summit allies suddenly heading there? Qin Donghai's eyes narrowed. Has someone leaked information? The second elder shook his head. The reason is unclear. We are still investigating. Regardless of the reason, they certainly won't stay at the summit for long. We might as well wait for them to return before we act. Elder Wu suggested. Qin Donghai said sternly, a mere 10 saint-level combatants. Do they really think they can relax? With the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the Medicine Valley, if they were scared off by this little display, how would they establish themselves in Bailing? Chapter 602. The 7 individuals were quite formidable and did not need to rest intentionally. In this relaxed atmosphere, they exchanged insights and all gained something from it. They chatted like this until noon. Tang Yin took out a jar of wine, filled everyone's cups, and said solemnly, the Medicine Valley is rampant. I thank you all for enduring the pressure to support the summit. Asking everyone to withdraw is not due to distrust in your determination to advance and retreat together, but but rather because the Medicine Valley is coming on strong, and facing them head-on will undoubtedly lead to a bloody battle. Although retreating may lose face, it will not harm the foundation. I, Tang, toast to everyone. After everyone clinked glasses, they drank it all. Young Master Tang with us here. The Medicine Valley wouldn't dare to act seriously. When they come, we will clear the grudges with them, and in the future, we will not interfere with each other. Why should we hide? Zhuang Zhila said boldly. What Zhuang Secmaster said is correct. Xu Bai and others expressed their support. Tang Yin clasped his hands and explained to everyone. The Medicine Valley will arrive in 2/4 of an hour. Although we do not know how many experts they have in total, there will certainly be more saint-level experts than us, and more importantly, Yao Zhonglo is also coming. We have no chance of winning. The Medicine Valley has come with such a setup, aiming to annihilate the summit. On the surface, the grudges between the two sects have not reached the point of life and death. Chapter 603. Yin Ge, if you say it's not true, then that's enough. Why prove it so? Fang Xian hurriedly advised. Words are not enough. Don't waste time. Dang Dan Gongman Sten Li. Fang Xian had no choice but to use the soul-searching pearl to probe Tang Yan's soul. Feeling the power of the soul-searching pearl, Tang Yin felt reassured. His soul was vast and boundless. If he did not cooperate, this small soul-searching pearl would not be able to shake his consciousness at all. Tang Yin pretended to cry out in pain, letting out a suppressed scream, appearing as if his soul was being extracted. Under his arrangement, the copper mirror began to display the carefully designed memories. In the chosen secret realm, at the entrance of the Celestial Soldier Mine, many secret realm testers were racking their brains to destroy the barrier of the mine, trying to enter to search for treasures. But no matter how much effort everyone put in, they could not break through the barrier. Some even got injured due to the backlash. At this moment, a scholar wrote some characters on the stone wall beside the mine, and then the scholar gained the right to open the mine. The scholar began to sell the qualifications to enter the mine. Tang Yin transmitted a message to his subordinate, informing her that the mine might be an opportunity, asking her to take people into mine while he went to check other mines. Relying on his memory, he discerned the general direction of a mine and flew towards it. Chapter 604. Bang, bang, bang. Stones flew everywhere as 3 spirit beasts broke through the ground in different positions nearby. 2 sides suddenly swept across, directly cutting one person in half, and then swiftly dealt 2 more blows to that person's neck and head. A saint-level expert was killed in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Divine Ape took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of a man in purple, stabbing out with a stick. The man in purple had the highest strength, and at the critical moment, he regained his senses and used all his strength to block, barely managing to deflect the Shadow Divine Ape's heart-piercing strike. The immense force sent the man in purple's blood surging. The Shadow Divine Ape took advantage of the momentum to fall to the ground, and the long stick swept horizontally without warning, directly smashing into the man's waist. The man felt his spiritual energy dissipate and lost consciousness. The Shadow Divine Ape quickly got up, circled behind the man, and delivered a precise counterattack, hitting the man's back heart. The man could no longer hold on, spitting blood, and his body slumped forward. The skillful 3 flips of the Divine Dragon that he had practiced for many days was vividly showcased by the Shadow Divine Ape. At the same time, Tang Yin, who was hiding nearby, swung his heavy sword and cleanly sliced the neck of the 9th Elder. After the Blood Moon Fox jumped out, the already dazed, burly man on the left was hit by a charm technique, and under the buff stacking, his consciousness became even more blurred. Chapter 605. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more people appeared at the forefront, and when they saw the collapsed Grand Hall and Tang Yin in his dark robe, the entire Medicine Valley immediately became tense. Enemy attack. A sharp and urgent warning sounded. Qin Donghai quickly arrived, and the look he gave Tang Yin was filled with a hint of confusion. Why would this kid appear here? Isn't the ancestor going to ask for the summit, which would be a wasted trip? Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. Tang Yin said lightly. Qin Donghai glanced at Tang Yin, then at the collapsed Grand Hall, and angrily said, No harm? What about tearing down my Medicine Valley Grand Hall? Is it too much for me to only tear down one of your Grand Halls when Yaohong Lu brought 30 holy-level powerhouses to attack the summit? Dan Dan Zito. Qin Donghai was taken aback. This kid actually knows? Suppressing the thought of attacking Tang Yin, he coldly asked, What are you doing here? I can't tell you something. Yaohong Lu is dead. Tang Yin calmly spread a rumor. Qin Donghai felt a loud bang in his brain. The ancestor is dead? He quickly reacted. The ancestor was almost the ceiling of combat power and biling. Who could kill him? Nonsense. Can your camp's few weaklings withstand a single shot from the ancestor? Qin Donghai sneered. Even the best have weaknesses. They are not invincible. Chapter 606. Yao Hong Lu looked at the formation, and after 3 days of bombardment, there were still no signs of it breaking, making him secretly anxious. If the formation is not broken soon, the Medicine Valley's reputation will be tarnished across the Biling realm. Use the magic treasures if you have them. Yao Hong Lu transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone sighed inwardly. They had heard that the summit was rich, and the original plan was to destroy the summit and then share its treasures. Unexpectedly, they not only failed to earn any profits, but also had to give up their magic treasures. Under Yao Hong Lu's authority, although there were opinions, everyone dared not complain and took out their magic treasures one after another. Yao Hong Lu glanced outside the mountain gate and saw a constant stream of onlookers coming from afar. Feeling increasingly frustrated, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a nearby thicket of trees and immediately felt regret. He had really been so angry that he forgot to find a place to hide to avoid embarrassment. He just stood in the most conspicuous place. After shifting his steps, he arrived behind the low thicket. He placed down a mat, sat with his back to the mountain gate, and began to meditate, clearing his mind. Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. He had been hiding here for 3 full days. Initially thinking there would be no chance to sneak attack, but unexpectedly the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. At this moment, Yao Hong Lu was less than a yard away from him. Chapter 607. Sensing Lin Dongshue's change, Tang Yin was dumbfounded. How did you break through? Lin Dongshue's pretty face flushed. I don't know, maybe it's because of the Tao spirit tree. The three had no doubts, just secretly marveling at the wonders of the Tao spirit tree. Tang Yin set up a Pishio spirit locking formation on Donglai Island to ensure that the spiritual energy gathered by the Tao spirit tree would not leak out. The Biling realm has been particularly lively recently. The battle between the Medicine Valley and the summit became a hot topic among the public. Although the result of the struggle between the two camps was the destruction of the summit's mountain gate and the escape of all personnel whenever the summit was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but say it was impressive. When it came to the Medicine Valley, however, everyone would show a sly, mocking smile. A dignified top powerhouse, nearly the ceiling of combat power and Biling, led 30 holy-level powerhouses and over 100 high-grade monarchs, fiercely attacking a second-rate force. In the end, not only did they achieve nothing, but they were also trapped like beasts in a formation prison. Under the supervision of all of Biling, they were forcibly imprisoned for 7 days. This was still due to the reinforcements from the Medicine Valley. Without them, they might have been imprisoned for even longer. Being locked up for so long was one thing, but they even lost 4 holy-level members to the summit, and even Yao Hong Lu was injured. Chapter 608, Donglai Island. Summit Decision Hall. Fang Xian was reviewing documents when Tang Yin walked in. Brother Yin. Fang Xian stood up to greet him. Tang Yin sat down opposite Fang Xian, who poured him some spirit tea. It must be inconvenient to coordinate various parties here, far from the mainland? Tang Yin asked with concern. Fang Xian smiled, showing no complaints, although it's not as convenient as before. Being able to use the teleportation array to ensure the operation of various links at such a dangerous time is already commendable. Moreover, with the development pace slowing down, I'm also enjoying the leisure. Tang Yin nodded. If there are any unsolvable troubles, come find me. Now that we are far from the mainland, development is indeed hindered in many ways. For example, our Alchemy Academy is struggling to carry out the next session, but it's not a dead end. Cool, Kinyuia. Let her take the lead to compile our teachings into a book, print it, and send it to the major alchemy sects at the borders and release collaboration intentions. When they have learned enough, we can ask if they are willing to cooperate. At that time, those who should cooperate will cooperate, and those who should be subdued will be subdued. Fang Xian's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "This method is good. It can ensure our expansion progress." Yes, the recruitment of talented individuals can be advanced slowly and discreetly, but don't let it fall behind, Tang Yin instructed. Chapter 609. This place is not far from the summit's old stronghold. Tang Yin arrived at the mountain gate, looking at what was once a grand scene, now turned into ruins, and let out a gentle sigh. The rise of a sect is bound to be fraught with danger and thorns. After watching for a while, Tang Yin was about to head to the Su family when he suddenly sensed fluctuations in son Jinsheng's child Gu. It should be that the supplier for the snow monkeys has appeared. Transforming into a swordsman, Tang Yin communicated with the Void Child Pearl in Qingbao Pavilion. And with a thought, he appeared in the exclusive room that Sun Jincheng had left for him. Connecting with Sun Jincheng's child Gu, Tang Yin inquired about the situation. According to Sun Jincheng's feedback, he learned that the visitor was Qian Han, who was currently resting in Sun Jincheng's study. Arriving at Sun Jincheng's study, the chubby Sun Jincheng was pouring tea for a middle-aged man. The man was of short stature, with a gloomy face and cold eyes, giving off an air of someone who was not to be approached. Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the seller of the spirit monkeys to be a first-grade monarch-level expert. Seeing Tang Yin, Qian Han frowned and looked displeasedly at Sun Jincheng. Master Sun, who is this? The answer came from Tang Yan's fierce palm. The terrifying aura made Qian Huan's eyes widen in fear. He wanted to resist, but his body was firmly restrained by the surrounding powerful force, and then a tremendous force struck him, leaving him dazed. Chapter 610. The boy arrived at Xiufeng's great hall. Looking at Xiufeng in the center of the blood pool, he respectfully said, "Xiufeng Protector, the sect master asks you to go for a meeting." "Good." Xiufeng rose from the altar, shook off the bloodstains on his body with a burst of spiritual power, and changed into a long robe. Just as he was about to go out, he turned around and pointed to someone, instructing, "Hall Master Fu, the sect has just consumed 300 supplementary medicines. Arrange for people to recruit disciples outside to replenish the consumption." A burly man bowed and responded, "Understood." Xiufeng Protector nodded slightly and walked with the boy towards the sect master's great hall. Fu Chanqing pointed at several people and said, "Jing Shiqi, Zhuwen So, you 10 go to the northern border to gather medicinal materials." "Yes." The 10 people emerged from the blood pool, changed their clothes, and walked out. Tang Yin felt a stir in his heart and quietly followed the 10. The 10 grouped into pairs, riding on 5 bally king pongs as they flew away. Tang Yin trailed behind them, and, after leaving the sect for a short distance, he used the illusion technique to transform into the appearance of the Autumn Wind Protector, removed the hidden sky garment, and his voice boomed, "Jing Shiqi, Zhuwen So, stop." The two immediately commanded the Bally King Peng to halt and respectfully saluted. "Autumn Wind Protector," Tang Yin solemnly instructed. "Recently, a hall master is attempting to break through to the saint level and needs high-quality supplementary medicinal materials. The sect's supply of high-quality supplementary medicines is running low." Chapter 611, Donglai Island, Decision Hall. Fong Xian was handling affairs when a member entered to report. "Fong Hall Master, a mushroom-shaped monster has been spotted at sea approaching us. We don't know if it's friend or foe." Upon hearing this, Fong Xian put down the documents and walked outside. Standing at the shore, Fong Xian gazed far into the distance and indeed saw a mushroom rapidly flying toward them. As the mushroom got closer, Fong Xian finally saw clearly that it was a woman flying over the sea while holding a large elephant. Remembering Tang Yan's instructions, Fong Xian relaxed and dismissed the crowd. When Tian Mei landed on the island, Fong Xian immediately welcomed her with a smile. "Honored Tian Mei has arrived. May our meeting shine brightly." Tian Mei felt the rich spiritual energy hitting her face, and her eyes flashed with surprise. Throwing the gravity domain elephant to the ground, she exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be such a paradise at sea." Fong Xian explained with a smile, "It was originally just an ordinary island. After Brother Yin made some adjustments, it became this scene. Honored one has traveled far. Please rest here for a while." Tian Mei thought to herself that this kid's methods were indeed varied, waved her hand, and said, "I won't bother you further. The goods entrusted by Hall Master Tang have been delivered. Farewell." Chapter 612. After Tang Yin and Tian Mei arrived near Tianan Mountain, they found a place to hide. At this moment, Tang Yin transformed into the appearance of a tall monk, while Tian Mei disguised herself as a handsome scholar. After waiting for just one day, both of them suddenly perked up. "They're here," Tian Mei whispered. Tang Yin handed Tian Mei a concealment pill, saying, "Taking this will mask your aura. If there's a conflict, we should be careful." Tian Mei obediently swallowed the pill. After a while, they saw at least 20 saint-level powerhouses surrounding Tianan Mountain. The voice of Yao Zhonglo echoed, "Shun Tingqin, come out." The voice was like a bell, resonating through the entrance of the underground palace, causing many weaker disciples to spit out blood, their internal spiritual energy in disarray. As the words fell, dozens of figures flew out from the underground palace. The leader was a tall man with pale skin, dark circles around his eyes, and a red glow in his gaze, looking extremely eerie from years without sunlight. This person was Shun Tingqin, the sect master of the Xinyuan sect. Behind him were 7 saint-level powerhouses, their auras equally chilling, appearing quite intimidating. Shun Tingqin glanced at the opposing formation, his gaze slightly tightening. Chapter 613. Yao Zhonglo saw he couldn't stop Shun Tingqin and transformed into a streak of light. Chasing after the direction, he disappeared. Elder Shi Zidin ordered, "Try to capture them alive." Then Shi Zidin called a few people to check the underground palace for any signs of Qin Dingxin. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tang Yin quietly approached the spot where Shun Tingqin had spat blood, collected some of the blood on the ground, and returned to Tian Mei's side. "Should we chase?" Tian Mei asked, puzzled upon seeing Tang Yin return. "It's not good to chase. It could easily be discovered. Let's see if Yao Zhonglo can capture anyone first." Dan Witzbo. Shi Zidin searched the underground palace, but found no trace of Qin Dingxin, becoming increasingly anxious. Could it be that what the Autumn Wind Protector said was true? The 17 young master was really taken by Shun Tingqin as supplementary medicine? At this moment, everyone from the Xinyuan sect had been captured, and Shi Zidin began soul-searching the core members to check on any recent usage of children. Good news, no sign of the 17 young master being killed. Bad news, no sign of the 17 young master at all. This matter suddenly became perplexing. Since the 17 young master wasn't at the Xinyuan sect, and there had been no recent killings of any Yao Valley members, why did the Autumn Wind Protector want to ignite the feud between the two sects? At this time, Yao Zhonglo returned, his expression extremely gloomy. Chapter 614. Tian Mei took the opportunity to pursue. Dawn. A fine sword slashed out a dazzling light, instantly illuminating the night. Shun Tingqin's life-bound spirit was summoned. The 5-color divine python evaded the sword light, and its massive body coiled toward Tian Mei. Meanwhile, Shun Tingqin raised his ink blade and swiftly swung it, cutting toward the sword light. 2 small hammers appeared out of nowhere, colliding midair, and with a crack, a bolt of lightning shot straight at the 5-color divine python. Boom! The 2 powerful strikes collided, unleashing a violent gust of wind. The tremendous impact shattered the stone walls inside the cave, debris flying everywhere, while the nearby waterfall was swept away by the airflow, abruptly disappearing from the stone wall. Just then, 2 sides appeared abruptly under Shun Tingqin's feet, slashing toward him fiercely. Shun Tingqin was startled. These 2 sides had an incredibly weak aura, hard to detect, yet their power was immense. He quickly retreated 2 steps to avoid the range of the side's attack. Before he could catch his breath, a blue light carrying overwhelming sword energy appeared behind him. Shun Tingqin immediately turned around, his ink blade sweeping through without hesitation. King level? Feeling Tang Yan's aura, a hint of disdain flashed in Shun Tingqin's eyes. An ant dares to participate in the super product battle? Chapter 615. Arriving at the decision hall, upon seeing Fang Xian, Tang Yan smiled and asked, "What important matters does the gang have recently?" Fang Xian reported in an orderly manner. When Ding Dan Dao Shui Tang manual has been printed in 100 million copies and densely bombarded to various major alchemy forces. Due to 2 successful cases from the One Ding Academy in the battle between Wen Ding and Yao Valley, our reputation has skyrocketed. So major forces do not doubt the manual's value. Delaying the improvement of pill quality is equivalent to pushing their customers to outsiders, which also pressures all major alchemy forces to study according to the manual's content. It is expected that in 2 months, all major sects will be able to refine regular high-quality pills. The expansion of the pill shop is slow. Major alchemy forces think we are hiding, unable to spare energy to open stores, thus not posing a threat to them, so they are unwilling to cooperate with us. I discussed with Old Du and decided to open Wen Ding pill shops in 3 cities first, allowing major forces to recognize Wen Ding's strength. Once these 3 pill shops successfully crush the local forces, we will see the attitude of other sections. It would be best if they are willing to cooperate. If not, we will force them to cooperate. After a pause, Fang Xian continued. The Yao Yuan medicinal material merchant's attitude towards us has suddenly become subtle. Chapter 616. Tian Mei reluctantly handed over the technique, agreeing to continue next time, and then left in frustration. Private becomes shared. All my fault for being talkative. Dan Dan. Meanwhile, held the Ice Heart Jade Pot technique, and communicated with the Void Pearl to return to Wending. Arriving at the original residence, Tang Yin saw Lin Dongxue with her back to him, trimming the flowers and grass in the courtyard. With a thought, he took out his heavy sword and lunged at Lin Dongxue. Lin Dongxue sensed something was off and was startled. She quickly turned around and drew her sword, unleashing a flash of silver sword light that struck towards Tang Yin like lightning. Upon recognizing the person, her eyes widened, and she urgently warned, "Be careful." Tang Yin easily countered Lin Dongxue's sword move and teased, "Little thief, how dare you rob a house? Come and take your life." Lin Dongxue realized that Tang Yin wanted to spar with her and laughed. "I've made my fortune in the martial world by robbing and pillaging. If you have the ability, take it back yourself." The two leaped into the air, flying out of the small courtyard and engaging in a sword duel in midair. Lin Dongxue's slender sword flickered rapidly, creating countless sword flowers that transformed into a sea of swords, pressing down towards Tang Yin like a dense storm. Tang Yin did not evade. Now that this girl had reached innate 8th rank, he also used equal strength to fight back. Swinging his heavy sword, a massive blue dragon emerged, weaving through the sea of swords. Its enormous body exuded an imposing aura, constantly shattering Lin Dongxue's sword energy. Chapter 617. Lin Dongxue eagerly accepted the cultivation method and smiled. "Let me see. If I can cultivate it, I'll tell you." I'll go for a stroll." Tang Yin knew it was inconvenient for him to stay for long and waved his hand as he left the courtyard. Arriving at Ziyun's courtyard, Tang Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Under the Tao spirit tree, a purple gold divine dragon lay lazily, with a little creature sprawled on its head, both inhaling the Tao rhythm spiritual energy emitted by the fairy tree. Ziyun had grown a bit larger, her scales shimmering with a more brilliant luster than before. Noticing Tang Yin enter, the little creature joyfully exclaimed, then suddenly pushed off with its short legs, leaping into Tang Yin's arms. Ziyun raised her foreboding, her tone also quite cheerful. "You're back. How's your cultivation going recently?" Tang Yin asked. "Pretty good. With the help of the Tao spirit tree, my cultivation speed has increased, and I'm now at the king level 7th rank. Ziyun happily reported. "At this rate, I might reach the saint level within 3 years. Tang Yin encouraged her while checking Ziyun's abdomen and tail, wondering if she could cultivate the Ice Heart Jade Pot technique now. Entering the saint level sooner would allow her to transform earlier. Unfortunately, the scales beneath her belly were equally flawless, and it was impossible to tell where her dragon femininity was hidden. Chapter 618. Little benefactor punishes evil and promotes good, caring for the common people, which is a great fortune for the human race. A loud voice rang out, startling Tang Yin. Turning around, he discovered a monk in simple robes, looking at him with a smile. "Buddha? Indeed, it is this poor monk," the Buddha nodded. Tang Yin performed a bow. "I've seen the Buddha. May I ask why you are here?" The Buddha gently explained. 100,000 years ago, the barriers among the myriad races were broken, and the human race became prey to all races. To protect their homeland, the human race was forced to resist for 70,000 years. At that time, a remarkably talented man from the human race discovered the path of cultivation for humans and became the emperor of the human race. This poor monk, relying on the emperor's cultivation methods, was fortunate to gain insight, achieving a certain level of enlightenment and becoming extraordinary. As the human race produced many experts, the balance of power gradually shifted, and the myriad races felt immense pressure. To control the human race, the Demon King created the Burning Heaven Calamity Banner, an evil artifact that, once unleashed, would automatically absorb human souls, turning people into mere walking corpses, becoming fodder for the myriad races. Due to the influence of this banner, the human continent was plunged into misery. In just half a month, 70 million people died tragically, and 20 million suffered severe damage to their souls. Chapter 619. The lotus flower suddenly bloomed, and amidst the intertwining lights and shadows, he felt his body lighten slightly before arriving in a surreal space. Surrounded by chaos, in a bizarre spectacle, a seed appeared out of nowhere, quickly sprouting, growing leaves, and blooming. Then, centered around the flower, countless flowers, grasses, and trees rapidly emerged and spread. Extending as far as the eye could see, a small stream flowed suddenly among the flowers. Rain began to fall from the sky, and the raindrops hit the ground, forming numerous streams. The streams merged together, becoming rivers. Countless rivers converged, some forming lakes, others turning into oceans. Parts of the ground began to rise, transforming into small hills or towering peaks. Some areas sank, becoming depressions or abysses. The sun and moon appeared, gentle breezes followed. Butterflies, small birds, fish, and wild beasts emerged. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, myriad lives were nurtured. As time passed, a natural cycle of spring growth and autumn harvest formed. Ultimately, this place became an incredibly real world. As the world took shape, the scene slowly faded, and before him remained that lotus flower. The petals emitted a soft and solemn Buddhist light, then began to fall one by one. Chapter 620, Inquiring for the Peak Decision Hall. Dangdan Zhang. The 100 Herbs Plain has refused to supply goods, most likely under the instruction of the Medicine Valley. I will take Nief Fan with me. Brother Yin, just to be safe, let us bring Shun Tingqin along as well. If Yao Zhongluo is around, you can also retreat safely, Fang Xian suggested. Tang Yin shook his head. As the head of the Divine Source sect, Shun Tingqin's identity is sensitive. If the crimes of the Divine Source sect are exposed, he will be reviled by the entire North Spirit. It's not suitable to reveal our connection with him. Moreover, at critical moments, he is a trump card against the Medicine Valley, so let us keep him hidden. I will go with Nief Fan first, even if there is real danger. Nief Fan is enough to help me secure a chance to retreat. Understood. Fang Xian had unconditional trust in Tang Yin. Since Tang Yin was confident, he did not press further. After the decision, Tang Yin immediately took action, bringing Nief Fan towards the 100 Herbs Plain. After a day of continuous trekking, the two arrived near the 100 Herbs Plain. He instructed Nief Fan to find a place to hide, and Tang Yin buried a void pearl, then communicated with the nearby void pearl of the Medicine Valley, appearing around the Medicine Valley. The array of time and space was activated, and Tang Yin entered the Medicine Valley's interior. With his strength now at the Saint level 7th rank, Tang Yin's perception had become even stronger. A probing force brushed past from a distance, and he knew that his arrival had likely been detected by the Medicine Valley. Chapter 621. Tang Yin moved like the wind in the Medicine Valley, leaving Qin Donghai and others in despair. Many female disciples were anxious, even afraid to go to the restroom, fearing that Tang Yin might suddenly drop in to say hello. Some female disciples, feeling hopeful, specifically went to soak in hot springs, hoping to catch Tang Yin's eye. This young man was already a leader at a young age, with an unlimited future. If they became the leader's wife, it would be a leap in status, 1,000 times more comfortable than their current situation. News of Tang Yin's rampage in the Medicine Valley quickly reached the 100 Herbs Plain. Yao Zhongluo's expression changed drastically upon receiving the news. Tang Yin had ambushed him, and with a strength of 9th rank in the Monarch level, he could unleash power not weaker than that of a Saint level 7th rank. Now that he was also at Saint level 7th rank, who in the Medicine Valley could stop him? Without hesitation, Yao Zhongluo immediately returned to the Medicine Valley. Tang Yin had been wandering around the Medicine Valley for a day. Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, he felt somewhat anxious inside. The Medicine Valley was not far from the 100 Herbs Plain. Why hadn't Yao Zhongluo returned yet? Was he perhaps not in the 100 Herbs Plain? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly noticed fluctuations in the surrounding air. The fluctuations were very weak, but they appeared too strange. Such a superior concealment technique could only be achieved by a top-tier expert. The old man has finally returned. Chapter 622. I heard that the Sword Sect is interested in the protective mountain formation of the Wending. If needed, Tang, can arrange it for the Sword Sect, Tang Yin said with a faint smile. Meng Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. Can the leader Tang arrange this formation? Indeed, Tang Yin nodded. Great. Then it would trouble leader Tang to take action. Meng Tingxiao readily agreed, but he was even more puzzled in his heart. The Sword Sect owed such a big favor to Wending, and Tang Yin took the initiative to arrange the formation. What was his purpose? Tang Yin didn't let Meng Tingxiao wonder for too long and spoke again. There's one more thing. I heard that the Medicine Valley has opened the God Refining Tower to the disciples of the Sword Sect for 2 years. The God Refining Tower is a sacred place for cultivation. I want to enter and cultivate for a few days, but the internal defenses of the Medicine Valley are strict, and I have no way to do so. I wonder if I can sneak in using the identity of a Sword Sect disciple. If possible, the qualification for entering the God Refining Tower can offset the reward for the formation. Meng Tingxiao's heart skipped a beat. and he quickly asked, I wonder if Leader Tang has any other purposes besides cultivating? Tang Yin shook his head slightly. Just cultivating, but my cultivation method is quite special, and I will absorb more spiritual energy, which may arouse the suspicion of the Medicine Valley. But they want to discover who did it. Meng Tingxiao speculated. Is it possible to trigger a conflict between the Sword Sect and the Medicine Valley? Chapter 6:23. Tang Yin followed the fourth elder back to the Sword Sect, and after greeting Meng Tingxiao, he left. There were no abnormalities in the God refining tower of the Medicine Valley, which relieved both of them. Back at Wending, Tang Yin began to consider a plan to eliminate the Medicine Valley. At first glance, it seemed simple. As long as he controlled Yao Zhongluo and Qin Donghai, it would be done, but capturing Yao Zhongluo was far from easy. After thinking for a while, Tang Yin called for Shun Tingxin and instructed, the Medicine Valley is currently spreading the word that they want to reconcile with you. You should go to the Medicine Valley and publicly announce that you are here to negotiate. To be safe, do not meet with Yao Zhongluo directly. Only talk with Qin Donghai or the core members and demand a lion's share in compensation. Yes. Shun Tingxin accepted the order and set off for the Medicine Valley. Tang Yin stood at the edge of the island, gazing toward the inland direction, constantly planning in his heart. The divine source sect's harm to countless children was indeed a matter that would invoke the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. If it were to be revealed that the Medicine Valley was negotiating or even forming an alliance with the divine source sect, the Medicine Valley would also fall into the crosshairs, becoming the target of public criticism. As long as he subtly promoted public opinion, the sentiment against the Medicine Valley would surely take root in people's hearts, and raising a team of experts to attack the Medicine Valley would not be a pipe dream. However, Tang Yin had not yet figured out how to rally the experts to act in concert. Chapter 6:24. The two were swept by the sword energy. Their faces instantly turned pale and lifeless. Two green lights drilled into their minds, and then this space shattered, and the three returned to the courtyard. What are your names? Dan Dan Yin Gui. The man in the blue robe, Hong Qi. The man in the black robe, Tao Quan. Tang Yin pointed at Hong Qi and asked, where are you from? What are you looking for? Please explain in detail. Hong Qi replied honestly, we are from the Jinglan residence of the Spirit Wilderness Realm. The ruins of the Songhai Palace are about to emerge, and after calculations, the location of the ruins is in the North Spirit Realm, attracting many forces to investigate. The Songhai Palace was built by the Dragon Clan in ancient times, containing countless treasures. The entrance to the ruins is on an island in the sea, and we are here to check it out. What is this pearl for? Tang Yin pointed at the golden glowing pearl. There's a dragon aura inside the ruins, and this pearl is called the Dragon-Seeking Pearl. It is very sensitive to dragon auras and will change color upon encountering them, Hong Qi explained. How many people have come from the Jinglan residence? What is their strength? What is the situation of other sects in the Spirit Wilderness Realm? There are a total of 9 people from Jinglan residence, 8 of whom are top-tier experts, and the leading protector is at the Dominance Realm. However, due to the rules of the plane, the upper limit of strength in the North Spirit Realm can only be top-tier, so the protector is also top-tier within the North Spirit Realm. Chapter 6:25. Sect Master Shun. Your request is difficult to fulfill. 109-tier medicinal herbs is the bottom line, the 8th elder said with a dark face. From 10,000 to 100? Not even a tenth? Shun Tingxin asked in surprise. 109-tier spiritual herbs are already extraordinarily valuable. The 8th elder was almost driven mad. Is this how you calculate? Why don't you just ask for 100 million herbs? Shun Tingxin paced for a few steps and spoke leisurely. I am not an unreasonable person. Since the Medicine Valley is sincere about negotiating peace, the conditions can be appropriately relaxed. First of all, our sect does not wish to be disturbed by any forces, nor do we intend to fight for fame and profit. Since the Medicine Valley has a prominent reputation, our sect will borrow some of your sect's prestige. Let us simply form an alliance between the two sects. The 1,000 herbs can also be reduced to 500. This is my bottom line. If you can accept it, then we can reconcile. If you cannot make the decision, then go back and consult. I will wait for you for half an hour. Seeing Shun Tingxin's firm attitude, the 8th elder helplessly said, Sect Master Shun, please wait. I will go back to consult. The 8th elder returned to the Medicine Valley and conveyed Shun Tingxin's conditions. Regarding the request for an alliance, everyone did not think much of it. After all, given the covert style of the Divine Source sect, It was likely that they simply wanted to borrow the name of the Medicine Valley to avoid disturbance from other forces. Chapter 626. Bai Chaogan's words cause a stir around, with various curses continuously ringing out from the shadows. They talk about righteousness and morality, but in reality, they just want to take all the benefits for themselves. How hypocritical. A third-rate sect talks about the great righteousness of humanity at this time. It's simply absurd. Do they even have any shame left? Are you waiting for us to come out and share the benefits? Do you think I believe that? Damn it. For a C-grade secret realm, you would mobilize the entire sect. Are you all crazy? Although everyone was filled with indignation, the other side indeed had more people, and if they really rushed in, they would not gain any advantage. Erhua, it seems we don't have a place. Tian Mei poked Tang Yin with her finger. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. Tang Yin quickly surveyed the situation on the island, and when he found that the people around were filled with anger, he suddenly felt more confident. Xiaoyao Peak, although you are powerful, you have positioned yourselves against the people. If we could unite with other sects at this time, we might have a chance. However, the hearts of the major forces are scattered, and with his own reputation, it should be difficult to rally them successfully. Then Tang Yan's gaze fell on the location of the Dark Moon sect. Although this sect is not as strong as the 8 major forces in the Spirit Wilderness realm, it ranks among the second-tier forces, and its reputation is undeniable. Especially that young leader, who is the young master of the Dark Moon sect. With him organizing, it is highly likely to succeed. Chapter 627. Speak. Guan Zirong urged. Bai Chaojin quickly said, my alliance with the 3 families to enter is not for selfish gain, but for easier management and to unify our hearts. If 10 or more families enter, each with their own thoughts, it will instead hinder success. I ask Brother Guan not to misunderstand my intentions. Now we at Xiaoyao Peak have formed an alliance with the 10,000 Beast Valley and the Chang'e sect, which is indeed a solid alliance. Looking at your temporarily assembled team, the winning rate is less than 20%. Acting rashly will only lead to unnecessary casualties and damage the harmony between the families. However, public opinion can be daunting. While I am considering how to help the human race better breach the alien ruins, I have been misunderstood as a selfish person, which truly chills my heart. Since Brother Guan believes that entering together signifies unity, let us do it this way. Each of our 3 families will give up 10 spots for Brother Guan to allocate. However, I have one request. At this point, Bai Chaojin pointed at Tang Yin and said, this person seems to be a troublemaker and should not be allowed in. Young Master Yin is our ally. Don't take personal revenge. Guan Zirong immediately rejected this. Bai Chaojin sneered. I think someone who stirs up trouble like this is not a good person. It is better to eliminate one troublemaker in exchange for 30 spots. Chapter 628. Tang Yin surveyed the golden dragon and couldn't help but feel a chill. This was merely a fragment of a dragon's spirit, yet it exuded such immense pressure. It was unimaginable what kind of power the real body would possess. Under such overwhelming pressure, Tang Yin felt a bit scared. Thud! A dull sound came from not far away, and Tang Yin turned to see a woman had already collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Shortly after, a light yellow liquid flowed down her pant leg. However, the woman seemed oblivious, only trembling slightly, curling up into a ball. The woman's kneeling acted as a signal, and those around her began to kneel one after another, the sound of thuds echoing incessantly. Some of the more resilient individuals gritted their teeth, trying to resist the pressure. The only one still standing among the superior beings was Tian Mei. Although her strength was not high, she had long been renowned in the Northern Spirit Realm, having cultivated an aura of superiority, allowing her to endure alongside the other experts. Seeing that 30% of the people were still standing, the golden dragon seemed quite angry and raised its head to emit another dragon roar. The sound of the roar was like thunder, cracking through the clouds and shattering the stones. The atmosphere in the hall trembled violently, its majesty crashing down like a mighty tide upon everyone's spirits. Thud! Thud! The standing individuals could no longer hold back and knelt down one by one. Chapter 629. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. A superior being in the early stage was so easily separated from their head. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. Even a ruler-level expert would not dare to guarantee a quick kill against a superior being in the early stage within the Northern Spirit Realm. This young man in blue was terrifyingly powerful. Why would he kill? Ning Changzhou stood up and pointed at Tang Yin, angrily rebuking him. You kill to silence. What is your intention? Bai Chao Jin seized the opportunity to stir up trouble. Tang Yin already knew that the woman with the double-ringed high bun was from the Beast Valley. But at that time, Ning Changzhou did not restrain her actions, indicating he also wanted a share of the spoils. If the previous scene continued with endless arguments, the most likely outcome would be a collective attack against him. Directly demonstrating power would naturally correct others' attitudes. Why do you think I kill? Don't you want me to send you to ask the Golden Dragon? Tang Yin grinned and stepped forward. This woman deserved to be killed. If it weren't for young Master Yin breaking the deadlock, who knows what our outcome would have been? Everyone owes young Master Yin a great favor. Don't be a white-eyed wolf who turns against those who raised you. Guan Zirong, pale-faced, stepped forward to mediate. Having just seen the woman and coincidentally noticed a man nearby bending down to tear at his shoes, suddenly giving rise to malicious thoughts and daring to act. Chapter 630. Tian Mei trusted Tang Yin the most and directly handed over the 8 spirit stones in her possession. Guan Zirong held Tang Yin in high regard, not doubting him, and also handed over the spirit stones. With someone taking the lead, others no longer concealed their own and began to contribute. Before long, everyone stood obediently to the side, quietly watching Tang Yin. When the Golden Dragon appeared in the hall, its divine might was not even 1/10 of that in the front hall, indicating that this form posed no threat to us. It carefully demonstrated its body structure to us. This action must have a purpose. What could it be? These golden spirit stones resemble fragments of the Golden Dragon. Therefore, I speculate that the key to breaking through this round lies in restoring the fragments within this dragon-shaped pattern. Has everyone contributed? Tang Yin asked lightly. Everyone nodded in unison. Tang Yin said nothing more, picking up the golden spirit stones and beginning to place them on the dragon-shaped pattern. He was too familiar with the Golden Dragon, having seen it completely in the hall and spent several days with the Golden Dragon on the Zen Buddha Island. In the questioning summit, he also thoroughly examined Ziyun inside and out. What else more? He had pieced together thousands of weapons from hundreds of thousands of weapon fragments on the Zen Buddha Island through layers of screening and classification. Who in the world could compare to this practical ability in assembling? Chapter 631. In the hall, many early-stage superior beings' shields were already quite unstable, at risk of breaking at any moment. Everyone felt anxious and uneasy, praying that Tang Yin could finish assembling as soon as possible while cursing the shameless and lowly conduct of the Carefree Peak in their hearts. It was best to keep a distance from the Carefree Peak in the future. Tang Yin did not disappoint everyone. Just as the shields of the early-stage superior beings were about to shatter, he finally completed the assembly of the Golden Dragon pattern. As the magnificent Golden Dragon appeared, the flames on both sides of the hall gradually extinguished. Everyone cheered in unison, feeling a surge of joy at having survived, showering compliments and flattery. Tang Yin paid no heed to everyone's praise, but curiously looked at the wall, wondering why the passage had not yet opened. A faint dragon roar came from the wall. Tang Yin focused his gaze, only to see the Golden Dragon on the wall, its scales flickering with light and darkness, exuding an unmatched divine might, as if it could come to life at any moment. Could it be that this checkpoint still had tasks left undone? Feeling the dragon's might growing heavier in the hall, Tang Yin squinted, recalling the method to break through the previous checkpoint was to slay the dragon. Without hesitation, he took out the ninefold mountain, and the blade of the common sword immediately slashed out. The unadorned sword energy swept toward the giant dragon's neck. Chapter 632. After watching the excitement, everyone satisfiedly walked towards the passage. Passing through the passage, they arrived at a new hall, and everyone's eyes widened, their breaths quickening. This hall seemed to have no ceiling. Looking up, the sky was a chaotic expanse with no end in sight. In the center of the hall stood a giant stone statue of a dragon, its body facing upward, claws bared and fangs displayed, as if about to soar into the sky. The dragon was about 1,000 feet tall, extraordinarily majestic, and exuded an overwhelming aura that left people entranced. Various treasures hung on the dragon's body, weapons and magical artifacts dazzling the eye. Having learned from the previous 2 experiences, everyone knew that acting rashly would be ineffective, so they observed from below. The higher up, the better the items. Guan Zirong analyzed. The few weapons at the very bottom seemed to be of the famous weapon standard. The middle positions should all be magical treasures. The fluctuations above are very strong. At least they must be spirit artifacts. and there's a possibility of celestial artifacts as well. Could there be danger? Yu Anling asked in confusion. Guan Zirong shook his head, then nodded. I can't sense it, but there should be danger. Let's try it and see. Bai Chaojin took a deep breath, leaped into the air, and charged towards a sword at the very bottom. As he was about to obtain the sword, a strong sword aura suddenly slashed towards Bai Chaojin. Chapter 633. Bai Chaojin knew there was a celestial artifact above and was regretting his impulsiveness. If he had figured out the pattern before going up, with his strength, he could at least have obtained a spiritual artifact. Fortunately, there were many people from the Xiaoyao sect this time, among the members entering the ruins. There were not only 3 late-stage, super-grade experts, but also another Dominator-level powerhouse, besides himself. Junior brother Fan, go up there later and try to grab a celestial artifact. Bai Chaojin said to the burly man beside him. Rest assured, senior brother, I will do my best. Fan Zhongru stood up and said, I'll try going up now. Be careful, Bai Chaojin reminded him. Fan Zhongru nodded, took a deep breath, and shot upwards. He quickly felt a wave of pressure coming at him. As his body continued to rise, the sense of oppression became stronger. Just past the halfway point of the giant dragon statue, it became increasingly difficult to ascend. Forcing himself to calm down, Fan Zhongru gritted his teeth and continued to charge upwards. When he reached the position of the dragon's front claws under the immense dragon's might, his spirit began to waver. However, the treasures here were only spiritual artifacts, still a distance from celestial artifacts. He took out a green hat and put it on his head. The sharp pain in his spirit finally eased a bit. This hat was a magical treasure that helped to focus the mind and calm the soul. Chapter 634. Are you crazy? Seeking death? People die for wealth. Not knowing when to retreat, can you take and spend your life? What a pity, falling at such a young age. Everyone shook their heads, watching helplessly as a thick bolt of lightning struck Tang Yan's physical body. Crack! The lightning flashed past Tang Yan, but did not affect his movements. Tang Yan's hand grasped the orb. The moment he obtained the orb, his peripheral vision caught sight of a sword hilt protruding from the center of the dragon's head. Just one glance at the sword hilt filled him with boundless killing intent, sending chills down his spine. To prevent any complications, Tang Yan did not linger. After putting away the orb, he descended towards the ground. Seeing Tang Yan descending from the sky, everyone felt dazed. He actually survived the lightning strike? Are you still human? Only Tian Mei found it unremarkable. The resources required to cultivate the 5 elements overlord body technique to perfection were beyond ordinary imagination. If a lightning strike had damaged the defenses, this body technique would have been nothing but a scam. Young Master Yin, how did you avoid the lightning? Ning Changzhou asked in confusion. That lightning wasn't very powerful. I was lucky to evade it. Tang Yin blinked, his face sincere. Ning Changzhou's face darkened. Can you at least prepare a draft for your lies? Chapter 635. Brother Yin, you have good fortune and will surely return. We will wait for you. Guan Zirong was the first to respond, causing those who wanted to say Brother Yin go with peace of mind to immediately swallow their words and join in wishing Tang Yin a safe return. Watching the figure in green continuously ascend, everyone couldn't help but have Tang Yan's self-sacrificing theory echo in their minds, feeling an infinite sense of emotion. People who talk a lot about righteousness and morality are everywhere. How many can truly achieve it? Bai Chaojin, whose injuries had recovered somewhat, looked at the crowd's admiration for Tang Yin and sourly started to slander him. What he says sounds good, but who knows if he is just trying to deceive everyone. He only broke the situation easily in the previous 2 rounds, and this time he is probably just playing the victim to gain favors from all sects. Although his words were harsh, human nature has its evils, and his instigation sparks suspicion in many hearts. If you don't want to go out, I can help you stay here forever. Guan Zirong coldly reprimanded. Just you? Bai Chaojin scoffed disdainfully. What about Zhao? A middle-aged man stepped forward. Young Master Yin is noble and upright. I admire him. An old man in gray robes voiced his support. Chapter 636. Although this was the first time he used it, relying on his swordsmanship foundation and the Sword Saint's legacy, this sword technique was perfectly executed. The intent to kill permeated the air. With a loud bang, the massive dragon's head fell in response. Boom! A stone door appeared on one wall of the great hall, slowly opening. The crowd below couldn't help but erupt into enthusiastic cheers. Tang Yin jumped down from above and casually stored all the celestial artifacts, spiritual artifacts. and magical treasures from the dragon into his storage ring. Brother Yin, amazing. As soon as he landed, Guan Zirong enthusiastically approached to greet him. Young Master Yin, thank goodness you were here for this relic. Having you is our blessing. When we return to Ling Wang, we must drink to our heart's content. Others also gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Tang Yin in a flurry. Tang Yin smiled and responded to each one. At this moment, the entire great hall began to shake. The ruins were about to collapse. It seemed this was the final challenge. Let's get out of here, Guan Zirong called out. Everyone hesitated no longer and exited along the passage, only to find the ferry boat unexpectedly waiting outside the hall. Once everyone boarded the boat, the grand and magnificent Songhai Palace behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into ruins. The ferry boat trembled slightly and quickly carried everyone up towards the sea surface. After the massive ship brought them to the surface of the sea, it passed through a thick fog, and the island where they had boarded the ship earlier came into view. Chapter 637. A woman in the formation raised a shield to resist the formation's attacks, her hands continuously forming seals. A series of hand seals quietly floated around her. Seeing the woman constantly stacking defenses, Tang Yin sneered internally. Countless formation points emerged, and a new world-spanning grinding plate was set over the old formation. The woman felt it was about time, with a wave of her jade hand. The hand seal shot outward. Bang! A violent gust of wind erupted around her, causing the formation to begin cracking. The woman shouted in anger and swung her sword forward. Crack! The formation shattered. Just as she was about to look for Tang Yin, a familiar, overwhelming force surged at her, causing her expression to change again. Stacking formation. The opponent is from the Formation Alliance? That shouldn't be. How could the Formation Alliance collude with the Demon Clan? Why would they attack her? Although she was curious about Tang Yan's identity, the woman in the green dress did not slow her actions and continued to stack seals to charge the formation. Tang Yin was increasingly shocked by the woman's strength. Her power was definitely above Yao Zhongluo's. If he could refine her into a childworm, it would be much easier to deal with Yao Zhongluo. Although the formation trapped the woman, it could not kill her. Without new tactics, she would only fall into a cycle of continuously setting and breaking formations. After setting up a new formation to prevent the woman from escaping, Tang Yin took a deep breath, wielded his heavy sword, and found an entry point to strike into the formation. Chapter 638. The woman in the green dress reappeared, already 1,000 miles away. Taking out a pill and swallowing it, her chaotic aura finally settled down. Thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered, the woman muttered resentfully. I never expected such a master would end up as a dog for the Demon Clan. Truly a disgrace to the human race. I came to Bailing to find a medicinal herb, and my movements were already sufficiently secretive, yet I was still detected by the Demon Clan. And they chased me all the way to the Bailing realm. Starting today, I will guard the entrance and exit of the Spirit Wilderness realm. I don't believe I won't be able to block you. Determined, the woman in the green dress quickly returned to the Spirit Wilderness realm. As soon as she arrived, she took out materials from her storage space and built a simple gazebo at the entrance of the passage. She found a mat to sit down, thought for a while, then wrote a letter by hand and took out a paper crane talisman to send a message back to the Pill Alliance. After sitting there for 2 hours, the passage suddenly vibrated and hundreds of people appeared in a crowd. The woman in the green dress's spirit jolted. Could it be that her target had appeared? But seeing the crowd of hundreds, her brows furrowed again as she coldly said, Stand still, do not move. This group of people did not expect someone at the entrance. And the woman in the green dress's sudden shout startled many of them. Chapter 639. For 3 days like this, Tang Yin finally completed the arrangement for the Holy War ruins. After burying a void pearl in the sky-blocking valley, Tang Yin returned to Donglai Island. Upon arriving at the decision hall, Fang Xian immediately stood up to greet him. Brother Yin, sit down and speak. Tang Yin pulled over a chair and sat down, saying, The time has come. Prepare to eliminate the Medicine Valley. Fang Xian's spirit jolted, excitedly asking, Brother Yin, what are the specific arrangements? Tang Yin did not hide anything from Fang Xian and laid out the entire plan for the Holy War ruins. Fang Xian listened with a dazed expression, and after a long time, he finally reacted, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Yin, you are the most cunning and intelligent man in all of Northern Spirit. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Enough, enough. Tang Yin interrupted with a dark expression, adding, "The card of the Divine Source sect is also ready to be used." The second season of the Holy War Ruins focuses on the crusade against the Medicine Valley. Later, let Shin Tingxin return to the sect and rearrange the training grounds, replicating the original training methods. However, instead of using children, find some great evildoers to drain their blood. In a few days, arrange for people to expose the crimes of the Divine Source sect in Northern Spirit. Also, issue a proclamation condemning the Medicine Valley for forming an alliance with the Divine Source sect, acting as a shield for evil forces despite knowing their crimes. Chapter 640. In the midst of public opinion, the Medicine Valley quickly took action. The fifth elder secretly went to Tianan Mountain to negotiate with the Divine Source sect. The Holy War Ruins were about to open, and the major forces of the Northern Spirit Realm were invited to the Skyblocking Valley. Due to being in the whirlpool of public opinion, the Medicine Valley did not participate. At Tianan Mountain, in a large cave of the Divine Source sect, Fifth Elder Yi Jinping met with Shun Tingxin, watching blood continuously drip around them. With the air filled with a bloody smell, Yi Jinping's brows were tightly locked. This bizarre cultivation method, I really don't know what kind of sick person could come up with it. Fifth Elder, what brings you so far? Shun Tingxin sat in the high seat, scrutinizing Yi Jinping with an air of superiority. Although Yi Jinping was displeased, he did not dare to show it due to the gap in strength. After weighing his words, he said steadily, "Sect Master Shun, the cultivation methods of the Divine Source sect are too shocking and are not accepted by the secular world. What your sect has done is already spreading in the Northern Spirit Realm, causing public outrage. We speculate that soon, righteous people will come to deal with you." Although Sect Master Shun possesses extraordinary strength, the Northern Spirit is home to many hidden experts. Once a superior being gets involved, it could easily lead to disaster. Chapter 641. As the old voice ended, a suspended panel appeared before everyone, with a pen beneath it. As everyone took the pen to write their names, a huge stone tablet emerged in the sky, with the words leaderboard written at the top, but it was temporarily empty. "Who goes there?" Two guards at the entrance suddenly shouted. Shang Zhongwen reacted quickly, waving his hand, and two gusts of wind shot out. The two guards let out muffled groans and died simultaneously. The stone tablet in the sky flashed with light, and Shang Zhongwen's name appeared on it. Shang Zhongwen, 2 points. The appearance of points ignited everyone's enthusiasm. They immediately rushed toward the alien sect, but were blocked by the protective formation. "Break the formation together," Shang Zhongwen called out, then produced a sharp axe, gathering strength before striking at the formation. Bang! The protective formation shook violently. With someone leading, everyone no longer hesitated and attacked the formation together. Inside the alien sect, a sharp alarm sounded. Shortly after, a burly man in full armor, leading 100 archers, arrived at the foot of the mountain. Seeing the crowd breaking the formation, the burly man ordered in a deep voice, "A mere swarm of ants dares to rampage before the alien sect? Shoot them all down." Chapter 642. News about the Holy War Ruins spread like wings across the Northern Spirit Realm. The strongest welfare Holy War Ruins in history. Participation guarantees high rewards. 0 casualties, low investment, high return. Participants in the Holy War Ruins can win big. Everyone benefits, with rewards galore. The Holy War Ruins is known as Northern Spirit's greatest boon. Top-grade treasures everywhere. Famous weapons as cheap as cabbage. 9th-tier pills for everyone. The Holy War Ruins is a place to collect money with bags. With the behind-the-scenes promotion of the summit, the popularity of these topics ranked just below the impact caused by the Divine Source sect and the Medicine Valley. In the sky over Tiana Mountain, the core members of the Medicine Valley and the core members of the Divine Source sect faced each other from a distance. Yao Zhonglo clasped his hands and said, "Sect Master Shun, the situation is pressing. There is no need to confront the whole world. Your sect can only temporarily retreat. You have suffered grievances." Shun Tingxin replied calmly. "Have the medicinal materials been brought?" Yao Zhonglo, helpless, waved to the 9th elder beside him, who immediately threw over a Chinquan bag. "Sect Master Shun, please check." After Shin Tingxin checked the Chinquan bag and found no issues, he nodded. "Rest assured, everyone, I know the gravity of the situation. From today on, I will hide in the shadows and no longer use the name of the Divine Source sect. The spirit pet business will also cease." Chapter 643. Although Feng Che and I did not say it explicitly, everyone was not foolish and could see that the woman in the painting was his beloved. Most of the patrons in the restaurant were martial artists. Anyone who could afford to spend at the Listening Wind Tower was no fool. Each one had a heart colder than a knife. But at this moment, everyone felt a bit emotional. They believed in love once again. Young Master Feng, rest assured. If we encounter this lady, we will definitely inform you promptly. Everyone promised loudly. Feng Chanai bowed in gratitude, saying, Feng Chanai sincerely thanks everyone for their righteous assistance. My friend is named Meng Yao. If I am fortunate enough to reunite with my friend, it will surely be the result of everyone's prayers for me. I won't disturb your pleasant time any longer. Goodbye. After saying that, Feng Chanai left the restaurant, walking down the street with a book in hand, reading as he walked, completely unconcerned about the strange looks from those around him. Now he had found his own way of cultivation. Writing good works can stir the literary energy. Spreading good works, encouraging others to do good, and provoking people to think can also stir literary energy. The literary energy entering the body can be directly transformed into cultivation. Good articles require daily accumulation and inspiration. They are hard to come by, but spreading ready-made works is relatively easier. However, obscure and difficult to understand articles, overly refined and elegant, have very few listeners. Chapter 644. Looking at the two men filled with killing intent, Tang Yin smiled and teased. Are you two rushing to the front to raise the flag for the Medicine Valley? Zhu Jingkong, Lei Yu, the spirit which clans warriors above the Lord level will stay in the rear, using spirit which secret techniques to influence the performance of the Medicine Valley. The Lord of Thunder and the main force will intercept the experts from the Medicine Valley. This time, we have many experts deployed, and our biggest goal is to capture Medicine Chonglu. As long as we control the higher-ups, the Medicine Valley will be as good as dead in the future. Tang Yin revealed the plan for the Holy War ruins, leaving the two speechless. Young Master, you're brilliant. Zhu Jingkong admired him greatly. Having enmity with the Wending, the luck of the Medicine Valley is at an end. Lei Yu exclaimed. You two should disguise yourselves and head to the sky-covering valley, Tang Yin reminded. Okay. The two immediately went to do so. Tang Yin turned to Feng Xian and instructed, Old Feng, if luck is on our side the day after tomorrow, we can take over the Medicine Valley. The power structure of the Medicine Valley is intricate and much more complicated than Wending, and many systems cannot be directly copied from Wending. You'll need to plan carefully. Feng Xian nodded. Brother Yin, don't worry. I've been working on it, and I'll bring the plan for you to review once it's ready. Tang Yin acknowledged with a grunt, patted Feng Xian on the shoulder, and left the decision hall to find Tian Mei. Chapter 645. The protective mountain formation of the Medicine Valley was immediately activated, isolating everyone outside. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from everyone hit the formation, creating deafening sounds. However, this formation was meticulously set up by Su Bai, solid as a fortress. Despite the overwhelming force of the attacks, it did not threaten the defenses of the Medicine Valley in the short term. The situation outside quickly drew the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Medicine Valley. Countless distress signal flares rose above the Medicine Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The core members of the Medicine Valley also arrived at the mountain gate. Qin Donghai saw that outside there were forces like the Qi Pavilion and the Baqiang sect. Initially thinking they were from the Wending camp attacking, but upon seeing many allies of the Medicine Valley in the crowd, he was instantly bewildered. What exactly is going on? Are you all here to cause trouble at the Medicine Valley? To be enemies with the Medicine Valley? Qin Donghai's furious voice echoed. The Baqiang sect and the Medicine Valley have always been at odds. Zhuang Zhila, filled with killing intent, shouted, Old thief, stop pretending to be confused while knowing the truth. The Medicine Valley practices demonic techniques, harming children, and is utterly insane. If you are not eradicated, you will surely become a disaster for the North Spirit in the future. Today, we represent justice to eliminate you. Qin Donghai cursed back. Shut the hell up. What crime can't be fabricated? I swear by my soul. No one in the Medicine Valley practices demonic techniques. Chapter 646. The voice of the Emperor of Humanity echoed above the Medicine Valley. The core members of the Medicine Valley have lost their combat capability. The first phase of the mission has been completed. Other members of the Medicine Valley are innocent and should not be slaughtered. Anyone who harms them will have points deducted. The second phase of the mission begins. Keep a close watch on Medicine Chonglu to prevent the target from escaping. Tang Yin secretly implanted soul thoughts in a Qin Donghai and the others, who then swallowed pills and sat quietly, to regulate their breathing, appearing like NPCs. Everyone also regarded them as tools, no longer paying attention, all looking up at the sky. Superclass beings are rarely seen in reality, and now, with 4 superclass beings fighting, it was an eye-opening experience for everyone. Once at the superclass level, even a small grade difference is like heaven and earth. Medicine Chonlu, at the peak of superclass, could fight 3 at once, and was only slightly at a disadvantage, showing no signs of defeat. Glancing around, the gatekeepers were already too weak to fight, and there were still over 100 holy level warriors eyeing him hungrily. He had no chance of turning the tide alone. Staying here would even lead to being worn down. Instead, if he left, they would be wary and not dare to harm the gatekeepers further. With determination, Medicine Chonlu's aura surged, and he thrust his spear fiercely into the ground, sending a domineering wave of light spreading outward. Chapter 647. When the coast was clear, Tang Yin communicated with the Void Pearl of Donglai Island and returned to Wending. Entering the decision hall, Fang Xian hurriedly asked, "Brother Yin, how did it go?" Tang Yin smiled and nodded. "It's all in the bag. I'm back to inform you. Next, we need to do 3 things. First, take over the Medicine Valley. Second, Wending no longer needs to hide on Donglai Island, planning to move to the mainland. The third matter needs to be expedited. Publicly declare that the Holy War ruins were created by the Emperor of Humanity. The high-ranking officials of the Medicine Valley have gone astray, provoking the Emperor's wrath, thus turning the illusion into reality." Though Tang Yin was the main force in defeating Medicine Chonlu, he did not appear on the leaderboard due to having to bear the sins of the Medicine Valley and could not receive the rewards from the ruins. This is a way to explain to the disciples of the Medicine Valley. By pushing the cause of the Medicine Valley's destruction onto the heavens, their resentment would not be directed at us. Good. Fang Xian's face broke into an uncontrollable smile, excitedly saying, "Brother Yin, we did it. We're going to make it big." Indeed, but starting a business is hard, and maintaining it is not easy. Whether we can smoothly manage the Medicine Valley requires time to prove. I've already written the takeover plan. Brother Yin, take a look. Fang Xian pulled Tang Yin to the table and took out a stack of papers. Chapter 648. The Medicine Valley was jointly besieged by the major sects of the North Spirit. Tang Yin wielded his sword and defeated Medicine Chonlu, leading to the complete collapse of the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley had publicly announced its joining of Wending. The Holy War ruins were originally an illusion. The Emperor of Humanity was enraged by the Medicine Valley's misdeeds, thus turning the illusion into reality to punish the Medicine Valley. The words were few, but the impact was no less than a full-force strike from a late-stage superclass expert. What was clearly meant to be a Holy War ruins event at the sky-covering valley had instantly turned into a real Medicine Valley offline. Although it sounded unbelievable, the facts were laid out before them, leaving no room for doubt. After a long while, Shun Tan tentatively asked, "Dad, is it possible that the Holy War ruins were man-made? If both phases were man-made, who has such great power?" Shun Shan countered, "Wending is the biggest beneficiary. Sentandi Maindith. Such a grand scheme, at first glance, seemed beyond human capability. But if it were said that Tang Yin was controlling it from behind the scenes, Shun Shan will believe it." After a long time, Shun Shan spoke softly. The illusion becoming reality could be said to be the Emperor's wrath, or it could be due to human actions. Which explanation is accepted depends on which voice is louder. People are more likely to believe that one. There should be someone promoting the narrative that the illusion has become reality. Chapter 649. Feng Chanai straightened his clothes, took out a fan, and assumed the posture of a storyteller, beginning to narrate a new tale to the old man. This story tells of Qin Luo, a disciple of the Tianji sect, who embarked on a journey into the world. The Tianji sect belongs to the Xian sect, capable of deducing heavenly secrets and peering into the fates of all things. Any secret in the world, as long as the Tianji sect seeks answers, the truth will certainly come to light. However, this special method of exploring the path is difficult to be accepted by the heavenly Tao. The cost of deduction is the depletion of one's own life essence. Once he entered the martial world, when people learned of his abilities, they all racked their brains to ask him to help them with divination. The greed of human nature is fully presented before him. Some want to capture him and force him to deduce the secrets of the heavens. Some will approach him and befriend him. And these so-called confidants will constantly use the loyalty of friendship to morally coerce him into helping. Some will set traps to sell their misfortune, carefully fabricating a tragic side to win his sympathy, continuously consuming his conscience. Even many noble women will go so far as to enter the game, using love to deceive him into providing for the forces behind them. Amidst the dangers and deceit, his suspicion grows heavier, and he becomes increasingly reclusive and emotionally detached. Chapter 650. It is an honor for the Lord of the Thunder Domain to stay. Tang Yin smiled and welcomed, finally looking at his group of old brothers. Now that Bailing has no rivals, once everyone has relocated, we can return to listen to Xiang and visit family, or bring family members to develop in Bailing. I have something very important to do. I will visit my grandfather later, and then go to Lingwang. Although I really want to take you with me, the situation there is complicated, so I will go and scout first. You all guard the territory of Bailing well. This is my strongest rear. Hearing Tang Yan's words, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Yinge, I will accompany you. I'm a businessman and won't cause trouble, Du Shu immediately said. It's inconvenient for one person. I will go and be your maid. Lin Dongxue weakly raised her hand. Yu Jiwechen immediately stood up. Old servant swears to follow the young master to the death. Get lost, get lost. Tang Yin laughed and scolded. You all stay in Bailing. I will scout the situation first, and when the time is right, I will naturally bring you over. Fang Xian calmly said, Everyone, you going to Lingwang won't help at all. You will only become a burden to Yenge. We should work hard to improve our cultivation, just like guarding Xiang and entering Bailing, and wait for Yin Ji's call. Chapter 651. Tang Ling pondered for a moment and said, Let me see Mo Bo's attitude. After calling for Mo Bo, when he saw Tang Yin, he was immediately surprised and delighted, and they reminisced for a while. After hearing Tang Ling's words, Mo Bo nodded without hesitation. Wherever the master goes, I will go. Tang Ling was very happy. With a decisive manner, he immediately began to arrange for the move. Apart from a few trusted aides going to Bailing, all others were given a generous severance pay. Those who want to go home could go home, and those who wanted to stay in the imperial city for work would also be helped by the old master. Taking advantage of the old man's busy time, Tang Yin visited the royal family. The emperor hinted that he wanted to betroth Qin Xian to him, but seeing that Tang Yin showed no interest, he had to give up. The next day, the royal family personally escorted the Tang family to the entrance of Bailing. Soon after, everyone disappeared into the light curtain. Qin he flew for 2 days and nights before finally arriving at the Medicine Valley. After arranging accommodations for his grandfather and others, Tang Yin prepared to leave. Fang Xian organized a farewell banquet, and Tang Yin drank heartily with everyone, not staying long, and with a thought, arrived at Donglai Island. On the island, there were only Zi Yun and 2 white-faced buns. Are you ready to leave? Zi Yun asked softly. Yes. Tang Yin nodded and added. The Void Child Pearl can cross the interworld passage. I will try to return to the Medicine Valley once a month, and once you transform, we can see each other again. Chapter 652, Misunderstanding? Then I will give you a chance to argue. Rao Baoyue said, Dan Dan Da. Tang Yin explained honestly. In fact, I also have a spirit pet like the fairies, usually entrusted to a friend for care. I thought there was only this one in the world. That day when I talked to the fairy, I misunderstood that the fairy not only stole my spirit pet, but also killed my friend, which made me act in anger. After returning, I realized it was a misunderstanding, but by then, I could no longer find the fairy to explain. Rao Baoyue looked at Tang Yin. This kid's appearance is different from that day during the battle. However, he looks more pleasing to the eye. How much of this cunning kid's words are true and how much are false? Where is the little round one? Rao Baoyue asked. The little round one and my spirit pet are of the same root and are closely related. I originally wanted to bring it to the senior, but I couldn't bear to separate them. Saying this, Tang Yin waved his arm lightly, and a picture appeared before the 2 women. In it, the little one and the little round one were playing on the island. The 2 little beasts chased each other, rolling around, and cheerful sounds echoed, creating a harmonious and warm scene that made one smile involuntarily. Soon after, it showed their farewell scene. The 2 little guys with tearful eyes and heartbreaking cries made one feel incredibly pained. Chapter 653. After parting midway, the Rao sisters flew for another day and finally saw a huge sect. Countless mountains stretched endlessly, with towering peaks and clouds swirling around the mountaintops. From a distance, it looked magnificent and grand. On one peak, 2 powerful characters Dan Meng were carved. After entering the mountain gate, a denser spiritual energy rushed towards them, and the Dantian automatically operated. quickly transforming the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy for its own use. Tang Yan's spirit trembled. The foundation of a top sect is evident. After circling around the front peak, Rao Baoyue pointed to the central peak surrounded by many stars and introduced. The center is the main peak, where all the institutions of the Danmeng are located. To obtain resources in the sect, one can only purchase them with spirit stones. Spirit stones can be obtained by completing sect tasks, which can be received at the task hall on the main peak. The 13 peaks on the left and right are managed by 13 elders, representing the current 13 forces of the Danmeng. We are at Tianqing Peak. Taking out a token, she wrote Tang Yan's information on it with spiritual energy and said, "This is your identity token. Keep it safe. If you lose it, it will cost 10 low-grade spirit stones to replace." Tang Yan carefully stored the identity token. Arriving at several courtyards in Tianqing Peak, Rao Baoyue's voice rolled out. "Everyone come out." Chapter 654. Yin Biao looked up in confusion. "Master, are you silly? Who doesn't have a head under their hair?" Rao Baoyue was taken aback and did not scold Yin Biao further. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. She had lost hope in her third apprentice. It was all retribution. With a sigh, Rao Baoyue confirmed and asked, "Is there any more bad news?" "Master, do you like to hear this?" Yin Biao chimed in. Bang! Yin Biao took off again, this time seeming to fly farther. The bare mortal would also fell to the ground. At this moment, the heavenly creation cauldron trembled, and Tang Yan's heart moved. Could the immortal would still be saved? There is no more bad news. Sun Long responded, "Well, you guide Tang Yan to familiarize himself with all kinds of tasks. Give him all the work you can, and don't worry about tiring him out. From now on, you won't have to do the chores, just focus on practicing alchemy," said Rao Baoyue. Sun Long couldn't help but be overjoyed. His second and third apprentices were not easy to manage, and he had been busy managing the various affairs of Tianqing Peak, overwhelmed. Now, that Tang Yin looked like a normal person. With him in charge, he could relax a lot, and he quickly replied, "Disciple will definitely teach the junior brother well." Rao Baoyue pointed at Tang Yin and said, "Take good care of your third senior brother. Any trouble Yin Biao causes in the future will be your responsibility." Chapter 655. The Scripture Collection Pavilion is vast, with rows of bookshelves that are quite spectacular. The books are clearly categorized by type. Most of them are reference books, subdivided into areas such as elixirs, artifact forging, formations, materials, and spirit beasts. There are also some historical and lifestyle works. In addition, there are a small number of storybooks. Tang Yin took a round and selected 3 books: Detailed Overview of Medicinal Materials, 10,000 Lectures on the Properties of Spiritual Medicines, and Strange Tales of Rare Medicinal Materials. After selecting the books, Tang Yin went to the borrowing counter at the entrance to complete the borrowing procedures, and then he exited the Scripture Collection Pavilion. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yin went to the task hall. Now that he had become a single parent with 2 children, he naturally needed to understand the market. Upon entering the task hall, Tang Yin discovered that there were nearly 100 standing machines in the hall, each with a screen. Some people were standing by the machines, browsing information. Noticing that they all had tokens inserted into the machines, he followed suit and inserted his token into the machine slot. The screen brightened slightly. Tang Yin tried to touch the task browsing icon in the center of the screen with his finger. There was a response. The screen displayed 4 options: A, B, C, and D. Tang Yin clicked on A to check it out. Chapter 656. After reading for a whole day and night, he had only finished half of Detailed Overview of Medicinal Materials. The efficacy of medicinal materials can be very precise, and to avoid mistakes, he read very carefully, which slowed him down. Additionally, the book was quite thick. After putting away the books, Tang Yin went to the spiritual medicine garden on Tianqing Peak to begin tending to the medicinal materials. Golden spirit grass. Water half a bowl daily. Add 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Following the hints from his senior brother Sun Long, Tang Yin scooped out half a bowl of water, added a drop of spiritual liquid to the bowl, and poured it at the root of the spiritual medicine. Then, he infused his spiritual power into a thread of spiritual energy, wrapping the entire golden spirit grass, and then began to perceive the properties of the medicinal material. Although there are countless types of medicinal materials, they can be categorized according to yin and yang, the 5 elements for qualities and 5 flavors. Then, according to their characteristics, different elixirs can be matched based on their effects. The 4 qualities refer to cold, hot, warm, and cool. If subdivided, there are further distinctions, such as great heat, slight heat, great cold, and slight cold. For example, if someone is poisoned by fire, cold nature medicinal materials can be used to formulate a heat-clearing elixir. The 5 flavors refer to pungent, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. Of course, this is a general classification. There are also subtle flavors such as astringent and bland. Different flavored medicinal materials have targeted effects on different symptoms. Chapter 657. At the top of Tianqing Peak, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and colorful butterflies danced. There are also clear springs flowing around the rock formations, cascading down the mountain. In the center, the main hall was intricately carved, with flying eaves and sweeping corners, majestic and noble yet elegant. 100 feet east of the main hall, there was a hot spring. The spring water slowly flowed out from the crevices of the rocks, gathering into a pool. The pool was shrouded in a thin mist, and the evening breeze carried the sounds of chirping insects. A few stars twinkled in the sky, and a bright moon hung high. An elegant and beautiful noblewoman stood by the pool. It should have been a beautiful scene with a clear wind and bright moon, but it was disrupted by the noblewoman. Bang! Raoul Baiwa angrily thrust out a palm. The hot spring pool instantly shattered into pieces, stones flying everywhere, creating a mess. Suppressing the urge to go beat up Yin Biao again, Raoul Baiwa flicked her sleeve and left. Tang Yin had read detailed overview of medicinal materials all night. The next morning, he put away the book and walked towards the spiritual medicine garden against the morning breeze. He had memorized the cultivation methods for each type of medicinal material, so there was no need to look at the recorded hints anymore. Carrying a bucket, he proportionately dripped spiritual liquid into the bowl to irrigate the medicinal materials. Unlike yesterday's mindset, today he was purely laboring, which felt somewhat like a waste of time. Chapter 658. After carefully examining the messy ground and the surrounding environment, Tang Yin quickly summarized some problems. First, the original hot spring pool was relatively small. Although it was sufficient for one person, and even the female demon should have been accustomed to it, it still felt cramped. Second, the edge of the pool was quite crude, simply made of ordinary stones stacked together, lacking aesthetic appeal and being rather rough. If his master, who was much plumper, sat on it, it might cause calluses, which could later scratch those behind her. Third, for privacy, a wall had been built next to it, limiting the view. Fourth, the surrounding vegetation did not match the style of the hot spring and had room for improvement. With a direction in mind, Tang Yin began to renovate. With a light wave of his hand, he cleared the debris from the ground. He set up a formation to seal the hot spring, then took out a pickaxe to expand the hot spring pool. After enlarging the pool to twice its size, he leveled the bottom of the pool. After some thought, Tang Yan's formation points floated around him, and a calming formation was inscribed at the bottom of the pool. He then laid down jade stones. The material for the bottom of the pool was selected to be light green silkworm leaf jade. The fresh hue matched the surrounding environment well. The texture was delicate, ensuring that ordinary people would not feel discomfort whether sitting or leaning, and it had a non-slip effect. Chapter 659. Why is there a wall? Flying back to the edge of the cliff, she reached out to touch it, but her hand easily passed through the wall. She stepped back into the courtyard, turned around, and was still greeted by the breathtaking view of the towering mountains. It was an illusion formation. Rao Baoyue realized she had misunderstood Tang Yan, stopped the torment of the winged palm, and huffed, "You didn't do your work meticulously or leave a reminder. Let me teach you a lesson." Glancing at the hot spring pool, she ultimately couldn't resist and shed her plain clothes. Her curvaceous body was outlined perfectly. Her skin seemed to glow under the moonlight. Splashing into the hot spring pool, she let the warm water envelop her, causing her pores to open. The jade stones were delicate, making it comfortable to sit or lean. A refreshing aura surged into her mind, clearing her thoughts, and she relaxed completely. She was slightly taken aback. Upon careful perception, she discovered that there was indeed a formation at the bottom of the pool that had the effect of calming the mind and dispelling distractions. I really am not human, Rao Baoyue involuntarily thought, but then quickly suppressed that thought. I cannot be soft-hearted towards this kid. If I can't refine the Yuan Resurgence elixir, this guy will not escape his punishment. Chapter 660. Senior brother misunderstood. Junior brother is saving senior brother. Tang Yin said mysteriously. Do you know where I heard the news about senior brother? Where? Peng Jia asked in a deep voice. I learned it from my master. Danzan Zipli. My master is a free spirit, rarely concerned with worldly matters. If she knows about it, The elders must also be aware of senior brother's situation. If senior brother doesn't stop, he is very likely to face punishment. Once senior brother loses power, he will fall into a situation where everyone wants to hit him. Dandan analit svosili. Peng Jia's expression suddenly changed. The 13th elder said this personally? Is this true? How dare I speak irresponsibly in the name of my master? If Brother Peng doesn't believe me, you can ask him directly. If there is even a half-truth, I will let brother handle it. Tang Yin spoke with certainty. Peng Jia no longer doubted it. Hearing this bad news early in the morning made him particularly irritable. If brother doesn't think the tuition fee is high enough, you can raise the price for the formation. In any case, no matter what the price is, I will only take 50 spirit stones. Tang Yin continued to strategize. Peng Jia frowned and impatiently said, It's hard enough to explain 100 spirit stones to the sect, and you want to charge more? Tang Yin smiled and said, Brother, don't be anxious. Changing to a formation has many benefits. It's really worth that much money. Chapter 661. Peng Jia had already regarded Tang Yin as half of his own, smiling. You really asked the right person. No one knows about other peaks better than brother. Currently, Zilu Peak, Yue Peak, Lingming Peak, and Maguang Peak hire sect herbalists. The other peaks use inner disciples, and the reward is 1 low-grade spirit stone every 3 days. However, the heads of most peaks are quite rigid, and the rewards are distributed in full. You can go to Xingxing Peak to find Zhang Xiaoqian. He is my good friend and has a style similar to mine. Brother can help you write a letter, and you just need to take it to him. Since you both have similar styles, maybe you two can get along well. Thank you, brother. Tang Yin expressed his gratitude and added, after talking with Xingxing Peak, I can only try my luck hiring from the 4 peaks of the sect. Peng Jia scoffed and pointed out, that is not right, brother. 1 low-grade spirit stone every 3 days is not much, but it's definitely not generous, and it cannot be considered a benefit. The heads of these peaks are too rigid, not taking any benefits for themselves, and it would be better to hand the tasks over to the herbalists. They have the time to do tasks, refine pills, and the rewards may not be less than growing herbs. Moreover, not everyone is willing to grow herbs. They are too presumptuous. Chapter 662. The dagger swiftly swept across, scraping off several patches of fur from the cloud tiger, revealing spots of blood. There were injuries on both sides of the cloud tiger's body. Subsequently, following the blood trail, Tang Yin used the dagger to cut through the fur, exposing the muscles inside. Coldly stating, the head, tail, abdomen, and body muscles have purple-red spots. They were previously hit hard, causing blood vessels to rupture. The dagger continued to move quickly inside the cloud tiger's body, and before long, Tang Yin's spiritual power shook and the flesh on the tiger's body fell off, leaving only a clean skeleton. This swift and decisive method made those watching feel their eyelids twitch. Picking up the internal organs from the ground and placing them on the table, he pointed to some positions on the skeleton and said, even if it was injured from hitting a tree, the area of injury should be about the same size as the contact surface with the tree. How do you explain the injuries all over the body? Skull fractures, broken ribs on both sides, misaligned spine, dislocated bones, and shattered cartilage. The liver is ruptured, the lungs are congested, the heart is bleeding, and the intestines are perforated. The muscle injuries vary in age. The cloud tiger had suffered long-term beatings while alive. Although the cloud tiger is a juvenile beast, it has the bloodline of a first-tier beast king, and its body is strong. Normally, if it were thrown against a tree, even if the tree were broken, not a single hair would fall off. Chapter 663. After Yin Biao left, Tang Yin carefully examined the storage rings of the 5 people. The core disciple at the forefront had a relatively rich background. Inside, there were 43 pills, which he didn't recognize, but the spiritual power contained within was substantial, likely at the treasure pill level. In addition, there were 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 200 low-grade spirit stones, 2 spiritual tools, 5 magical treasures, 1 divine weapon, and several medicinal herbs. The 4 inner disciples had less assets, totaling less than half of the core disciple S. Nowadays, inner disciples only need to complete 1 grade C task per month. He remembered that one of the grade C tasks was to refine 20 treasure pills, which he could completely use the spoils to fulfill. Thinking of this, Tang Yin felt at ease and began to read. The next morning, Tang Yin brought Yin Biao to Tong Banji's courtyard. Second brother, come out, it's time to take the task. Yin Biao knocked on Tong Banji's bedroom door. After the door opened, Tong Banji, with disheveled hair, came out wearing a pink nightgown, cursing with arms flailing. Knock, knock, knock. What are you knocking for? Are we picking up tasks too? Do you think you can take advantage of everything? Do you understand? Come in and sleep. After saying that, Tong Bonji pulled Yin Biao into the room. Yin Biao clung to the door frame, wailing. Junior brother, save me. Chapter 664. All right. Hearing that the failure would count as Tang Yan's, the two immediately nodded. Tang Yin brought Wulong Fengchu to the counter and politely addressed a woman in a white dress. Senior sister, we are here to take a grade D task to refine 9th-tier pills. The counter surface, like a task machine, had a display effect. The woman pressed a button on the side of the counter, and the surface suddenly lit up, displaying the taskbar. Pulling up the pill section, she said, which type of pill do you want to take? The Tanyu pill, please, give each of them 5 portions. Tang Yin said, it requires a deposit of 40 low-grade spirit stones. The woman replied. Tang Yin took out the spirit stones and asked, Junior brother Tang, Yin still doesn't know the name of senior sister? The woman answered generously, Yin Qingmei. Senior sister Yin, what kind of pill is this? Tang Yin inquired, taking out the spoils he had obtained yesterday. The Broken Mountain pill, treasure grade, for cultivation. Junior brother doesn't recognize it. Where did you get it? Yin Qingmei asked with some confusion. I helped a senior brother a lot yesterday, and he generously gifted it to me. Tang Yin replied calmly and asked, are there tasks for this pill? Yes, there's a grade C task. Does junior brother want to take it? I do. Tang Yin nodded and took out some Broken Mountain pills to make up 20 pieces. Chapter 665. The two took the paper and looked at the contents recorded on it, their eyes suddenly narrowing. Each step, including medication, pill fire, refining techniques, and synthesis timing, was detailed with issues and provided correction plans. Tong Bonji quickly asked in surprise, Junior brother, do you know how to refine pills? Yin Biao looked up in confusion. I do. I didn't ask you. Tong Bonji roared. Tang Yin did not deny it. I know a bit. Then, can junior brother teach us how to refine pills? Tong Bonji suddenly asked hopefully. Tang Yin was taken aback. You want to learn how to refine pills? Tong Bonji was somewhat speechless. Of course, who joins the Pill Alliance without the intention to refine pills? Does third brother want to learn? Tang Yin pointed at Yin Biao. Tong Bonji helped Yin Biao answer. A fool has become a 9th-tier pill master. Do you think he wants to learn? Tang Yin suddenly felt a surge of anger towards Rao Baoyue. The second brother's talent in pill refining may not be considered anything in the Talented Pill Alliance, but certainly cannot be called poor. The same goes for the third brother. If it didn't want to learn, it would be fine if Rao Baoyue didn't care. Now, it's better to avoid trouble while waving the banner of not misleading the younger generation, leaving the two to fend for themselves. Chapter 666. Ling Guangshan is a core disciple, with a larger courtyard and an independent pill room. The two arrived at the alchemy chamber. Ling Guangshan took out a completely transparent Xianjingding and smiled. Junior brother, do you still remember the recipe for the Buyue Dan? Tang Yin had previously studied the C's Buyue Dan carefully and could roughly identify some of the ingredients. Hearing this, he wasn't flustered and awkwardly laughed. I only remember a few scattered ingredients. There's Zahua, Batianji, Mingling Ko, Bibao Song, Chilling Lanchi Chow, and Sambo Ogwo. My master taught in a hurry, and I didn't memorize the ratios clearly. Junior brother is dull. Please teach me. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cope with Master S inspection of her homework. Ling Guangshan was also testing whether Tang Yin had any exposure to this elixir. If he hadn't, teaching the recipe carelessly would risk leaking the sect's secrets. Hearing Tang Yin list over 20 ingredients, all doubts in his heart vanished, and he laughed heartily. This is not your fault. I've heard that Elder 13th's teaching methods are rough. It's already quite remarkable that junior brother can remember some ingredients. The Buyue Dan requires a total of 39 ingredients, 3 chilling Lanchi Chows, 1 segment of Bibao Song, 5 Chien of Batianji, and 3 Sambo Ogwo. While preparing the ingredients, Ling Guangshan recited the proportions. Chapter 667. The next day. In the Lingwang realm, Yuqing. Hanfeng Bay is a famous scenic spot in Yuqing, surrounded by a bustling economy. At this moment, the weather was pleasant and tourists were everywhere. Feng Chen and I, dressed in a white robe, found a slightly spacious spot by the lakeside, took out a large stone from his storage ring, and placed it on the ground before jumping onto it. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly raised his head in confusion. He could clearly sense a large amount of literary qi converging towards him from all directions, vast and boundless. This feeling had appeared in the morning, but at that time, The literary chi was relatively weak, and he didn't think much of it, assuming someone was reciting his story and bringing literary chi. However, as the literary chi grew stronger, he finally sensed something was wrong. It was too much. Could it be that the heavens had leaked? Or was the Wenchang star about to fall? After looking for a long time without noticing anything unusual, his strange performance attracted quite a few tourists to stop and watch. Seeing that people were paying attention to him, Feng Chanai suppressed his doubts and spoke in a rhythmic voice. Everyone, look at the distant Yulong mountain range. Doesn't it look like a giant dragon lying down? 20,000 years ago, during a stormy night of thunder and lightning, the mountain range suddenly soared into the sky, extending its claws, and truly transformed into a divine dragon. Chapter 668. Tang Yin guided his two senior brothers in alchemy for a while early in the morning. Though both could refine pills that met the task requirements, they still sought Tang Yin's advice every day. Tang Yin didn't ask why they were so diligent. As long as they were willing to learn, he taught without reservation. Under his guidance, their alchemy skills continually improved. Just as he was about to leave after explaining the problems clearly, he heard Yin Biao pitifully say, "Junior brother, I don't have any materials, but I still need 20 more pills for the task." Tang Yin suggested, "You can submit 4 task requests. The task hall will reward you with 2 spirit stones, which will be enough to buy a portion of the materials." Yin Biao was instantly delighted. Junior brother is so clever. Tang Yin smiled, left the small courtyard, and headed towards Misty Peak. Upon arriving at the core disciple area, he found Peng Jia and sneakily took out some spirit stones. "Senior brother, I want to buy some spirit liquid." Peng Jia handed over the spirit liquid and asked happily, "Is your business going well, junior brother?" "Thanks to you, senior brother. Ziliafu Peak has also used the formation you provided." Tang Yin politely replied, then added, "Senior brother, you mentioned before that you would teach me alchemy. Why don't we just do a full performance to avoid any gossip? What do you think?" Peng Jia was indeed worried about being investigated and asked, "How should I teach?" Chapter 669. The next morning, after guiding his two senior brothers in alchemy, Tang Yin hid a void pearl in his room and then left the sect to head toward the trading post that Peng Jia mentioned. Not far from the sect, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Tang Yin gasped and forced himself to calm down, managing to avoid losing composure on the spot. Turning back, he climbed to the top of Tianqing Peak. Rao Baoyue was drinking tea in the courtyard, and it was unclear whether she was nurturing her health or specifically waiting for him. Disciple greets master. Tang Yin approached to pay his respects. Rao Baoyue remained silent, continuing to drink her tea. Disciple heard there is a trading post nearby and wishes to visit. "I hope master will approve," Tang Yin continued. Still, there was no response. Tang Yin felt helpless. He wasn't afraid of women crying or scolding, but he was afraid of them being silent. Stalemating was not a solution, so he could only use the method of his third senior brother to break the deadlock. "It seems master has tacitly approved." "Thank you, master. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Rao Baoyue finally spoke, sneering, "Know your identity. To put it nicely, you are a disciple of Tianqing Peak. To put it bluntly, you are my Rao Baoyue's prisoner. Have you ever seen a prisoner wandering around?" Tang Yin couldn't help but feel puzzled. With the eye of truth, he could sense others' attitudes towards him more clearly. Chapter 670. The old man nodded slightly. "The fuchsian herbs you just mentioned can be supplied in large quantities for a long time. If they are rare items, they need to be reserved in advance." Tang Yin took out paper and pen, scrambled the ingredients for refining the Buyue Dan and Jinshu Xingqi Dan, wrote them down, and handed them to the old man. "Do you have these in stock?" "How many?" The old man looked over the ingredients and chuckled. "First, tell me how many you want." Seeing the old man's demeanor, Tang Yin knew he had plenty of stock and straightforwardly said, 30 Buyue Dan and 12 Jinshu Xingqi Dan, all of high quality. The old man's eyes lit up. Tang Yin's order was substantial enough to be considered a big client, and he excitedly said, "We can trade." Tang Yin didn't expect the old man to actually have so many materials, which was genuinely a pleasant surprise. He handed over the pills. "Please inspect the goods." The old man didn't slack off and checked each one carefully. After confirming everything was correct, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he handed over a Chinquan bag, saying, "Your pills are really good. You should check the goods as well. By the way, I still don't know how to address you." Tang Yin received the Chinquan bag, scanned it with his divine sense, confirming the quality and quantity of the materials were correct, and smiled. "Zhang San, and you?" The old man felt a bit speechless. wondering if he could put a little more thought into the fake name. Chapter 671. Rao Baiyue looked at it for a while and exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean this is a treasure from 10,000 years ago? That's inevitable. Danjian not that family. Do you know what this is? Rao Baiyue pointed to a pattern on the back of the metal plate and asked. Tang Yin focused and saw two intersecting arcs at the tail end. Unable to discern what exactly it was, and frowned. The shape resembles a fish. It should represent a certain force. Clever. It is indeed a fish, but not a single force. It is the personal emblem of the artifact Master Xiang Xiaoyu. Zhao Bao the Et Lai. Senior Xiang was an artifact master from 10,000 years ago? Tang Yin asked in surprise. She's a close friend of my master and just turned 100 this year. Zhao Bao et Galim. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so amazing. At just 100 years old, she forged a treasure that has lasted for 10,000 years. Tang Yin suddenly felt his scalp tingle and began to inquire about the ancestry of Manager Qin. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yin reacted and scolded. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, I never expected that near the Dan Alliance, there are such unscrupulous merchants. They actually sold me small items from previous years, as if they were 10,000-year-old treasures. And they dared to ask for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Is this a decline in morality or a loss of humanity? It's not enough to just sell a sob story. We must also highlight the characteristics of this gift. Tang Yin continued. Master, although the age of the treasure is not right, the piece inside is a unique masterpiece. Chapter 672. When she saw her portrait, Meng Yao was momentarily stunned. Below the portrait were a few lines of small text. I am Feng Chenyi, a former close friend lost in the martial world. I have penned this crude work to bring a smile to you. Dear reader, have you seen my friend? Her name is Meng Yao. If you encounter her by chance, I humbly ask you to convey that Chun Yi has been searching for her. Further down, there is a note. Those with clues about Meng Yao can contact Qiantong Pavilion, and there will be a generous reward. After reading this page, Meng Yao's body trembled slightly. She hurriedly checked the cover, and indeed, at the bottom of the cover was the author's name, Feng Chunyi. Was this really written by young Master Feng? Did young Master Feng come to the spirit wasteland realm? Opening the last pages of the other 4 books, she found information searching for herself, and all the authors were Feng Chunyi. After sitting in a daze for a while, Meng Yao's memories were drawn out. Feng Chunyi's mournful cries in the Moon God Palace echoed in her ears once more. Miss Meng Yao, I have gained the recognition of the literary saint in the secret realm, received the baptism of literary energy, and have already reached the king level. I didn't even return home and came to find you first to share this. Why aren't you here? I still have a few poems I haven't read to you. In the heavens, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On the earth, I wish to be intertwined branches. May I be like a star, and you like the moon, shining brightly every night. If you're not here, who shall I tell them to? Chapter 673, Dan Alliance, Tianqing Peak. After guiding his 2 senior brothers in alchemy, Tang Yin headed towards the scripture pavilion. Good morning. Old sir, I'm here to return a book. Tang Yin placed the book he borrowed last time on the counter. Just put it here, the old man said without looking up, waving his hand. Tang Yin felt a bit unaccustomed. Previously, he had to ask 3 questions. Was this the start of leniency? Old sir, what book are you reading? Tang Yin asked curiously. The old man still didn't raise his head and replied lightly, Sword God. Is it good? Absolutely, the old man affirmed. Is there this book in the hall? It was borrowed out yesterday. So popular? Tang Yin was incredibly shocked. Popular? So popular it's off the charts. It spread throughout the entire spirit wasteland realm. The old man sighed. This Feng Chun Yi is truly remarkable. Every one of 5 books he wrote is exceptional. Tang Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that Feng Chunyi had come to the spirit wasteland realm to find Meng Yao, but he didn't know if Feng Chunyi was safe. Now hearing that Feng Chunyi had published books, he felt relieved, knowing his brother was alive. You must have some private copies of these 5 books, right? Let me take a look, Tang Yin said, comfortably sitting next to the old man without even entering the main hall to borrow. Chapter 674. This question was difficult to answer. If he said Meng Yao was beautiful, what if it got back to Sister Duan? Wouldn't the female demon make her life difficult? If he said the female demon was beautiful, where would that leave Sister Feng? Weighing the lesser of 2 evils. Tang Yin already had an answer in his heart. Glancing at Duan Yin, who had a look of amusement, Tang Yin asked, Sister, Why aren't you here? Duan In's eyes curved into crescents. Are you trying to praise yourself, junior brother? You're getting the hang of it. That 13th elder. Who is more beautiful? Meng Yao or me? Duan In asked. Master is the most beautiful. Dandan Ansuo Sivo Sili. Duan In frowned slightly. But considering that this kid might be sincere in respecting his teacher, she asked, who is the second most beautiful? Without any hesitation, Tang Yin quickly replied, Fairy Meng Yao. Bang! Duan In slammed the book on the table, scolding, why did you add me in? Dandan Ziplit Jufufun. I couldn't bear to let Meng Yao be at the bottom. You. Duan In pointed at Tang Yin, her chest heaving in anger, gritting her teeth. I'm going to tell the 13th elder that you're not serious about your cultivation and are just running around using formations to cheat people. Master is busy. Let us not disturb her. We can discuss things if needed. Tang Yin quickly pressed down on Duan In. I heard Feng Chun Yi wrote 5 books. You have 15 minutes to bring the remaining 4 books here. Duan In set her terms. Chapter 675. The two of them arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden, and Tang Yin took the initiative, covering the herb garden with a formation point that only had a bluffing effect, then happily went to mark the medicinal materials. Seeing that Tang Yin was busy, Duan In didn't disturb him and left after bringing him there. The overlap of medicinal materials among the peaks was quite high. Although the herb garden of Yunyi Peak was large, Tang Yin only unlocked 183 new medicinal materials. However, better than nothing, Tang Yin was still satisfied. In the northern part of the Spirit Wasteland realm, Hamlin Mountain Range, the strong figures of the Academy looked extremely serious at this moment. Even the previously indifferent principal had a darkened face. In the abyss, an eerie black rope had already wrapped around the abdomen of the literary saint statue. Below the literary saint was the opening connecting the demon world and the human world. At this moment, demonic energy surged, boundless, constantly washing against the seal at the opening. The cracking and rumbling sounds continued, stirring everyone's nerves. The seal was precarious, at risk of breaking at any moment. Principal, are the demon clan going mad? It seems they are using their entire clan's strength to attack the seal. Should we seek help from the other 7 sects? A gray-haired elder with a stern face asked in a low voice. The principal shook his head slightly. The demon clan passage requires literary energy to suppress. Unless other sects use their full strength to assist, otherwise the effect will be limited. Chapter 676. Chinyu glanced at Tang Yin with a calm expression, not revealing much emotion towards this uninvited guest, and uttered 2 words. What matter? Tang Yin did not delay and immediately explained the cooperation regarding the Spirit Herb Garden. Chinyu interrupted him after hearing just 2 sentences, his eyes flashing with combat intent. It's a bit complicated. I don't understand. You want me to do something, right? If you can defeat me, I'll help you out. If you can't win, then go back and practice more. A combative spirit. Tang Yin glanced at the highly spirited Chinyu, knowing that for him, who managed the Spirit Herb Garden, did not matter as much as the sword. All right, Tang Yin nodded. Brother, make your move. Chinyu's eyes showed a hint of appreciation, pretty straightforward. But let the junior brother make the first move. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack later. Thanks for looking out for me, brother. Tang Yin didn't hesitate, drawing out the 9-fold mountain and swinging it at Chinyu. This sword looked ordinary, without brilliant sword energy, overwhelming sword intent, or rushing momentum. It was too simple. Chinyu thought lightly. Suddenly, an endless aura surged forth, heavy and overwhelming, rolling in. Chinyu's expression changed drastically. Galaxy. The sword he had just comprehended was unleashed without reservation. Chapter 677. Your beloved? The soul of Shopkeeper Chin's gossip is burning fiercely. No, it's my junior sister. So that's the person you like. Shopkeeper Chin immediately made a judgment. Tang Yin helplessly thought that this old man was too nosy, and he didn't want to argue. So he urged, do you have any good items? There really is one. Shopkeeper Chin took out a jade bottle and introduced heavenly mysterious fragrance dew, produced from the Yaoguang Immortal Palace. Made from hundreds of precious fresh flowers when applied to the body. It lasts a long time and is the most favored fragrance by all women. The normal price is definitely 1 medium-grade spirit stone. However, this was given to me by someone else, so I'll charge you 70 low-grade spirit stones just to cover the cost. Tang Yin looked at Shopkeeper Chin suspiciously. You're not lying to me, are you? Shopkeeper Chin immediately panicked. This old man still wants to do business with you for a long time. How could I lie to you? Once you give the fragrance due to a woman and see her reaction, you'll know, although not fully believing it. Tang Yin still obediently paid. If he was cheated, he wouldn't by next time. See you. Dan Dan Waver Goodby. All right. Looking forward to the next collaboration. Shopkeeper Chin warmly sent him off. After taking a few steps, Tang Yin felt someone following him. Turning around, he found it was the elegant man who had smiled at him last time. Chapter 678. Mastering the breaking through pill. I'm not very skilled yet. I might not be able to bring insights to my junior brother. How about we refine the ethereal purification pill again? Duanin suggested. Tang Yin smiled and said, Junior brother watched Master refine the breaking through pill yesterday and has a deep impression of some techniques. Senior sister can refine this pill. There are some differences in technique for Master, and I will remind senior sister. Perhaps we can refine a high-quality pill like last time. Duanin was quite tempted and nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Upon arriving at the alchemy room, Duanin began refining pills. Tang Yin happily noted the pill recipe. During the refining process, Tang Yin didn't interrupt since he didn't know the specific herbs involved. When it came to the pill merging stage, Tang Yin started reminding her how to merge. With Tang Yin's occasional reminders, the complicated process was handled efficiently. After the pills were completed, Duanin clapped the alchemy cauldron and 5 breaking through pills flew out, landing steadily in her hand. All were of medium to high quality. It's done. Xiao Yinzi, you really are something? Duanin exclaimed joyfully. Just as Tang Yin was about to flatter Duanin, he nearly spat out blood. Xiao Yinzi? Why not call me Pai Yinzi instead? Adhering to the principle of not forgetting one's original intention, Tang Yin still praised Duanin. Senior sister is truly impressive. With an unfamiliar pill, you produce medium to high quality right away. Chapter 679. Tang Yin handed him 50 ethereal purification pills and wrote a list of required herbs to pass over. Shopkeeper Chin counted the herbs and handed them to Tang Yin. Tang Yin stored the herbs in his storage ring and asked, Do you have any recommendations for gifts suitable for women? Shopkeeper Chin's spirit was suddenly lifted, and his expression became a bit lewd. Which one are you sending to? An older one or a younger one? An older one, Tang Yin replied. Was the last dragon ink satisfactory? Shopkeeper Chin was even more gossipy. Tang Yin's expression turned strange. It was okay. I knew it. That was definitely suitable. Shopkeeper Chin chuckled and took out a black mirror the size of a wash basin, sneakily handing it to Tang Yin. Since she likes dragon ink, giving her this is guaranteed to be fine. What is this? Tang Yin asked, puzzled. Look, press here. Shopkeeper Chin pointed to the side of the mirror and pressed a button. The black mirror suddenly lit up, revealing a list on the surface. Tang Yin focused, and his eyelids twitched violently. Mother's friend, kind, aunt, young neighbor, Shopkeeper Chin carefully stood the black mirror upright so that only the two could see. Cautiously introducing, these 2 buttons adjust the volume. Let's turn the volume down first. Chapter 680. The 5 turned around to see a figure suddenly appear in the courtyard. It was none other than Tang Yin. The 5 hurriedly retreated, causing cups and plates to scatter everywhere. How'd you get in here? Trespassing in someone else's courtyard. Violating sect rules. I warn you, if you report this to the sect, you won't be able to leave. They kept trying to bolster their courage. You should know why I came to find you, right? Under the moonlight, Tang Yin seemed to emit a cold aura. What do you want? The leader, Zhong Dashin, asked, trembling, as Tang Yin's last appearance had been like a killing god, often haunting his nightmares. Was it you who did the spiritual herb garden? Tang Yin asked. The 5 looked confused, glancing at each other before shaking their heads. We don't understand what you're saying. Seeing that their expressions didn't seem fake, Tang Yin revealed a smile. Then there's nothing to worry about. You guys continue. With that, Tang Yin disappeared from the spot. He left? Seems like he left. Come on, let's keep drinking. The 5 returned to the table, but their previous arrogance was gone. Tang Yin returned to Tianqing Peak. He couldn't make sense of the situation regarding the spiritual herb garden. For 2 alchemy peaks herb garden heads to target him. Their influence was not small. Chapter 681. Tang Yin glanced at the courtyard and quietly left. Upon returning to Tianqing Peak, Tang Yin didn't rush back to his residence, but instead sat on the stone steps halfway up the mountain. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood, casting long shadows like a lonely sword. The wind lifted his clothing, and his figure appeared somewhat solitary in the desolate breeze, feeling incredibly small under the vast sky. Thinking of Yui Wu and the other's arrogant and overbearing faces, Tang Yin sighed softly. If he had flipped out on the spot, even if he couldn't subdue the four, he could still humiliate them and retreat unscathed. He would have been justified, as long as he didn't cause any permanent injuries or deaths. The sect would turn a blind eye, but he wasn't sure about the female demon's attitude. He could sense that the female demon harbored strong resentment towards him. If Lingyan Peak felt embarrassed and held on to the matter of him beating fellow disciples, once the female demon abandoned him, he could very likely face punishment from a sect. Even if Lingyan Peak didn't pursue the matter, once it escalated, the female demon would likely notice his business with the spiritual herb garden. At that time, she might very well stop him from going to other alchemy peaks. Losing some spirit stones was minor, but not being able to access new herbs or new pill recipes would greatly hinder his progress in alchemy. The disciples of the alchemy peaks remained silent outside, while the truth behind the scenes was that they feared betrayal from their master. Chapter 682, Don't Kill Me. I'll give you whatever you want. Lu Yuanjun completely broke down. The blade of the long knife struck his head, and Lu Yuanjun felt his mind go blank. A green light point appeared and entered his mind. Tang Yin, Dan Dan Wendao. Why is Yui Wu targeting me? I don't know. He asked us to help deal with you. So we came. Lu Yuanjun answered truthfully. Tang Yin was somewhat speechless. A pawn's life wouldn't last long in a grand scheme. What pills can a Baodan refine? Lu Yuanjun replied, Breaking Mountain pill, glutinous ice detox pill. After waiting for a while with no further response, Tang Yin urged, What else? Lu Yuanjun, no more. Dang Dan Guse Inwa Li. Thinking the soul thought bug had malfunctioned, and instructed, Please tell me the recipe for the Nuabing detox pill. After Lu Yuanjun recited the recipe, Tang Yin withdrew the soul thought bug, and then a ghostly blue fire of creation appeared, turning Lu Yuanjun to ashes. After taking his storage ring, Tang Yin transferred the herbs, materials, and spirit stones to his own storage ring. Then with a thought, he connected to the void pearl in his bedroom and returned to the small courtyard in the blink of an eye. Second senior brother. The mind must be focused and calm. Only without distractions can one progress further. Why do you keep looking at third senior brother? Chapter 683. Leaving Manager Qin's stall, Tang Yin walked towards Tong Qingshin's stall. Brother Zhang, how many pills did you bring this time? Tong Chengxian asked expectantly. Just a few pills, all given to Manager Qin. My small team has changed the president, and the cooperation model has changed. Pay first, and I'll go back to get the pills. Dan Dan Gan Li Yin Fong. Tong Chengxian immediately showed a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I've never seen such a rule. Tang Yin smiled and said, Orders have surged these days, and the higher-ups have given such orders. I can only obey. However, there's good news. Currently, the inventory of pills is sufficient. So Manager Tong can seize the opportunity to exchange more. There may not be such chances in the future. Manager Qin has already paid. If Manager Tong needs, I can go back to get them together. How long will it take? Tong Chengxian asked. Half an hour. If Manager Tong is in a hurry, you can come with me to the Pill Alliance, Tang Yin said openly. I trust Brother Zhang. Tong Chengxian gritted his teeth and handed over a Chinquan bag. After Tang Yin took it, his eyelids twitched. The herbs inside were indeed 10 times what Manager Qin had. For a moment, the unpleasant aura around Manager Tong seemed much more agreeable. Manager Tong, see you later. Tang Yin cupped his hands and rushed towards the Pill Alliance. Chapter 684. Just as the Dean was about to step onto the demon-suppressing scroll, he was hugged by the Grand Sage beside him. Dean, there are demons causing trouble inside, and the demon sect coveting outside. With internal and external troubles, if you don't take charge, the foundation of the academy may collapse. You must stay and oversee. Let this old man go first. The Grand Sage pleaded. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared above the scroll. Meng Yao, what are you doing up there? Come down quickly. The Dean scolded. Junior sister, come down quickly. Everyone shouted anxiously. Meng Yao smiled brightly, performed a hand gesture towards everyone, and said cheerfully, 30 years ago, I, Meng Yao, was tasked with collecting the scattered literary energy in the northern spirit realm. There I enjoyed great wealth and honor, but I never participated in the Academy's dangerous tasks. Now that the Academy is facing this calamity, I, Meng Yao, will take the lead as the first literary body to sacrifice. The Grand Sage was right. Although the human race is at peace, there are still internal troubles. The demonic forces may not be as strong as the 8 sects combined, but if we take each sect out separately, none could defeat the demon sect alone. Without the dean's oversight, the academy is likely to fall into the hands of the demon sect. The dean's intentions are clear to us. There is no need for personal proof. Meng Yao, on behalf of all the senior brothers, requests the dean to guard the academy well. Chapter 685, The Academy. Feng Qinyue looked up at the characters on the plaque, feeling very vivid, with a certain Taoist charm hidden within. It seemed that standing too long caused his strange behavior to attract some attention. What is the young friend looking at here? An elderly man with white hair approached curiously and asked. Old gentleman. Feng Qinyue performed a bow and humbly replied, I am admiring the characters on the plaque. They are truly extraordinary. Each stroke contains the grand energy of heaven and earth, evoking a sense of humility and integrity. Young friend has a discerning eye. Admirable. The old man smiled and invited, May I invite you to enter the academy for a chat? I will be delighted. Feng Qinyue did not refuse and asked, I am Feng Qinyue. May I ask for the old gentleman's name? The old man's heart trembled, but he remained calm on the surface and gently replied, I am Wang Ran, a teacher at the academy. So does Teacher Wang, my apologies. Wang Ran said, No need for such courtesy. Let us talk as we walk. Please. Feng Qinyue gladly followed. Where does young master come from? Why have you come here? Wang Ran inquired. Feng Qinyue truthfully answered, I come from the northern spirit realm. Having come to Ling Huang over a year ago to find a close friend. Although I have received help from many kind people, unfortunately, I have not found any results. Chapter 686, Demon Suppressing Abyss. Feng Qinyue looked at Meng Yao, who was seated on the scroll and was frozen in place. He thought there would be 1,000 words to say upon meeting. However, unexpectedly, all the words were drowned in his reddened eyes. The people from the academy sighed simultaneously at the sight of the two. They were supposed to be a pair of celestial lovers, but now they had to suffer as fated souls. Young Master Feng, you can only stand here and speak to Meng Yao, the dean reminded in a deep voice. Feng Qinyue did not respond, only gazing foolishly at Meng Yao with a silly smile. Meng Yao, I finally found you. I must not be dreaming. Meng Yao was also smiling, but tears had long blurred her eyes. I heard that you searched for me alone in Ling Huang, tirelessly for a year and 3 months. You have truly suffered. Feng Qinyue softly said, It's not suffering. Thinking of you makes the wind sweet. I have been searching for you. Have you ever blamed me? Meng Yao asked again. Seeing you, I have no blame. Do you like me? Meng Yao suddenly asked. Can't you tell? Feng Qinyue retorted aggrievedly. Meng Yao chuckled and then straightened her face. I returned to Ling Huang for a significant mission. Didn't I tell you not to search, not to think, and not to wait for me? Since you didn't listen to me, how do I feel that you don't like me? Chapter 687. The sun gradually set. In the Pill Alliance, Lingyan Peak, in Yu Yiwu's courtyard. Sheng Sueki and Ji Shujing arrived together. Sheng Sueki frowned and said, Brother Yu, I haven't seen Lu Yuanjun all day. I don't know where he has gone. Yu Yiwu casually replied, He might be refining pills. Don't make a fuss about it. Sheng Sueki hurriedly explained, No, I went to his alchemy room and the refining area, but I didn't see him. I even went to the scripture pavilion and didn't find him. He can't have been gone for so long elsewhere. There's no need to worry. Perhaps he is in a certain senior sister's courtyard. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yu Yiwu's expression became slightly serious. If he is still not found by tomorrow, we must report to the sect. All right, let's see tomorrow. Sheng Sueki nodded. As night fell at Tianqing Peak in Tang Yan's courtyard, Tang Yan, as usual, was reading in his room. Feeling that the time was about right, he changed his appearance, put on the hidden sky garment, and activated his Tai Chi heart to conceal his aura, then stealthily headed towards Lingyan Peak. Arriving at Yu Yiwu's courtyard, following the information provided by the crow, Tang Yan headed straight for the alchemy room. At this moment, Yu Yiwu was at a critical stage of merging pills. Tang Yan did not rush to act, but paused to observe. After a short while, Yu Yiwu slapped the cauldron lid, and 4 boundary-breaking pills flew out. Chapter 688. The next morning, Tang Yan went to the scripture pavilion to return books, and then used his token to enter and select new books. However, this time he did not rush to borrow books. Instead, he stayed inside the scripture pavilion to browse. Tong Chengxian, being a member of the divine race, was indeed beyond his expectations. Moreover, Tong Chengxian's aura was hidden, and in his haste, he had not seen through his strength. It was conservatively estimated that Tong Chengxian was a supreme realm expert. Tang Yin did not know much about the divine race. This time he wanted to comprehensively understand the divine race. If something really happened, he could find a way to respond. As noon approached at Lingyan Peak, Sheng Sueki arrived at Jishijing's courtyard. "Sheng, junior brother, have you found junior brother Lu?" Jishijing asked anxiously. Sheng Sueki quickly shook his head, panicking. "Sister, not only have I not found junior brother Lu, but I just want to look for brother Yu, and brother Yu is also missing." "What?" Jishijing found it hard to believe. "Brother Yu would go missing? He should have a mission, right?" "No, I specifically asked Brother Song, and the sect did not arrange any missions. I searched various places, and no one is there." At this point, Sheng Sueki suddenly lowered his voice. "Junior brother Lu hasn't returned either, and we just dealt with that Tang Yin from Tianqing Peak the day before yesterday. Do you think it's possible that Tang Yin is seeking revenge?" Chapter 689. Tang Yin borrowed 3 books and left the scripture pavilion. As a member of the divine race, Tong Changxian buying pills was certainly not for human use. He would likely secretly send them back to the divine race. If the divine race relied on his pills to enhance their strength and then targeted humans, how was his behavior any different from aiding the enemy? The intentions of the alien races to destroy humanity do not die. Cooperation with Tong Changxian is destined not to last long. It is highly likely that Tong Changxian is not fighting alone. Before severing cooperation, if possible, he wanted to uproot this line entirely. First, he could eliminate a major threat to humanity. Secondly, at the sect, he could earn quite a bit of credit. If Elder Zhao's secret method against the divine race is truly effective, even 50 mid-grade spirit stones would be worth purchasing. However, Yinmeng wine is not suitable for purchase in the sect. It is too high profile. Not in a hurry to return to Tianqing Peak, Tang Yin planned to discuss business in the Spirit Herb Garden. The Spirit Herb Garden, located at Linghua Peak where Elder Wu was, had been dealt with by third senior brother. It was probably not easy to negotiate, so Tang Yin went to Luoxia Peak, which was overseen by Elder Lu. The core disciple in charge of the Spirit Herb Garden at Luoxia Peak is Shi Shenlan. Apart from Tianqing Peak, Tang Yin had already taken on business from 9 alchemy peaks in the Spirit Herb Garden, and he was quite experienced in negotiations. He found her and got straight to the point, listing 2 reasons. Chapter 690. Danmeng, Lingyan Peak. Sheng Sueki and Jishijing checked the courtyards of Yu Yiwu and Lu Yuanjun, confirming no one was there, and hurried to the martial arts hall, where they found Brother Song, who was practicing with a knife. Song Anchang was a true disciple of Lingyan Peak, managing core disciples on behalf of his master. Brother Song, Yu Yiwu, and Lu Yuanjun are missing. Sheng Sueki shouted without caring that Song Anchang was practicing. Hearing this, Song Anchang sheathed his knife and approached them, frowning. "Missing? How do you know?" "Junior brother Lu went missing the day before yesterday. We planned to report to Brother Song yesterday if we couldn't find him, but then brother Yu also went missing yesterday. So we waited another day to see if they would come back. Today we searched the sect again, but still didn't see them. I suspect they have already been harmed," Sheng Sueki said with difficulty. Song Anchang's expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, "It seems you ran to my courtyard to refine pills last night. Actually with another motive. Tell me everything you know and your suspicions." Sheng Sueki angrily said, "Brother, you heard that there is an inner disciple named Tang Yin at Tianqing Peak, who is proficient in formation arts and can set up formations for the Spirit Herb Garden to replace manual irrigation." Chapter 691. Why are you not in your own alchemy room, but running to Junior Brother Tang's courtyard? Ji Xingxi asked. Yin Biao replied confidently, "Our inner disciples' courtyards have no alchemy rooms. They're just spare bedrooms. If the furnace explodes, the roof will collapse and the bedroom will be destroyed. Where else would we go? Don't you have a courtyard?" Yi Xingxi pressed. "It wouldn't work to blow up my courtyard. It's fine to blow up Junior Brothers." Yin Biao passionately spoke, saying what was on his mind. Ji Xingxi's brows twitched as he listened. Although this explanation was absurd, it was quite reasonable coming from Yin Biao. He then pointed at Tong Banji and asked, "What about you going to Junior Brother Tang's courtyard?" Tong Banji exclaimed shyly, covering her face, "I feel sorry for Junior Brother. I want to find an opportunity to give him a massage and help him relax." "Ji Senior Brother, do you want to try? Junior Brother's technique is really good." Ji Xingxi felt his blood pressure rise, and his brain seemed to freeze for a moment. This bizarre reason was surprisingly quite fitting for Tong Banji. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Ji Xingxi suddenly thought of a clue and looked at Tang Yin, asking, "What book did you read that day?" "The 300 Talks on Demon Realm Materials," Tang Yin answered. Chapter 692. Uni Peak. Inside the true disciples' courtyard, Himu Yang had just come out of the alchemy room when he saw Lu Haijiao waiting and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Haijiao smiled wryly. "Brother, Tang Yin went to Sister Duan's courtyard again. He was there last night and just came out this morning, holding his waist." Bang! Himu Yang kicked the table in anger, and the table smashed into the courtyard wall, shattering into pieces, causing the wall to collapse. "I'll find someone to repair this later," Lu Haijiao said timely. "From now on, you don't need to tell me about such broken matters," Himu Yang said irritably. "Oh, and one more thing, someone from the law enforcement hall just went to Tianqing Peak to find Tang Yin." Lu Haijiao dropped a new piece of news. Himu Yang raised an eyebrow and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Lu Haijiao explained. "Yu Yiwu and Lu Yuanjun from Lingyan Peak are dead. Song Anchang reported to the law enforcement hall and suspects Tang Yin is responsible. I have Yin Wei keeping an eye on it. He will report back with definite news." Himu Yang was both shocked and angry. Yu Yiwu was his fellow townsman and had a good relationship with him, although they were not assigned to the same alchemy peak. Now that Yu Yiwu was dead, not only did he lose a friend, but his instigation of Yu Yiwu to bully Tang Yin would likely be exposed, and he could very well be implicated. Chapter 693, Second Senior Brother. Go to the law enforcement hall quietly and ask G Senior Brother to come. Just say, "I have important information to report. I can't go out now to prevent Song Anchang and the others from taking out their anger on me." Dan Dan Yin Stu. "Okay, leave it to me," Tong Banji said with a determined gaze, exuding an iron lady demeanor. After the second senior brother left, Yin Biao leaned over and asked, "Junior brother, what do you want me to do?" "Just rest." Senior brother, Tang Yin smiled. Third senior brother's intentions are good, but the outcome may not be good. Doing nothing might actually be helping. The other party is coming with great momentum, wanting to search my soul. Although I can avoid it if I don't want to. But there is no reason to do something for 1,000 days and not be prepared for a day of stealing. If I am not searched once, my suspicion will always exist. The result is that Lingyan Peak has always regarded him as an enemy. Moreover, the law enforcement hall cannot find any clues to solve the case, and they are likely to come for a soul search. There's no way to escape it. The soul search by the law enforcement hall is compliant and reasonable, while being searched by Song Anchang is against the rules, and they would be in the wrong. After being searched, taking the opportunity to claim compensation could likely earn a profit, so why not? The purpose of calling Ji Xingxi was firstly to eliminate the law enforcement hall's suspicion of him. Chapter 694. Rao Baoyue said coldly, "The law enforcement hall has always handled cases fairly, never wronging good people and never letting bad people go. They do not pardon the leader of the alliance above, nor do they deceive the outer sect below. After years of hard work, the sect's laws have finally taken root in people's hearts. Ji Xingxi is just and logical, having made great contributions to the Pill Alliance and is well respected there. How can you question him here? The death of a disciple from Lingyan Peak is a tragedy for the Pill Alliance. I understand your feelings and am also deeply pained. But the law does not allow for emotions. Everything should be handed over to the law enforcement hall. Your rash interference will only disrupt the regulations and case handling of the law enforcement hall. I know well that the sect's laws are strict and should not be easily overstepped. But the murderer is indeed Tang Yin. If I were not completely sure, would I dare to be so reckless? I ask Elder 13 for support." Song Anchang insisted. "I ask Elder 13 for support." At this moment, all disciples of Lingyan Peak knelt down simultaneously to plead. Impudence. The aura around Ji Xingxi surged, and a powerful pressure descended upon the group. Just as he was about to handle a few people, he was interrupted by Tang Yin. "Master, Lingyan Peak is being so aggressive today. If they're not investigated, they might hold a grudge, causing more trouble. I am innocent and not afraid of being investigated. Since Senior Brother Song wants to conduct a soul search, then let it be." Chapter 695. The scene continues. Tang Yin left Lingyan Peak dejectedly and returned to Tianqing Peak, but did not go back to the courtyard. Instead, he sat on the stone steps halfway up the mountain, staring blankly into the distance. In the dusk, a solitary figure appeared incredibly small beneath the vast sky. Tang Yin sat in a daze for a long time before punching the stone steps heavily, whispering, "Born of a mother, but not raised by one. You really said it right. I have never seen my parents since I was young. I was not raised by my mother. All the way to today. Entering the Pill Alliance, I am still alone and unsupported." Hearing Tang Yin's words, everyone was greatly shocked, and their gazes toward him became increasingly sympathetic. It is indeed not easy to come this far without parents since childhood. Rao Baoyue felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if breathing was particularly painful. Not having any support since childhood and coming to the Pill Alliance only to be subjected to such humiliation, I indeed have slightly failed in my duty. In the scene, Tang Yin adjusted his state, returned to the courtyard, and called 2 senior brothers to come to his courtyard to refine pills while he read by candlelight. Ji Xingxi said, "The time ahead is relatively long. I will accelerate the scene to see if Tang Shidi has any actions." After saying this, the scene began to speed up. Until the next morning, Tang Yin was quietly reading without any unusual actions, and even from beginning to end. He did not communicate with outsiders. Chapter 696. The value of the sect's spiritual herb garden exceeds the total of the 13 Pill Peak spiritual herb gardens. And you're just a new disciple with insufficient seniority to take this on. The Grand Elder shook his head in refusal. "I will be the guarantor," Rao Baoyue suddenly said. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Elder nodded. "In that case, I and the Third Elder will jointly approach the task hall and inform them that they will soon commission Tang Yin to arrange the formation in the form of a sect task." "Thank you, Grand Elder and Third Elder." "Thank you, Master." Tang Yin happily expressed his gratitude. "Tang Shidi, you mentioned you have important clues. What are they?" Ji Xingxi asked at the right moment. "I wanted to remind my senior brothers that the attitudes of the heads of the spiritual herb gardens, who have not settled the formation rewards, have changed significantly, and they should be instigated by the same person. However, it seems that senior brother Ji has already investigated this clearly, truly worthy of being the backbone of the law enforcement hall, swift and precise." "Dan Dan please." Ji Xingxi nodded and said loudly, "Your behaviors violate sect rules and should have resulted in 3 months of confinement and 7 days of whipping. However, Elder 13 is kind-hearted, and Tang Shidi will not pursue this, and both elders are willing to provide compensation. Therefore, it will be changed to a deduction of 3 months' salary. Song Anchang, Himu Yang, Sheng Sueki, Ji Shujing, you 4 come with me to the law enforcement hall to cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 697. I didn't bring it, but I can find it. If you're not in a hurry, I'll bring it next time. However, the price is quite high. 1 bottle costs 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Manager Chin quoted the price. "Please do me a favor and bring me 10 bottles next time." Dan Dan smai. "All right, do you have any suitable gifts for women?" Tang Yin asked again. Manager Chin immediately showed a lewd expression. "For whom?" Tang Yin's face darkened. "Be serious." Manager Chin looked quite disappointed. "Serious, let me see. How about this?" Manager Chin took out a card from his storage ring and introduced. "This is a clothing made by Tian Yufeng in Baiwu City, which is quite famous in the spiritual wilderness realm. The tailoring skills of the head of the shop are unmatched in the world. Countless people seek him to make clothes. However, the head does not easily take orders. Even if the leader of the Pill Alliance goes in person, he might not necessarily give face. This card is called Tiani. With it, you can request the head to personally tailor a set of clothing. It is priceless. If it encounters someone in urgent need, selling it for 10 mid-grade spirit stones would not be excessive. Since we have this friendship, I will give it to you at cost price, 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Don't inflate the price. Otherwise, if I cause a joke with the sound recording treasure, I won't be able to save face," Tang Yin warned. Chapter 698. Tang Yin took the contract and checked the terms, which were not too strict, allowing for some leeway in terms of loss and growth progress. The rewards will be settled on the first day of next month. After confirming everything was correct, Tang Yin handed over 2 low-grade spirit stones and politely said, "No problem. Thank you, Brother Ma. I am free anytime. When will I set up the formation?" Ma Shanjing showed a smile, and his attitude became warmer. "You can go now." Arriving at the main Peaks spiritual herb garden, he saw a man. Ma Shanjing introduced. "This is Senior Brother Su Rong. He is in charge of the spiritual herb garden matters." "Senior Brother Su, this is Tang Yin. I met Senior Brother Su," Tang Yin said politely. Su Rong looked serious and nodded to Tang Yin. "I have heard about the formation matter. When does Tang Shidi plan to set it up?" "Right now," Tang Yin replied without delay. "Good. Su Zong note that? In that case, I will head back first." Ma Shanjing bid farewell to the 2. There are a total of 3 peaks in the sect's spiritual herb garden, 1 high and 2 low, with a large area, as far as the eye can see, filled with spiritual herbs, surrounded by a rich medicinal fragrance. "Please help me introduce the irrigation methods for the spiritual herbs, Senior Brother," Tang Yin said, sensibly handing over 5 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 699. Tang Yin returned to the small courtyard of Tianqing Peak, leisurely sitting on a recliner. However, his mind was far from the calm surface. He was constantly pondering the various medicinal materials needed to refine the Buyuan pill. Refining the treasure pill requires a large amount of mysterious herbs, which is not inexpensive. If cheaper medicinal materials can be used, even a 10% reduction in cost could lead to impressive profits. The Breaking Mountain pill requires 39 types of medicinal materials for cultivation. Among them, 16 types support the spiritual energy of the Breaking Mountain pill, and this part cannot be changed. Even if other medicinal materials could be substituted, the cost would be hard to reduce. The remaining 23 types of medicinal materials serve various functions. Some enhance the stability of spiritual energy. Some can stimulate the spiritual energy of the materials, and some are meant to reduce the difficulty of refining the materials. These auxiliary medicinal materials can be adjusted. Tang Yin first set his sights on the night bamboo shoot, which does not provide spiritual energy for the Breaking Mountain pill, but promotes the fusion of various medicinal energies. It is abundant in material, but costly. In the vast sea of memories, Tang Yin quickly found a similar effect in the flowing wind grass. The advantage of flowing wind grass is its low price, and it can also enhance the fusion of various medicinal spiritual powers. Chapter 700. The crowd hesitated for a moment, speculating that the Danmeng disciples would not poison the pills, and could not help but be curious, placing the pill in their mouths. A pure spiritual energy rose from the Dantian, surging powerfully, indistinguishable from the Breaking Mountain pill. Immediately, a strange tingling sensation appeared in the meridians. Just as Tang Yin said, it felt as if countless spiritual energies were massaging the meridians. It was indeed magical. Brother Zhang's pills were as exceptional as ever. They really felt good, as if the meridians had been forged. The crowd expressed their approval of the pill. What about the price? Meng Hongxian asked curiously. Everyone looked expectantly at Tang Yin. Tang Yin calmly said, although the cost is slightly increased, considering the difficulties you all face in business and the need for long-term cooperation, this year's price will be set at 8 low-grade spirit stones for you all. It is consistent with the price of the Danmeng. As long as it is promoted, I believe there will be no worries about sales. Just this year? The crowd's eyes flickered, and many secretly decided to stock up more this year. Brother Zhang, can we exchange for the upgraded version this time? Meng Hongxian asked. This batch is not large, mainly focusing on the ordinary Breaking Mountain pill. But I will provide everyone with 30% of the upgraded version. You all promote it first, and next time we can open it up for sale. Everyone, please be patient. I will go fetch the goods for you. Tang Yin dismissed the crowd and pulled over Manager Qin, asking, are there still heavenly closed cards? Chapter 701. Sinful Acts. Tang Yin greeted the familiar people from the Rao family in his heart, while flattering with his mouth. Master, I speak sincerely. Those mundane items worn on you may not reflect your beauty. I personally made a set of clothes for you. Please try it on. After saying this, Tang Yin took out a gray-blue dress and a pair of shoes from his storage ring. The dress was made of high-quality, celestial silk. The design was very novel, at least not seen in this world. In his previous life on Earth, someone called this style of dress a stepmother dress. The shoes had heels, known in later times as high heels. Rao Baoyue took the dress with interest, but when she saw that the hem had slits, her brow furrowed slightly. It seemed a bit indecent, yet she really wanted to wear it. What was going on? And these shoes, why are they designed like this? Just wear them directly? No need to wear anything else outside? Rao Baoyue asked. Yes, just put them on directly, Tang Yin nodded. Rao Baoyue went into the bedroom with the dress, and before long, she gracefully walked out. The female demon usually wore loose clothing that concealed her figure. Now, wearing the fitted new clothes, her curvy figure was perfectly outlined. The familiar charm hit Tang Yin all at once, leaving him momentarily dazed. Chapter 702. Arriving at the main peak platform, many disciples had already gathered. The 13 peaks of the Dan sect each had their own seats. With the arrival of a few from the Tianqing peak, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. With laughter and teasing sounds echoing, people pointed and commented on the four. Tong Banji and Yin Biao appeared most frequently and had already become popular figures in the Danmeng. Second brother, someone said you're neither yin nor yang. Yin Biao, hearing the gossip, grinned and relayed the message to Tong Banji. You mean the eldest brother? Tong Banji refused to admit it and added, over there, someone is cursing you as a fool. Talking about the eldest brother? Ha. Yin Biao applied what he learned. Ha. He. The pair successfully shifted the blame, feeling very satisfied. Ha. Those nearby, hearing the conversation between the two, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Long had initially kept his gaze straight ahead, pretending not to know the two. Upon hearing their murmurs, his forehead instantly filled with black lines, scolding. What are you two laughing about? It's about you two. The two felt as if the sky had fallen. Yin Biao grabbed Tang Yan's arm, crying, Junior brother. They're mocking us. Tang Yin did not think they were embarrassing. He gently said, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just jealous of you. Chapter 703. As these disciples disappeared, the dean and several high-ranking officials arrived at a conference hall in the main Peak's Master Hall. Do you have confidence in your disciples? Lin Jiyuan asked with a smile. The Grand Elder, calm and composed, replied, the strength of Lingyan Peak is evident. Gu Jingyan is even ranked first among the inner disciples. The Dan Peak and the top 3 individuals will surely have our place. The 7th Elder teased, brother, your words are a bit absolute. Though Lingyan Peak is strong, we are not weak either. However, I already have a target for which peak is last. Can you all guess which one? Feng Shui's words drew a round of light laughter. Baoyue, your Dan Peak is indeed disappointing. With such a large peak, only 4 disciples were recruited. Is that acceptable? The Grand Elder took the opportunity to reprimand. The Dean immediately echoed. What the Grand Elder said is very true. Sister, you must listen. Spend more effort on nurturing your disciples. If everyone were as lazy as you, how would the art of alchemy be passed down? I am indeed not good at teaching. Guiding disciples is also leading them astray. If everyone thinks I am failing in my duties, just revoke my position as elder. It would be nice for me to focus on researching alchemy alone. Rao Baoyue said unhappily. Chapter 704. Tang Yin touched his face. It didn't hurt. But having been inexplicably slapped, he felt genuinely unwilling, so he cautiously leaned closer. Through the window, he saw a Dan furnace in the room. On the shelf next to the furnace, there were dozens of types of medicinal materials. Besides that, there was nothing else in the room. This setup didn't seem like that of a bad person. Tang Yin didn't get too close, stopping half a meter away, politely saying, Senior, there are no outsiders here. You can speak. I can't hear you. The woman pointed to the sky and said, there are ears on the other side of the wall. Come here. Just transmit your voice to me. If you don't listen, then forget it. The woman waved her hand, disinterested. Tang Yin ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity, steeling himself to move closer. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the courtyard, and Tang Yan's body flew out again. This time he finally saw clearly. The woman was not a living person, but a manifestation of a spirit. Who knows whose spirit it is, so powerful. Ha. The woman laughed loudly, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. After laughing for a while, the woman suddenly retracted her smile and said seriously, I'm not joking with you anymore. Come over, and I'll give you something good. Damn, if I believe you, I'm Yin Biao. Not moving forward. Tang Yin began to probe. Are you a senior from the Dan Alliance? Chapter 705. Nonsense. Once the 4 of them come out, heavy penalties. Others who followed them and will also face harsher punishments. Gu Jingyan will also be punished. Lin Jiyuan was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The 13 elders were also extremely speechless. This kid Tang Yin is truly cunning. Why didn't you just clarify things from the start? Even more absurdly, as a genius of the Dan Alliance, Gu Jingyan ended up being the organizer of the disciplinary team for breaking into forbidden areas. Rao Baoyue's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom, and she began to consider expelling the 4 from the sect and recruiting some more normal disciples. When the disciples from Lingyan Peak came out, the disciples from Zilu Peak, who were at the back, couldn't wait to enter the courtyard. Junior brother Jiang, what rare medicine did you get? Gu Jingyan asked gently. The disciples from Lingyan Peak had complicated expressions and communicated the situation to Gu Jingyan through sound transmission. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyan was stunned but didn't make a scene, instead observing the people who came out without revealing his emotions. After the 12 Dan Peak disciples had gone through, Gu Jingyan noticed their expressions were no different from junior brother Zhang's, presuming they had all been slapped. He stopped the Lingyan Peak disciples who were about to enter and said, let's not go in for now. Let Zilu Peak go first. The team leader from Zilu Peak was Tian Guangchen, who had just heard the report from those who entered. Realizing Gu Jingyan was being modest, he immediately understood that Lingyan Peak hadn't obtained any rare medicine and waved his hand saying, we won't go in either. Let Yue Peak go first. Chapter 706. Tang Yin chose a direction and quickly led the three through the mountains. Based on the characteristics of the plants, he could intuitively judge the surrounding climate, referring to factors like soil, terrain, and humidity. Tang Yin quickly searched his mental repository of medicinal materials to see if there were any spiritual herbs suitable for growing in this environment. With strong theoretical support, along with the treasure-hunting National Service assistance from the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, it didn't take long for Tang Yin to lead the three to a mountain stream. A creek was flowing gently. Tang Yin squatted by the stream, put his hand in the water, and then smiled as he explained to the two. Although the mountain spring is cold, there's a hot spring here that causes the creek water to fluctuate between hot and cold. This environment is conducive to the growth of yin-yang rootless grass, which often hides in the crevices of rocks. Let's search together. After saying that, Tang Yin walked upstream along the creek. Before long, he found a black-red, dual-colored water plant the size of a finger in a rock crevice. It looks like this. Tang Yin held it up for the three to see. The three immediately began to search. After placing the yin-yang rootless grass into the chaos space, Tang Yin stood by the shore waiting for the three. After searching for a while, all three had harvested something and finally handed their medicinal materials to Tang Yin together. In total, there were 7 plants. Chapter 707. Tang Yin picked a fruit from the demon blight tree and handed it to Yin Biao. Try and see if there's a point. Yin Biao stored it in his ring and said foolishly, 1 point. To be fair, Tang Yin picked 12 more, bringing his points to 16, and then said, the demon blight tree fruit is non-toxic and contains a lot of spiritual energy, but it has strong hallucinogenic effects and should not be consumed within the secret realm. We'll distribute it to you after we go outside. Under the shocked gazes of the three, Tang Yin directly uprooted the entire demon blight tree and stored it in the chaos space. Your points have all reached 16. Next, I will be searching for medicinal materials everywhere, which is hard and dangerous. You have 2 choices. Either find a place to settle down and wait out these 7 days, or follow me, but your points will not increase. Tang Yin said, Junior brother, let's follow you. It's good to broaden our horizons. The delicate Tong Bonji unexpectedly chose to follow. Then let's go. Yin Biao echoed. Our Tianqing Peak has only 4 people. Let's advance and retreat together. Sun Long laughed. Tang Yin nodded, not surprised. Although the three were in a very laid-back state at Tianqing Peak, it was also a helpless choice. The female demon lord didn't teach properly. Self-learning was ineffective, and their efforts were directionless, so they could only give up. Chapter 708. Only then did everyone realize the problem. Whether it was the cold crystal spirit tea or the ice spirit hoof, Sun Long and the others had handed them all to Tang Yin. These were all rare medicines. 1 ice spirit hoof was worth 2 points, and a cold crystal spirit tea tree was worth as much as 5 points. Yet why did Tang Yin still only have 2 points? This kid is secretly hiding a storage space. Feng Shuang immediately concluded. Everyone looked towards Rao Baoyue. Lin Jiyuan frowned and said, Junior sister, it is not allowed to carry private storage spaces into the Spirit Cliff Cave. Didn't you inform the disciples? Rao Baoyue felt a bit guilty. This regulation was emphasized by the sect before entering the Spirit Cliff Cave. Moreover, she didn't expect the 4 disciples to gather medicinal materials, so she didn't specifically remind them. Who would have thought Tang Yin would be so capable? Since we can't see where the storage space is, it may not necessarily be a storage space. Let's ask him when he comes out, Rao Baoyue said ambiguously. The Grand Elder enlarged the image, only showing Tang Yin's figure. After checking every position, he frowned and said, Indeed, I didn't see a storage space. This kid has some means. We need to interrogate him properly when he comes out. The medicinal materials inside the Spirit Cliff Cave are sect assets. How can they be privately owned? Once he comes out, we will reclaim everything, Lin Jiyuan instructed calmly. Although they felt Tang Yin's behavior was inappropriate, everyone didn't take it too seriously. Chapter 709. The higher-ups of the Dan Alliance were now staring intently at the jade leaf honey. It was already a rare item, and now there was such a large piece, which was truly tempting. The Grand Elder suddenly sighed and lamented. This piece of jade leaf honey is worth at least 50 points. I hope he can realize the gravity of the situation and wake up soon. If he puts all the medicinal materials he finds into the storage ring and sends them to the statistics office, not only can he achieve a good ranking and receive sect rewards, but he can also redeem himself and reduce the punishment for breaking into the Divine Spirit Academy. If he continues to act recklessly, not only will the collected medicinal materials go to waste, but he will also bear various responsibilities. Life's opportunities often hinge on a single thought. Everyone nodded in agreement. It would indeed be a shame for a disciple who should have outstanding achievements to end up being too clever for his own good. Just then, several people's eyebrows twitched. They saw Tang Yin channeling spiritual energy into a blade and directly slashing at the jade leaf honey. In the blink of an eye, the jade leaf honey was chopped into small pieces, and a portion was taken out and shared with the three senior brothers. The jade leaf honey is rich in spiritual power. Not only does it replenish strength, but it also nourishes the soul, which is very beneficial for cultivation. Let's eat it, Tang Yin said. Junior brother is brilliant. The three cheered, fully approving of Tang Yin's actions. Tang Yin swallowed the rest in one go, the faintly sweet flavor melting in his mouth. Although a large chunk went down his throat, it didn't feel overly sweet, and then countless spiritual energies burst forth instantly. Chapter 710. The red-blade leopard tiger let out a low roar and pounced towards Yin Biao. The terrifying tiger's might felt almost tangible, causing Tong Banji and Yin Biao's bodies to stiffen. In a life-and-death situation, although Yin Biao was scared, he could only wield his sword to confront the enemy. However, Tang Yin's speed was even faster. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the front paw of the red-blade leopard tiger, using a clever technique to throw it away. The red-blade leopard tiger glanced cautiously at Tang Yin, slowly retreating before running down the mountain. Fortunately, the junior brother saved me. Yin Biao wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling uneasy. The might of the Beast King was indeed fierce. Tang Yin watched the fleeing red-blade leopard tiger without pursuing, instructing, "Keep moving forward. It has run away. Could the tiger's den not be here?" Tong Banji speculated. "It will come back," Tang Yin asserted confidently. The three trusted Tang Yin and immediately followed. Sure enough, after walking just a few steps, that red figure reappeared. With a deafening roar, a tiger's howl echoed through the forest. The red-blade leopard tiger was enveloped in a crimson gale, like a moving flame, charging toward the four. Its speed was incredible, akin to a cheetah, which was also white-eyed leopard in its name. From a distance, the four could sense its immense rage. Chapter 711. What does the junior brother mean? Sun Long asked in confusion. The Shadow Willow Forest belongs to the Yin category, gathering evil and malice. Over the years, it has led to heavy Yin energy, making it easy to attract strange creatures. Legend has it that there's a mystical herb called ghost-face ginseng, which thrives in places rich in Yin malice. The head of the ginseng has a ghostly face. It can move freely underground and is often mistaken for a ghost. In reality, it is a mystical herb with hazy intelligence and extraordinary quality. Its malevolent energy makes other living beings instinctively uncomfortable, which is why insects, birds, and beasts are reluctant to stay here. Tang Yin explained his judgment. Wow, that sounds scary. Tong Banji clutched his chest, pale-faced, weakly leaning toward Tang Yin. Junior brother, protect me. You go back and find the red-blade leopard tiger. Tang Yin quickly dodged. Yin Biao retorted sharply. Second brother, you're much scarier than a ghost. Get lost. Tong Banji exploded in anger. Tang Yin ignored the two, waving his hand, and a cyclone descended at the root of a shadow willow tree, quickly uprooting the soil and revealing a 3-foot-deep pit. Before the three could inquire, Tang Yin said, Ghost-face ginseng likes Yin malice. We can place some Yin objects as bait to lure it out. Chapter 712. In the Dandelion's Hall, Lin Jiyuan and the elders instinctively held their breath, seemingly afraid of disturbing the ghost-face ginseng. Except for Lin Jiyuan and the fourth elder, everyone else was seeing a living ghost-face ginseng for the first time. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Would Tang Yin be able to capture it? In the willow forest, Tang Yin focused intently on the ghost-face ginseng. This little creature was clever, like a ghost, capable of instantly merging into the ground and becoming invisible. Soon with a thought, Tang Yin made a cage appear in the pit, trapping the ghost-face ginseng inside. The cage glowed, exuding a powerful binding force. The ghost-face ginseng panicked, crashing against the cage, but it was futile. Tang Yin quickly stepped into the pit and grabbed the ghost-face ginseng. Its face suddenly enlarged, mouth opening to reveal sharp teeth. Its face twisted as it lunged at Tang Yin. Tang Yin remained unfazed, quietly watching the ghost-face ginseng as it tried to bite him. Just as its gaping maw was about to touch Tang Yin, it shrank back. In the hall, Lin Jiyuan and the others explained, the ghost-faced ginseng does not inflict actual harm. It primarily attacks the mind. If Tang Yin gets startled and lets go, it will escape in an instant. At such a young age, having this level of composure is quite impressive. Chapter 7:13. Hearing Tang Yin's bluff, Yin Yongqi believed him. For inner disciples, the sect's subsidies were tight and income was meager. A low-grade spirit stone was a decent cultivation resource. Since points didn't mean much to them, Tang Yan's suggestion seemed very reasonable. Glancing at Chun Xiaojun, he proposed, Brother Chun, why not sell it to the junior brother? We can split the spirit stones later. It would benefit everyone's cultivation. Chun Xiaojun had some concerns. Wouldn't it be bad if this got out? Tang Yin promptly raised his hand, swearing, I swear by my soul that I will never speak of today's transaction. Several brothers, you should swear too. Sun Long and the others immediately took an oath. Tang Yin looked at them. Let's all make an oath. Inner disciples have it tough. Accumulating some spirit stones for cultivation is better than anything. The transaction benefited everyone, and no one refused, all taking their oaths. Tang Yin then asked, do you have any other herds on hand? You can give them to me. I will buy them at 80 of the market price. Yin Yongqi and Chun Xiaojun indeed had some. Their task was to gather a batch of herbs and return to the starting point on the last day to help the team leaders of each peak score points. Tang Yin had already determined through the heaven and earth transformation cauldron that they had goods and persuaded. A horse can't get fat without night grass. Always following the rules. When will you have a chance to stand out? Chapter 7:14. Junior brother seems to be calling us. Yin Biao glanced around but saw no one else. Should we go? Sun Long asked. Let's go take a look. Tang Yin nodded. Brother Go, what's the matter? Sun Long, as the eldest brother, proactively responded. You four, dig out the soil beneath the light column. Gu Jingyin instructed Dan Dan. Sun Long frowned slightly. Aren't there others with you? Gu Jingyin raised an eyebrow. Do you not want to? Sun Long didn't want to escalate the situation and softened his tone. It's not that we don't want to. We're just curious why you suddenly specified us. Is it possible that the benefits here will be shared among us of Tianqing Peak? Gu Jingyin had his calculations. Although the light column was colorful, with rays of light filling the sky and spiritual energy swirling, appearing auspicious, what if there was danger? The four from Tianqing Peak, being the leftover scraps of the Dan Alliance, were perfectly suited to be cannon fodder. However, he didn't expect the cannon fodder to be so uncooperative, even daring to dream of sharing the spoils. Brother Good told you to do it, so just do it obediently. Why so many unnecessary words? A disciple from Lingyan Peak reprimanded loudly. I'm the eldest brother of Tianqing Peak, not a disciple of Lingyan Peak. No one can impose on me. Sun Long shrugged, standing his ground. Chapter 7:15. Just as the disciples of the 12 Peaks were engrossed in treasure hunting, they suddenly heard a crack, and the light column rapidly expanded outward, forming a cylindrical space with a diameter of 200 zhang. Over 500 people, including Tang Yin and the four, were enveloped by the light column. Boom! A black coffin eerily rose, flickering in and out of visibility in midair. The original colorful rays and spiritual energy dissipated, and black mist floated around, creating a sinister atmosphere. Bang! The coffin lid was suddenly thrown off, and a man dressed in a dark robe stood upright from the coffin. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but his face was obscured by a hood. Around him swirled a mass of crimson mist, incredibly eerie. Ha ha ha! The man stretched out his arms, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath, emitting a hoarse laugh. Fresh air, how nostalgic. He then looked down at the Dan Alliance disciples, mockingly saying, Thanks to you for releasing me. I almost don't want to eat you. This bizarre scene made everyone's scalp numb. Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd awakened from their daze, rushing outside. Bang! 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 Some disciples who reached the light barrier were instantly blown apart, turning into a mist of blood as soon as their bodies touched it. Chapter 7:16. Sun Long pulled on Tang Yin, but couldn't he move him, turning to ask in confusion, What's wrong, junior brother? Don't worry. Tang Yin looked at the man in the coffin and said loudly, I still don't know the name of the esteemed elder. Others call me the spirit demon, celestial venerable. The man did not hide his title. Tang Yin was shocked. Historical records indicated that this was a major predecessor of the demonic path. He was still alive? If he were to escape, it was uncertain whether the Pill Alliance could stop him. Steadying his mind, Tang Yin continued, You don't look like a good person. Why do you kindly let us for leave? The spirit demon, celestial venerable's breath hitched again. You brat and that big-faced one are indeed in cahoots. Your words are so unpleasant to hear. But since you are cautious, I'll speak plainly. This is a killing formation. Anyone who digs or snatches treasures will be marked by the formation. Once activated, these people will be instantly killed. But unexpectedly, you are a variable that affected the formation's activation. If you go out, you can survive. I can also get what I want. A win-win. The spirit demon, celestial, venerable, revealed the truth. Everyone's complexion changed drastically, not expecting that the four from Tianqing Peak had become the key factor in controlling their lives and deaths. Chapter 7:17. Elder. It's not suitable for you to wake up. After Tang Yin finished speaking, he leaped again, raising his sword to slash at the spirit demon, celestial, venerable. Sentient beings. It was still the sword that encompassed the momentum of the human race. Stubbornly ignorant, the spirit demon, celestial, venerable looked at the weakened Tang Yin, who still dared to approach, his tone filled with roaring anger. A red hand appeared again, descending from the sky, pressing down towards Tang Yin. Bang! The power of this palm was still extraordinary, directly smashing Tang Yin to the ground. Coughing, Tang Yin propped himself up with his heavy sword, struggling to stand. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, his body covered in blood, but his eyes emitted an indomitable light. He looked up at the man in the black robe and noticed that the blood-colored mist around him had faded a bit more. Keep acting. The spirit demon, celestial, venerable, was surprised to see Tang Yin still able to stand. This kid's life was tougher than he imagined. Seeing his demeanor, it seemed he still wanted to continue. The spirit demon, celestial, venerable couldn't help but ask, "Are you crazy? Why are you so persistent? Just for this group of hypocrites? You saw their behavior just now. Do they consider you even the slightest bit?" Tang Yin replied solemnly, "Though their actions are shameful, they're all instincts for survival. Even ants steal their lives, let alone humans." Chapter 7:18. Elder, since you want to go back, I can only send you on your way. Tang Yin's body soared into the air, cutting through sentient beings. This sword was no longer ordinary, but intertwined with a blue light. The fire of heaven and earth merged into the momentum of the human race, carrying a domineering aura that could annihilate everything, slashing towards the spirit demon, celestial, venerable. At the same time, Tang Yin's aura surged, unleashing his mid-stage supreme realm strength without reservation. The meridians opened simultaneously. Feeling Tang Yin's suddenly enhanced power, the spirit demon, celestial, venerable's pupils shrank sharply. This kid had actually hidden his strength right under his nose. In his heyday, the supreme realm was no different from ants, but now his strength had yet to recover, and the power of the supreme realm was already a threat to him. Moreover, Tang Yin's sword techniques came from enlightenment, carrying the principles of heaven and earth, possessing incredible destructive power. What worried him the most was still the vast blue light. The domineering flames merged into the overwhelming sword momentum, making this dominance seem unstoppable. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly formed seals with both hands, a blood-colored handprint howling towards him. Bang! The sword momentum collided with the blood handprint, then both dissipated. This time, Tang Yin was not knocked down by the blood handprint. Chapter 7:19. Pill Alliance, Main Peak Hall. Everyone exhaled a long breath. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. This kid is impressive. Even the celestial venerable was pushed back. The fourth elder exclaimed, "How did he stand up? That palm print nearly shattered his body. I thought he was done for." The second elder said in astonishment, "I wonder if the spirit demon has been sealed." The eighth elder expressed doubt. Lin Jian summarized, "There is a seal around the spirit demon, and with the energy exhausted, he is likely sealed for the time being. At least he can't come out for a short while." Tang Yin might have practiced body refining techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand those few blood handprints. His performance this time was outstanding and gave us many surprises. Those who should be punished will be punished, and those who should be rewarded must be rewarded. The disciples that Bao Yu accepted this time are indeed impressive. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Yin's performance in the secret realm could be said to have saved the entire Pill Alliance. Bao Yu felt refreshed, her whole being invigorated, and smiled. This kid is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him into Tianqing Peak. Then she took out the dragon seal and placed it on her shoulder, saying lightly, "After being tense for so long, my muscles are stiff. Finally, I can relax a bit." The atmosphere in the hall, which had just relaxed, solidified again. Chapter 720. Tang Yin continued westward with his 3 senior brothers. This time, taking advantage of the spirit demon Celestial Venerable's weakness to defeat him, though extremely dangerous, yielded great rewards. First, he gained new insights into sentient beings, significantly enhancing the power of this sword move to an epic level. Second, he absorbed the memories of the spirit demon Celestial Venerable, greatly improving both his knowledge and martial arts experience. Third, the disciples from the 12 Peaks would seek medicinal materials for him, allowing him to make a small fortune. Being caught by Bao Yu to the Pill Alliance was not a bad thing either. Organizing his thoughts, Tang Yin began to search for medicinal materials with peace of mind. The Spirit Cliff Cave resembled a vast medicinal garden, with countless precious herbs. Soon, Tang Yin made new discoveries. 7 days passed in a flash. At the time of the Wu hour, the 4 stood atop a cliff at a high peak, gazing out ahead. Not far in front was a vast sea of clouds, with no end in sight. Below the cliff, one could vaguely see flowers blooming all over the mountains. Although they stood high, the gentle breeze still carried the fragrance of flowers. What a spectacular view! Sun Long looked around, exclaiming, "This is probably the highest mountain in the Spirit Cliff Cave. The clouds are so thick like cotton candy," Tong Bonji remarked after observing for a while. Chapter 721. Through the memories of the spirit demon Celestial Venerable, Tang Yin confirmed that the woman before him was indeed the medicine spirit Celestial Venerable. He activated the Eye of Truth, carefully observing her. After a while, Tang Yin finally understood. This was a fragmented, divine soul. The soul was filled with malice, and evil thoughts dominated. I remember the first time I met the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign. She mentioned that her soul was severely damaged, and that she needed to refine a primordial, soul-replenishing sacred pill. Previously, he was unclear about the function of this pill. But now he finally understood that this pill was specifically for the soul and could restore the memories of the soul. Was she trying to help herself regain normal thinking? "Come here, young man. I have mystical medicine for you." The medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign tempted. Last time, after being forced 3 times, Tang Yin still remembered vividly. He didn't dare to approach rashly and stood a yard away, speaking steadily. "Senior, do you recognize this item?" After saying that, Tang Yin took out the Soul Wisdom Grass. "The Soul Wisdom Grass, it's the Soul Wisdom Grass." The medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign trembled with excitement and reached out, shouting, "Give it to me quickly. I want to refine the pill. It's the only thing I lack." "Do you want to refine the primordial, soul-replenishing, sacred pill?" Tang Yin asked. "Yes, that's the one." The medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign nodded. Although Tang Yin really wanted to give it to her. She was after all a manifestation of evil thoughts. What if she refined a different pill? Chapter 722. Tang Yan's brain malfunctioned for a moment before he stuttered and asked, "Can't even remember a pill recipe?" The memory of the pill recipe was taken by Duan Guyuan, and it was hard to recover on his own. However, seeing the recipe could trigger memories of the refining method, the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign explained. After thinking for a while, Tang Yin said, "I will report to the sect, and when the Spirit Cliff Cave opens next time, I will have them send you the recipe." "No need." The medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign waved her hand to refuse. Her voice crisp. "I stay in the Spirit Cliff Cave only to teach alchemy. However, I can only see a few disciples every 3 years, and the teaching method is too slow. As time goes on, my soul will continue to be consumed. I might as well leave all the inheritance to you. You are talented and young. With my inheritance, your future achievements will surely surpass mine. At that time, you can also promote the development of alchemy, which counts as passing my teachings. Senior, you absolutely must not. A great era is about to descend, and we will still need your help then." Tang Yin hurriedly waved his hand. "All the inheritance is for you. I am just a part of you. Having you is enough. My mind is made up. Do not refuse. Now, embrace the spiritual platform, concentrate, and wholeheartedly accept my soul memories." As soon as her voice fell, a deep green light burst forth from the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign and converged toward Tang Yan's brow. Chapter 723. Lin Jiyuan looked at the thousands of disciples, foolishly vying for benefits for Tang Yin, feeling a mixture of emotions. "Tang Yin, you little brat, you really know how to play? You should see the scene before you." However, he still didn't know what was going on with Tang Yin, and said lightly, "Tang Yin's situation is quite special and will not participate in the ranking of this grand competition." As for the rewards and punishments for Tang Yen, the sect has its fair judgment, so everyone can rest assured. The rewards will be distributed to each peak and handed over by the Internal Affairs Department to you all. The storage rings from the secret realm are left as mementos. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Retrieve your storage spaces and go back to rest. With a wave of Lin Jiyuan's hand, numerous storage spaces flew toward the disciples, landing precisely in the hands of their original owners. The sect credibility was quite good, and everyone thought little of it, taking their rings and dispersing. Lin Jiyuan's figure flashed, and he rushed toward the heart appraisal hall. Tang Yen looked at the grand hall before him. The walls were built of black stone blocks, giving a sense of oppression. In the center of the floor was a circular area resembling an altar, covered in strange patterns. 12 elders stood silently, and Tang Yen obediently stood to the side. After waiting for a while, Lin Jiyuan arrived at the hall, and everyone greeted him in unison. Chapter 724 Lin Jiyuan took out the soul-searching pearl and began to inspect Tang Yan's soul. He first retrieved the footage of Tang Yan's first entry into the Mind Shock Academy, and Tang Yan's memories appeared before everyone. The memory of the soul was consistent with Tang Yan's description, and Lin Jiyuan began to inspect the scene of his second entry into the academy. It still showed no discrepancies. Moreover, they also saw many details, such as the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign's appreciation and teachings toward Tang Yan. After searching through Tang Yan's soul, everyone looked at him with fiery eyes. A young man who had received the inheritance of the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign could definitely go far in the field of alchemy. Tang Yen felt the intense gaze of 14 people and weakly asked, "Could I get some clothes first?" A blue shirt landed on Tang Yan's body. The seal in the Mind Shock Academy was the evil thoughts of the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign. Next, you must stay in the Heart Appraisal Hall for 10 days. The main purpose is to check whether your soul has been contaminated by the Sovereign's evil thoughts. Trespassing into the Mind Shock Academy and privately taking the mystical medicine from the Spirit Cliff cave should have been severely punished. However, considering your merits in suppressing the spirit demons and removing the hidden dangers of the Mind Shock Academy, the punishment is lifted. At the same time, you will receive a reward of 1 celestial artifact. You can take a token to the task hall to select what you want. After 10 days, if there are no issues, you will be released. Chapter 725 Hearing Manager Qin's earnest words, Tong Chengxian's body swayed. Damn it! His plans for promotion and wealth had completely fallen apart. Back at his stall, Tong Chengxian mimicked Manager Qin and found a reclining chair to lean against. He stared blankly at the sky, as if all his strength had been drained. From time to time, discussions from outsiders reached his ears, mostly cursing Zhang San. He sighed softly. "Zhang San, where are you?" 3 days later, Tong Chengxian came to the trading outpost every day. He felt like he was in love. Every time he opened his eyes, he just wanted to see Zhang San, and his mind was filled with thoughts of him. After 3 consecutive days of coming up empty, Tong Chengxian's hopes gradually faded. "Zhang San, you've made me suffer greatly." In the northern spirit realm, at the Medicine Valley, in front of the hall of the Questioning Summit, core members of the Questioning Summit, along with Tang Ling and Mo Bo, were present. Feng Xiong, Du Shu, Ziyun, Lin Dongxue, Lei Yu, and Tian Mei stood opposite everyone. Feng Xian cupped his hands toward the crowd and said loudly, "Brother, Yin has not returned for 2 months. And I'm anxious. I must go to the spirit wasteland to find out what is going on. I know everyone is also worried about Brother Yin, but the spirit wasteland is an unfamiliar place, and we are unaware of the situation there, so it is not advisable to go there in force." Chapter 726 Returning to his own courtyard, he entered the vacant west bedroom, summoned the heaven and earth creation cauldron with a thought, and took out medicinal materials to refine the gathering True Yang pill. After half a cup of tea's time, Tang Yen removed the fire cauldron, and 6 everlasting grade pills appeared in his hand. After swallowing the pills, Tang Yen found the cold crystal spirit tea tree in the chaotic space, picked some leaves, and began to roast the tea using the heaven and earth creation fire. Once the tea leaves were ready, he found a jar to pack the tea leaves, and then went to the courtyard to brew himself a pot of tea, reclining comfortably in a chair while pondering the recipe for the spirit-enhancing pill. Having the inheritance of the medicine spirit Heavenly Sovereign and obtaining the memories of the spirit demons allowed him to analyze the pill recipes with great ease. The next morning, Tang Yen perfectly replaced some of the medicinal materials for the spirit-enhancing pill, successfully reducing the cost by 30%. After receiving the elixir and reading for a while, Tang Yan's figure flashed, and he arrived outside the sect at the hour of C. He then transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man and flew towards the trading post. Soon, Tang Yin reached his destination. Zhang San is here, a shopkeeper shouted, and the whole street erupted in excitement. Many people didn't even bother to greet the customers in front of them and rushed towards Tang Yin in droves. Tong Changxian, who had been in a state of heartbreak recently, thought he was hearing things, but when he saw that the visitor was indeed Zhang San, he instantly perked up. Chapter 727. As soon as the female host left, 18 young women gracefully saluted, 6 of whom brought instruments like pipa and guzheng, while the remaining 12 danced gracefully in the hall, accompanied by the music. After one dance, the 6 women approached the 3 men, each flanked by a beautiful woman. At this moment, a maid entered with a tray, bringing delicious dishes, fine wine, and spirit tea to the table. The woman on Tang Yan's left poured wine for him. The beautiful woman on his right brought a piece of fruit to his mouth, her eyes full of charm, her voice sweet. Young master, have a bite of the spirit golden melon. Tang Yin didn't feel shy at all and handled the situation with ease. Brother Zhang, it is an honor for Tong to meet you. In this vast spiritual wasteland, our acquaintance is a rare fate. Shopkeeper Qin, let us toast to Brother Zhang. But I don't drink, so I'll use tea as a substitute, Tong Changxian said, raising his glass. Shopkeeper Qin frowned. Shopkeeper Tong, you are being too polite. How can we toast to Brother Zhang with tea? Tong Changxian was not annoyed and apologized. I really don't touch alcohol. The beautiful woman beside Tong Changxian immediately testified. Gentlemen, please don't be upset. Master Xian has never touched alcohol at Yunduan Pavilion. Tang Yin didn't mind and laughed. Friendship doesn't need to be measured by wine. Brother Tong's feelings are stronger and purer than wine. Cheers! Chapter 728. After leaving Yunduan Pavilion, Tang Yin didn't go far and leisurely drank tea in a small tea house. He connected to Tong Chengxian's soul nest and quickly browsed through his soul memories. Tong Chengxian, a golden attribute divine clan member, 86 years old. In the early stage of Nirvana realm. Divine abilities, spirit binding technique, divine movement technique. A bronze level 3-star divine envoy in the human clan. Under the jurisdiction of the Neo Huangling branch. The head of the Neo Huangling branch, Sumao. A silver level divine envoy with unknown strength. Possibly in the late stage of Nirvana realm. Divine envoys are divided into 3 levels. Bronze, silver, and gold, each with 5 stars. 1 star is the lowest and 5 stars are the highest. Each star corresponds to a level of resources, and great contributions can lead to a star upgrade. Since divine envoys are connected in a single line, Tang Yin did not find any other effective information. It is worth mentioning that the divine clan indeed prohibits drinking alcohol with the human clan, fearing it would lead them astray. Fortunately, he had planned for this from the start. The reason he was willing to bring Shopkeeper Qin was that he anticipated this innocent outsider would encourage drinking. Instead of pressuring, he helped Tong Chengxian find a way to express that feelings are stronger than wine, further clearing his own name. Then he revealed internal information about the guild, chatting happily to be seen as a confidant, helping him apply for a lower price, gradually increasing Tong Chengxian's goodwill. Finally, he showed his true identity, elevating the atmosphere of sincerity to its peak, which was a perfect strike against Tong Chengxian's psychological defenses. Chapter 729. Shortly after, the courtyard gate opened, and a servant asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I am Du Shu, here to visit Master Yu and discuss alchemy cooperation," Du Shu said amiably. "It's too late. Come back tomorrow," the servant replied apologetically. Du Shu was not in a hurry, calmly saying, "We are not idlers. There's a reason for disturbing you at this hour. It wouldn't be a bother to inform Master Yu. It would be unseemly to miss an important matter." Du Shu and Fang Xian had an extraordinary demeanor, which intimidated the servant, who asked them to wait while he reported back. Soon, the servant politely invited them into the courtyard. In the Yu family's reception room, a muscular middle-aged man wearing short attire walked in. "I am Yu Dongli. Who are you two?" The man asked in a booming voice, his gaze sharp. "Du Shu. This is my friend Fang Xian," Du Shu introduced. "I've met Master Yu." Fang Xian cupped his fists. Yu Dongli noticed the two were unfamiliar, but had an extraordinary presence. So he didn't dare underestimate them and asked curiously, "You two visiting late at night? What brings you here?" Du Shu got straight to the point. The Yu family's Qingdan workshop is a renowned alchemy family with a history of 5,000 years. In the past, they even competed with the Dan League, with shops spread throughout the southern spiritual wasteland. Unfortunately, they missed the opportunity to catch the tide of the times. Chapter 730. Tang Yin waved his hand to open the courtyard gate and found that standing outside was a familiar face from the mission hall. Ma Shanjing. Senior brother Ma, are you looking for me? Tang Yin greeted with cupped fists. The last formation task for the spiritual herb garden on the main peak was assigned by Senior Brother Ma. The sect has assigned a mission to seal the Minkuling Abyss Passage. This time the mission has a total of 6 people, and you are the team leader. Tomorrow at Shun time, we will gather in the main peak's front square and set off together. Ma Shanjing handed over a mission document. Thank you for personally coming. Senior brother, I will be there on time tomorrow morning. Tang Yin quickly expressed his gratitude. It is you, junior brother, who is working hard. Since you have received it, I will take my leave. Ma Shanjing smiled and cupped his fists in farewell. Apart from picking up tasks at the mission hall, disciples of the Dan League sometimes also have tasks actively assigned by the sect, which also come with rewards upon completion. Opening the task introduction in his hand, Tang Yin read it carefully. The Abyss Passage is a fissure between the alien race and the human race. If not sealed, as the fissure expands, powerful alien races might take advantage and invade the human territory, causing harm or hiding away as a potential threat. For example, Tong Chengxian came over from the Abyss Passage. This task is rated as level C, and it doesn't seem dangerous. It should just be a small fissure. Chapter 731. Tang Yin glanced at Gu Lingdi, who was indignant, and said lightly, Senior sister is joking. I am just an inner sect disciple. If there's really danger, wouldn't I just be delivering food? Since senior sister is confident, why don't you go down and take a look? When we turn the task, I will help you claim the first merit. Gu Lingdi scoffed. A big man like you shrinks back from charging in a battle? I'm embarrassed for you. The sect sent you here to reduce the losses of core disciples. If you have no awareness, what are you doing out here on a mission? Do you really want to take all the good things while avoiding the risks? Enjoying the task rewards without bearing any risk? Tang Yin narrowed his eyes. It turned out that in her eyes, he was just cannon fodder. Looking at the expressions of the others, they seemed to agree with Gu Lingdi's words, knowing that if he didn't establish authority, he would be unable to control this team. The task might be simple, but if any danger arose, a team with scattered hearts would inevitably suffer great casualties. Just as he was about to assert his authority over Gu Lingdi, Duan Yin stepped in to smooth things over. Gu senior sister, you misunderstood. Junior brother Tang is not here to be a scapegoat. Having him as the team leader must be the sect's consideration. Let's go down together. More people means more strength, and we can finish the task sooner. Chapter 732. The mountain vine demon likes to move through rocks. Not only can it effectively hide its aura, but it can also unleash tremendous power from within the stones. The mountain vine spirit in his hand only has super-grade strength, but when he just caught it, its power could completely rival that of the Dominator realm. However, there is a problem. The mountain vine spirit also doesn't have X-ray vision. The few of them are fully concealing their presence, so logically speaking, the mountain vine spirit should never see them. The ability to throw the spike so accurately indicates that there is an external object giving it sight. There are 2 possibilities for sending a message to the mountain vine spirit. Either the other party is unaffected by the fog, or the other party is right next to them. Tang Yan's deep gaze fell on the white fox that Gu Lingdi was holding. If anyone was closest to them, it would undoubtedly be this fox. With the enhancement of the Eye of Truth, Tang Yin carefully observed and finally saw the faint demon energy on the white fox. It really is a demon. The white fox has low attack power but is good at disguise and concealment, mainly playing a supportive role in the demon clan. The urgent task is to provide a relatively safe environment for his teammates. Tang Yin quickly set up a wind and fire formation in front of him. Once the formation was activated, a flame vortex directly covered the cave entrance. The suddenly rising high temperature dispersed the surrounding fog. Then the formation quickly cleared a path with a clear line of sight. Chapter 733. Tang Yin saw the demon in front of him and solemnly reminded, Black General. Strength in the mid to late Dominator realm. Its streamlined armor is very dense. Strong winds and heavy blows are generally ineffective against them, and the armor can absorb the force well. Its defense is astonishing, and it is good at combat, making it extremely dangerous when engaged in close combat. At this moment, the formation had already been set up, and Tang Yin gently pushed the formation towards the rock wall. The formation immediately activated. creating a vortex of air that continuously sucked the toxic gas from the abyss into the formation. Kid, you have some knowledge. The leading black general glanced at Tang Yin and then pointed at Duan Yin, saying, "Girl, come on, hit me with a punch." I absolutely 1T dodge. Duan Yin was a bit excited upon hearing this. She is at the late Dominator realm. Although your skin is thick, my strength is not to be underestimated. As long as I control the punch's momentum and let the punch's wind turn into a line, it can achieve point damage to break the surface. Then you better not resist. Duan Yin shook her wrist to warm up. Don't worry, our demon clan keeps our word. The black general vowed. Duan Yin no longer hesitated, and her dantian began to operate wildly as she punched towards the black general in front of her. The violent wind was compressed to the limit and heavily struck the black general's stomach. Chapter 734, Abyss. Tang Yin and the six arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Clearly, there was water flowing above, but there was no accumulation of water at the bottom of the abyss. It should be affected by the abyss passage, turning into white mist. They saw dozens of black pine demons leaning against the rock wall, swaying their heads and emitting toxic gas. Tang Yin slashed with a sword chi, ending the life of the black pine demon. A certain area at the bottom of the abyss was not soil and rock, but a chaotic barrier. As they were observing this barrier, a crisp bubble sound echoed, and the upper half of a black general emerged from the barrier, facing Duan Yin directly. The black general was completely unprepared for the situation outside, his gaze shocked as he locked eyes with Duan Yin. Oh my! Duan Yin's pretty face turned pale, and she sat directly on the ground. The barrier pushed the black general out. Swish! A flash of sword light passed, and before the black general could react, his head rolled down. This was a Supreme Realm black general. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Yin said, "The danger level of the abyss passage has already exceeded grade C. If a more powerful demon comes out from below, we may not be able to handle it. Let us block the barrier first." Okay, the five nodded. The barrier opened, but the demon clan still had ties to the demon realm and couldn't go far. Chapter 735. Where did this come from? Tang Yin shook the jade tablet. Yu saw the jade tablet, and memories from the past surged in her heart, causing her to unconsciously smile warmly. Have you ever read Sword God or Fate, Determining the Universe? Do you know what the last page says? Looking for Meng Yao. Dangdan Ziplit. I went out to train, and that day I arrived at Moonlight City, just in time for young Master Feng telling stories. I found it quite interesting and listened until the end. I thought he was telling stories to earn money, so I wanted to reward him with spirit stones. But he refused and instead inquired about the whereabouts of his beloved. Unfortunately, no one at the scene knew Meng Yao. After he left the city, I chased after him, and after a chat, I was deeply moved by young Master Feng's infatuation. Coincidentally, I had a token given to me by the Master of Qiantong Pavilion. Holding the token could allow one to request information at Qiantong Pavilion. So, I gave the token to young Master Feng. Heaven rewards those who work hard. I heard that young Master Feng has already reunited with Meng Yao. I originally planned to go to Qiantong Pavilion to inquire about young Master Feng's whereabouts and congratulate him. But unexpectedly, fate played tricks, and I had no chance. Yu said with a bitter smile and shook her head. So, if young Master Feng can find Meng Yao, you are the biggest contributor. Dangdan Sumadi. Chapter 736. Tang Yin, feeling helpless, had no choice but to take out the elixir furnace given to him by the female demon lord. After igniting the elixir fire, he threw all the medicinal materials into it at once. His rough technique made the female demon lord's eyelids twitch, and she tightened her grip on the dragon needle in her hand. If it explodes, I'll make sure to loosen your muscles and bones. But soon, the female demon lord's expression became serious. She sat in a chair, resting her chin on the dragon needle, focusing intently on Tang Yin's technique. She was shocked to discover that Tang Yin throwing all the medicinal materials into the elixir furnace was not just reckless. Rather, his spirit was keeping up, and his technique was under control. Dozens of types of medicinal materials were being refined and purified simultaneously, with each moment being extremely precious and crucial. A slight mistake could lead to a chain reaction affecting the refinement of other medicinal materials. Tang Yin was like a ruthless refining machine, each step flowing smoothly and naturally, with no faults to be found. In just 3/4 of an hour, all 64 medicinal materials were completely purified, entering the stage of fusion. An hour and a half later, Tang Yin clapped the elixir furnace, lifting the lid, and 6 round and smooth elixirs flew out, floating steadily in midair. Master, Please review. Tang Yin said respectfully. Rao Baoyue took one elixir and examined it carefully. The elixir surface was even and delicate, gleaming with a soft luster. Chapter 737. The Immortal Pool is the treasure of the Xiannu sect, located at the peak of Yaofeng. Inside Yaofeng, there is a spiritual vein that gushes forth once every 10 years, forming the Immortal Pool. Cultivating in the Immortal Pool can achieve rapid progress and is also the most important means for the Xiannu sect to nurture experts. Qinglan waved her hand. Just blindfold him. Otherwise, are you really going to repay your master's sisters? Yingyu shyly retorted, Master, don't joke. I'll go invite young Master Tang. Have you found out where young Master Feng is? Qinglan asked. The Academy. The North Spirit realm of the Academy is actually where the 15 sages of the Academy are. How old is young Master Feng? Qinglan asked anxiously. In his 30s, Yingyu replied. Old grass-eating tender beef. Qinglan murmured. Young Master Feng is fated to have a connection with you. Now that you are both part of the 8 great sects, don't let this relationship be severed. Before heading to the Dan Alliance, take a significant gift to the Academy to congratulate young Master Feng and Meng Yao. Yes, Yingyu replied. Go ahead and do it. Qinglan waved her hand. On August 16th noon, at the Dan Alliance, Rao Baoyue was drinking in the courtyard, and her brows furrowed. Has that rebellious disciple not returned yet? Their wings are getting hard. Just as she was about to teach Tang Yin a lesson, she suddenly sensed something and looked outside the courtyard. Chapter 738. After a tug of war, Rao Xinliu, who was misled into using it correctly, finally understood the cause and effect. Due to content violations, some paragraphs have been deleted. Where did you get this, sister? Tang Yin sent it. Rao Baoyue brought out her beloved disciple. Rao Xinliu felt like 1,000 alpacas were running through her mind. At that moment, she sorted out the cause and effect. Tang Yin had deceived her sister. Her sister had no idea what this thing truly was. Damn it, Tang Yin. You caused me a lot of trouble from a distance. Sister, you didn't take this out in front of others, did you? Rao Xinliu kept praying in her heart, hoping it wouldn't lead to disaster. Often, Rao Baoyue became excited and shared her experience. This is a good thing. I used it to teach some disciples a lesson. And after they were all beaten, they became honest and obedient, afraid I would continue to hit them. You could take it back to deal with some unruly disciples. It will definitely have unexpected effects. Seeing Rao Baoyue's invigorated appearance, Rao Xinliu felt extremely suffocated. Sister, don't worry. The Ran Yuan resurrection pill won't ruin your reputation. Rao Xinliu said softly. What's wrong? Rao Baoyue asked in confusion. You should have already ruined your reputation. Rao Xinliu looked at her sister with pity and sighed, explaining. Chapter 739, but the account of Long Zhu. Rao Baoyue pondered for a moment and said softly. As for the matter of Long Zhu, I'll assume you were unaware and 1T hold it against you. The immortal wood belongs to me, and our grievances will be cleared from now on. I will erase the by EPOM imprint from you. Taking you to the Dan Alliance that day was not your intention. If you want to leave, you can, but you will need to erase some memories, such as the formula for the gathering True Yang pill. Tang Yin was stunned upon hearing this. A single immortal wood could have such a huge effect? Are you targeting me because of the immortal wood? Tang Yin couldn't help but ask. Rao Baoyue did not hide it and nodded, explaining. The elder of the Array Alliance, Coldstone, is nearing the end of his lifespan and entrusted me to refine a longevity pill. The immortal wood is the main medicinal material. Coldstone is a renowned elder in the world and one of humanity's strongest guardians. If the longevity plan fails under my hands, it will be a great blow to humanity. The Dan Alliance would be shamed because of me, I would be scorned by the world, and my family would also be implicated. You, as the catalyst for this incident, I naturally blame you. Tang Yin was greatly shaken. Just because he looked at the little ball on the sea for a moment, he didn't expect to set off a series of chain reactions. Now that he had the opportunity to regain his freedom, he was seriously considering his next plan. Chapter 740, some observant individuals noticed that the original Dan shop, Qing Dan Fong, had suddenly expanded several times its size. The sign was also changed to Pin Dan Dan. On the door, various marketing slogans were posted. Officially opening on August 19th, Pin Dan Dan, let martial artists treat pills as food. Form a group of 5, buy pills at half price. Surprise limited time event. Sing the Pin Dan Dan store song and get 1 free when you buy 5. Besides the Pin Dan Dan shop and the flower car parade, prominent advertising spots in various locations of Scorpion City had also been purchased by Du Shu. Within just one day, the name of the Pin Dan Dan shop rapidly spread throughout Scorpion City. If your brothers form a group, everyone come to Pin Dan Dan. The more you gather, the more you save. Pinning Dan is truly joyful. A song titled Pin Dan Dan Store Song was occasionally hummed by passers-by, especially children, who treated this song as a popular tune. The world has long suffered from high pill prices. This reform of Qing Dan Fong, with low-price pills, gave many martial artists hope. Today, the revenue of all the pill shops in the city saw a decline. Many people were watching and waiting for the Pin Dan Dan to open on the 19th. A major news item emerged from the Dan Alliance. A true disciple had appeared from Tianqing Peak. Chapter 741 Good. Yu Dongli nodded excitedly, feeling enlightened by every word Du Shu said. It seemed Du Shu had a mature and thorough plan for the development of Pin Dan Dan. However, both families were powerful forces, and the alchemists they trained would not leave easily. The ones they could poach were merely guest alchemists, and the number would ultimately be limited. They could seek deeper cooperation with some smaller alchemy forces. Their business was bleak, and they would accept bulk orders even if it meant biting the bullet. In the early stages of our development, we shouldn't focus on profits. Let's expand the market first, Du Shu reminded. Okay, then I'll invite more alchemists over. Yu Dongli clarified his work focus. The few of them discussed the future before leaving the account room. On this day, Tang Yin was reading in the courtyard when a paper crane flew to his side, and Rao Baiyue's voice rang out. Come to the peak to find me. Tang Yin gathered his books and went to the peak. Master. Upon seeing Rao Baiyue, Tang Yin bowed in greeting. Rao Baiyue's brow relaxed. If nothing unexpected happened, she had refined a Ran Yuan resurrection pill. Today, I will teach you about alchemy. Let me think about where you should start, Rao Baiyue pondered. Master can directly dictate the pill formula, and I will learn it, Tang Yin said directly. Chapter 742, Niuhuang Ridge. The elegantly dressed Tong Changxian arrived at a mountain peak. After standing on a large rock for a while, the rock suddenly fell, and he fell into a deep pit along with it. A powerful, scrutinizing aura surged towards him, and after a while, the aura dissipated, followed by a loud rumble as a stone door appeared beside him. He walked into the passage, advancing for about 100 zhong, and another door appeared ahead. To the right of the door stood a stone tablet with a pearl above it. This pearl was used to verify identity. He infused a strand of spiritual power, and soon the pearl lit up, opening the stone door. Once the door opened, it revealed a sealed space. On the ground, mysterious patterns were drawn. Tong Changxian stepped in and stood still, and soon countless beams of light fell upon him. After 10 breaths, a massive force struck him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grand hall. On the throne at the front of the hall sat a tall figure from the divine clan. Tong Changxian had met the envoy Su Mao. Tong Changxian reverted to his true form and stepped forward to pay his respects. Did you gain anything on this trip? Su Mao asked in a booming voice. Tong Changxian handed over the storage ring and respectfully said, I did not disgrace my mission. All the resources I brought have been exchanged for pills. Su Mao waved his hand to take the storage ring, and upon seeing the astonishing number of pills inside, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Chapter 743. Tang Yin, as usual, was preparing to find a hidden place to refine pills when he suddenly sensed something. Under the powerful perception of his divine sense, he realized that he was being followed. There were 2 possibilities for being followed. 1, they wanted to rob him of his large sum of money from the transaction. 2, they wanted to investigate his identity. The probability of robbery was low, as only a few shopkeepers knew he was carrying a fortune, and they were hoping for long-term cooperation to make money, so they were unlikely to take risks and do something that would provoke public anger. He speculated that it was a master from the Pill Alliance. These shopkeepers have been buying up goods, and some highly demanded spiritual medicines had probably been bought out by them. Such a large operation, closely related to the Pill Alliance, could not have gone unnoticed by the sect, which would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. He could let them investigate him, but his identity was not yet concealed. There were still a lot of materials in his storage ring, and if the Pill Alliance confiscated them, he would have nowhere to cry. The array of stars turned, and he instantly disappeared from his original location. Not long after Tang Yin vanished, a terrifying aura suddenly locked onto this space. After about half a cup of tea's time, a middle-aged man appeared here, his eyes filled with confusion. Where did the person go? Chapter 744. I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation. Tang, Yin angrily followed Tao Tianai to the reception hall. Tao Tianai instructed someone to brew tea, and with the proper etiquette, Tang Yin found no reason to get angry. Main peak hall. Lin Jin, upon hearing Liao Lan's report, carefully examined the finely crafted token in his hand, and nodded. The other party does not know we are going to capture him, so they should not fabricate an identity in advance. The shape of the token matches the information recorded. The identity should be fine. The existence of Chuandan Mountain is a blessing for the spirit wilderness and also a major event. Let us notify the elders to meet him. Yes. Liao Lan received the order. Law Enforcement Hall, Reception Hall. Lin Jiyuan brought the elders to meet Tang Yin. Protector Zhang, I am Lin Jiyuan. I apologize on behalf of the Law Enforcement Hall for bringing you to the Pill Alliance without notice. Lin Jiyuan cupped his fists in salute to Tang Yin. Tang Yin was very satisfied with Lin Jiyuan's attitude and nodded. Since the Alliance leader has spoken, let's let this matter pass. Lin Jiyuan returned the token to Tang Yin and asked in confusion, what is the current situation of Chuandan Mountain? Why has young Master Zhang appeared near our trading base? Tang Yin smiled bitterly. Currently, it is facing a huge change, with only 3 ancestors barely surviving. Chapter 745. Tang Yin looked at the exquisite face of the female demon and felt a chill run down his spine. He had said this to Yin Biao when the spiritual demon sovereign had tried to recruit him in the Spirit Cliff Cave secret realm. The higher-ups of the Pill Alliance have been monitoring them, and the female demon must have heard it too. At this moment, when the female demon suddenly said this, could it be that she had seen through his identity? But how could that be? Lin Jiyuan hadn't seen through it. Steadying his mind, Tang Yin cooperated. Do you like this tune? I can cooperate. Hee hee. Rao Baoyue sneered and took out a pill dragon, smiling and asking, do you recognize this? Tang Yin's heart sank further. Did the female demon do this accidentally or on purpose? Why is she not speaking? Zhao Bao will get. I really haven't seen it. Tang Yin shook his head. This is a fascia stick used to relax muscles. I have a new one. I'll give it to you. Thank you. Tang Yin accepted it with a forced smile. What is Protector Zhang preparing to give me? Rao Baoyue asked. I came in a hurry this time, and didn't he prepare anything? I will definitely make it up to you next time, Miss Baoyue. Tang Yin said apologetically. I have researched the Breaking Mountain pill, but I didn't expect it to come from Chuandan Mountain. The cultivation effect is the same as Breaking Mountain pill, but the experience of taking it is completely different. Chapter 746. Master, how can you, as an elder, go back on your word? You promised to erase my wing palm, but why did you leave it for me? Tang Yin took the initiative and criticized Rao Baoyue. You have quite a skill. Starting to question me? Rao Baoyue lifted Tang Yin's chin and retorted. How can you prove that I didn't erase it? What if I was just bluffing you just now? Tang Yin's brain became a bit chaotic. Oh my, what you said is really true. Grandson indeed hasn't made any progress and has repeatedly fallen into the trap of the female demon. In fact, I am Protector Zhang Wuji of Chuandan Mountain. Tang Yin immediately changed his tune. You already call me master. What are you struggling about? Return to your original form. The female demon commanded. Just as she finished speaking, Tang Yin saw her raise her palm. Under pressure, he instantly reverted to his true form. At this moment, his heart was more bitter than Huang Lian. He had already revealed his big move, but he couldn't tell whether the female demon was bluffing him or if she really hadn't erased the wing palm. The probability is that she really hadn't erased it. Otherwise, some of her actions in the reception hall Wu have been so outrageous. Master, spare your disciple this once. I will serve you like an ox or a horse. Dan Dan Slai O Sikwi. Chapter 747. Tang Yin carefully pondered how to explain. Rao Baoyue was not in a hurry and was sipping spiritual tea. After a while, Tang Yin slowly spoke. I mentioned before that I'm a 9th grade alchemist in Biling. My master was someone I met by chance in a lower realm. He left me a legacy and then drifted away, disappearing without a trace. Besides the formulas within the 9th grade, there just happened to be a few precious pill formulas. So these pills were also left by your master who has gone missing? Rao Baoyue glanced at Tang Yin, with an expression that seemed to say she was waiting to see how absurd his story could get. That's not it. Tang Yin stood up, and the heavenly creation fire suddenly appeared, forming a pill furnace in midair. In front of Rao Baoyue, bundles of medicinal materials were thrown into the fire furnace. The fire furnace quickly refined and purified the medicinal materials, then fused them into pills. After half a cup of TS time, The fire furnace dissipated, and 100 gathering true yang pills floated in midair. This time, he chose not to hide. Previously, he chose to endure, worrying that the female demon Wu Ti want to see him succeed. But now that the misunderstanding with the female demon had been cleared, he was in the same camp as her. Moreover, by showcasing his exceptional talent, he could also gain more attention from the sect. The phase of hiding his talents was over. Chapter 748. Young Master Tang, our Xian NV sect's immortal pool will officially open on the 10th day of September. My master asked me to invite you. And you said softly. Tang Yin had heard of the immortal pool. It was the treasure of the Xian NV sect. It opened once every 10 years, and being fully immersed in the pool could enjoy the nourishment of supreme spiritual energy, allowing cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It was said to be only open to female disciples. What did they want him to do there? Could it be that he was invited to soak alone for a day? With a great filial son present, being able to soak for a day would still be a huge gain. Tang Yin nodded happily. Please help me express my gratitude to Fairy Qinglan. I will definitely go. This pearl, please take it. After returning to the sect, place it in a hidden place, and I can communicate through the pearl to arrive instantly. Ingyu was greatly surprised. I didn't expect young master to have such a divine object. It was obtained by chance. Dang dans, my. What are your plans next? Feng Chain, I asked, temporarily staying in the Dan Alliance. My parents are in the spirit wilderness, and I still don't know what their fate is. The spirit wilderness is vast, and with my own strength, it would be difficult to find them. Once I accumulate enough contribution points for the sect, I can mobilize the sect's resources to help me search. Coincidentally, the Dan Alliance can indeed help me grow, and before my wings are fully developed. Staying in the Dan Alliance is a good choice. Tang Yin stated the arrangements. Chapter 749. The three arrived at Baiwu City, and Tang Yin said, "The matters we discussed are quite private. Let's find a more secluded place." Shopkeeper Qin immediately suggested, "Let's go to my place." All right, Dang Dan not dead. The Wanbao Hui pawn shop run by Shopkeeper Qin is quite large. After arriving at a small reception room in the backyard, Shopkeeper Qin instructed his servants to bring wine and dishes, while Tang Yin transformed into the appearance of Zhang Wuji. Soon, various delicacies were presented. Tong Changxian still didn't drink, while Tang Yin and Shopkeeper Qin toasted each other. After a few rounds of drinks, Tang Yin suddenly slammed his cup on the table and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, actually this pill business is not unfeasible." Shopkeeper Qin and Tong Changxian immediately perked up. "Brother Zhang, we can still do it?" Shopkeeper Qin asked excitedly. "Yes, but we can't do it in the Dan Alliance. Lin Jiyuan is too overbearing. We've completed our sect tasks. What is wrong with selling pills in our spare time? We haven't stolen or robbed. We just want to earn some spirit stones for cultivation. Shouldn't our surplus value be constantly exploited by the sect? How long will it take to upgrade by relying solely on alchemy tasks to earn spirit stones? Why can't we sell pills? The sect doesn't see us as people at all. In their eyes, we're just tools for gathering wealth." Chapter 750. Han Yuchuan hurriedly knelt on the ground and said loudly, "I have always been diligent and never forgotten the teachings of the chief. The revenue has declined. Not because I've been lazy, but because the Qingdan workshop, which has always kept a low profile, suddenly made a move, catching us off guard. Not only has our pill shop been affected, but the revenue of the Dan Alliance has also dropped by at least 30%. Qingdan workshop? A third-rate force? How can it overpower Wandan Building and the Dan Alliance? Ling Yang Yuku Funid Han Yuku on. Exactly. Qingdan Workshop recently launched a series of marketing strategies that attracted a large number of customers, and their business has taken away ours. Han Yuchuan nodded. What measures do they have? Is there any organized information? Ling Jianglu asked. Yes. Han Yuchuan was prepared and handed the information to Ling Jianglu, then began to explain point by point. After Ling Jianglu finished listening while sitting in a chair, he examined the information in his hands, frowning tightly, and analyzed in a deep voice. Offering big discounts on low-level pills not only reduces marketing costs, but also makes the event seem very generous. Using group buying methods to rapidly expand the number of members and gain fame. There are no noteworthy high-level pills. Purely relying on this pile of junk has revitalized the entire pill shop's revenue. Chapter 751. The 9 women were tall and graceful, their steps light as if they were drifting clouds, swaying with elegance. Their skin was white and delicate, emitting a soft glow, as if it could be broken with a touch. Their black hair cascaded over their shoulders. The long legs under their sheer skirts were straight and slender. With their appearance, Tang Yin felt the temperature in the courtyard rise a bit. Young Master Tang, the opening time of the immortal pool lasts for 7 days, accommodating 100 people. And each day is extremely precious. Since they are all women, it is indeed inconvenient to let you in. Our 9 disciples are all beautiful and charming, knowledgeable and graceful. More importantly, they all practice dual cultivation techniques. Deep communication with them would also greatly benefit your cultivation. This courtyard will be left for young Master Tang. You can stay as long as you want, but once you go out, you cannot come back in, so cherish this opportunity. And please rest assured, even though you already have someone in mind, matters in the courtyard will not spread outside. Only heaven knows, earth knows, and we 11 know. Fairy Qinglan winked at Tang Yin, the implication very obvious. Fairy Qinglan, this great gift is something I am unworthy of. If the immortal pool is inconvenient to enter, I will take my leave. Tang Yin bowed and declined. Chapter 752. While Tang Yin was reading in the courtyard, he suddenly noticed the 9 women had dressed and gracefully exited. Just as he was puzzled, Fairy Qinglan walked in from outside the courtyard. Young Master Tang has great composure. Fairy Qinglan praised. Are you testing me, Fairy? Tang Yin asked. Fairy Qinglan did not hide it, explaining. The immortal pool is indeed a thank you gift prepared by the Zuan sect for you, but this matter is significant, and allowing a man to enter the immortal pool recklessly could cause trouble. That's why this test was devised. If you don't pass, having a connection with our sect's charm cultivation would also be a wonderful journey. I didn't expect your composure to exceed my expectations. The sect can also rest assured to let you in. Tomorrow at dawn, I will take you into the Yaofeng immortal pool. If you're lucky, you will surely gain a fortune. Please rest well. After saying that, Fairy Qinglan left the courtyard. Tang Yin thought to himself how dangerous it was, almost missing this opportunity. With nothing else to do, he picked up the book and continued reading. The next day, close to dawn, a woman came to the courtyard, saying crisply, Young Master, follow me to Yaofeng. Tang Yin thanked her and followed behind, arriving at the top of a peak. At the peak was a huge pond. The pond appeared to be naturally formed, irregular in shape, with only some areas showing signs of human adjustments. Chapter 753. Tang Yin sat like a stone statue. The scene behind him needed no imagination. Just the sounds of the girls playing indicated a vibrant picture. His body was not made of stone, although his expression was calm. His heart felt tormented. Since they had warmly invited him, why not take a look? Once this thought sprouted, it grew like a wild grass in his heart. Why not turn around? What am I holding on to? In this pool of spring colors, Tang Yin suddenly fell into a state of self-reflection. Why not turn around? One is to keep faith. Since I promised Fairy Qinglan not to break the rules, how can I go back on my word? The second is to uphold kindness. Normally, these women would not want to be seen by others. Now, they're just in a specific environment where their playful hearts temporarily clouded their rationality. To take advantage of this moment would be unkind. The third is to observe propriety. The sages say not to look at what is inappropriate. If it is not something I should see, why should I look? Therefore, what I am facing now is not the 99 women behind me, but the desires in my heart. Understanding this logic, Tang Yin felt much clearer in his mind and began to overcome his desires. Get him to turn around. I want to see how long he can pretend to be serious. Called the round-faced girl. Chapter 754. Hee Dan Dan smai fulits li. Hee. Fairy Qinglan sneered. Will you turn around first? Tang Yin made a request. Afraid you'll run away, Fairy Qinglan refused. Staying in the water all the time isn't a solution. Tang Yin could only come out. After dressing, he cupped his hands and asked, Fairy, has it been 7 days already? 2 hours, Qinglan replied. Why is there no spiritual energy in the immortal pool? Are you unwilling to let your junior cultivate? Tang Yin asked innocently. Qinglan smiled without sincerity. What do you think? Seeing the expressions of Qinglan and the others, Tang Yin realized they had figured something out and awkwardly said, It seems that when I was promoted, I absorbed a bit more spiritual energy. A bit more? You've absorbed it all. According to the normal procedure, each disciple should come out after being promoted to a small rank so that a new one can enter. In previous years, the immortal pool could benefit 150 disciples. Now it's good. Our sect as disciples got not a drop of spiritual energy. All of it went into your stomach. You really have a big appetite. Qinglan, gom lai. It was unintentional. I acted on instinct during the enlightenment state. I hope the fairy will forgive me. I am willing to compensate with pills, Tang Yin said, cupping his hands. Seeing Tang Yan's respectful attitude, Qing Lan's resentment dissipated considerably. Chapter 755. In a state of disappointment, Su Mao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Is there any turning point?" The Zhongshan gang had been causing havoc in the pill market, even affecting the market for medicinal materials, which angered the higher-ups of the Pill Alliance. Not only did they confiscate their income, but they also deducted half of their monthly wages and put their leader in confinement for 7 days. Their leader, unable to bear it, was preparing to defect from the Pill Alliance. At this point, Tong Chengxian raised his head and said excitedly, "They originally planned to defect to the demon sect, but I managed to persuade them for now. Silver Envoy, if we can pull them into the Divine Clan, it would be a tremendous boost for us. This credit is far greater than merely exchanging pills." Defecting from the Pill Alliance? Do they dare? Su Mao was extremely skeptical. Their leader has the audacity to stir the market around the Pill Alliance. How can we take them lightly? They must be extremely ambitious madmen. In my opinion, there's a 90 probability, Tong Chengxian deduced. Su Mao stood up from his throne, pacing thoughtfully in the hall. When he walked behind Tong Chengxian, Su Mao suddenly sprang up and slapped the top of his head. A blood-red pearl shattered in his palm. An eerie red light burst forth above Tong Chengxian's head. Tong Chengxian seemed to be in tremendous pain, letting out a wailing scream. Chapter 756. On September 18th, deep autumn had arrived. While Tang Yin was preparing at the Xiannu sect, he suddenly received a signal from Tong Chengxian. Sensing Tong Chengxian's position in Baiwu City, Tang Yin inferred that the fish had taken a bait. After Elder Jiao finished his cultivation, Tang Yin untied the red rope for the courtyard door and hung it behind the door. After burying the void seed pearl in his bedroom, he focused his thoughts and returned to the Pill Alliance. Arriving at the top of Tianqing Peak, Tang Yin saw Rao Baoyu. "Master, this is a gift that Fairy Qing Lan entrusted me to bring to you." Tang Yin presented a set of top-quality perfume and several bottles of fine wine. Rao Baoyu's eyes flashed with surprise. "Top-grade perfume? By Hua Qiangjio? This is a treasure of the Xiannu sect, rarely circulated in the market. Qing Lan is rarely this generous. You saved you. I've benefited quite a bit from you." Tang Yin instinctively adjusted his waist, saying that this gift should not be from saving you, and replied steadily. Fairy Qing Lan said that as long as Master likes it, Bai Hua Qiangjio can be provided regularly. However, the disciple needs to visit the Xiannu sect often. "Is this from your alchemy?" Rao Baoyu asked in confusion. "No. They have a set of cultivation methods that need my assistance," Tang Yin replied truthfully. Just as he finished speaking, a vast aura locked onto him, and his body was pushed next to Rao Baoyu by an invisible force. Chapter 757. What did you say? Rao Baoyu thought she had misheard. An A-level mission? How many? Tang Yin organized his thoughts and explained, "Recently, I used Zhongshan's identity to buy up medicinal materials and sell pills. The real reason was not for spirit stones, but for the Divine Clan." Rao Baoyu's brows twitched. "Is there a connection to the Divine Clan?" "Yes. Behind the identity I fabricated, there is a small alchemy group. A shopkeeper I collaborated with is called Tong Chengxian. After testing him, he indeed belongs to the Divine Clan in the early stage of Nirvana realm, and I have already controlled him. Through this pawn, I staged the act of being captured by the law enforcement hall in the street. This set the groundwork for the leader's decision to defect. Afterwards, I acted with Tong Chengxian, informing him that our leader had received severe punishment from the Pill Alliance and decided to join the demon sect, enticing him to extend an olive branch to me. I agreed and released the bait. Tong Chengxian is a 4-star bronze envoy of the Divine Clan. His superior is Su Mao, a 4-star silver envoy. Su Mao has taken a strong interest in my fictitious alchemy group and decided to personally come over to negotiate with our leader. Currently, Tong Chengxian and Su Mao do not live together, but it can be confirmed that Su Mao is in Baiwu City. Chapter 758. Ling Jianglu said warmly, "Rest assured. Shopkeeper Du, we can definitely accomplish both points." Upon hearing this, Du Shuwen looked at Yu Dongli and said loudly, "You clan leader, even if you get through this crisis, Scorpion City probably won't have a place for you anymore. With your strength, seeking revenge is just a pipe dream. If you have such thoughts, you should dismiss them early. Today, take your whole clan and leave Scorpion City. Using the development experience of Pindan, you can still have a good future elsewhere." After speaking, Du Shuwen leaped down. arrived at the Wandan building camp and called out, "Let us go." Yu Dongli felt a mix of emotions, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Although the demon sect acted against the Yu clan today to take Du Shuwen, this matter could not be blamed on Du Shuwen. If blame should be assigned, it should be to the Yu clan for being too weak to protect the prosperity of Qing Dan Workshop. Furthermore, Du Shuwen was kind enough to join the demon sect without regard for his reputation and even risked his life, making him a great benefactor to the Yu clan. Deeply bowing, Yu Dongli said sadly, "Shopkeeper Du's kindness, you will never forget. If there is a chance in the future, I will certainly do my best." Du Shuwen waved his hand, said no more, and left with the demon sect. "Clan leader, are we brothers just going to die in vain?" The elder asked sadly. Yu Dongli sighed, better than all dying. Chapter 759. Rao Baoyu was shaken, feeling dizzy, as the sound of capturing the gold envoy echoed in her mind. If they could capture the gold envoy, how much contribution value could be gained from the remnants brought out? Counting herself, if the contribution value surged to the top of the Pill Alliance, what a proud moment that would be. How should I cooperate? Rao Baoyu asked eagerly. Tang Yin issued a concise task. Discuss joining the Divine Clan with Su Mao as if it were a formal negotiation. You are now the president of the Divine Pill Association. Rao Baoyu didn't know what scheme Tang Yin was plotting, but she cooperatively sat down. Su Mao suddenly stood up, as if he had just arrived, wearing a warm smile on his face. "I was delayed on the way. You two have been waiting for a long time. It's an honor to meet you." Rao Baoyu knew that the other party was under Tang Yan's control, raised an eyebrow, and said coldly, "It's no problem. I'm a straightforward person and don't like beating around the bush, so let's get straight to the point. We've been communicating with Manager Tong, and our cooperation with you has been very pleasant, with complete trust in you. Manager Tong should have explained our situation in detail to you, right? May I ask what forces you belong to? What is the attitude of the sect leader towards our divine Pill Society?" Chapter 760. At the Tianjilu, in a spacious study, a tall and imposing man was lying on a wooden couch, flipping through a sect's secret scroll. Ling Jianglu quickly walked in and reported, "Boss, Yushu wants to see you." "Oh, so soon? Please bring him in." The man lazily raised his arm and waved. Before long, Du Shu followed Ling Jianglu into the study. "Greetings, boss." The two greeted in unison. Lu Fengzong got up from the couch, and an imperial aura suddenly surged in the room. Ling Jianglu felt an abrupt increase in pressure, not daring to breathe. With a sharp gaze, Lu Fengzong scrutinized Du Shu, his eyebrows slightly raised. This kid is not very old. His strength is only at the first rank of the king level, yet he possesses a noble aura. Although this aura is not sharp or fierce, it is vast and heavy as a mountain, boundless like the sea. Under his pressure, the other party was still able to maintain his composure and keep his own aura intact, unaffected by external forces. This kind of demeanor can only be developed through a long stay in a high position. This kid is quite interesting. In an instant, Lu Fengzong's interest in Du Shu increased significantly. "No need for too much courtesy. Please sit." Lu Fengzong gestured for them to take a seat and smiled at Du Shu. "I heard that your Pin Dan Dan in Scorpion City has caused quite a stir in both the Pill Alliance and our Wandan Tower." Chapter 761. Although the other party agreed to give him power, Du Shu was clear in his mind that he had not truly entered the core of Wandan Tower. His performance from now on would need to gain the approval of both men. Otherwise, that power could be taken back at any time. Steadying his mind, Du Shu calmly said, "Currently, the most recognized alchemy force is the Pill Alliance. In the Lingwang medicinal market, the Pill Alliance occupies 70%, while Wandan Tower and all other alchemy forces share the remaining 30%. If we do not have a clear market positioning or our own brand characteristics, swallowing 2.5% of the Lingwang market is the limit for Wandan Tower. Why can Pin Dan Dan survive in the gap between the Pill Alliance and Wandan Tower? Because its brand characteristic is very clear, which is cost effectiveness. The Pill Alliance also has its own characteristics, which is that they represent the authority of alchemy. People will unconsciously think that the Pill Alliance's pills are the best. May I ask the three of you, what is Wandan Tower's characteristic?" Lu Fengzong and the others frowned. "Is it that the variety of pills is more complete? The quality is higher? Objectively speaking, it cannot compare with the Pill Alliance. Are the pill prices cheaper? They are all market prices, with not much difference. If we're to talk about characteristics, it is that Wandan Tower belongs to the feared demonic sect, but that doesn't seem to be a commendable point and may even affect sales." Chapter 762. On October 2nd, outside the Pill Alliance, a team of dozens approached with great momentum. This immediately alerted the Pill Alliance, and the deacon of the Mountain Guardian Hall, Gung Chun, quickly led people to intercept them outside the sect. Seeing the elder at the forefront, Gung Chun said coldly, "Elder Mu, what brings you to our Pill Alliance?" The old man in a black robe was none other than Mu Kai-yong, the third elder of Wandan Tower. Upon hearing this, he cupped his fists and said, "As a fellow alchemy force, I have come for friendly exchanges with the Pill Alliance." After saying that, Mu Kai-yong made a gesture. 10 boundaryless warriors behind him produced a drum in front of them and began to beat it with drumsticks. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening drum sound echoed above the Pill Alliance. Mu Kai-yong's rough voice rolled out. "Wandan Tower has come a challenge. Does the Pill Alliance dare to fight?" After shouting 3 times, the voice spread throughout the Pill Alliance, attracting a group of disciples to watch the excitement. Not long after, the Grand Elder descended from the air, glaring at Mu Kai-yong, and said arrogantly, "A mere Wandan Tower dares to be arrogant in the Pill Alliance. How do you want to compete?" With a whoosh, a battle letter flew towards the Grand Elder. Mu Kai-yong said loudly, "Young disciples not only represent the future strength of the sect, but also reflect the level of the sect strong. This time, let the disciples spar." Bang. Seeing the courtyard door close, Jun Ting pointed at the door and said, "Yume, what achievements can such a coward have in martial arts? If you want to discuss, just come to me. Seeking him out is just ruining your future." Ingyu glanced at the courtyard door, a trace of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. The scene of Tang Yin silently killing the demonic sect still lingered vividly in her mind. How could such a person be a coward? You don't understand young Master Tang's character. Don't casually smear him. I will say it again. Young Master Tang is a distinguished guest of the entire Zun sect. If you continue to disrespect him, you might not be able to enter the Zun sect in the future, Ingyu warned. "Do you like him?" Yun Xing asked loudly. Ingyu's heart skipped a beat, steadied herself, and said, "Young Master Tang is not only interesting, but also possesses the demeanor of a gentleman. Who wouldn't admire that?" Jun Ting was almost furious. Just him, a coward who flees at the critical moment? A gentleman's demeanor? You may open your eyes and see. I'm much stronger than him. Ingyu looked at Jun Ting for a while and sighed lightly. From the perspective of background, reputation, and status, Jun Ting indeed seemed more like a dragon among men. But for some reason, it always felt like Tang Yin was on a different level. At this moment, a paper crane flew into the courtyard, and Qing Lan's voice rang out. "Jun Ting, among the entire younger generation in Ling Wang, you stand out." Chapter 764. At the main peak square of the Pill Alliance, Rao Baoyue appeared in formal attire, standing in the air and looking at the people of Wandan Tower. With her red lips slightly parted, her cold voice rang out. "Mu Kai-yong, our Tianqing Peak has only 4 disciples, and we are the weakest pill peak of the Pill Alliance. If you lose to us, Wandan Tower will be disgraced. Are you sure you want to challenge Tianqing Peak?" Mu Kai-yong sneered and asked, "Is Elder Rao afraid? If you are afraid, I can let you off." "Very well. Then let you know that the Pill Alliance is always an insurmountable mountain for Wandan Tower." Rao Baoyue stood with her hands behind her back and descended to the Pill Alliance's seat. As for the other high-ups, they did not appear, fully showing their contempt for Wandan Tower. The Pill Alliance, Deacon Bai Qing, was responsible for presiding over this competition. After Rao Baoyue took her seat, Bai Qing said loudly, "Wandan Tower has come to challenge the Pill Alliance's Tianqing Peak. In the spirit of inclusiveness and learning from each other, Tianqing Peak accepts Wandan Tower's challenge. The competition rules are as follows. The representative of the Pill Alliance will be the 4th disciple of Tianqing Peak, Tang Yin. Considering that Wandan Tower is relatively weak, Wandan Tower may send 10 disciples to jointly challenge Tang Yin. If one person wins, it counts as Wandan Tower's victory. The rank of the pills to be refined will also be chosen by Wandan Tower, and Xiandan and below are acceptable." Chapter 765. Rao Baoyue was slightly taken aback. Due to her trust in Tang Yin, she suppressed the thought of driving away the Wulong Fengchu, and sneered. "Wandan Tower is indeed a bunch of losers who can't take a hit. Since that's the case, I'll give you one last chance to deeply understand the gap between you and the Dan Alliance. Tong Banji and Yin Biao are my 2nd and 3rd disciples. You can send out 5 more people to compete with them for the 9th grade Dan medicine, Tanya Dan. Mu Kaiyong called the few people on stage back and sent out 5 disciples at the first level of the heavenly Dan realm. Rao Baoyue glanced at Tang Yin, who nodded slightly, and she didn't say much more. Both sides were ready, and it began. Bai Qing said. All eyes of the Dan Alliance were focused on Tong Banji and Yin Biao. The two looked serious, taking out medicinal materials and throwing them into the Dan Ding. They refined 13 types of medicinal materials at once. Although it wasn't as stunning as Tang Yan's technique, even among 9th grade Dan masters, the number refined at once wasn't considered top-notch. However, the refining progress seemed very smooth. Whenever a certain medicinal material was refined, a new one would immediately be added. The entire set of movements flowed like water, and the timing of the refining was just right, making it a pleasure to watch. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth. Chapter 766. 2 red lights shot from the woman's eyes, enveloping Su Mao and the other person. After 10 breaths, a tremendous sucking force came, and the surrounding space began to twist. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in an elegant study. A refined scholar was currently flipping through an ancient book. Su Mao and Tong Chengxian immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "We pay our respects to the Flying Thunder Golden Envoy." The scholar did not lift his head and asked him indifferently, "What is it?" Su Mao Dipli Zefuli. The divine clan is overjoyed. Copper Envoy Tong has made contact with a Dan refining group called the Divine Dan Association in his territory. Recently, that batch of Dan medicine was all obtained from the Divine Dan Association. The Divine Dan Association has been selling Dan medicine extensively, disrupting the medicinal material market, and has faced severe punishment from the Dan Alliance. Their president, unable to bear it, is preparing to defect from the Dan Alliance and join the demon sect. Through the introduction of Copper Envoy Tong, I have already reached a preliminary consensus with them. They are willing to join the Divine Clan. Whether to accept them, please let the Golden Envoy decide. Fei Lei put down the book in his hand, and a strong interest flashed in his eyes. Through Su Mao's several reports, he knew the strength of the Divine Dan Association. If they could indeed be drawn into the Divine Clan, it would be a significant boost for the entire Divine Clan. Please elaborate, Fei Lei said seriously. Chapter 767. Fong Xian and the others quickly flipped through the pages. It was indeed young Master Feng. It seemed he had already met with Brother Yin. Although there was no information about Brother Yin, young Master Feng was at the academy. As long as they found him, they could inquire about Brother Yan's whereabouts. Fong Xian made a judgment. Sister Ziyun and I will go to the academy. Lin Dongxue immediately said. Fong Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right, don't cause trouble on the way. Be careful." Okay. The 2 girls nodded. On the 5th day of October, in Qiantian City, in a deserted clothing shop, Du Shu walked in. "Shopkeeper, I want to custom-make a piece of high-quality clothing." Du Shu said, "Please come in. Let me measure your size." The shopkeeper immediately led Du Shu to a side room. "Old Du, I have news about Brother Yin." After entering, Fong Xian excitedly took out a book and said, "Young Master Feng wrote this book. It contains important information. As long as we find young Master Feng, we can find Brother Yin. Dong Xue and Ziyun have already gone to the academy to find young Master Feng." Du Shu's expression was complex. "I came to find you today for this matter too. Brother Yin is in the Dan Alliance." "How do you know?" Fong Xian asked in confusion. Du Shu recounted the events of Wandan Tower, challenging the Dan Alliance in detail. Chapter 768. The young man in front of him, Chun Yu, he recognized. He was a leading figure of the younger generation in the Sword Alliance, Jun Ting. It was said that his strength had already reached the late Nirvana realm. However, he was not afraid. His fighting spirit was undiminished as he said loudly, "Brother Jun Ting, please give me guidance. I will suppress my strength to the late ruler realm." Jun Ting nodded slightly and took out his long sword. "Please." Chun Yu did not delay and launched another attack with the Star River. Stars rolled in the air, converging into a vast and mighty sword energy that swept away. Jun Ting's broad sword emitted dazzling golden light and suddenly thrust forward. Mountain penetration, the dragon-like sword energy carrying the power to shatter everything, collided with the brilliant Star River in midair. The violent force directly dispersed the Star River, ultimately landing on Chun Yu. Bang! Chun Yu staggered back 3 steps, feeling the true energy in his body tremble. "Brother Jun Ting is formidable. I heard that mountain penetration isn't even your strongest sword move. I hope that one day I can catch up to you." Chun Yu looked at Jun Ting with fiery eyes. The goal of surpassing Tang Yin seemed too distant. But surpassing Jun Ting seemed to have a great hope. Jun Ting did not know what Shun Yu was thinking and said indifferently, "If you stay in the Dan Alliance, you'll never catch up to me. The sword path in the Dan Alliance is too barren. You won't see real sword techniques, only blinding your eyes forward." Chapter 769. Jun Ting stood up, his face full of humiliation. Tang Yan's sword skills were strong, but if he were to use sword skills as well, he still had the strength to fight. So even though he lost, he still felt very unconvinced deep down. It was obviously impossible to have another match with Tang Yan. He could only stand aside with a sullen face. Lu Ruiqing looked at Tang Yan with suspicion, his mind somewhat confused. "No, I haven't been imprisoned either. Has the sword path outside developed this quickly? How come two sword path geniuses have emerged from a place that refines Dan?" Tang Yan's sword talent was indeed top-notch in the Sword Alliance. "Kid, do you want to join the Sword Alliance?" Lu Ruiqing asked passionately. "No way." Lin Jiyuan and a group of elders simultaneously rejected. Lu Ruiqing did not expect the high-level officials of the Dan Alliance to react so strongly, but he still argued. "You all saw Tang Yan's sword talent. In the future, his achievements in the sword path will definitely exceed that in the Dan path. Are you going to just watch a sword path genius be buried?" Lin Jiyuan still used the old reasoning. "Tang Yan has been developing quite well in the Dan Alliance, right? If he goes to the Sword Alliance, losing both the Dan and sword paths would truly be burying his talent. Old Lu, don't waste your effort." Tang Yan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your kind intentions. I am more devoted to the Dan path and more suited to develop in the Dan Alliance." Chapter 770. On the 10th day of October, the day agreed to meet with the Divine Clan. Rao Baiyue, disguised as Jiang Yulua, and Tang Yan arrived early at Peng Tian Ridge. At the hour of the snake, the two went to the meeting point with the Divine Clan from last time. After arriving, Tang Yan transmitted his voice, reminding, "Someone is watching us. Sumao didn't give me a heads up. I suspect it's an insider planted by the high-ups of the Divine Clan." Rao Baiyue was extremely surprised. She hadn't noticed anything at all. This kid is so sharp. Unfazed, they set up a small table for tea, waiting for the Divine Clan's people to arrive. Just after a quarter past the hour of the snake, Su Mao stepped through the air from a distance. "President Jiang, Brother Zhang, long time no see." The smiling tool person greeted warmly. "Thanks to the Silver Envoy, everything is well. Why did you come alone?" Rao Baiyue asked pretentiously. Su Mao replied honestly. "The Flying Thunder Gold Envoy is waiting for the two at Xiaoya Mountain. Let us move over there." "Xiaoya Mountain? It's 300 miles away." Rao Baiyue showed displeasure and coldly snorted. "Is this the attitude of cooperation? There's no trust at all. What is there to talk about?" Chairman Jiang calmed down, saying that our clan's identity is sensitive and requires layers of defense to avoid being monitored. This place is not very safe. If discovered, Chairman Jiang would also be implicated. Chapter 771. Northern Spirit Wasteland Academy. Two ordinary-looking women in worn clothes appeared at the gate of the academy. "Sister Ziyun, we arrived. Let us go find young Master Feng," Lin Dongxue said with great anticipation. "Let us go." Ziyun was equally excited, and they walked over together. "Who goes there?" The guard at the academy gate asked. "Hello, we are looking for young Master Feng Chainai. We are his friends," Lin Dongxue politely replied. The guard glanced at the two and said indifferently, "Many claim to be friends of Feng's disciples. There are at least 80 or 100 of them each day." As soon as he finished speaking, two young and beautiful women rushed over. "Big brother, friends of Feng Chainai have come to visit. Please inform him." One of the girls in a green dress said cheerfully. The guard remained unmoved, saying flatly, "All of young Master Feng's friends have his token. Please show it to prove your identity." "This is it. I had a delightful conversation with young Master Feng that day, and this half of the jade pendant was personally given to me by him. The other half is with young Master Feng." The girl took out half of the jade pendant and handed it over. The guard did not take it, merely glancing at it and politely said, "Leave. You are so rude, treating friends of young Master Feng like this." The girl in the green dress argued angrily. Chapter 772. Wang Ran was taken aback, examining Lin Dongxue, and advised, "The opponent is a genius of the Sword Alliance. There's danger in going up. I want to give it a try." Lin Dongxue's gaze was resolute. "Good." Wang Ran did not stop her further. If there was real danger, he could intervene. As long as he explained clearly to Lu Ruiqing that she was just a guest of the academy, the Sword Alliance wouldn't say much. Lin Dongxue got permission and leaped onto the stage. "Are you a third-rank June level?" Qin Wei asked. Yes. Lin Dongxue nodded. Qin Wei said disdainfully, I will only use second-rank June level strength. You can attack first. Be careful, Lin Dongxue reminded, holding her fine sword and suddenly slashing forward. Sword rising to the clouds. Brilliant red clouds blossomed on the fine sword, illuminating the entire gentleman's platform. The rosy glow was gentle and delicate, like clouds and rain. But beneath this gentleness lay a determination to disregard life and death, as well as a belief in destroying everything, forgetting life and death. She unleashed destructive power far beyond her own strength. Qin Wei silently lamented. He had given up half a move, missing the opportunity. At this moment, even using 5th rank June level strength, he could not withstand it. But having previously agreed to only use 2nd rank June level strength, he couldn't teach it in front of the academy crowd and could only grit his teeth and unleash his strongest strike. A disciple of the Dan Alliance, Lu Elder probably hasn't heard of him, Lin Dongxue said. The expressions of those from the Sword Alliance suddenly became interesting. Dangjiang, I've heard of him. A disciple from Tianqing Peak? Lu Ruiqing asked tentatively. You know him? Lin Dongxue was greatly surprised. I know. He is coming to our Sword Alliance soon. What is your relationship with him? Lu Ruiqing was a bit curious. Young Master Tang is the one I have feelings for. Lin Dongxue's pretty face turned slightly red, but she answered honestly. Crack. It seemed like Jun Ting heard the sound of his heart breaking. He had just been pondering that if he couldn't keep pursuing you, Lin Dongxue would be fine too. Although her strength was not high, her talent in swordsmanship was evident. Her future achievements were limitless. Moreover, she was not inferior in appearance to Yingyu. Dam Dangjian, the woman I fancy, is interested in you too? At this moment, his jealousy towards Tang Yin reached its peak. When he next saw Tang Yin, he would definitely make him pay. Lu Ruiqing was also taken aback, not expecting their relationship to be so close, feeling anxious. If Tang Yin didn't come to the Sword Alliance, Lin Dongxue would most likely not go either. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decisive decision. The Spirit Wasteland is dangerous. We will escort you partway and also discuss some matters with the Dan Alliance. Chapter 774. Tang Yin pondered and said, You can see that with Dongxue by my side, her advancement speed is quite fast. That is undeniable, right? But just as Lu Ruiqing was about to argue, he was interrupted by Tang Yin. Joining the Sword Alliance and apprenticing under you is fine, but please do not restrict Dongxue's freedom. She can go to the Sword Alliance for learning and return to the Dan Alliance at other times. This way, she can balance both swordsmanship and cultivation. Tang Yin offered a win-win solution. Lu Ruiqing's eyes lit up. As long as she joined the Sword Alliance, where the disciple didn't team matter. He immediately nodded. I think that works. Dongxue, how do you feel? Master, I bow to you. Lin Dongxue did not hesitate to pay her respects. Good, good. Lu Ruiqing smiled broadly, took out a Qingquan bag, and handed it over, saying, This is a welcome gift from your master. Please accept it. Thank you, master. Lin Dongxue obediently received it. Tang Yin said, Lu Elder, let Dongxue stay in the Dan Alliance for a few days when I go to the Sword Alliance at the end of the month. I will take her along to formally join the Sword Alliance. That is fine. Lu Ruiqing nodded. After both parties reached an agreement, Lu Ruiqing left contentedly. After sending everyone off, Tang Yin called the two women to sit at the table and asked in confusion, Where are Feng Xian and the others? Chapter 775. Lin Jiyuan carefully considered his words and said steadily, The top forces in the Spirit Wasteland appear to be the 8 famous sects and the Demon Sect. But in reality, there are many other forces that are not inferior to us. There are also many forces in the Sea region. Have you heard of the Heavenly Punishment Clan? Tang Yin replied. The records state that they advance quickly in cultivation and have high talent. But the entire clan suffers from the curse of heavenly punishment, enduring torturous suffering every 3 months. The holy light of the Yi Shu Sin Shan can suppress these curses. Is the Heavenly Punishment Clan related to my mother? Lin Jiyuan nodded. Yes. Your mother is the young lady of the Heavenly Punishment Clan, Zhong Jinxiu. The son of Yishid has admired your mother for a long time and sent a betrothal gift to your family, wanting to marry her. But your mother disappeared from the Spirit Wasteland. Later, it was discovered that she had fled to the Northern Spirit Realm and married and had children. The Yishiu and the Heavenly Punishment Clan were enraged and captured your mother back from the lower realm. To quell the anger of the Yishi, The Heavenly Punishment Clan imprisoned Zhong Jinxiu on Heavenly Punishment Mountain, never to be released. Because of your mother, the Heavenly Punishment Clan paid an even greater price to regain the holy light to suppress the curse. Tang Yin felt a little dreamy. The young lady of the Heavenly Punishment Clan? He didn't expect his mother to have such a prominent background. Chapter 776. Tang Yin, along with Lin Dongxue and Ziyun, did not delay much on the road and arrived at the Sword Alliance on the evening of October 28th. The Sword Alliance is divided into 13 sword pavilions. The Grand Elder Lu Ruiqing welcomed 3 people in the Qingfeng Pavilion in a study. Tomorrow, a master-apprentice ceremony will be held to officially induct Dongxue into the Sword Alliance. Lu Ruiqing made the decision, saying everything will be arranged by Elder Lu. Note that tomorrow, all participants going to the Tianai ruins will gather, and at that time, we will synchronize the information from the Tianai ruins for you. Lu Ruiqing smiled. After chatting for a while, Lu Ruiqing arranged accommodations for the 3. Lin Dongxue, feeling shy and new, didn't dare to disturb Tang Yin. Long Lian seemed to be bolder, and Ziyin had no concerns, slipping into Tang Yan's courtyard smoothly. The next day, in front of the main hall of Qingfeng Pavilion, a solemn ceremonial platform was set up. The Grand Elder's acceptance of a disciple was a major event for the entire Sword Alliance. The Alliance leader, Lu Lingjun, along with the elders of various sword pavilions and many high-ranking officials, were all present, and many disciples came to watch. Once the high-ranking officials were seated, Lu Lingjun personally presided over the ceremony. Standing on the platform, Lu Lingjun's deep and serious voice echoed, "Since the establishment of the Sword Alliance, it has a history of over 30,000 years." Chapter 777. The 10 members entering the secret realm were all carefully reading the information in their hands. The Grand Elder of the Sword Alliance remained in the hall to answer any questions. Tang Yin quickly extracted the important information from the document. In the secret realm, flying is allowed, but there is a powerful suppression force in the sky. Prolonged flying not only consumes stamina, but also affects agility. The starting point of the secret realm is a desolate plain, and one can walk in any direction. Each direction has different alien races, who harbor a strong animosity and aggressiveness towards humans, allowing them to be directly killed upon sight. Among the 8 directions, 5 only marked one dangerous area. However, in the west, southwest, and south, there are 2 dangerous areas each. The 2 dangerous areas to the west are the Bone Land and Blood Lake. On the map of Blood Lake, it is noted that there were cries from the demon race to kill them all and not let humans step into the Buddha Tower. The 2 areas to the south are the Divine Punishment Thunder region and the Flame Divine Mountain. Here, it is noted that there were voices from the alien races saying, "Kill them all, do not let them see the Dan Saint." Chapter 778. Although the team's flaws were numerous, Tang Yin did not rush to make it known. Currently, everyone was in a state of not submitting to anyone else, and managing recklessly without a proper background would not only fail to gain everyone's recognition, but would also further intensify Jun Ting's resentment. It was necessary to take action at a chaotic moment to establish a stabilizing force and take complete control of the team. Crack! A transparent, blue mysterious island dew suddenly struck the shield of Dao Sek Xie Yunxian without warning, causing the shield to explode. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, numerous hidden weapons simultaneously targeted Xie Yunxian. Xie Yunxian was greatly shocked and quickly summoned a defensive treasure to block the dense hidden weapons. Glaring angrily at the Sword Alliance's Sun Jianyue, "What is wrong with you? Not only did you not help block, but you didn't even give a warning?" Sun Jianyue felt extremely frustrated by Xie Yunxuan's questioning, thinking, "You can't handle your own level and are blaming others?" Crack! In that moment of distraction, he overlooked a blue mysterious island due from the side, and his shield was shattered as well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I've been hit by a hidden weapon. Sun Jianyue screamed in panic. Take the glutinous ice detox pill. Qin Wan, as a senior sister, rushed to Sun Jianyue's side, helping him block the surrounding hidden weapons and glaring at him displeased. Be careful. Don't blame others for your own lack of strength and disturb others' state. Chapter 779. Gui Zhanfeng was unhappy, but at this moment, shirking responsibility made him seem petty. But where are the promised compensation pills? As he saw Jun Ting and the others remain indifferent, Gui Zhanfeng felt increasingly uncomfortable. Let's go. Yun Ting instructed. The group hurried forward. After walking 2 miles, a flurry of hidden weapons appeared again. Having learned from the previous experience, everyone maintained their positions, waiting for Guo Zhanfeng to set up the formation. Guo Zhanfeng was clearly slacking. The formation that could have been set up in 30 breaths was still not even halfway done. Around 60 breaths in, just as the formation was about to take shape, Tang Yin sensed a hint of danger. There's something underground. At the same time, Dao Sect's Xie Yinxian also looked at the ground, though his expression was only slightly puzzled, still uncertain if it was dangerous. Boom! Just as Guo Zhanfeng was about to push the formation out, the ground suddenly exploded. A red-haired deity from the Nirvana realm burst from the swamp without warning, slashing at Guo Zhanfeng with a long knife. The sharp knife energy carried a violent force, and being so close, Guo Zhanfeng deeply felt the taste of death. Wanting to evade, an ice wall suddenly rose around him, blocking all his escape routes. There was no way to avoid it. Chapter 780. The energy contained in the thunder net was indeed terrifying, but it was still difficult to resist the heavenly creation fire. Under Tang Yan's continuous urging of the flames, the power of the net was gradually weakened. Let us break free together. Dang Jian Xiao De. Boom! Boom! With everyone's combined effort, the seemingly indestructible net shattered with a loud crash. The surrounding alien races quickly scattered. Amiba. Thank you, young Master Tang. Bohan chanted a Buddhist mantra, clasping his hands together to thank Tang Yin. Thank you, young Master Tang. Others also expressed their gratitude. Tang Yin waved his hand. We are all one entity now. No need for politeness. The alien races were too cunning, with endless tricks. Our current approach was very passive, and even a slight oversight could lead to disaster. So we need to develop a new plan. Guo Zhanfeng once again criticized the tactics. Yun Qing continuously questioned Guo Zhanfeng. Felt a bit furious. What insights do you have, Brother Guo? Guo Zhanfeng shook his head. None for now, but the original plan definitely won't work. Others also agreed. Indeed, the alien race's attacks are unpredictable. We need a more reliable method. Let's think of a solution. It's too dangerous now. Tang Yin saw that everyone was starting to lose faith in Jun Ting and knew the moment had come. He gently said, the alien races are indeed insidious, and their methods are exceedingly treacherous. Chapter 781. There's no time. Tang Yin immediately instructed, Brother Jun, now, to the south, unleash the torrent. Brother Zhang, let the righteous energy pierce straight south. Brother Xie, keep an eye on other positions, and warn us if there is danger. Yijing, you're responsible for support. Jun Ting and Zhang Mohan had already heard Xie Yunxuan's warning and knew there was danger to the south. Although puzzled as to why they needed to attack now, they did not refuse, channeling their spiritual energy to launch an attack towards the south. At the same time, a vast aura surged from the south. Everyone focused their gaze, only to see a thick golden stream of light, like a giant dragon, roaring towards them. Although the golden light was still some distance away, everyone deeply felt the terrifying power that made their souls tremble. The golden light seemed capable of crushing everything, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yunxing is mind bust, and a surge of resentment suddenly welled up in his heart. Who the hell can withstand this? Tang Yin must be plotting revenge, wanting to kill me. Otherwise, why would he let me charge to the front? However, with the arrow on the string, there was no time for him to think too much. He could only slice through the torrent with hatred. Just as he was cursing, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow standing in front of him after he cut through the torrent. Chapter 782. Is young Master Tang back? What's happening over there? Upon seeing Tang Yin return, everyone was energized. Tang Yin smiled and said, I encountered a Blood Clan member with a Ling Yun cannon. That golden light just now was the work of the other party, but I've dealt with it. The number of alien races is increasing rapidly, so everyone be careful. Okay, the crowd responded. After 2 hours, the battle finally ended. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield, and the corpses of the demon clan were all sent into Tang Yan's demon refining pot. Young Master Tang is really impressive, strategizing and planning. We finally achieved a great victory. Guo Zhanfeng laughed. The hope of going out suddenly grew larger. Suning Shuang looked at him with admiration on her face. It's just that I helped Jun brother cross the river. If I were to command directly, I might not do better than Jun brother. Tang Yin waved his hand, first resolving the grievances in Jun Ting's heart to prevent him from slacking off out of jealousy at a crucial moment. He then reminded everyone, The Blood Clan that just bombarded us with the Lingyun cannon is the small leader of this area, responsible for intercepting the human race going to the Sword Saint Temple. If we keep going down, we are likely to encounter the Sword Saint's inheritance. I speculate that there are quite a few such interceptions in the marsh, and the danger is still very high. Everyone must trust their teammates and unite to have a chance to escape the marsh. Chapter 783. Tang Yin ran 100 miles and was blown back 100 miles, feeling like a little cow riding a motorcycle, the cow roaring. After clearing out the hidden thunderstones in the marsh, Tang Yin returned the same way to check for any missed hidden thunder. It was all very clean, no misses. When the crowd saw Tang Yin return, they were filled with joy, but they did not inquire about the secrets of Tang Yin's physical skills. Puchin asked, "Young Master Tang, what's the situation ahead?" "It's all thunderstones. I've cleared a safe path. Everyone follow behind me and don't stray," Tang Yin called out. The crowd was invigorated, following Tang Yin as they sped forward. Indeed, the journey was safe and sound. After exiting the Thunderstone area, Xie Yinxian sighed. "Thank goodness young Master Tang is here. Otherwise, this checkpoint would truly be difficult to pass." Everyone nodded, their trust in Tang Yin at an unprecedented high. Everyone has their strengths. It's just that this checkpoint happens to be in my area of expertise. Let's keep going and see what the next round is. Tang Yin waved his hand, leading everyone down. After traveling more than 10 miles, the surrounding red rain fell increasingly fiercely, and the fog was thicker than before. However, no alien races were seen. The 10 people sped forward quietly. Chapter 784. A shard of consciousness reached out towards the energy ripples. It felt like a human silhouette. Tang Yin was startled. Just as he was about to investigate carefully, the figure suddenly disappeared without warning. At that moment, Xie Yunxian suddenly signaled, indicating that danger was approaching. Everyone's spirits jolted. Whoosh! A circle of energy firewalls suddenly rose from all directions, pressing in on the 10 people. With the appearance of the firewalls, the battle officially began. Jun Ting slashed forward with a sword, and the firewalls were immediately cleaved open, followed closely by a barrage of hidden weapons shooting towards the 10 people like a torrential rain. The 10 people coordinated flawlessly, quickly finding suitable positions. 3 members of the Sword Alliance and Puchun guarded the 4 directions, while Shun Yajing summoned a defensive treasure and the others provided support, either attacking from a distance or maneuvering to find targets. There were not many alien races, just 7. Under the 10 people's seamless coordination, soon a divine race member, restrained by Jun Ting, was cut in half by Su Ningxuang, who had maneuvered over. The remaining aliens realized they were outmatched and immediately retreated. Communicate with sound. Continue to withdraw. Dang Dan Gongman. Just as they took a few steps back, a new round of hidden weapons appeared directly in front of their retreat. This time the attack was particularly fierce. Jun Ting could not hold it off, and Sun Jianyue and Qin once stepped in to assist. Chapter 785. Ding. A sharp metallic clash sounded, waking Guo Zhanfeng, who was sinking in despair. Focusing his gaze, he found Tang Yin standing opposite him, a pitch-black heavy sword blocking the suddenly appearing long knife at his neck. The long knife vanished abruptly. Guo Zhanfeng touched his neck. The wound was just a hair's breadth from his throat. Blood gushed out. At first glance, it looked terrifying, but he had been pulled back from the gates of death. Hemostatic pill. Tang Yin handed over a pill and said lightly, "Adjust your mindset, continue to face the enemy, and break through as soon as possible." All right. Guo Zhanfeng knew the situation was critical and, without time to lament his survival, swallowed the pill and began to arrange formations to kill the enemy. He initially wanted to ask Tang Yin how he also practiced formation techniques, but seeing Tang Yin charging ahead to fight, the words were swallowed back. Tang Yin's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone, stay alert and hold the spirit platform." The bugs that just emerged from the ground are illusion bugs from Gu Clan. They can control and affect the mind. If you see them poking their heads out, attack them first to disrupt their mental control. The one who stabbed Guo brother with a knife is a void beast. Save some strength to guard against being stabbed by a void beast. Chapter 786. Inside the hall, transformed by the realm of the gods, Tang Yin finally saw the true form of the void beast. It resembled a human shape, but had a triangular face, its body wrapped in gleaming armor. The void beast wanted to move and escape, but there was an invisible, mysterious barrier surrounding it. Every time it tried to leave, it would crash into it. The divine powers that usually ignored obstacles were rendered ineffective at this moment. Despicable human race, you actually plotted against me. The void beast roared in anger, wielding a long knife and suddenly slashing at Tang Yen. However, the long knife inexplicably changed direction and stabbed itself instead. Thud! A powerful force of rules forced it to kneel before Tang Yen. Then, it uncontrollably pulled out the long knife and continued to stab itself. Uft, uft, uft. Blood sprayed out, and soon the void beast's aura weakened significantly. A soul bug flew out at the right moment and entered the void beast's mind. After extracting the void beast's memories, Tang Yen realized that his previous speculation was correct. The sleeping forest was indeed being controlled by it, and the alien races were all awakened by it. Their mission here was to intercept the human race to prevent them from entering the Sword Saint Temple behind the forest. There were a total of 200 Nirvana Realm alien races scattered in various corners of the forest, but unfortunately, the Void Beast was the only one left, and its wish to gather more Void Stones was shattered. Chapter 787. Why can't I awaken the Celestial Lord? Yun Tsing looked at Tang Yen in confusion. The level of sword intent is too low, and such a blunt truth is naturally something Tang Yen would not say out loud. After pondering for a moment, he found words to maintain the dignity of the three. The Sword Master of Emotion has been asleep for too long, and his spirit is already very weak, making it difficult to awaken him. It would be better to report this to the higher-ups of the Sword Alliance and let them handle it. Yun Tsing looked around, checking for any other opportunities to take away. It was hard to come here, and he couldn't bear to return empty-handed. A cunning glint flashed in the golden dragon's eyes as he spoke. Kid, give me 10 holy pills, and I'll tell you the truth about the inheritance of the Sword Master of Emotion. Jun Ting drew his sword and pointed it at the golden dragon. His voice cold. Speak now, or I will kill you. The golden dragon grinned. Just you? Jun Ting slashed at the golden dragon. Clang! The sword energy struck the dragon's body, making a crisp sound. It tickles a bit. Can you scratch it again? The golden dragon looked at Jun Ting earnestly. Jun Ting's blood surged, his old face flushed red. A single taunt from the golden dragon was far more powerful than his sword's might. Taking out an iron box magical treasure, Jun Ting angrily shouted, "Let's see how long you can hold out." The golden dragon lazily replied, "I've been here for 30,000 years. My lifespan is already exhausted. And now I'm just relying on the power of the rules in this place to sustain a wisp of my remaining soul. I've wanted to die for a long time." Chapter 788. Splash. Splash. Originally lying on the ground with no attacking power, the golden dragon burst forth with dazzling light, struggling to twist its massive body in an attempt to break free from the iron chains. The harsh sound of chains echoed continuously, transforming into life-threatening notes that penetrated everyone's minds, tormenting their sensitive nerves. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically from the aura emitted by the golden dragon. It was clear they could not withstand it. Quickly put the sword back, Zhang Machin shouted. Jun Ting, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly tried to return the red dust sword to the Sword Master of Emotion, but he couldn't put it back no matter what. Kill the dragon. It's currently hindered in movement, and its strength hasn't fully recovered, so there's still a chance, Xie Yinxian said calmly. The group's ultimate skills were unleashed without reservation toward the golden dragon. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. The intersecting blade, energies, and magical treasure attacks struck the golden dragon's body all over, but were all intercepted by its scales. Jun Ting steeled his heart, fervently circulating his dantian, gathering spiritual power into the red dust sword. A torrent. The most powerful strike surged forth. The red dust sword is not an ordinary item. The might of this sword far surpassed before. Crack! The sword energy struck the golden dragon's body, leaving a shallow mark on its scales. Everyone's hearts filled with joy. It was effective. Chapter 789. But, by the way, there's still one question. Has your friend been controlled by the human race? The golden dragon suddenly asked. No, and it won't happen, Tang Yen said firmly. Good. The golden dragon had no more worries, and countless golden starlights floated from its body. The light points gathered more and more, eventually forming a golden orb that floated in front of Tang Yen. At the same time, the golden dragon's majestic aura vanished in an instant. Its scales dimmed, its appearance withered, and its eyes lost their luster. Thank you. The golden dragon uttered 2 words, a long breath escaping from its nostrils, and then it slowly closed its eyes, no longer having any vitality. Tang Yin, the golden dragon, was a saint in its lifetime. This inheritance given to the dragon clan may allow them to gain a heavenly, sovereign-level combat power, posing a potential threat to the human race. Do you think you can control the situation? The sword master of emotion asked gently. Tang Yin stored away the golden dragon's inheritance and looked at the sword master of emotion solemnly. Rest assured, heavenly sovereign, I am confident. May I ask what the situation is with Tian Ai Su? How did you end up here? The sword master of emotion pondered for a moment before answering. During the Great War of the 10,000 clans, the human race and the alien races fought for a total of 70,000 years. As the human race gradually grew stronger, they gradually broke free from the control of the alien races. Chapter 790. Before long, everyone arrived at a desolate area strewn with rocks. The ground was covered in stones, and there wasn't a single blade of grass in sight. The sky was thick with dark clouds, making the area ahead incredibly dim and exuding a sense of oppression. Crack! Crack! Occasionally, lightning struck down from afar, illuminating a section of the land. Massive lightning bolts slammed into the pile of rocks, sending debris flying and creating deafening sounds. Arcs of electricity danced along the cracks in the stones, eerie and terrifying. Even from a distance, everyone could still feel the overwhelming power of the thick lightning. This is the divine punishment thunder domain. Records state that at first glance, the lightning in this domain seems sparse, but as soon as a living being enters, the lightning will concentrate and fall, making it impossible to evade. The predecessors who traversed this area relied on pills and magical treasures to endure, costing a tremendous amount. Brother Tang, how do we get past this? Xie Yinxian asked. The others also looked at Tang Yin. I'll go in and try first. After saying this, Tang Yin took out a defensive magical treasure. Using spiritual power to raise a shield, took a deep breath, and stepped into the thunder domain. As soon as he entered the thunder domain and hadn't gone far, a lightning bolt the thickness of a water barrel fell from the sky, directly striking his magical treasure shield. Chapter 791. Walking south for 10 miles, he felt a wave of heat coming. Looking up, there was a mountain in front, and the sky behind the mountain was filled with red clouds. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, the 10 people's faces suddenly froze. In the distance, the undulating mountains were all covered in red stones, emitting a dazzling red glow, resembling raging flames. The heat rose, and the intense temperature caused the space to distort and sway. This place is the Flame God Mountain. Hiss! Everyone gasped in the heat. Even an Iron Man would probably turn to juice, right? Guo Zhanfeng sighed. The temperature is even higher than that of a forging furnace. Does young Master Tang have a clever plan? Shin Yajing looked worriedly at Tang Yin, as this place was far more terrifying than the divine punishment thunder domain. Tang Yin sensed the heaven and earth creation cauldron spinning anxiously inside him, seemingly very interested in the stones in the mountain, and said softly, "Don't be anxious. Let me study it." He sent a stream of spiritual power toward the Flame God Mountain, but the high temperature quickly dissipated the spiritual power. Tang Yin quickly dug out a small piece of stone. The red stone radiated scorching heat. However, the thermal energy within the stone was not absorbed by the heaven and earth creation cauldron. It seemed the cauldron was not interested in the stone. With a flick of his hand, he drew out a stream of water vapor and poured it on the stone. The stone sizzled and emitted a large amount of white smoke, changing color from red to blue. Chapter 792. Young Master Tang, please don't be anxious. We can wait a few more days. Su Ningxiang said thoughtfully. That's right. What's the harm in waiting a few more days? Everyone nodded in agreement. Young Master Tang thanked a few of them with a fist salute, but did not agree to extend the time and continued to bury himself in reading. Although the collection of the Pill Saint was extensive, much of the knowledge he had already understood through previous studies and the inheritances from the two heavenly sovereigns, allowing him to read quickly. The books were detailed in their records of various knowledge, without skipping any points. Each time he encountered a new piece of knowledge, it was a solid and effective accumulation. Young Master Tang reads so quickly. Su Ningxiang looked on with immense curiosity as Tang Yin flipped through the book faster than she could change her expression. Many of the things were what he had seen before, just checking for omissions and filling in gaps. Dang dan et lai. The crowd couldn't help but feel enlightened. Tang Yin continuously took books and put them back, and time gradually passed, yet his pace remained unchanged. Seeing Tang Yin's focused demeanor, the crowd admired him even more. No wonder Tang Yin was well-versed and knowledgeable. This focused attitude towards learning was enough to set him apart from ordinary people. Although the people present seemed a bit ordinary compared to Tang Yin, they were all top talents outside, with insights and temperament far exceeding their peers. Chapter 793. Taking a deep breath, the Buddha power of gathering ghostly fire and clear insight swept over everyone, and he shouted loudly, "Focus your minds." With Tang Yan's shout, everyone's minds finally cleared up a bit. He Chun began to chant the correct clear mind mantra. After the sound of the Buddha appeared, the surrounding noise noticeably diminished. "It's working," Qin Wan exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, brother. Let's see some Taoist methods for suppressing evil. Miss Shun, do you have any treasures to guard the mind? Help everyone protect their minds. Let's walk a bit further. If it works well, we continue. If not, we retreat immediately," Tang Yin instructed. All right, the two immediately complied. Tang Yan's ghostly fire wasn't recalled and continued to cooperate with the others as they flew forward. At the same time, Tang Yin activated the Eye of Truth to observe the specific source of the sounds. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Tang Yin saw countless white bones on the ground, emitting a faint red-black resentment. Countless resentments intertwined, enveloping the thoughts of the white bones' owner from their lifetime, thus producing countless noisy sounds. I wonder if a few of us can suppress these disturbances? After traveling another 10 miles, the previously diminished sounds grew louder again, and Pachun and Xie Yunxian showed signs of fatigue. Shun Yajing's soul-suppressing treasure's shield also began to fade in color. Chapter 794. Tang Yan's voice came. "There should be." Hearing Tang Yan's uncertain answer, everyone couldn't help but scratch their heads. This ambiguous feeling made them somewhat tormented. He Chun tentatively asked, "Young Master Tang, what if there is no end? Do you all know who these bones belong to?" "Dan Dan Vito." "They must be the predecessors who fought against the alien races during the Heavenly Desolation." Bokainge answered. "That's right. Back then, they faced powerful alien races, fearlessly charging forward. In the Dark Era, they fought with flesh and blood to carve out hope for future generations, establishing the prosperity of humanity for 30,000 years. Now their bones lie across the wilderness. As their descendants who enjoy their blessings, it is our duty to give them a proper burial." At this point, Tang Yan's voice became even more resolute. "The bones shall not be buried. I swear not to leave this mountain." Hearing Tang Yan's words, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Pachun worried that Tang Yan might develop an obsession and compassionately advised, "Young master, your intentions are witnessed by heaven and earth. However, oaths do not count. If the bones are truly endless, let go of your obsession to see the clear wind and bright moon." Tang Yan laughed heartily. "Master, once all beings are saved, then one can attain enlightenment. Hell is not empty. I swear not to become a Buddha." Chapter 795. After crossing a mountain peak and walking through a desolate path, a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. Not far ahead, a large blood-colored lake blocked their path. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the second checkpoint. The Blood Lake. This should be called a sea of blood. Calling it a lake is an understatement. Guo Zhanfeng exclaimed. "Does young Master Tang have a way to get through?" Sun Jianyu asked curiously. The crowd looked at Tang Yin, with him around. Everyone forgot they had their own brains. Tang Yin had carefully read the information about the Blood Lake. The Blood Lake contained many attacks that would pull people into the lake. At the same time, certain areas had strong gravity and would forcibly pull things from the lake into the water. Once submerged, the Blood Lake would quickly corrode a person. Without effective rescue within 10 breaths, it would be too late. Approaching the lake, Tang Yin used his spiritual power to probe the water for a while. The water was thick with evil energy, making it easy for malevolent spirits to arise. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, countless array points suddenly appeared in front of him, and a divine thunder extermination array instantly took shape. "Go!" With a light shout, the array quickly plunged into the Blood Lake. The sounds of sizzling fire and water mixing quickly rang out. Lightning flickered within the Blood Lake, and fine bubbles surged up. When the bubbles burst, black smoke wafted away. Chapter 796. 7 days later, the group safely passed the 2 checkpoints and arrived at a courtyard, with a plaque at the gate bearing the words "Book Room" in powerful characters. This should be the inheritance of the literary sage, Jun Ting deduced. "Close enough." Xie Yunxian nodded. "Let's go in and take a look," Zhang Maheng said excitedly. The group pushed open the courtyard door and entered. A path of bluestone slabs led directly to the main door of the book room. The cracks in the slabs were covered with green moss, and a bit of moss climbed up the edges of the stones. Surrounding the courtyard were planted emerald bamboos, and a gentle breeze rustled softly. The courtyard emanated an ancient and elegant atmosphere. Upon entering the interior of the book room, they discovered it was extremely spacious. Carved wooden windows allowed sunlight to shine in, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Thick bookshelves were placed against the walls on the east, west, and south sides, filled with a large number of books. The bookshelves appeared somewhat antiquated, showcasing that they had endured a long passage of time. On the north side of the book room, there was a huge writing desk equipped with writing materials. An elderly man in a gray-white long robe with graying hair stood with his back to the group facing the north wall, holding a brush. Just from his back, they could recognize him as the literary sage. On the wall opposite the literary sage, there were 5 sayings. Chapter 797. Tang Yin politely declined. The younger generation has no intention of pursuing the literary path. I kindly asked the senior to retract the decision and make another choice. The literary sage gazed at Tang Yin and said slowly, "Even if you do not major in the literary path, being tempered by literary energy will still greatly benefit your cultivation. Moreover, with your literary fortune, you need not spend too much time to achieve remarkable accomplishments." "Are you sure you want to give up?" "Sure," Tang Yin firmly nodded. "Don't be so quick to refuse. The literary path cultivates the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The deeper the cultivation, the more benefits it brings. I see many causes and effects on you, and you should urgently need power to resolve them, right? Enter my literary path, receive my inheritance, and within just a few years become a respected sage. Why seek far when you can have it near?" The literary sage patiently persuaded. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He indeed urgently needed power. If he could become a sage, even if the alien ruins overseas were incredibly powerful, they would not dare to underestimate him. However, if this inheritance were to be left for himself, the effect would surely be greatly diminished. The great era was about to begin, and leaving it for the truly fated ones was the best choice. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Yin declined. "Thank you for the literary sage's generosity. But in this world, everything has its owner. If it is not mine, not even a hair shall I take. Let be left for the true scholars." Chapter 798. Tang Yin let out a long breath. "This result is both beyond reason and expected. I feel a bit numb. Young Master Tang, what on earth is going on? Have you been cursed?" The crowd stepped forward to inquire with concern. Tang Yin shook his head. "I don't know. The sage of literature said that perhaps we can find the answer in the secret realm, so let's wait and see." "Brother Tang, what mysteries lie here?" Xie Yunxian humbly asked for guidance. Tang Yin glanced at the mural. The mural no longer depicted a whale swimming in the deep sea. Instead, it showed an old man resting on a stone platform. Noticing Tang Yan's gaze, the old man turned to look at him, making eye contact and smiling in greeting. Tang Yin recognized the old man as the celestial master of leisure. However, he did not seem to see the celestial master, as if he were invisible, and said, "The opportunity of the celestial master is indeed within the hall. What it specifically is, I am not quite sure. It should be in the mural." "Brother Xie, why not try to comprehend it?" "All right, I will give it a try." Xie Yunxian sat on the ground and began to contemplate the mural. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by, and Xie Yunxian entered a mysterious state. The mural before him finally came to life. He saw the whale swimming rapidly in the ocean. Chapter 799. Time flew by. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Tian AI ruins, the starting point, 10 people returned here. Tang Yin cupped his hands toward the others and said gently, "Everyone, we have now explored all 8 directions. Apart from the alchemist hall, we have obtained all other inheritances. I will go to the alchemist hall to seek a way to break the deadlock. You should return first." "Amiba, young master, we will accompany you," Puchin said firmly. "That's right, we came together, so we should return together." Guo Zhanfeng immediately supported. "Together we go back." The others also expressed their agreement. After 2.5 months of getting along, their feelings for Tang Yin had transformed from unfamiliarity to genuine respect. Tang Yan's abilities and character had deeply impressed them. Although this team came from 8 different forces, after these days of sincere cooperation, they had become as united as one, indistinguishable from each other. Seeing the sincere gazes of the crowd, Tang Yin felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "I don't know how long it will take to unravel the inheritance of the alchemist. It may be 3 days or perhaps 3 years. The time is uncertain, and I would feel uneasy dragging you down with me. Moreover, we haven't been outside for a long time, and the sect must be very worried. Let's hurry out to report our safety. A gentleman speaks from the heart, not from appearances. I have already sensed your intentions. Chapter 800. Young man, not bad. The alchemist gazed at Tang Yen, his eyes filled with joy. Dit xin Tangjian. I pay my respects to the alchemist. Tang Yen hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. No need for excessive formalities. I didn't expect someone so young to have such accomplishments in alchemy. Not bad, not bad. You have the style of an old man in his prime. It seems that my path of alchemy has successors. The alchemist laughed with satisfaction. The predecessor pioneered the path of alchemy, the first person throughout history. How can a disciple compare to you? Dangjian flatte gasu. Ha ha. The alchemist laughed again, readily accepting Tang Yan's praise, and then asked, do you know why I left this test? Tang Yan pondered for a moment and expressed his insights. To seek the long-lasting, one must strengthen the roots. To flow far, one must deepen the source. Establishing a solid foundation and having a sufficient understanding of the properties of medicinal materials are essential to mastering pills and promoting the development of alchemy. This is one. The unassuming medicinal materials can play a significant role at critical moments, so there is no distinction between precious and worthless materials. If they're useful, they are good medicine. This is two. These are my humble views. I hope the predecessor will grant me guidance. Good. Very good. It was worth my 30,000 years of waiting. Exactly. I wanted to tell future generations that all medicines are equal, and there is no need to excessively exaggerate the importance of high-grade resources. Properly utilizing resources is our most powerful weapon. Chapter 801. Crushing the transmission bead. They exited the Tian AI ruins secret realm, feeling the abundant power within him. Tang Yen was filled with excitement. With power, there are more things he can do. The plan to find his mother is now on the agenda. Arriving at the Sword Alliance, Tang Yen found Lu Ruiqing to report his safety. Lu Ruiqing was particularly excited to see Tang Yen back, and without saying a word, he pulled Tang Yen towards the main hall. Elder Lu, where are we going? Tang Yen asked curiously. You've been in the Tian AI ruins for too long, and the major sects are coming for people. After Jun Ting and the others came out, they said that everyone could obtain the inheritance and advance to the Dao realm, and you helped them. The senior leaders of various sects decided to wait for you for 7 days. If you can come out, they will thank you in person. By the way, your grand elder is also here, Lu Ruiqing explained to Tang Yen. Tang Yen suddenly understood and followed Lu Ruiqing to the main hall. Before long, Lu Lingjun and people from various sects arrived. Seeing Tang Yen, Jun Ting and the others were very excited and hurriedly came forward to greet him. Lin Beichuan, relieved to see Tang Yen safe, smiled and asked, Tang Yen, did you gain anything in the alchemist hall? Tang Yen cupped his hands in salute and said, returning to Grand Elder, I obtained the inheritance of the alchemist, as well as the unification cauldron of the alchemist. Chapter 802. The communicator was exquisitely crafted. After looking at it for a while, Tang Yen suddenly raised his head and asked, Elder Xiang, have you ever considered a similar magical treasure? They could communicate with each other. Even if separated by thousands of miles, they could connect instantly. Xiang Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Tang Yen to propose this idea. She smiled wryly and said, I have thought about it, but it's not realistic. There are many difficulties. To establish contact across thousands of miles requires a large amount of high-level materials and spiritual power support, and the size would be huge, making it easy to expose, so practicality is low. Especially for multi-party communication, establishing a connection is even more complicated. Tang Yen suggested. The elder could set up more large signal stations on the continent. A signal station could cover a vast area. The signal stations could connect with each other, forming an information bridge. This way, even if separated by thousands of miles, they could pass messages through the signal stations layer by layer, matching with each other. As long as there are enough signal stations, all communicators can connect freely. Xiang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She had considered the idea of a communicator for thousands of miles, but quickly gave up due to numerous difficulties and did not think deeply about it. Tang Yan's suggestion was indeed a solution. After thinking for a while, Xiang Xiaoyu shook her head again. The cost is enormous, not only in terms of construction, but also in terms of subsequent maintenance costs. Chapter 803. Master, I will return to the Alchemist Alliance first, and after I finish these matters, I will explain alchemy to you. Tang Yin said. Good. Zhao Baova, note that. Tang Yin communicated with the void pearl of Tianqing Peak's courtyard and disappeared from the spot. After Tang Yin left, Rao Baoyue felt slightly dazed. My disciple is going to teach me alchemy? In the Alchemist Alliance. In the main Peak's Great Hall, Tang Yin arrived at Lin Juyuan's study. I have met the Alliance leader. Tang Yin bowed in greeting. Sit down. Lin Juyuan kindly invited Tang Yin to take a seat and smiled. Praising, I have heard from the Grand Elder about your performance in the Tian AI Ruins Secret Realm. You have done very well, bringing glory to the Dan Alliance. The Dan Alliance is proud of you. This is what disciples should do, Tang Yin said humbly. The Great Elder said, You've been interrupted 3 times in the Secret Realm. There must be some hidden truth to it. What exactly is it? Lin Juyuan asked in confusion. Tang Yin replied truthfully. In fact, I was interrupted 4 times. The light blade was struck by the Human Emperor, and I met the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor said that there are countless factions within the human race, and people's hearts differ. Even when there are disagreements, they are usually minor disputes and do not expose major issues. However, once a catastrophe occurs, these differences can expand infinitely, leading to internal strife. We need a fair and just emperor to objectively coordinate each force and maximize the combat power of the human race if we hope to overcome difficulties and solve problems. Chapter 804. Lu Fengzong looked at the flamboyant Du Shu, a hint of appreciation and nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Once upon a time, he was just as reckless. If the spring breeze has a heart for the flowers, can it grant me another youth? Unfortunately, time never returns, and he could only seek traces of his past youth in Du Shu. He did not think Du Shu was boasting. Du Shu sat right beside him, and he could clearly feel Du Shu's spiritedness and love for commerce. His goal was so firm, and with his talent, it was not impossible to control the 10,000 races. Good. I will use the full strength of the sect to help manager Du realize this ambition. Lu Fengzong encouraged. Delightful. My path is not lonely. Du Shu looked at Tili. The atmosphere of the meeting grew increasingly lively, and Lu Fengzong waved his hand, saying, Tonight, we will hold a banquet at the Sky Reception Tower. Let's all get drunk. Let's all get drunk. The crowd shouted in unison. The meeting quickly concluded, and everyone gradually dispersed. Du Shu returned to his residence. It was already late December, and the cold wind howled. Walking on the Bluestone Road, the chrysanthemum branches on both sides were scattered, and the petals were blown onto the bluestone by the wind, then swept deep into the flower bushes. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. Not far away, the plum blossoms had already bloomed. There were white, pink, and red. The white was like snow, the pink like dawn, and the red was like fire. Chapter 805. Tang Yin closed his eyes, and the little person in his sea of consciousness curiously examined the insect in front of him. Having received the inheritance from several powerful beings, he could be considered well-informed and recognized that this was the heart control bug of the Gu clan, which, when implanted in a person's mind, could control their heart and spirit. As the heart control bug cultivated to a higher realm, it could grow into the soul thought bug. Realizing that the heart control bug was under his control, Tang Yin guided Fei Lei to step forward. Great Protector, why did you attack President Jiang? Fei Lei asked in shock. Shen Jing's face was calm, as if he was doing something trivial, and he said lightly, She can betray the Dan Alliance, which shows she is inherently restless. In her consciousness, she has only a simple cooperative relationship with the divine race, and she is not loyal to them, ready to leave at any time. With such an unstable factor around us, and our identity as the divine race being so sensitive, how can I rest easy without making her completely obedient? Moreover, the appetite of the Divine Dan Association is too great. It would be better to make them direct servants of the divine race. This way, not only would they demand less, but they could also tirelessly refine pills for us. The Great Protector is wise. Fei Lei immediately praised, then looked at the burly man beside him and asked, Who is this? Chapter 806. Shen Jing attributed Tang Yan's madness to the Gu clan's interference and did not suspect that President Jiang was a traitor. Di Chan was lamenting in his heart, realizing that his connection with the heart control bug was intermittent, as if the bug was being affected by something. Hearing President Jiang's insane words, he did not know how to explain to Shen Jing later. President Jiang, what are you doing? Shen Jing arrived and waved his hand to put out the flames. Then angrily asked. Tang Yin glanced at Shen Jing, suddenly held his head and fell to the ground, shouting, My head hurts so much. Great protector, save me. Before Shun Jing could react, Tang Yin suddenly stood up, pointing at Shun Jing and laughing. You will all become the servants of the Gu God. In the next moment, Tang Yin deeply bowed to the stunned Di Chan. I pay my respects to the Gu King. Brother Chan, what is going on? Sen Jing Shou Det Angrili et Di Chen. This girl seems to be affected in her mind. Could it be your people did this? She was perfectly fine yesterday, and as long as there was no external interference, there shouldn't be a problem. Di Chan first deflected the blame and then suggested, control her and search her soul to see what the situation is. Chapter 807. After some consideration, Tang Yin decided to have Shun Jing communicate with the headquarters of the divine race. Under Tang Yan's instructions, Shun Jing came to a grand hall. There were no windows around, and the surroundings were pitch black. With a wave of his hand, several oil lamps hanging on the walls of the hall ignited to provide light. The scene inside the hall became clear. On the southeast, southwest, and west walls, various mysterious runes were painted, while the north wall was as smooth as a mirror. Shun Jing took out a bead from his storage space and placed it in a groove on the side of the wall. Soon, the smooth wall rippled like water, and a tall figure of a divine race slowly emerged, gradually becoming clear. This divine being had a stern face with features carved like a knife. His eyes were like the starry sky, as if they could see through everything. Dressed in a dark robe, embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an air of nobility. The aura of a king permeated the air, making one feel an increase in pressure at just one glance. Shun Jing revealed his true form, knelt on the ground, and said loudly, Shun Jing pays respects to the divine king. The divine king slightly nodded, and a resonant voice sounded, Great protector, please rise. What urgent matters do you have? After Shun Jing stood up, he respectfully said, Divine king, there are two pieces of good news. One is that last time we mentioned, President Jiang Yulao of the Divine Dan Association has been implanted with the heart control bug by Di Chan, and we have fully taken control of her. Chapter 808. Thank you. Alliance leader, thank you all. I will remember your kindness, and I will never forget it for eternity. Tang Yin bowed deeply to everyone in the hall. We will depart tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit. So let's gather in front of the hall then. Lin Jiyuan set the time. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, in front of the main hall of the Dan Alliance's main peak, Elder Qi Lin took out a ship-shaped flying treasure and called everyone aboard. Once everyone was gathered, the giant ship soared into the sky, quickly flying south. On the ship, Lin Jiyuan and Tang Yin explained the plan. First, we will go to the Tianfa tribe, then bring the leader of the Tianfa tribe to negotiate an issue. Your identity will not be publicly announced for now. However, I will discuss with the leader of the Tianfa tribe to arrange a meeting between you and your mother before we go to the issue. The arrangements made by the alliance leader are meticulous and considerate, and I am very grateful, Tang Yin sincerely thanked. The speed of the flying ship was extremely fast. 7 days later, after flying over the continent and a stretch of ocean, the group slowly descended at the edge of a huge island. The flying ship alerted the people on the island. A group of guards stood on the shore, vigilantly watching the people on the flying ship. Everyone, I am the Old Dan Alliance leader Lin Jiyuan, here to visit the Tianfa tribe along with various esteemed elders. Please inform them. Lin Jiyuan cupped his hands towards everyone, and a token floated towards the other party. Chapter 809. Your parents' matters have indeed caused you suffering, Zhong Haobai sighed. As long as my grandson is not suffering, I just hope to resolve the grievances soon. Tang Yin said seriously. Good. With the assistance of the 8 major sects, I believe the Yishu will know how to appreciate it. Tomorrow morning, please accompany me to the Yishu Alliance leader Lin. Zhong Haobai said, cupping his hands towards Lin Jiyuan. That's very good. Lin Jiyuan nodded. What do you want to give your mother? I will arrange for someone to deliver it, Zhong Haobai asked. Tang Yin handed over a Chinquan bag, and Zhong Haobai looked inside. It contained 100 low-grade spirit stones and some medicinal pills. He thought that these items might be greedily taken by the Yin, and he initially wanted to refuse. However, since the total value wasn't high, and it was Tang Yan's filial piety, he nodded and said, all right. After both parties reached an agreement, they left the side hall. Zhong Haobai called over a subordinate and said, Tiger Blade, take this to the young lady. Yes. A middle-aged man respectfully accepted it. I'll go along, Tang Yin said. Don't cause any conflict, Zhong Haobai instructed. After Tang Yin agreed, he said, Brother Tiger Blade, please. Tiger Blade nodded and led Tang Yin out. Upon arriving at a luxurious mansion, Tiger Blade cupped his hands to the guards at the door and said, "Please announce." Tiger Blade seeks an audience with Elder He. Chapter 810. Kyle Yin didn't stay for long and instructed the Tuirun to guard Zhong Jinxiu well before exiting the underground hall. Just after she left, Tang Yin activated the Dezhongxing Yijun. His figure flashed, and he directly entered the underground hall. The Tuirun hadn't reacted yet when Tang Yin pulled them into the realm of the gods. Zhong Jinxiu, who had been keeping her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them and looked towards a corner of the main hall, filled with confusion. She had just sensed the presence of the Tuirun. How could they suddenly be gone? Before she could ponder for long, the Tuirun reappeared, looking as normal as ever, as if they had never left. Zhong Jinxiu blinked, since the two hadn't disappeared. She thought it was an illusion caused by the formation confining her, and didn't think too deeply about it. Tang Yin walked slowly to the center of the main hall and arrived in front of the iron cage. Based on his understanding of formations, he could tell that this iron cage was equipped with an alarm formation. Damage to the cage or the formation would trigger a reaction on the other side. Inside the cage sat a woman. Her hair was dry and rough, mixed with a few strands of silver, resembling tangled dry grass, falling over her emaciated shoulders. After being trapped here for 20 years, her skin was pale, her face haggard, radiating endless fatigue. Her cheeks were sunken, and her features appeared sharp. Chapter 811. Tang Yin softly comforted, "Mother, don't worry. Your child won't be reckless and will surely resolve the grievances between the two families." Think carefully before acting. Zhong Jinxiu patted Tang Yan's hand and earnestly reminded him. "All right, I'll remember. It's almost dawn. I'll head back first. Next time I come, I will take you out," Tang Yin said. "Go ahead," Zhong Jinxiu said gently. Inside the iron cage, Tang Yin buried a Shukung Tsuju for later use, then activated the Dezhongxing Yijun, arriving outside the underground hall. Quickly heading back to his courtyard. At the hour of the rabbit, Zhong Haobai and the people from the 8 major sects prepared to depart. "Dan Dan, your identity is rather sensitive, so it's better for you not to go. Wait here for news," Lin Juyuan instructed. "I'll wait outside. I won't enter the Yishu when the time comes," Tang Yin said. "That's fine," Lin Juyuan nodded. Tang Yan's strength was considerable, and he wasn't reckless, so there was no need for concern. Tang Yin saw a small insect on the ground, picked it up, quietly inserted a soul thought bug into the insect's brain, and then placed it into Zhong Haobai's clothing at his waist, saying, "This is a custom from the Hearing Fragrance Kingdom, a sign of wishing everything goes smoothly." Zhong Haobai didn't doubt him, thinking it was just a strange custom from a lower realm. Elder Qi Lin took out a flying ship, carrying everyone towards the Yishu. Chapter 812. A terrifying aura enveloped the main hall. Under this pressure, everyone felt an increase in weight on their bodies, and their movements began to stiffen. Not long after, a black-clad man with wings suddenly appeared in midair and then slowly landed on the ground. "We have met the Blood Purity Celestial." The Yi-Run greeted in unison. The Blood Purity Celestial slightly nodded. His cold gaze turned towards Lin Juyuan and the others. The 8 major sects immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only by facing the Celestial directly could they truly understand his terror. The Yi-Run and the human race have always kept to themselves. "Do you intend to provoke a war between our two sides by coming to my Yishu to flaunt your power?" The Blood Purity Celestial questioned coldly. Lin Jun forcibly steadied his mind and replied, "Celestial, you speak too heavily. We are staunch advocates of peace and have no intention of being enemies with the Yishu. However, Zhong Jinxiu is very important to us. I kindly ask for the Yishu to grant us a favor. The imprisonment of Zhong Jinxiu is her own doing. The current plight of the Tianfa clan is the punishment they deserve for offending the Yishu. If I grant you a favor, who will bear the losses of my Yishu? Who will take responsibility? The conditions have already been laid out. If you can accept them, you will naturally be released. If you cannot accept, do you still wish to resort to robbery?" The Blood Purity Celestial stepped forward, his even more ferocious aura making it hard for Lin Juyuan and the others to breathe. Chapter 813. The two Celestials did not chase after Lin Juyuan and the others. Ji Yinju did not receive any orders from the Celestials and merely watched with a gloomy face as the people from the 8 major sects departed. The Blood Purity Celestial looked at the tall descendant of the divine race and frowned, saying, "It seems to be a spatial formation, giant force. Didn't you lock onto the opponent just now?" The giant force Celestial shook his head. "There wasn't enough time. the opponent arranged the formation very quickly, and they have a very profound understanding of formations, plus their strength is formidable. It seems they have a secret method to enhance their vitality. In the end, I still underestimated him. If we had another chance, he shouldn't be able to escape. The Tianfa clan actually has such a character. Let's discuss a countermeasure. Everyone gathered in a conference hall. The giant Four Celestial looked at Ji Inju and asked, Inju, what do you think about today's incident? Ji Inju pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In the main hall today, I deliberately behaved arrogantly and rudely to test the determination of the 8 major sects to support the Tianfa clan. The 8 major sects' attitude towards protecting the Tianfa is extremely firm. It is not the kind of attitude that should be shown for the rescue of a single elder. There must be a deeper reason behind it. It is highly likely related to the Tang family. I was too hesitant back then and did not completely eradicate the Tang family. The primary task now is to investigate the truth behind the 8 major sects coming to the Sea region. Chapter 814. Inside Tianfa Mountain. Tang Yin threw the captured woman on the ground. Yinner, who is this? Zhong Jinxiu asked in surprise. An Yi-run I captured on the way. The chain that binds mother has a formation. To avoid alerting the issue while rescuing you, I needed a substitute, Tang Yin casually explained, then added, grandfather and the Yi-shu's negotiation failed. So I had to use this method. After speaking, a large number of formation points surged before Tang Yin, combining according to profound principles, gradually forming a line. One end connecting the chain, and the other end connecting the Fox Demon Run, with Zhong Jinxiu passing through the middle of this line. The fire of heaven and earth suddenly appeared, melting the iron ring that was locked on my mother's shoulder. With a surge of spiritual power, the iron ring immediately fell from my mother, and blood gushed out. I placed a blood-congealing pill into my mother's mouth, then placed the iron ring on the shoulder of the fox demon. The array of the stars turned, and we left the iron cage with my mother. Now the relationship between the Yishu and Canfod is tense, and the high-ranking officials of Canfod are not safe. Mother, do not tell anyone about your emergence for now. This mask can change one's appearance. Before the curse appears, taking the elixir in this bottle can conceal your aura and evade outside scrutiny. And you can directly go to the sacred mountain with your clansmen. Chapter 815. The young man in the blue robe was not flustered. The clan leader had instructed him before coming that each person should pay 10 low-grade spirit stones, and for 20 people, it would be exactly 2 middle-grade spirit stones. If the other party disagreed, they would set off a signal flare at the door. Seeing that Tianju disagreed, the young man in the blue robe led his clansmen outside the hall and took out a signal flare to shoot into the sky. A small firework blossomed in the low sky, inconspicuous, and hardly startled anyone. When Tianju saw this signal flare that made no sound, he scratched his head, losing even the mood to reprimand the Tianfa clan. In the Yi Xiu, in the Du Shu Feng, Ji Inzhou was studying a scroll of heart method. Suddenly, he felt something and abruptly looked up to see Zhong Tianyin standing a foot away from him. Such an eerie method made Ji Inzhou's scalp tingle. His whole body tensed and entered a combat state. But Zhong Tianyin did not move, and he did not dare to act recklessly. Our clan's people have come to the sacred mountain, each paying 10 low-grade spirit stones. Let them in, and in the future, charge according to this standard. I have given you enough face. After a quarter of an hour, if our people do not receive the pass, I will sacrifice your son to the heavens. Tang Yin coldly threw down a sentence and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 816. Upon hearing this, the God King's aura changed drastically. His originally calm demeanor vanished, and he asked with a serious expression, "Is this true? What I saw with my own eyes is absolutely no lie. If there is any concealment, I am willing to go to the land of cold bones to receive punishment." Fei Lei loudly warranted. The God King approached Fei Lei, bent down to help him up, and said seriously, "The golden envoy risked his life to bring back the message. His loyalty is evident to heaven and earth. Why should we search his soul again? I trust you." Fei Lei's face was full of gratitude, and he vowed, "Fei Lei swears to be loyal to the God King. The golden envoy should rest first. I will investigate the truth. Even if the great protector has not been controlled by the Gu clan, I will keep it a secret for the golden envoy." The God King said steadily, "Thank you, God King. Someone, take the golden envoy to the guest room to rest." The God King ordered. After Fei Lei was taken away, the God King went to a dark grand hall. With a wave of his hand, a wall showed rippling fluctuations. Not long after, the figure of Chun Jing appeared on the wall. "God King, you summoned me?" Chun Jing asked curiously. The God King nodded and said, "There is an urgent matter in the clan. Please the Great Protector return immediately to discuss." "What is it about?" Chun Jing asked, surprised. Chapter 817. Chun Jing recognized this mirror, known as the Heart Reflection Mirror, one of the Divine Clan's treasures, effective in identifying traitors. Without any unusual expression, he nodded calmly. "All right." Upon seeing Chun Jing walk towards the Heart Reflection Mirror unhurriedly, the God King felt slightly relieved. It seemed that Fei Lei's information was wrong, and the Great Protector had not been controlled by the Gu clan. The Divine Clan's foundation among the human race was safe. Before he could completely relax, a dangerous feeling surged throughout his body. Just as Chun Jing stepped in the mirror's light, he suddenly turned back, and countless sharp-eye spikes shot towards him like meteors. The God King's face darkened, and he raised his hand slightly, creating a barrier in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. The ice spikes struck the spiritual barrier, producing a crisp metallic sound. The barrier rippled like water, completely isolating the energy of the ice spikes. Chun Jing did not linger to fight. After launching the first wave of attacks, he immediately fled. The God King had been watching Chun Jing and saw him escape. He vanished from where he stood and appeared before Chun Jing in the blink of an eye, blocking his path in the Grand Hall. Chun Jing unleashed his full power, wielding his long knife and fiercely slashing at the God King. At the same time, his life-bound heavy knife was summoned, rushing towards the God King with a blood-red trailing shadow. Chapter 818. Originally, the passage connecting the Divine Clan to the Jiwang Valley had been blocked by someone. That day, the second elder of the Divine Clan, Huan Yun, disguised as a middle-aged swordsman, arrived at Jiwang Valley with 4 subordinates after a long journey. Upon reaching Chun Jing's residence, Huan Yun found it eerily quiet, with no signs of life. He waved his hand, and the 4 subordinates immediately scattered. Not long after, the subordinates returned one after another to report. "Second elder, we didn't find any clansmen." "Second elder, this place is empty, no supplies left." Huan Yun staggered upon hearing this. Had the Divine Clan's main stronghold in the Spirit Desolation realm been robbed? Calming himself, Huan Yun ordered, "Go to the 4 divisions and summon the golden envoys from each division." Yes, the 4 subordinates immediately dispersed. 5 days later, the 4 subordinates returned with bad news. The 4 branches in the east, south, west, and north were also completely empty. Huan Yun, feeling as if the sky had fallen, immediately contacted the God King to report this matter. The God King's expression darkened for a long time before he spoke. "I will send a message to the Gu clan and wait for them to explain. If we cannot come to an agreement, the next task for the Divine Clan will be to eliminate the Gu clan." On the 25th of the first month, in the city of Tiantian, at the Du residence, in an elegant study, Du Shu met with Kong Chihua. Chapter 819. In the royal hall of the Divine Clan, the 4th elder of the Gu clan, Zhao Yu, who had transformed into human form, just arrived and felt the hostile gazes of the Divine Clan members. "Elder Zhao Yu, we sincerely wish to cooperate with the Gu clan. Why did the Earth Cicada destroy our Divine Clan's foundation? Please give this king an explanation." The God King's eyes were dark, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Elder Zhao Yu frowned and said, "God King, please calm your anger. Our Gu clan has always emphasized integrity in cooperation with the 10,000 clans. How could we harm the Divine Clan?" The God King firmly asserted that it was the Gu clan at fault. Where was the evidence? "Look for yourself." The God King snorted coldly, took out his skull-shaped treasure, and showed him Chun Jing's soul memory. Elder Zhao Yu, who had initially looked defiant, was suddenly silenced and said seriously, "God King, we were not aware of this matter. Otherwise, the Gu King would never have sent me to investigate." The motives of the 6th elder's actions were unclear. The 5th elder had already gone to the Spirit Desolation realm to search for the Earth Cicada. Once he found him, the truth would surely come to light. It seemed Elder Zhao Yu could not provide a satisfactory explanation for the Divine Clan, so this king would seek it himself. The God King waved his hand, and a tremendous pressure pressed down on Elder Zhao Yu. Elder Zhao Yu was greatly alarmed. He was about to exert all his strength to resist, but the Divine Clan elders beside him surged with power and all attacked, rendering him unable to move. Chapter 820. Jun Ting clasped his hands and said, "Master of the ruins, after the great era begins, the fortunes of the 10,000 clans will change. For other races, It may be a tremendous opportunity. For the human race that has thrived for 30,000 years, this is a challenge that must be approached with caution. As a member of the human race, the Yiren also bears the mission of maintaining peace for humanity. Under the orders of the 8 great noble houses, I have come to join forces with the Yishu to jointly search for the Diyun passage within the Yishu. At the same time, through the Diyun passage, we will issue a joint statement to the Yiju. Any who invade the human race will face our combined wrath. Time is of the essence. We will begin in 1 hour. What does the Shiuchu think? Ji Yinzu coldly rejected. Since ancient times, the human race and the Yishu have kept to themselves, not interfering in each other's internal affairs. The actions of the 8 great noble houses are overstepping. Junting responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. The human emperor recognizes the Yiren as his subjects and has established regulations that the Yiren must unconditionally obey the commands of the noble houses. Has the Yishu forgotten this regulation? Ji Yinzu scoffed. For 30,000 years, the Yishu has not benefited from the human race in any way. And now that we can be of use, you finally remember that the Yiren are also part of the human race? The human race thinks they can bully the Yishu with the Lingjian from 30,000 years ago? Chapter 821. Everyone's eyes flickered at these words, taking a sharp breath, and their gaze towards Ji Yinzu grew increasingly admiring. Truly worthy of being the Shivu. His perspective is indeed profound. But why escalate the conflict in advance? The 4th elder asked. Ji Yinzu explained. If we easily let these people go, the 8 great noble houses will calmly lay out a meticulous plan against us. If we kill them, the noble houses will be blinded by hatred and, lacking proper preparation, will come to confront us. At that time, we can take them all down in one go, depleting their main combat power, and the human race will no longer pose a threat to us. Then we can seize the resources of the human race. When the great era begins and all races are embroiled in conflict, we will bide our time and conserve our strength, and perhaps we can emerge as the leading race. The Shuju is wise. Everyone shouted in unison. Last time, Lin Jian and the elders of the noble houses came here. They missed the opportunity to strike against the human race. 2nd elder, you go to the woman and have them make some noise recently to distract some of the noble houses' attention and prevent them from all rushing out. Ji Yinzu commanded. Yes, the 2nd elder responded. On the sea, 2 people, with sorrow on their faces, rushed towards the Linglong Balu. 7 days later, on Fengnan Island, Tang Yan, who was focused on setting up mechanisms, suddenly felt 3 rhythmic pains in his heart, realizing that the sect was looking for him. And the Xiu Kong Zuju to communicate with the Banmeng appeared at Tianqing Peak. Chapter Baba Shar, now on the Linghuang Dalu. It is being said that the Yi Xiu has betrayed the human race and killed many from the 8 great noble houses. The people of the Linghuang jail are in an uproar, calling for the extermination of the Yi Xiu. The old man told the man about the recent rumors in the Linghuang. After listening and digesting, the man let out a light laugh from his throat, then raised his voice, becoming frantic. After 21 years, I have finally waited for today. Yinzo Yi Yang. Do you know how I have endured these years? Now it's my turn, finally my chance to act. After a long time, the man finally calmed down, picked up the pestle, and continued to grind medicine, instructing in a calm voice. The actions of the Yishu are likely to provoke war with the human race, depleting their main forces and seizing the dominant position. The 8 great noble houses are not easy to deal with. Simply fighting might not work for the Yishu, and they will likely ally with the Moman. Contact the spies in Wandanlo to monitor the cooperation between the Yishu and the Wong. Purchase pills in batches from Wandanlo, focusing on high-grade ones. Join forces with Manma and sell them to the Yishu at a low price. How much to buy? The old man asked. Without hesitation, the man replied, spare no expense. Buy as much as possible. We must ensure that more high-ranking members of the Yishu take our pills. Chapter 823. Ji Yinzu's eyes sparkled with a fierce cold light. Surrounded by an aura of killing intent, his voice hoarse. No wonder, it all makes sense now. Xiuju, should we investigate? Qin Shan asked. Such rapid advancement indicates that the kid must have some fortuitous encounter. Coming with hatred poses a hidden danger for our Yishu. We must investigate thoroughly. Yi Yinzo commended. We will have the scouts investigate shortly. Also, the Tanfa has sent news about Tongtinyin. This old fellow has obtained a secret method of cultivation that can allow him to attempt to break through to the Tianjin realm. Although he ultimately failed, he gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Currently, his cave is on Fonan Island, Qinshan reported. Ji Yinzu's spirit shook, and with a chilling, killing intent. He said, I will go to the Shinshan and discuss strategies with the Tianjin. First, we need to capture Zhong Tianyin and see if he is truly the old ancestor of the Zhong family or someone impersonating him. With the Tianjin's help, capturing the small Zhong Tianyin will be a piece of cake. Qinshan smiled. Ji Yinzu nodded and left the Long Ding with Qinshan. Then his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the Sunshan. Inside the Sunshan, Ji Yinzu met Jing Shi Tianzun and Zhu Li Tianzun in a simply decorated room. Tu Zun, there is news about Tianfa Zhong Tianyin, Ji Yinzu respectfully reported. Chapter 824. After giving instructions to Ding Shi Tianzun, he returned to the Yishu. Inside the Sunshan, Zhu Li Tianzun curiously asked, where is Zhong Tianyin? Not on the island, but there is indeed a cultivation cave. It should be his hiding place. I will go there again in a few days, Jing Shitivan Dan Dong said. Zhu Li Tianzun did not sense anything unusual, lightly responded with an mm, and did not pay it any mind. 3 days later, inside the Shunshan, in a lavishly arranged cultivation room, an aura fluctuation emanated from Jing Shi Tianzun, and he opened his eyes, solemnly saying, I feel I have found the opportunity to break through. Zhu Li Tianzun's eyes brightened, new insights. Yes, it is related to Sung Gong. I will go down to the magma again to see if there is any chance, Jing Tianzun said as he stood up. Be careful, Zhu Li Tianzun reminded. Jing Shi Tianzun nodded, exited the cultivation room, activated his spiritual shield, and jumped into the boiling magma with a bang, quickly sinking down. The temperature of the magma is extremely high, and the deeper it goes, the darker the color of the magma, and the shield is also being corroded more severely. After diving about 100 zhang, Tang Yan could sense through the soul thought bug that Ing Shikizun had reached the critical point of endurance. Looking around, the color of the magma here had already turned purple. Chapter 825. In the Hsinchu Linsong City. The Hsinchu army is here, blocking the Jingyui of the Guju from reaching the Angcheng. Both sides are in a standoff outside the city. The tall Suang looked at the Denjin Sura Chongzher across from him and coldly said, Tan Shun, bringing so many people here, do you intend to go to war with my Hsinchu? The Gung's aura surged as he said lightly, still pretending to be crazy and playing dumb, it's truly laughable. Xiangshan, you framed my Gujuo and maliciously provoked enmity between our two families. What is your intention? If you do not give me an explanation, the Guju will not rest until we are dead with the Sun Zhu. An explanation? Absolutely absurd. The Dichan framed our great protector, destroyed Maishu's millennia of foundation in the Linglungjie, and stole a large amount of resources from the Hsinchu. If you do not give me an explanation today, you shall not expect to leave alive. The Shenhuang said with a face full of killing intent. Nonsense. My Guju doesn't need your Hsinchu's trifling resources. I suspect your Hsinchu is desperate and is deliberately extorting us Guju. The elder cicada has not returned yet. Could it be that you have trapped him? The Gu King thought of a possibility, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Still being stubborn, not shedding tears until seeing the coffin, the God King took out a skull artifact, infused it with spiritual power, and coldly said, you can see for yourself. The memory of the soul of the Qinjing appeared before everyone. Chapter 826. The ancestor of the Tianfa tribe, Zhong Tianyin, appearing at this time, must be closely related to Tang Yan. As long as we capture and control Zhong Tianyin, we can naturally find Tang Yan. We can use the method of killing Tianfa tribe members to force Zhong Tianyin to appear. However, Zhong Tianyin is proficient in spatial formations and can easily escape. If we cannot trap him immediately, it would also be a catastrophe for the Yishu. Does anyone have any ideas? Qinshan proposed a plan. Everyone thought carefully. After a while, the Gu King spoke. My tribe has a treasure called the Locking Space Domain Cage, which can isolate all spatial magical power and trap Zhong Tianyin. Qinshan's eyes lit up. That's great. I will report to the Su Master when I return. Once we decide to go to war, I will notify both of you, and we will capture Zhong Tianyin together. Sure, the God and Gu Kings agreed. The three parties then communicated the details before dispersing. 3 days later, in the Yishu Royal Palace. Study. Qinshan respectfully reported the situation. Ji Yinzhao pondered for a long time before saying, yes, it's better to eliminate Zhong Tianin early and remove a huge worry. Recall the direct descendants from the 4 surrounding cities to the royal city. Notify the God Clan and Gu Clan to send 4 strong experts from the Qiankuan realm, each to capture Zhong Tianin together. Chapter 827. Tang Yin felt touched. Today is already March 18th, and the Alliance leader's speed is already very fast. After Lin, Jiyuan notified various sects. He gathered the alchemists of the Alchemy Alliance and headed towards the Sword Sect. Tang Yin did not rush back to Tianfa, but boarded the Alchemy Alliance's flying treasure, taking the opportunity to explain alchemy to the senior members. After finishing the explanation, Tang Yin saw that Rao Baoyue seemed to have comprehended everything, so he simply gave her some additional guidance. After making Rao Baoyue a bit muddled, Tang Yin returned to the sea area to guard Tianfa's safety. Time quickly reached March 25th. The 8 major sects united with their allied forces, a total of 160 Qiankuan realm experts and 500 entry-level realm experts, divided into several directions, hiding their presence, quietly heading towards the Yishu. In a great hall, the high-ranking members of the Yishu and the God and Gu tribes gathered in the hall. Ji Yinzhao glanced around, his tone filled with some doubt. 8 days have passed, and Zhong Tianin still has no movement. What do you all think has happened to him? Even ants strive to survive. How could a human not? The day may have just been Zhong Tianin's bluff, absolutely not daring to act. The third elder said loudly. The elder shook his head in denial. No one below the heavenly sovereign is invincible. He wouldn't dare not show his face at all. He must be plotting something. Chapter 828. In the Youtangja. Inside a great hall, a long-haired man stood in front of a long table, where various colored poisons were placed, and he was intently mixing the poisons. An old man hurriedly walked in and respectfully reported, Sect Master, we've received news that the strong experts from the 8 major sects are all heading towards the Yishu. The long-haired man suddenly raised his head and asked, how long until they arrive? April 1st, the old man replied. The long-haired man put down the pestle and said, with such a large scale, it should be the beginning of a war. The Yishi betraying the human race will sooner or later bring disaster. If we don't cut it off, we will suffer from its chaos. It's right to eliminate it as soon as possible. Truly, the 8 major sects have extraordinary courage. Let's go to the Yishi. Sect Master, this trip is dangerous. Your presence wouldn't help much. Please stay in the sect and wait. I will lead the team there. The old man advised. The long-haired man coldly said, why should we fear if we don't participate in close combat? How can I not personally spread this pollen to quell my hatred? Gather the personnel and prepare the 8-winged shuttle. On April 1st, we must arrive at the Yishi. Yes, the old man responded. Inside Tianfa Island, Qin Shan's sudden fall sent chills down everyone's spine. Their strength was not higher than Qin Shan's. If he could be killed silently, how could they escape? Chapter 829. Tang Yin understood that if the battle continued to stalemate, once the Venjin from the Yishu arrived, their side would face a disaster. They must turn the current enemies into allies before the Venjin from the Yishi arrives. No longer considering whether it was worth it, he pulled out a large number of treasures. Countless attacks surged like meteors, rushing toward the opposite side in a race. The 3 opponents felt an increase in pressure. Tang Yin then took out a teapot-shaped spirit treasure, activated its spiritual power, and a large amount of smoke billowed from the spout. The smoke was blown everywhere by the violent wind, but as the smoke increased, the surrounding visibility gradually became blurred. Seeing that the timing was right, Tang Yin took out the Lingyun cannon, adding top-grade spirit stones as power, and locked the shell on the Gu tribe's 4th elder, Zhou. Then, a golden axe phantom appeared in midair, carrying a world-destroying momentum, and slashed down at Zhou. Several iron chains suddenly appeared from the ground, wildly swinging and wrapping around Zhou. For thick bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking Zhou's shield. A horn-shaped treasure rapidly expanded, aimed at Zhou, and emitted a sharp sound. The sound brought a powerful sound wave, causing Zhou's shield to tremble violently. Chapter 830. Seeing the arrival of the spirit demon Heavenly Sovereign, the clean-blood Heavenly Sovereign's face changed dramatically. One Heavenly Sovereign, along with a super abnormal peak Qiankuan realm expert, combined their strength, and he was no match for them at all. If he could not eliminate one, he would truly be left here. Without any hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood transformed into his likeness in the air, with wings spread behind him, turning into a weapon and swiftly flying towards Tang Yen. Tang Yan's hair stood on end. This essence blood transformed puppet was forged by the clean blood heavenly sovereign using his essence, carrying the opponent's lethal intent. This act would not only leave the opponent in a prolonged state of weakness, but also self-destruct their foundation, affecting their lifespan. Such a crazy move could unleash unimaginable power. There was nowhere to hide. Moreover, with his current defense, he could not withstand this blow. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yen gave up on dodging, and the whirlpool Dantian quickly operated. The heavenly creation fire poured out, and a blue fire dragon, carrying a mysterious aura, charged towards the puppet. Ziz! The fire dragon collided with the puppet, producing a piercing sound of energy friction. Ultimately, the puppet severed the fire dragon and charged towards Tang Yen. Bang! Crack! The defensive treasure and spiritual shield shattered, and the puppet crashed solidly into Tang Yen. Chapter 831. Ji Yinzhao quickly led people to appear, facing the people of the 8 major sects from a distance. Since the elixir was recognized by the human emperor, they had never harmed the human race and always held a sense of reverence for the human emperor's rules. The human emperor is benevolent and inclusive, dividing the seas for the elixir. We are clearly distinct, living in peace. You pride yourselves on being noble families, yet covet the wealth of the elixir, disregarding the human emperor's regulations. Forming alliances to attack others, and openly engaging in racial discrimination, undermining the peace of the spirit wasteland. This is a desecration of the ancestors' sincere efforts. If the human emperor has a spirit in heaven and sees that the so-called noble families are doing the deeds of demons, he will surely be heartbroken. You have 10 breaths to consider. Quickly withdraw your troops. Otherwise, we will take extreme countermeasures. Lu Lingjun laughed heartily. Can you even talk big? The human emperor is compassionate, allowing you to live in the land of humanity for the sake of his kindness and for the tolerance of humanity. You do not know gratitude, taking the blessings for granted, ignoring the responsibilities you should bear. You only enjoy the benefits without contributing anything. As the great era approaches, to have you fight alongside humanity against the Yiju, how dare you refuse? What malice does the Yi Shid harbor? What do you regard the human emperor and the sages? Chapter 832. The indestructible defense began to collapse rapidly as a gap appeared. A quarter of an hour later, the Yishu retreated step by step, with casualties increasing. Ji Yinzu saw the building about to collapse and, feeling anxious, shouted loudly, "Please, Heavenly Sovereign, protect the Yishu." He called out 3 times, his voice rolling over the Yishu. After a long while, he still did not see the giant power Heavenly Sovereign appear. Only the cleansing blood Heavenly Sovereign was fiercely attacking the members of the Yishu, and the people from the 8 noble families couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qinglan's body suddenly appeared behind an Yirun, quickly ending the opponent's life with a fine sword, sneering, "When the immortal calamity comes, even a sage can only await death. What can the Heavenly Sovereign use to protect the Yishu? Surrender now, and your clan can avoid extermination. If you insist on going your own way, after today, there will be no Yishu in the spirit wasteland." Ji Yinzu raised his arm and shouted, "The Yishu will never be enslaved. Kill, kill." Countless Yirun, red-eyed, charged towards the people of the 8 noble families. Bang, bang, bang. As the power gap widened, the Yishu gradually suffered irreparable damage. Ji Yinzu looked at the devastated scene, sorrowfully saying, "Heavenly Sovereign, if you do not take action soon, the Yirun won't even see the stars tonight." After a few breaths, everyone simultaneously looked towards the sacred mountain. They saw a thick black liquid continuously pouring out from the mountaintop, rushing into the clouds, forming a huge black vortex in the sky. Chapter 833. Tang Yin arrived at the center of the vortex and immediately felt the gale cutting like blades, fiercely whipping against him. Even after cultivating the 5 elements tyrant body technique, he still felt pain on his skin. After killing several people in the underworld domain, the internal aura was extremely turbulent, with a possibility of eruption at any moment. Tang Yin did not dare to be careless and expanded his divine consciousness, searching for the soul of the giant power Heavenly Sovereign in the vortex. After 3 breaths, Tang Yin locked onto the direction of the opponent's soul. He circulated his dantian, opened his meridians, and wrapped his fist in the heavenly creation fire, smashing it towards the soul of the giant power Heavenly Sovereign. The black liquid vortex emitted a sizzling sound upon encountering the heavenly creation fire, releasing waves of black smoke. Although the heavenly creation fire was extremely fierce, the power of this black liquid was also formidable, and with its vast quantity, the Olan flames in Tang Yan's hand were gradually overwhelmed by the black liquid. Tang Yan's heart sank. Through the true inside eye, he saw the vortex resembling the universe, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. The soul of the giant power, heavenly sovereign, had become faint and almost imperceptible, indicating that the sacrificial power of the giant power, heavenly sovereign, had been absorbed by the underworld domain to a great extent. The underworld domain had already gained momentum. If it is not stopped, the humanity will face endless slaughter. Brother Ding, cough, Master Ding, whether we can survive today depends entirely on you. Regardless of whether Fat Ding can understand, Tang Yin transmitted a thought to it. Chapter 834. What a fragrance. Why is there the smell of peach blossoms at this time? Is it the opponent's trick? Inside the issue, everyone was suspicious of the suddenly emerging fragrance, thinking it was the opponent's poison scheme. A wolf demon tilted its head, sniffing the air, and after a few breaths said, "It's just pure powder from the thousand-faced peach blossom. No poison. Perhaps the raw material storage exploded?" Others carefully discerned and found it to be true, so they did not take it to heart. After a while, an elder of the issue suddenly softened and collapsed to the ground, panic-stricken. The flower powder is poisoned. Everyone from various clans was shocked and hurriedly held their breath. But this flower powder seemed to be omnipresent. Even though their defenses were well prepared, they could still smell the faint fragrance. At this moment, people from the Yishi began to fall to the ground one after another. Just as everyone was in a panic, Lin Jiyuan suddenly said, "Only the people of the Yishu are poisoned." Everyone was even more astonished upon hearing this. Just as they were puzzled, a hearty laugh suddenly came from afar. "Ji Yinzu, Ji Xiang, do you still remember me?" Everyone hurriedly looked towards the island's edge and saw a long-haired man standing in midair, looking down at the Zhongren of the Yu. "Dan Wu Dian." Ji Xiang's gaze turned cold, and he viciously shouted the opponent's name. Chapter 835. Tang Wu Tian snatched the dagger, holding his beloved wife to comfort her. "Don't do anything foolish. Our son wants you to live. If you die, he will be even more heartbroken. Our son's wish has not yet been fulfilled. He wants to see humanity's lasting peace. Let's fulfill our son's wish together." Zhong Jinxiu cried uncontrollably in her husband's embrace. Tang Wutian's heart ached like a knife, tightly holding Zhong Jinxiu. At the moment of family reunion, encountering the pain of losing a child, such a blow is unbearable for ordinary people. Mi Rong heard her daughter crying and hurriedly came out from the backyard, just about to ask, when she was stopped by Zhong Haobai. Not long after, the sound of Mi Rong's sorrowful crying came from the backyard. 7 days later, Jitian City, Jitian Tower. In a luxurious hall, high-ranking members of the demon sect gathered here. Lu Fengzong scanned the room and smiled. The 8 noble families have suffered heavy losses while attacking the Yishu, with half of their elite forces decimated. And the abbot of the Buddhist sect has directly perished. Now, in the spirit wasteland, our demon sect stands alone as the rightful #1 sect. Today, I called you all here to discuss whether we should dominate the spirit wasteland. The commander of the Boundless War Soldiers, Yi Xingya, perked up, excitedly saying, "As long as we make the 8 noble families bow down, we will be the legitimate and top noble family of humanity." Chapter 836. Hearing Du Shu's clear plan, everyone's hearts raced. This kid seems to really think so. Lu Fengzong sat silently, but in reality, he was already slightly tipsy from Du Shu's sweet talk. "I'm the demon sect leader that everyone wants to hunt down. And now I'm turning to become the human emperor?" At first glance, it sounds absurd and ridiculous, but Du Shu's plan is incredibly clear and highly feasible. The demon sect has already gained the advantage of time and place. Du Shu is creating a human alliance. Our original plan was to watch the fire from across the river, seeing the noble families and the Yizhu fight and reaping the benefits. Letting the demon sect intervene early would cause a large number of casualties among our members. I cannot sacrifice my brothers for my own selfish desires. Lu Fengzong shook his head. Du Shu is already an old hand at understanding human hearts. How could he not hear this as Lu Fengzong's excuse? Patience advised, the great era has begun and various races are in conflict. As a member of the human race, what virtue or ability does the demon sect have to preserve itself? Even if it becomes a lackey of other races, it will still be used to fight against the prominent families. In the end, without the protection of the prominent families, we will still face the other races, isolated and helpless, and it may even become more dangerous. Rather than gamble on the future, it is better to seize the present. Life ultimately ends in death, whether heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Chapter 837, Dong Shui, Why Suffer? The path of affection does not need to be anchored to a specific person. Lu Ruiqing's voice was hoarse, filled with pain and regret. Lin Dongshue's somber voice rang out. Without Tang Yin, the path of affection would only lead to suffering. Master need not worry. If Tang Yin has a spirit in heaven, he will protect Dong Shui in finding a new sword path. If I cannot find it, that is my fate. Lu Ruiqing sighed lightly. No matter what, I am still your master, and the Sword Alliance will always be your backing. Thank you, master. Lin Dongxue raised her hand and walked out of the Moon Fairy Sword Cliff. Lu Ruiqing watched his disciple's desolate figure and couldn't help but sigh deeply. When the path of affection shatters, one is most easily trapped in the path of indifference, leading to indifference toward everything, forgetting feelings, and living a lonely life. If one enters the path of indifference, I would rather you be an ordinary person. In the northern spirit realm, beside the question of the summit, in the backyard of a large mansion, Tang Ling was practicing the Tang family's cloud sword. The long sword danced in his hand, cutting through the air with a profound sword intent. He was no longer short of elixirs, and the summit had arranged sparring partners for him, allowing his strength to progress rapidly, already stepping into the ranks of king-level experts. Suddenly, his sword momentum abruptly retracted, and he looked towards the courtyard gate. A pair of men and women came into view. Tang Ling blinked hard, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he immediately shouted with joy. Wu Qian Jinxiu, is that you? Chapter 838. After hearing Du Shu's speech, the members of the prominent families began to waver in their resistance. The 6 points he raised did not contain particularly heavy selfishness, and were even quite fair. However, the sudden change of the demon sect made them uneasy. Let's discuss this, Lu Lingjun said. We'll wait outside. Call us when their essay result. Ma Tingyan gave them enough space. After the two from the demon sect left, the conference hall erupted in chatter. What exactly does the demon sect want to do? Surely it can't be for the human race, right? Is that reasonable? Something feels off. The demon sect is too unusual. Everyone was filled with doubt about the demon sect's motives. Once the discussions had progressed, Lin Jiyuan said, let's clarify one point first. Do we want to cooperate with the demon sect? Raise your hand if you agree to cooperate. Lu Lingjun raised his hand first. Others followed suit. In the end, more than half raised their hands. Then let us cooperate. If the demon sect gets involved, it would indeed be a good thing. Next, they discussed how to prevent the demon sect from secretly causing trouble. Lin Jiyuan set the tone. Everyone began to offer suggestions. Half an hour later, they finalized a plan. Lin Jiyuan called for Ma Tingyun and Du Shu to be brought back in. Chapter 839. No matter which path you take, you must live. Ziyan said softly. When are you leaving? Lin Dongshu asked. Later, Lin Dongshu advised. Let's leave after dawn, using the power of the Elixir Alliance to find the Abyss Passage to the Dragon Race. I will also set off after dawn. All right. Ziyan did not refuse. The two sat by the lake until dawn before heading to the Tianqing Peak. Rao Baiyue, knowing the close relationship the two girls had with Tang Yin, treated them very kindly. Upon hearing Ziyan's request, she did not delay and immediately inquired with the intelligence hall, providing Ziyan with a path. After thanking her, Ziyan bid farewell to Lin Dongxue. Lin Dongxue entrusted the little one to Rao Baiyue and also left the Elixir Alliance. Rao Baiyue watched the two little white buns running wildly in her courtyard and couldn't help but recall the scene from when she first met Tang Yin. Feeling a wave of sadness, Ziyan flew northwest for 2 days, arriving at a valley where she found the Abyss Passage marked by the Elixir Alliance. Taking a deep breath, she leaped into the passage. Whoosh! It felt like passing through a long waterway, and upon exiting, she was greeted by a vast wasteland. With a thought, she transformed into dragon form. The purple gold scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, like jewels, exuding a noble aura. Chapter 840. The four black generals burst into laughter. The slender Lin Dongxue appeared to them to be completely powerless. Little girl, don't be anxious. We'll make you feel good soon. The leading black general sneered. Hee hee. The three behind him laughed even louder. Lin Dongxue saw that the other party was unyielding and stopped wasting words. Her figure turned into a streak of light and charged at the leading black general. Facing the sword strike from Lin Dongxue, a glimmer of mockery flashed in the black general's eyes. He seemed extremely confident in his strength, even attempting to grab Lin Dongxue's sword barehanded. He intended to play with Lin Dongxue for a while, but the slender sword, which he had predicted, suddenly changed its trajectory, striking like a venomous snake, eerily reaching his throat. He felt a chill at his neck and instinctively reached to touch it, only to feel his strength rapidly dissipate as his eyes widened in disbelief, slowly collapsing to the ground. The sudden change caught the remaining 3 black generals completely off guard. Soon, they realized the girl in front of them was not to be trifled with, and they roared in anger, swinging their knives at her. Lin Dongxue remained unafraid, raising her sword to face them. The black generals were born melee killers, and their heavy defenses made them fearless of fierce winds and blunt strikes, having honed their close combat skills since birth. Chapter 841. The disciples felt it was quite miraculous as they used the heaven and earth communicator to reach their desired location. Xiang Xiaoyu returned to her small courtyard, brewed a cup of spirit tea, placed the heaven and earth communicator aside, and patiently awaited messages from her fellow disciples. That night, the previously quiet heaven and earth communicator suddenly rang with a clear bell sound. Ding, ding, ding. The screen lit up, and seeing the contact labeled as Xiangdu Jiang, she hurriedly pressed to connect. Is it Su Yinjing? Xiang Xiaoyu asked. It's me, Elder 12. This is incredible. Xiangdu Jiang is 8,000 miles from the sect, and we can connect from so far away. Su Yinjing's shocked voice rang out. Yes, the main function of the heaven and earth communicator is long-distance communication. I'll wait a bit longer for your other senior brothers. If we can all connect, it means my direction is correct, and in the future, the distant horizon will only be a stone's throw away. Xiang Xiaoyu smiled. Elder, how many connections can a heaven and earth communicator support at most? Su Yinjing asked curiously. Countless. Xiang Xiaoyu replied. Gulp. The sound of Su Yinjing swallowing could be heard clearly. The spirit wilderness realm will surely be shaken by the elder. Su Yinjing sincerely flattered her. Xiang Xiaoyu felt pleased and chatted with her disciple for a long time before finally cutting off the connection. Chapter 842. Tian Ai Ruins West. Land of Bones. Neatly arranged tombstones pointed towards the sky, exuding a solemn and majestic atmosphere. The heaven and earth creation cauldron suddenly appeared above the land of bones. Boom! With the emergence of the fat ding, a loud bang erupted in the land of bones. The ground began to crack like a spiderweb. Countless skeletons drilled out of the soil, simultaneously floating into the air and converging towards one direction. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of bones clashing echoed. Tang Yin was astonished to discover that these skeletons were actually merging. Half an hour later, 5,363 skeletons transformed into a brand new skeleton. Tang Yin examined this skeleton. The bones were robust, smooth as jade, with a faint sheen flowing on the surface, seemingly containing violent power within. The shoulder blades were wide, and the stature was tall and imposing. The vertebrae connected like a powerful dragon, exuding an indomitable spirit. Although the skull was hollow, there was a faint glow flickering deep within the eye sockets, radiating dignity and determination. It stood in midair, and although it was just a skeleton, its brilliance dominated this realm. The deep eye sockets of the skeleton gazed at the heavenly creation ding, as if it could see Tang Yin slightly nodding at him. Chapter 843. In a remote village, a skeleton inexplicably appeared behind a gloomy man. Who could withstand this? The man was about to distance himself from the skeleton when a flash of sword light swept by, and before he could react, his life was instantly taken. After absorbing the blood-evil energy, Tang Yin worried about disturbing the people in the courtyard. With a thought, the bluish heavenly creation fire appeared, turning the man's corpse to ashes. This man was named Su Chuanxiang, a complete evil cultivator who enjoyed brutally dissecting pregnant women and using the formed fetuses for cultivation. Because he only targeted ordinary people, it had not caused much of stir. Dangdan Sayin Wa Li. Hell is empty, and the devils are among us. The world is vast. Who knows whether what hides beneath the skin is human or ghost? Although he had become a skeleton, he fortuitously had the ability to lock onto those with heinous deeds. Since fate had granted him this ability, let there be a clear sky wherever he went. At Scorpion Mountain, the Shifeng Temple was bustling with visitors. People from 10 miles and 8 villages all knew that the Shifeng Temple was particularly effective for seeking children. Some even traveled from afar to worship devoutly. In the temple's backyard, a young monk placed a bowl of soup on the abbot's table. Chapter 844. On the first day of October, the Qilin announced that Elder Xiang Xiaoyu achieved the title of Heavenly Master, known as the Connecting Heavenly Master. Once the news spread, the world was shaken. It was said that before the Great Era arrived, the human race had little hope of having heavenly masters. Now that a heavenly master had appeared, it undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of the human race. In an instant, the human race lit lanterns and celebrated everywhere. The foreign races received the news, and the invasion momentum seemed to have been paused. However, considering the limited combat power of the Qilin's heavenly masters, the foreign races deliberated and gradually resumed their invasion plans. Although Tang Yin was just a skeleton, it did not mean he was completely out of the loop. Such a grand event for the human race quickly reached his ears. When he heard the title of Xiang Xiaoyu, Tang Yin was stunned for a long time. Connecting Heavenly Master? Damn, connect and send money. On the 6th day of October, the demon sect and a coalition of prominent sects and righteous heroes launched an expedition against the soul-devouring clan, which refused to sign the Great Era non-aggression treaty. In this battle, the human race achieved a great victory, and the soul-devouring clan was annihilated. The news of the victory spread rapidly among the myriad races, causing chaos once again. Previously, when the human race sought to sign a contract with them, they had not taken it seriously. The fate of the soul-devouring clan made them feel an immense sense of crisis. Chapter 845. Judging by the state of the skeleton, this person had died about 3 months ago. The bone structure was dense, indicating they were a martial artist. The flesh had been entirely consumed by wild beasts, leaving only this skeleton. Tang Yin had 2 methods of cultivation. One was to slay heinous individuals and absorb their blood evil energy. The other method was to absorb the bone power from skeletons. Over the past month and a half, Tang Yin had not seen any exposed human skeletons and had not considered this aspect, focusing instead on killing evil people to enhance his cultivation. Now, encountering this by chance, Tang Yin decided to attempt to absorb the effects of the bone power. With a thought, he placed his hand on the other skeleton and felt the power within the bones flow into his body. After a moment, Tang Yin released his hand. His eyes filled with astonishment. The strength gained from the absorbed bone power was roughly equivalent to killing 1 person. It seemed insignificant at first, but the grays he had seen along the way far exceeded the number of heinous individuals. After burying the skeleton before him, Tang Yin's dark eye sockets turned towards a direction in the distance. There was a mass grave nearby. Should he go borrow some bone power? After hesitating for 2 breaths, Tang Yin finally made up his mind and flew towards the mass grave. Chapter 846. Yi Yuxuan was filled with confusion, not understanding why Elder Qingyun was resurrected or where he was going. Looking at the open tomb, she was unsure whether to close it or not. Mainly, she didn't know if Elder Qingyun would return. If he didn't return, that would be fine. What if he had to lie back down again? Feeling complicated, she approached the edge of the tomb and glanced inside, only to discover that there was actually another skeleton in the coffin. This skeleton was slender, more fitting for a woman's figure. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the real Elder Qingyun, and the previous skeleton was an unknown entity. She had just been wondering why Elder Qingyun was so tall. Realizing she had been tricked, Yi Yuxuan was furious. After alerting her sect, she transformed into a streak of light and chased after the direction Tang Yin had fled. The frantic Tang Yin sensed Yi Yuxuan chasing after him and felt a bit anxious. Yi Yuxuan was a powerful figure in the Qinkuan realm. If she was determined to hunt him down, he might not be able to escape, although revealing his identity could resolve their enmity. Letting people know he had dug up someone else's ancestral grave was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Some things can be done, but not said. He would contact her again once he had reshaped his body. Soon, Tang Yin came up with an idea, changing direction to run north. After covering more than 10 miles, he spotted a wide river. Chapter 847. Several major sects issued a bounty for the evil bone silver demon, with a high reward. Anyone who could capture this silver demon would truly rise to prominence. This kind of unrepentant silver demon, even after becoming a skeleton, was still so defiant. It was truly outrageous. The sooner it was eradicated, the better to prevent it from causing harm. The more Tang Yin listened, the more absurd it became. Because he was a skeleton, was he desecrating the bones in the Xian New Sect cemetery? They even gave him a title called Evil Bone Silver Demon? Isn't this nonsense? What can a skeleton do? What merit did he have to deserve such an honor? But revealing the fact that he had dug up someone else's grave to absorb bone power was not glorious either. This time it truly was like smearing yellow mud on his pants. It's not shit, but it sure feels like it. As for the other charges, they're simply unfounded. For example, the boy he killed appeared to be harmless and kind-hearted, but behind the scenes, he often lured children out, beat them, and buried them alive. A living little beast. He is still a child. He cannot be let off easily. If he is allowed to grow up, the evil thoughts in his heart will only grow stronger. Another example is Lao San's new wife, who is a scammer that deceives men into marriage. She specifically targets honest men, first charming them with false affection, then tearfully telling them that she has feelings for them, but her family owes a large sum of money, and if they want to marry her, they need to provide an exorbitant dowry. In Chapter 848, the Blood King has thoroughly investigated the cooperation conditions and details in Ling Jiangliu's soul and did not discuss it further, simply sending him back to report. Ling Jiangliu returned to the demon sect in humiliation, kneeling to apologize to Lu Fengzong for the cooperation achieved at the lowest price. Lu Fengzong imposed no punishment, but instead scolded the Blood Clan and comforted and rewarded Ling Jiangliu. Ling Jiangliu was shocked by the favor and left in tears of gratitude. Lu Fengzong exchanged glances with Du Shu and chuckled softly. The true intention behind cooperating with the foreign races is known only to the high-ranking members of the prestigious clans. It was intentional for Ling Jiangliu, who was unaware of the situation, to negotiate. They already knew that these foreign races were not good birds, disregarding the rules of the martial world, and were likely to search the souls and verify the cooperation intentions and bottom line of the human race. After searching, Ling Jiangliu's pure intention of just wanting to make money would completely dispel the Blood Clan's concerns. Sure enough, everything proceeded as planned. Du Zhonggui's talent is unmatched in the world. Having you in the spirit wilderness is a blessing for the human race, Lu Fengzong said with a smile. Du Shu immediately praised back. If it weren't for the big boss's vision and courage, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to display this little cleverness. Du Zhonggi, are you interested in being the emperor of humanity? Lu Fengzong suddenly said, when I step down, I'll simply pass the position to you. In Chapter 849, in the demon race, in the King City, on Mount Wenxing, there's an ancient altar at the peak. At this moment, a hunched old turtle demon, holding 9 pieces of turtle shell fragments, tossed them into the air. Chanting incantations, the turtle shells behind it glowed, and mysterious runes overflowed from the shell, merging into the turtle shell fragments in the air. The fragments occasionally gathered into a complete turtle shell, then scattered and moved quickly. Boom! In the end, the 9 turtle shells fell onto the altar. The turtle demon carefully observed the positions where the shells landed, calculated for a moment, and then descended from the altar to a nearby open space. Here, the demon king and several elders were waiting. Old turtle, you've worked hard. Is there any result? The demon king asked. King, there are less than 3 months until the great era begins. The turtle demon respectfully replied. The human race has prospered for 30,000 years, occupying all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, while the myriad races can only struggle within limited fortunes. Finally, the day of fortune change has arrived. The demon king looked expectantly towards the direction of the human race. The king has worked hard over the years. With your leadership, the demon race will surely achieve greatness. The turtle demon smiled. The human race's prestigious clans are at war with the foreign realms, suffering heavy losses, and initially thought the human race's fortune would collapse internally. But unexpectedly, the demon sect suddenly went crazy and sought collaboration with the prestigious clans. In Chapter 850, on the 22nd day of the first month in the Dao sect, Tang Ye made his way through. After familiarizing himself with the environment by wandering around the Dao sect, he stealthily entered the sect, cautiously heading towards the cemetery. This skeleton showed no signs of life and no fluctuations of spiritual power. As long as he remained hidden, he could avoid everyone's perception. Before long, Tang Yin arrived at the cemetery. The cemetery was solemn and silent. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly sensed something was off, and without hesitation, he quickly retreated. Just outside the cemetery, 3 elders from the Tao sect appeared before him, looking at him with anger. "You wretched thing, stop right there." The second elder of the Tao sect formed a hand seal, and a spiritual net rushed towards him. Tang Yin changed direction, treating the spiritual net as nothing, and his body slipped through it. He was filled with confusion. Despite being so cautious, how did the Tao sect discover him? Is the Taoist technique really that mysterious? Whoosh! More and more people appeared around him, blocking all his escape routes. Roughly counting, there were nearly 80 people, and they were all old acquaintances. Old acquaintances are one thing, but why is that female demoness coming all the way here to stir up trouble? And how come Lin Dongxue is here too? Wait, has this girl reached the Qingquan realm? After a moment of surprise, Tang Yin roughly guessed the reason why they discovered him. In chapter 851, the other foreign race leaders, hearing the analysis from the elder of the demon race, all nodded in agreement. Encountering a skeleton is simply a heavenly opportunity. They never considered whether the skeleton would be willing to cooperate. After all, the Tao sect had bullied the skeleton to such an extent that the skeleton must hate the Tao sect. As long as they give the skeleton a chance to turn the tables, it will surely use the sword in its hand to seek justice. In the Tao sect's battle circle, Tang Yin desperately searched for an opportunity to break through. However, the 16 strong individuals were holding him tightly, and their tactics were incredibly vicious, even resorting to exchanging injuries in an attempt to kill him. The dozens of people around occasionally took the chance to throw in some magical treasures and hidden weapons, further sealing off his escape route. The hostility was so deep that it felt as if he had dug up their ancestors' graves. Wait, Tang Yin sighed. This conflict would indeed be difficult to reconcile if he didn't reveal his identity. Continuing to fight like this is meaningless. The prestigious clan's attitude is clear. It's either to the death or nothing. He couldn't escape either. Should he simply abandon his face and admit he is Tang Yin? Tang Yin wavered between whether to keep his pride or not. Lin Dongxue found it increasingly strange. Initially, she noticed that the skeleton's swordsmanship was incredible and observed the opponent's moves with a learning attitude, so she watched very closely. In chapter 852, the elder of the divine race spoke loudly, plotting, "Brother Skeleton, let's disperse the human race's experts. You take them out one by one for a quick victory." The expressions of everyone turned serious. Although the elder of the divine race did not avoid anyone, they had no better way to circumvent such a blatant scheme. They could only pin their hopes on Lu Ruiqing, hoping he could really hold off the skeleton. Master Jinshin, Dongxue, keep an eye on Elder Lu. If Elder Lu is unable to hold on, provide support at any time. Li Yangqiu Kumanda. The two quickly agreed. Lu Ruiqing looked at the skeleton and said solemnly, "Come on, you wretched thing. Let me experience your true strength." Tang Yin was almost moved to tears. He thought he wouldn't be able to leave today and would have to admit his identity. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, the foreign races actually attacked. Finally, he could save face. No longer holding back his strength, the sword in his hand transformed into a stunning swan, pressing towards Lu Ruiqing. Suddenly, Lu Ruiqing could no longer see the skeleton. Before him, a torrent formed by countless swords surged towards him. Ding ding ding. Lu Ruiqing quickly waved his sword to block. The power of the sword tide was extremely strong, and he was constantly pushed back. Finally, after breaking through the sword tide in front of him, he was shocked to discover that the skeleton had actually run away. Bang! A section of the ground suddenly exploded, and a skeleton jumped out from the soil. The reactions from both sides were different. The hearts of everyone in the Tao sect camp sank to the bottom. The evil bone had returned, which would undoubtedly make the already precarious situation for the Tao sect even worse. The alien race's eyes lit up with joy. "Brother Skeleton, we just misunderstood you. You are a gentleman." A dazzling sword light appeared. Ding! The treasure sword shattered the ice elephant's long knife. Swish! The sword light remained undiminished, directly sweeping across the ice elephant's neck. The ice elephant's massive head slowly fell from its neck, blood spraying everywhere. Bang! The burly headless corpse fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the blood quickly spread across the ground. The sudden change made everyone's eyelids twitch violently. Killing the ice elephant only took one sword. The battle power of the evil bone was even more outrageous than they had expected. But why did you kill the ice elephant? What are you doing killing indiscriminately? You should be killing Tao sect people. We are the allies. The elder of the monster race, Lon Mo, roared loudly. The skeleton flashed and took a few steps to his side, swinging the treasure sword at him. Lon Mo raised his wolf-toothed club to block the skeleton's sword, but did not expect the skeleton's strength to be so great that it nearly made him lose his weapon. He was so angry that he cursed, "Damn. Are you trying to shark my arm?" Chapter 854. Is it you? Lin Dongxue raised her head, seriously confirming once again. Dan dan not that. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the surroundings. Everyone curiously looked up and saw countless red clouds gathering from all directions in the sky. A large amount of Tao rhythm energy spread, making the atmosphere in this world exceptionally harmonious. Soon, the red clouds gathered into a huge vortex, and in the center of the vortex, a golden light shot out, landing on Lin Dongxue and then merging into her body. A quarter of an hour later, the golden light dissipated. The aura on Lin Dongxue became increasingly ethereal, and then a majestic and powerful aura emanated. Lu Ruiqing excitedly exclaimed, "Celestial Master! Dongxue has become a Celestial Master." Everyone was both surprised and delighted. They did not expect that the human race would have another Celestial Master, and they all congratulated Lu Ruiqing. Tang Yin and others waited until Lin Dongxue's aura stabilized before releasing her and cupping their hands towards the people across from them. Dan Zhang, Rao Baoyue looked at the skeleton, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Dan Zhang not that, Zhao Ba Huget Dan Zhang Tai Li, joyfully saying, "It's so good that you can come back." Tang Yin patted Rao Baoyue's back to calm her emotions. Rao Baoyue felt both pained and delighted, and after accepting Tang Yan's skeletal appearance, she finally regained her composure and complained, "Why did you dig up their ancestral graves? Why did you dig up our dandelions?" Chapter 855. Everyone asked a few questions, and Tang Yin provided direction for each. Once the discussion was over, Qiang, the leader of the Qi Lin sect, and elder Xiang Xiaoyu began to ask Tang Yin for advice on improving Tian Ditong. Lin Dongxue was responsible for conveying Tang Yan's words. "Young master, recently many people have reported that their Tian Ditong has received a lot of harassment, especially those with status. Being called by strangers many times a day is quite annoying. Is there a good way to improve it?" Xiang Xiaoyu asked with distress. Tang Yin quickly wrote on paper, "Add blacklist and whitelist functions to the contacts feature of Tian Ditong. You can add harassing number ranges to the blacklist, so that this number range can never contact the other party. Block one as soon as it comes, and after a while, most annoying people can be screened out. You can also enable the whitelist function, allowing only the numbers on the whitelist to call this Tian Ditong." After hearing Lin Dongxue's relay, Qiang and the others praised repeatedly. Xiang Xiaoyu asked again, "Are there any other functions that can be added to Tian Ditong?" Danzan Zipli. Text messaging function for sending text. Text messages are charged per message, with a limit of 100 characters per message. If conditions allow, we can research a new version of Tian Ditong to add visual capabilities, allowing both parties to see each other. Chapter 856. Lin Dongxue looked at the city filled with corpses, a hint of reluctance flashing in her big eyes. Indeed, the initiators of war are always the rulers. Countless lives die for the interests of a few. How innocent they are. Yin Gu, the king of immortal wood, has a point. Killing innocents indiscriminately goes against the heavenly way. Lin Dongxue bit her lip and proposed, why not kill him to prevent him from speaking recklessly? Tang Yin was stunned for a moment before nodding seriously. Then a white shadow flashed in front of him, and Lin Dongxue instantly appeared behind the king of immortal wood. The red dust sword suddenly slashing out. The king of immortal wood was fully engaged in resisting the burning heaven calamity banner and had no time to pay attention to Lin Dongxue. He didn't even expect that the immortal wood clan was in such dire straits, and that the human race would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. When he noticed Lin Dongxue, he immediately turned to defend, but it was already too late. The sword of the emotion sword master, without reservation, was not something he could withstand. Crack! The king of immortal wood's neck was instantly severed, and his head fell into the black smoke, instantly turning into a skull. The shield suppressing the black smoke, having lost a major support, could no longer block the spread of the black smoke and collapsed instantly, engulfing several powerful beings. 16 Qian Kuan realm powerhouses instantly turned into skeletons. 4 Qian Kuan realm powerhouses were injured and fled, shouting loudly, "Retreat! Run towards the divine clan." Chapter 857. Tang Yin arrived at Qi Lin and went directly to the cemetery. There were guards in the cemetery who had already been notified, seeing the skeleton. They did not need to stop it, just report to the sect. Without worrying about being discovered, Tang Yin absorbed the bone power quickly. After he finished absorbing the bone power, Qiang invited him to a quiet place, humbly asking, "Young Master Tang, we are using the Burning Heaven Calamity Banner to pressure the various races to sign the Great Era and Non-Aggression Treaty with the human race. The extermination of the Immortal Wood clan indeed gave them a great deterrent. However, the monster race soon released news that the Burning Heaven Calamity Banner only has 3 opportunities to deploy, and now only the last chance remains. This has greatly reduced the deterrent effect on the various races, and their attitudes have cooled down, feeling that as long as their attitude is not too arrogant, the last opportunity may not be used on themselves. Young Master Tang, what should we do next to leverage the power of the monster banner to constrain the alien races to the greatest extent?" Tang Yin thought for a while and replied on paper. "The claims of the monster race need to be verified. Assuming the monster banner really only has 3 opportunities to deploy, then let it go to destroy the strongest alien race to lessen our threat. Based on the power ranking of the alien races, we can negotiate peace agreements one by one." Chapter 858. Du Shu's tone was extremely serious. "Du believes he will definitely give it to you if he really doesn't give it. The big chief can follow his heart to decide whether to continue cooperating with the famous sect. But I must remind the big chief that not only the Emperor of Humanity can leave a mark in history, in the long river of history. What shines is not just the Emperor of Humanity, nor only the 9 saints and 18 venerables. Countless admirable and lovable individuals, like countless stars, illuminate the path of humanity in the darkness. 60,000 years ago, the elder of the 3 fragrances stood on the pine green stone, facing the alien army without fear, leaning on his cane and denouncing the invaders. The aliens, in an attempt to force him to change his words, cut away his flesh piece by piece, trying to break him through torture. In the end, the elder of the 3 fragrances was left with only his head, still glaring with anger, his mouth opening and closing as he silently scolded the aliens. His indomitable spirit remains brilliant even after 60,000 years. 40,000 years ago, the human population had decreased by 70% compared to 100,000 years ago. General Lu Xian was ambushed and surrounded by the alien forces. The aliens mocked humanity as weak as ants, yet before he died in battle, he said, "My wife is pregnant again. Humanity cannot be exterminated." The descendants of General Lu. Which generation is not filled with iron bones? In Chapter 859, Feng often uses ink to depict the good and evil of the world, showcasing righteousness and educating the world, gathering the literary spirit of the world, growing stronger by leaps and bounds. Now that a great era has arrived, heroes are stepping forward. Even the former demonic sect is fighting for peace. Heroes from all corners of the world are unafraid of the powerful aliens, willing to bury their bones in the green mountains, unrepentant for staining the yellow sands with their blood, all harboring the intent to die as they rush to the battlefield. Why does Feng need to fabricate stories to incite everyone to meet the enemy? Feng Qian'ai threw all his manuscripts into the water, arms open wide, a few strands of hair falling on his handsome face, his gaze resolute, raising his head and loudly declaring his aspirations through poetry. "Once I had a green lamp for my writings, with lofty ambitions expressed in my books. Suddenly I hear the drums of war urging us. Heroes from all over rush to the country's grief. There are loyal bones everywhere in the mountains and rivers. Why need pen and ink to echo our resolve? I wish to turn my writings into swords, as a scholar wields a sword to guard the borders." As soon as his words fell, countless righteous spirits gathered above the academy, transforming into dazzling and sacred white light. The righteous spirit surged like a giant white dragon, flying towards Feng Qian'ai. Feng Qian'ai rose into the air, his face solemn, the literary aura surrounding him, appearing sacred and dignified. The literary aura gradually merged into Feng Qian'ai's body, and the vast breath rippled around him like ripples. Snap! Feng Qian'ai's strength continued to rise. In Chapter 860, the Dragon Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of anger appearing on his face as he scolded. The fortune of the world rises to the extreme and then declines. How can humanity prosper for long? The Great Era is meant to dismantle humanity's fortune, reshuffle the continent, and the decline of humanity is an inevitable result. The Dragon Clan, bound to humanity at this time, will only be implicated and fall into the abyss. All races unite to seize humanity's fortune, enhance their own strength, and then initiate the true battle of all races. This is the path of development for each race. Only by consuming more of humanity's fortune can one stand firm in the Great Era. No more foolish thoughts. They will bury the Dragon Clan. The overwhelming dragon might suddenly radiated from Ziyun. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color, and in an instant, the wind rose and clouds surged. While the 9 heavens, thunder, tribulation brewed in the clouds. The destructive aura locked onto the Dragon Lord. What do you want to do? The Dragon Lord shouted angrily. You have misjudged the situation, severely underestimating humanity's strength. You will block the Dragon Clan's broad path and plunge it into the abyss. If you stubbornly persist, I can only suppress you. Ziyun's cold voice rang out. You are plotting rebellion. The Dragon Lord shouted. What are you all standing there for? Take her down. The Dragon Lord looked at the dazed Dragon Clan members and shouted loudly. Ziyun sternly intervened. I am not betraying the Dragon Clan, but there are differences in views with the Dragon Lord regarding the Great Era. In Chapter 861, upon hearing that Lu Fengzong actually wanted to seize the position of Emperor of Humanity, everyone furrowed their brows. Lu Lingjun advised, Lord Lu, in resisting the aliens, the demonic sect can step forward, and the intricacy of their plans is evident to us all. However, young Master Tang was appointed by the late emperor, and his character and wisdom have been tested by blood. Now that the world is in chaos, it is a significant matter that cannot allow any mistakes. To be safe, it is more appropriate for young Master Tang to assume the position of Emperor of Humanity. I hope Lord Lu can understand. Lu Fengzong snorted coldly. Since you all look down on me, I will take my leave. Lord Lu, everyone hurriedly called out. There are matters to discuss. Even if you do not become Emperor of Humanity, you can still find compensation elsewhere. Lu Fengzong waved his hand, leading several members of the demonic sect away. Just after taking a few steps, a flash of white light appeared before them, and a skeleton stood in front of them. Although it was just a skeleton, its frame was upright and well-proportioned, exuding an aura of authority that gave Lu Fengzong and the others a strong sense of oppression. Except for Du Shu, the 3 people behind, Lu Fengzong immediately entered a state of alert. Young Master Tang, is there something you need? Lu Fengzong asked. At this moment, a small round token floated towards Tang Yan's chin, and Xiang Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Young Master Tang, this treasure can help you speak. In Chapter 862, Du Shu's words were beautiful, praising the higher-ups of the demonic sect, making everyone in the demonic sect feel very comfortable. At the same time, he clarified that his initial intention in joining the demonic sect was not to plot against them. He later learned about the Great Era by accident, which pushed the demonic sect to the forefront. Moreover, the outcome was good. Lu Fengzong did not blame Du Shu. He clearly remembered that Du Shu had previously operated a pill business in Scorpion City, and it was Ling Jianglu who discovered Du Shu's talent and forcibly brought him to the demonic sect, leading to the subsequent story. Being where they are today is all a destined fate. Lu Fengzong smiled and said, so the story inside is so convoluted, even more exciting than a tale. Dan Dan, why didn't you send a message to ask for the throne at that time? If you had reported your safety earlier, Manager Du might have come directly to the Pill Alliance, and Wandan Tower wouldn't have made us so stressed for so long. Lin Jiyuan teased. Beside him, Rao Baoyue shrank her neck, not daring to speak, looking like a quail. Seemingly feeling insecure, she flicked her fingers, and a slight gust of wind struck Tang Yan's waist. Tang Yan glanced at the already hands-together Rao Baoyue, feeling a bit amused, and vaguely explained, I encountered a little trouble at that time, and the time was delayed. In Chapter 863, the Dragon King's words were somewhat one-sided. While it is true that prosperity must decline, no one can conclude that humanity is currently on the brink of decline. Our humanity has produced countless heroes, and at present, we are united as one, full of vitality and diverse prospects, showing no signs of decline. It is easy to summarize that humanity will continue to prosper. If you rigidly believe that the Great Era will definitely reshuffle, it will lead you into an irretrievable abyss. The Dragon King must not misjudge the situation. This is one point. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. The fortune of humanity being exhausted is indeed just a rumor in the rivers and lakes, without any actual evidence. Qi Yang continued. Although the Dragon Clan's fortune is not the strongest, it is also not weak. For 30,000 years, we have been peacefully and steadily reproducing. There is no direct conflict of interest between us. If the Dragon Clan is willing to work hand in hand with humanity to get through the Great Era, humanity is willing to regard the Dragon Clan as a good omen and worshipped by the common people. From now on, the Dragon Clan's fortune will rise and fall together with humanity, living long and prospering. Dragon King, how? Ao Zheng's heart raced. Although all races coveted the human race, the era of human weakness had long passed. Today, the human race is undoubtedly the first race on the continent. Chapter 864. Ziyan looked at the skeleton, her eyes filled with deep longing. Tang Yin, it's so good that you can come back. The scene of the engraved pearl also came to an end here. The dragons took a moment to calm their emotions. The Dragon Lord instructed in a deep voice, "Let's watch Tang Yin one more time." The elder immediately adjusted the settings, dragging the content of the engraved pearl to the end. A skeleton was rapidly approaching them amid the overwhelming attacks, as if it were a boat sailing against the current. Soon, only Tang Yan's figure remained on the screen. Tang Yin swung his sword. It was still an unremarkable starting move, but when the sword light shone, the long sword was no longer confined to the scene. The sword body directly pierced through the void, sweeping past with the intent to sever all. Whoosh! All the dragons instinctively leaned back, trying to dodge this sword. The engraved pearl did not conceal any formations, purely emanating the sword intent brought by the sword technique. The sword intent actually overflowed through the engraved pearl. How powerful! Ao Zing exclaimed it. The Dragon Lord took a deep breath. He wanted to see the replay to determine if the human race had used formations to empower the engraved pearl, thereby intimidating the dragon race. To his surprise, the image was purely a replication. Such power from a single scene. Could he withstand a real sword strike? At that moment, his hatred for the human race mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 865. The leading saints all fell, and the alien races immediately fell into panic. Someone shouted to run, and the alien races scattered like birds and beasts. Now, without a Dantian, they could only use their bone strength. Tang Yin did not expect to leave all the aliens behind. After taking down the strongest, he took out the Tian Di Tong to contact Fang Xian. Old Fang, I've killed 2 saints, 7 Tian Zuns, and 16 from the Qiankuan realm. Tang Yin reported his results. Brother Yin is amazing, worthy of being the Flame Emperor. Little Xian's admiration for you flows like a river. Fang Xian immediately flattered him. Get lost, stop it. Tang Yin laughed and scolded, then asked, what is the report? Where should I go next? There is an alien team heading towards the eastern battlefield, expected to arrive at the Great Wilderness Slope in 4 hours. You should hurry to the Great Wilderness Slope. You should be able to intercept them there, Fang Xian informed. Good, what about the others? Tang Yin asked. No news yet. They should still be in battle. I'll send you a message once there's news, Fang Xian replied. Tang Yin cut off the contact and headed towards the Great Wilderness Slope. With the positioning of Tian Di Tong, the human race could accurately locate the aliens for ambush and assassination. Chapter 866. Western Battlefield of the Human Race. Blood God sat leisurely in a temporarily built pavilion, sipping tea, thinking about the future after the Great World, where he could enjoy the blood of the human race. A smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of his mouth. Before he could finish his daydream, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he saw a team rapidly approaching. Most of this team were from the Spirit Puppet clan, and they looked extremely panicked. Who was the leader? Blood God stood up and approached the team, asking in a deep voice. A Spirit Puppet stepped forward, sorrowfully saying, Our Puppet King led the team and was ambushed by the human race halfway. The Puppet King and several Tian Zuns were killed, and we narrowly escaped to report. Blood God's brow furrowed tightly. Didn't you say you were to meet with the golden-winged saint to ambush the human race? How did you end up being ambushed? The Spirit Puppets looked at Blood God in astonishment. Wasn't this your command? My command? Explain in detail, Blood God urged anxiously. The Spirit Puppet members detailed everything that had happened. Blood God's heart sank suddenly. The previous day, he noticed that the Spirit Puppet clan had not arrived and specifically contacted them to ask why they were late. The Puppet King told him they had discovered the human race's tracks and were going to join forces with the golden-winged saint to eliminate the human race's strong. Chapter 867. Everyone don't panic. The human race's treasures require vast amounts of top-notch spirit stones and cannot be sustained for long. Everyone hold on a little longer, and we can break through the human race's defenses. The nine-tailed fox encouraged the alliance. And indeed, it was as she predicted. Just the next afternoon, the mountain-piercing cannons ran out. With high-frequency firing, the mountain-piercing cannons completely lost their power and many gun emplacements collapsed. For over 10 hours, all alien races suffered immensely. The dense cannon fire blotted out the sky, making it hard to breathe. What was supposed to be an invasion war had turned into a defensive war. Fortunately, they held on. The nine-tailed fox quickly checked the lineup and was once again infuriated. The coalition lost 6 saints and 15 Tianzuns. Below Tianzun, half had already perished. Before even stepping into the human race's territory, from saints to nirvana, they had already lost half. How would history record her foolishness and incompetence? The human race must die. Kill. The nine-tailed fox charged towards the human race. Tang Yin stood in the human race's camp, watching the glorious achievements of the mountain-piercing cannons and the anger written on the faces of the aliens, but felt little joy in his heart. 100,000 mountain-piercing cannons and shells had exhausted most of the top-notch spirit stones of various sections. Chapter 868. The coalition is fierce and difficult to withstand. Continuing like this will only lead to the alien races dragging them down. The human race is prepared to open the Forbidden Zone, trapping all coalition forces within it. Never to exit, including ourselves. Dear allies, the human race deeply regrets that you will be trapped in the Forbidden Zone this time. The human race promises to use all its strength to protect the citizens of the 5 races. After the great world passes, we will honor our commitments and share both hardship and prosperity with the 5 races. Please assist the human race in raising the Forbidden Zone, Lin Dongxue said solemnly. The auspicious 5 races felt aggrieved, but had already offended the alien coalition. Turning back at this point would not end well. It was better to go all the way to the end and secure a guarantee for future generations. Understanding the pros and cons, the 5 races nodded in agreement. Lin Dongxue no longer hesitated, took out a pearl, and gathered her spiritual power towards it. The pearl emitted a tranquil silver light, enveloping this world. The black ape saint roared, "Stop her! She's going to lock this space down." A massive amount of attacks surged towards Lin Dongxue. The human race's strong immediately protected Lin Dongxue, buying her time. Tang Yin, trapped in the mud, could not see the situation outside. But he knew that being trapped for so long meant the human race's situation must be extremely difficult. Anxious and helpless, he could only slash at the mud with his sword, praying to break a gap to escape. Chapter 869, Another Spring Year. Peace City. The warm sun shone, and a gentle breeze blew. On both sides of the street, drooping willows and peach blossoms bloomed like rosy clouds. A handsome couple strolled through the streets, mingling with the crowds in the bustling market. The girl carried a small basket filled with various exquisite and delicious snacks, her eyes constantly scanning for more tasty treats. The star python fruit is produced in the Hozhu region, with a sweet and sour taste that is delicious and rare among fruits. Such a tasty item was previously unseen by the human race. The woman, eating a small red fruit, showed a satisfied smile and continued to praise. Du Shu is really skilled in business, with several plans implemented. How many treasures from other races are now eagerly sent to sell to humans? The man also praised, entering the path of commerce to become a heavenly sovereign. I heard he's about to become a saint. He truly is the first in history. It was said that yesterday, Lu Fengzong and Lin Beichuan had a quarrel, and when Fang Xian appeared, the two immediately fled in fear. The woman talked about the gossip. The man chuckled. Fang Xian manages the human race on behalf of Tang Yin, diligent and impartial, wielding a law enforcement whip that even his brother, Du Shu, feels the sting of never showing mercy. Although his strength is low, I still feel intimidated when I see him. Chapter 870, February 6th. Caught a thunder gray goose. Roasted it. Very delicious. February 7th. Ate the leftover bird from yesterday. Very delicious. February 8th. Ate the leftover bird from the day before yesterday, getting a bit tired of it. February 9th. On the peak of the heavenly tree stood a beautiful red bird. Unfortunately, it chirped and posed, clearly not a proper bird, so I shot it for barbecue. Very delicious. February 12th. The day before yesterday, the master asked us if we had seen a red bird. I said I ate it, and she got very angry. I haven't seen her since that day. I didn't see her the next day either, and only today, after my eyes have swelled down, could I barely see. February 15th. The day before yesterday, I went hunting and encountered 10 moon tiger dogs. I narrowly escaped, but my eyelid got scratched. The senior brother asked me what happened to my eye, and I said it was the dog's fault. The master appeared behind me out of nowhere, and my eye got swollen again. What a mysterious woman. February 16th. Woo-woo, the second senior brother can't live anymore, and went to steal the senior brother's underwear. February 17th. Barbecue. Did not get beaten by the master. February 18th. Did not get beaten by the master. February 19th. The master said she would go on a long trip and told us to guard the Tianqing Peak well. We were all very happy, but had to pretend to be reluctant about the master leaving. The second senior brother is the best at pretending, even cried, making the old man laugh, and then got beaten.